Shepherding Humanity Chapter 1205 to Chapter 1264. Sage Empire, this name tugged at their heartstrings. Outside the Chaos Heavens, there was often no need to form a faction. This was because the Bottomanda was nearly fixed. There was no way for them to wage war outside. And in a sense, they were already a faction that was united against the outside world. All existences knew that after this war, it was necessary for new factions to enter the fray. Some benefits had to be compromised, planned, and redistributed. The sage Dao sparring before them would determine the situation of this land. Are we going to expand and wage war far away? A sage said with a smile. The black-robed sage shook his head slightly. I've long heard that some sage territories have special augmentative bloodlines that form factions. They are also known as dynasties or alliances. They are highly cohesive and can even wage war against the surrounding sage lands to escape their predicament. I never expected that we would have such a day. Some heaven-defying bloodlines were not bound by the Bottomanda's restrictions. They could wage war far away. If that's the case, it will be greatly beneficial to our land. A sage chuckled. A saint chuckled. We can form a force and expand outwards. With this magical game bloodline, we can send all the experts under our command to play games and expand outwards. They won't be afraid of death, and they can explore the surrounding lands and draw a map of the land of chaos. A map of the chaos lands. How massive was this land? Even a sage might not be able to reach the end. Furthermore, it was difficult for sages to travel far. They could only root themselves in a piece of land, making it nearly impossible for them to see the scenery far away. The sages were finally moved. At their level, there were very few things that could move them. The one in front of them was definitely one of them. In fact, two existences at their level, scheming no longer existed. It was impossible to deceive these old monsters. It was simply driven by benefits. And the benefits in front of them were sufficient. Then, all of you can accept these game computer creatures. Zhang Yiling smiled and said proudly, after all, with your level of insight, you can tell that these computers do not have any tricks up their sleeves. All you are doing is using them. This is a terrifying bloodline that aids in cultivation. It's useful even for sages. Most importantly, they do not occupy any gene positions. The sages nodded. With their level of insight, they could naturally tell that there were no tricks up their sleeves or secret doors. However, it was still a powerful restraint on them. So what if there were no secret doors? When you get addicted to it, if you fall out and don't use it anymore, will you be able to bear it? This was an open conspiracy, and all the saints knew about it. However, the benefits in front of them still drove them to use it. We will popularize it in the dojo, a saint said. Old man Huaya chuckled and said, if that's the case, are you going to return the soldiers and civilians in the outer city to us? Zhang Yiling said honestly, they've already taken root here and are reluctant to leave. The faces of the sages darkened. Their dojo could not accommodate so many gods. They were subsidiary level 9 civilizations on the periphery, so they were placed outside the dojo. However, they were definitely important to them. Yet, the fatty in front of them had laughed and accepted them. They secretly cursed at how shameless they were and knew that they could not get it back. A saint could not help but change the topic. In that case, if we improve this land according to this game civilization, in the future, the main body can live in the dojo, and the game clone can go out. This dojo will be the main city of the game's resurrection point. That's right. We have more than 10 dojos, so we have more than 10 main game cities. We can resurrect in our main city and then go out. In fact, the structure has changed greatly. Our dojo only needs computers. All living beings are immersed in computer games, so there is no need for markets, streets, and various living areas. As long as there is a computer, the experts will not go out, and we can accommodate more people. We can also take in the outer city of the dojo. Move all the cities outside the dojo into the dojo, the sages pondered. This suggestion was very constructive. They could not accommodate them in the past, but with this reform, they could indeed squeeze together. Everyone could play games in the dojo's computer, and the body of the game could build a city outside the dojo. Good suggestion. This is an excellent idea. The sages smiled. That way, they would no longer be afraid of some shameless existence stealing the civilizations under them. After all, the descendants of the gods could reproduce. To the sages, the loss this time was not too great. The common people could be like weeds, and after a few hundred years, they could reproduce again. Soon, under the suggestions of the sages, they experimented with small televisions, and the rules were changed one by one. At the same time, they also discovered more mysterious abilities. Unbelievable! The body of the game can actually prevent the bloodline from being plundered? Yes, it's not the main body. How can the bloodline be plundered? To these sages, their dojo was also their level 10 civilization. Their clansmen could not easily go out because this was the bloodline of their race's sage. If they went out and the dojo was stolen by other experts, there would be a big problem. Therefore, outside the dojo of this land, there was almost no one with the bloodline of a sage walking around outside. It was also because of this that Suji had not seen a powerful and heaven-defying bloodline after being here for so long. Is something big going to happen? Suji was delighted to see this. However, have the holy sons of the sage clan finally walked out of the dojo? I can take the opportunity to take a look at their bloodline. It's just that I can't get it yet. Very soon, the times changed. More than 20 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Dojos and game cities were built one after another. All the sages knew that the world was about to descend, so they began to think of ways to obtain fortuitous encounters. The dojo was extremely quiet. The houses were as dense as beehives, and the creatures inside rarely went out because they had all entered the second world. Outside the dojo, cities were built one after another. It was an unprecedentedly prosperous era for sages. The Taoists and the gods wandered on the street, hawking, leveling up, fighting monsters, and practicing martial arts. This is so amazing. This is so amazing. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Who would have thought that? The players and the descendants of the sages walked out of the dojo and looked at the prosperous streets outside. They were caged birds who could only live in their dojo and cultivate in their transcendent rank 10 civilization. Naturally, they were overjoyed to go out and see the real world. What a terrifying bloodline. Yes, the universe is vast and full of extraordinary things. I can't believe there is such an unbelievable bloodline. A bloodline that can turn the whole world into a game. On the other side of the street. Oh my God. That's a member of the wind-molding saints family. It turns out that his bloodline can control the flow of air. How terrifying. A Taoist was shocked and looked into the distance. In the past, the experts from the outer city would never have the chance to see the experts from the dojo, but now, there are so many experts with law-defying bloodlines roaming around the city. One of the deities wore an envious look. What an eye-opener, what an eye-opener, sigh, the world is unfair to begin with. If we were born in that race, how great would that be, if we could seize their bloodline? There were those who achieved the Tao who said softly, looking towards the saint race that walked on the great earth. Shoo! Be careful. It's exactly because of this game that they don't fear that their bloodline will be stolen, so they walked out of the dojo. We can't take it away either. Haven't we been tested in secret? A Taoist quickly pulled that person back. But in any case, all the Taoists knew that an unprecedented world had arrived. Another 10 years passed. The underworld sage dynasty was established. Zhang Yuling, who called himself the underworld immortal samsara sage great emperor, successfully ascended to the throne and occupied the center. He established more than 10 Western and Eastern sages on both sides. In the hidden dojo, he could send his disciples to the court as officials and rule the world together. History called it the first year of the sage. Generations of people in the future had a very high opinion of this sage. The sage emperor Zhang Yuling had the talent to be ambitious and ambitious. He swept away the desolation and lethargy of the entire chaotic land and brought a ray of opportunity to the people, giving the whole land vitality. He established the game of reincarnation and established the level promotion system. He also provided immortality for the people, seeking happiness for the ordinary people, and seeking a position for the cultivators of the world. The sage has no monopoly, and the people can't perish. He sought happiness for the people and announced it to the world. When the ruling dynasty began, many young experts emerged. These relatively mediocre civilizations began to fight for a chance of survival. For a moment, they got rid of the decadent atmosphere, and countless experts advanced bravely to fight for a great world, with immortality and the appearance of the ginseng fruit. Even though the number of such treasures was very small and the production was not high, it could still pry open the bloodline of living beings, allowing the incomplete Taoist to have a perfect Taoist foundation and the possibility of becoming a sage. This is a wise and benevolent sage. Compassion and righteousness are the sages of heaven and earth. We were not born in the family of the sage, but we had the opportunity to fight for the opportunity with the children of the sage. Previously, the peripheral civilizations of the 10th level did not have the intention to surrender. But now, they had a strong sense of belonging to this existence who sought happiness for the common people. But no one knew that this existence behind the scenes who ruled the entire dynasty was actually a mere Taoist. Zhang Yuling put his hands behind his back and said to the void in the dark, "Do you feel that you did not lose out in this battle?" Year 98 of the Underworld Sage Dynasty. A young sage emperor issued a decree. He sat on the throne and looked down at his subjects. With a majestic aura, he said solemnly, "Since I ascended to the throne, I have been developing for nearly 100 years. I have established the caste system and the combat power ranking. There are actually many geniuses from the vassal civilizations." His voice rumbled, and his youthful face faintly became dignified. "Their bloodlines may be a little mediocre, but their combat power is exaggerated and can fight against high-level bloodlines. Maybe we can give some powerful sage bloodlines and let them marry into the sage family and become officials of the imperial court." This was a great world where geniuses and monsters emerged. The combat power ranking was based on life and death battles. There was no mercy, and the ranking of their combat power was extremely realistic. Below, a subject stepped forward and said, "It is all because of your Majesty's good governance. In the past, there were many geniuses. It was just that they were born poor and had very little resources. In order to become stronger, they could only go out to find resources. But they have a low tolerance for mistakes, and the chances of them dying while searching for an opportunity are very high. Before they grow up, their talents were discovered, and they died midway." "Exactly." A subject looked excited. "At this time, there is absolutely no possibility of the strong dying. Because they can be reborn, the tolerance for mistakes is extremely high. As long as they are geniuses, no matter how poor their background is, there is a possibility of them showing their talents. There is no possibility of them dying midway. There is absolutely no civilization system that misses out geniuses. It is incomparably fair. This combat power ranking is undoubtedly the most perfect and fair imperial examination. For our dynasty, we recruit many geniuses with the potential of sages to enter the imperial court and become officials." A subject whispered. "However, although our heavenly court is the leader, the sages of the east and the west have yet to surrender. They have been secretly recruiting those geniuses on the ranking list who are ahead in terms of level and combat power." Zhang Yuling was silent for a moment. These sages did not listen to orders. In fact, they were just allies. Once there was a benefit, they would definitely be the first to snatch it. In the past, the continuation of the sage families was most afraid of a lack of successors. Most of the time, the next generation would not be able to produce a sage. Many sage families would choose some geniuses from other races to integrate into their own bloodline and marry into their own civilization. Right now, they were like that. The current rules and system of the land allowed those geniuses that were basically buried to be discovered. They directly began to snatch people. According to the current situation, not a single geniuses would be left out. To them, the possibility of continuing the sage families became very high. "Humph." Zhang Yuling snorted coldly. In the past, the civilizations in the outer cities were vast and complicated. Thousands of trillions of people were thrown there. They did not nurture or excavate them because they felt that the efficiency of nurturing was low. Thus, they only nurtured their own race and followed the elite soldier plan, hoping that geniuses would appear. But now, I have reformed the rules of the land. The existence of these sages is a chronic illness in my heart." Zhang Yuling lamented to these trusted subjects. They continue to monopolize the era and stabilize their sage families. They are high and mighty. This is not only detrimental to the development of our civilization, but it is also detrimental to the prosperity of our universe. Your Majesty is right. The subjects were instantly moved. They felt that their emperor had a great ambition. Zhang Yuling also knew that he could not touch these sages. He could not help but issue an order to those below him. Since the land is on the right track, there are many prosperous cities, and the providence of the sage dynasty is strong. Let us begin the expedition. Pass down my decree. In all directions, all forces are free to go on expeditions and build bridgeheads. Every few 100 million light years, there will be a strategic town. Each strategic town can accommodate 10,000 deities. Build spatial teleportation portals and expand outwards to open up the territory of the chaotic land. Instantly, the subjects were in an uproar. The world was in an uproar. For a time, many rich player groups and sects began to explore and build cities. After all, there were too many benefits for the players to build cities. When other existences teleported over, they would have to pay for the teleportation portals. And if other players wanted to stay in the city, they would definitely have to spend money and all kinds of wealth. 173 years of the Sage Dynasty. Bridgeheads were built one after another. Deities charged outwards without fear of death. Driven by benefits, they achieved great success. Their territory continued to expand outwards, even moving along the coast of the chaotic land. At the same time, a large number of resources that had yet to be exploited were being transported. More and more deities began to emerge. The factions under the dozen or so sages were getting stronger and stronger. More and more deities broke through and became enlightened beings. 231 years of the Sage Dynasty. A civil war broke out. Because of the battle for resources, the main cities under the sages of the Windmolding Dojo and the Pingshui Dojo had conflicts over resources. After days and months, a war finally broke out. There were countless battles in the history of this war. They even began to attack the other side's main city to plunder resources. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. In the end, the resurrection points of both sides surged out and teleported to the frontline cities to join the war. A civil war broke out, but it was tacitly approved by the sages. There was no fear of death in this war. Instead, it was a training ground for both sides. Resurrection and restoring the quantum battle body consumed a lot of resources. But on this fertile land, they had opened up a lot. It was enough. This war lasted for a full 30 years, day and night. Even the other sages intentionally hinted to their subordinates to join in, starting a great chaotic war within the dynasty. During this period, countless deities began to break through and become Taoists, starting a new era of Taoism. 281 years of the Sage Dynasty. A piece of exciting news spread across the world. The main computer of the game has broken through to the 9th level and become a Taoist. Burning Legion's Expedition, new version update. The upper limit of the level has changed from the limit of level 89 deities to the limit of level 99 Taoists. Countless Taoists were completely excited. It's finally our turn? It's our turn. Previously, we were very aggrieved. Despite having extremely high realms, we could only control a deity-level body. Now, it's finally time for us to show our prowess. All the existences that had attained the Tao were excited. They knew that this was the beginning of a new era for civilization. A door was slowly opening. Deities were just too slow at developing new lands. Despite the expedition's speed, they had yet to discover another sage gathering grounds, and once existences at the level of Taoists began their expedition, they would probably discover the other Chaos Heaven sages in the periphery very quickly. Then, they could begin a true expedition. We have long nurtured our own computers and are already at the peak of the God realm. We can break through to become Taoists at any time. We have been waiting for this moment. Some of the Taoists were very excited. They had used large amounts of resources to nurture their computer creatures and had been stuck in their realms, waiting for this moment to arrive. Soon, in just a few short years, one rank 9 Taoist after another began to venture out and walk the lands. A new era had completely begun. 300 years of the Sage Dynasty. The Arch-Yuling continued announcing to the world. We should bring peace to the world and preach the Tao to all life. The sages of this land are connected to a neighboring galactic region. Therefore, we came here after ascending. From this day forth, any rank 9 civilizations with potential in the countries we rule can be brought here to ascend. A new reform appeared once again. The moment that was said, the world was shaken, everyone knew what it meant. Especially the sages, they were even more shaken. It was not risky for them to kill a rank 10 that had just broken through in the lower realm, but outside the Chaos Heavens, it was risky. This was because breaking through in the Barren Lands and here were two different situations. The newly advanced rank 10 here knew more, so the danger after breaking through was even greater. A sage secretly said, "This Zhang Yuling is bringing all the civilizations in the lower realm with potential up here. He is letting them play games here and cultivate their vitality before breaking through. If they break through to the rank 10 here, they will definitely be stronger than the newly advanced rank 10 in the barren universe. They will know more and be harder to kill." A sage's eyes flashed with a gloomy look. The sages who break through here will typically immediately run to the lower realm to hide. You have to run to the lower realm to pursue them, but once you head down and leave the Dao arena, there is a chance that they will kill you. Instead, it was the black-robed sage who laughed out loud. "I think that's the right thing to do. You are using the disparity in information and using your combat strength to crush the newly advanced sages. Do you think it's glorious? It's a fair contest. If you are defeated, it will be a complete disgrace. You will be overthrown and immediately perish. This isn't anyone's era. No one can monopolize everything. There needs to be new blood to let the new sages see the possibility of the old sages being overthrown. Only then will they work hard." Humph. This Zhang Yuling is a wily old fox. He wants to support a new saint and push us down. He thinks that if we don't listen to him, he can use this to win over the hearts of the level 9 experts. A saint saw through everything. Do you think that you're incapable? Old Man Elegance chuckled. The expressions of the surrounding sages changed slightly. These two saints who had perfected 5 bloodlines were naturally not afraid of being overthrown. Their battle prowess was too strong, but 1 or 2 of their bloodlines might not be able to win. If the other party's bloodline was heaven-defying, the 9-headed ancient mother from a while ago would have ended up like that, but at this moment, this announcement was something that countless low-level creatures were excited about. This was a favorable policy for them. At the same time, they were also given a mission to lead some level 9 civilizations to ascend. As a result, the various galaxies began to show signs of descending on this land. For high-dimensional lifeforms, a casual action could change the fate of low-dimensional lifeforms. Where is this place? Outside a chaotic land, the rank 9 civilizations were shocked. A newcomer from the lower realm reporting? A small television chuckled. Yes, probably. The rank 9 existences said hesitantly. The small television listed out a list. Choose your faction. That will be your respawn point. In the future, leveling up, killing monsters, completing missions, and getting in touch with your jobs will be of great importance. These people who had attained the Dao were stunned. Where the hell did we ascend to? What the hell was leveling up and killing monsters? There was a respawn point. Leveling up, was this a game? Wasn't death like an extinguished lamp? Is this the world beyond the Chaos Heavens? It can even be revived? It looks so high-end. A rank 9 who had attained the Dao muttered as he brought his transcendental world here. Could it be that the universe we lived in was a game to begin with? Some of the people who had attained the Dao were dumbfounded as they began to doubt life. Spore Evolution Forum. Screenshot. Screenshot. What a joke. Look at those rank 9 civilizations that were brought up. They look dumbfounded. Don't tell me they think that the world beyond the Chaos Heavens is like this? Countless players were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They did not dare ask. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were riding a high-speed train to this point in their development. Even though their combined strength had greatly increased, the person with the highest realm among the small television race was the mother of the small television, Zhang Tong, who had just broken through. She was only a rank 9 who had attained the Dao. Her strength had not increased by much over the past few centuries, but it had a huge impact on the situation. Mount Akina continued. Brothers, with all the resources provided, the sage's patient guidance, and the super nanny, my girlfriend has finally attained the Dao. Excited, the cute girl felt a little sour. Don't you see how many resources she has consumed? The sages of the entire land are providing her with help. Mount Akina ignored her and continued. If this continues, the small television's rank 10 sage can be said to have an escort in the future. I believe everyone knows that we are support. The reason why we are able to stand at such a high position is not because of anything else, but because we can use other people's strengths to improve ourselves. The stronger the expert we rely on, the stronger we are. Everyone continued listening. Mount Akina continued. Now that we have expanded the land, we have to see what the outside world is like. It's useless hiding in a corner. I believe that if this continues, we will be able to figure out the true situation beyond the chaos heavens. True situation? As for the true situation, what is it like? Mount Akina laughed. I think most of it is similar to the desolate land of sages. It's very cold, with sages living there and Bodemandas standing in great numbers. However, there are definitely dynasties with sages at their peak. Sages like us, who have formed a united front, are the true hegemons of this land. Everyone was taken aback. True hegemons of the land, Mount Akina continued. Everything needs to be confirmed. Anyway, there are more than 10 sages in this land. In the future, if we rope them in one by one, we will be able to get at least 30 of them. We will definitely be able to vie for hegemony. Don't be smug. We are only tools in the eyes of the sages. We have to understand our position. Everyone nodded. They knew this principle. All the players knew that it was not because they were strong, it was because the creation god's dimensional yard was strong. This world was unfair. Some existences had heaven-defying bloodlines and were born sacred. They were destined to be at the pinnacle of the universe the moment they were born. And the bloodline they evolved from was a support-type parasitic bloodline destined to be at the pinnacle. They specialized in sponging off women. Mount Akina continued. To be honest, the players who have attained the Tao are extremely fast. They have already discovered another coastal area where sages live. They are also scattered. They are already using the previous method to secretly infect the surrounding cities. Act first and report later. Mount Akina continued to explain what had happened. At the same time, I believe that the other sage factions and dynasties have at least dozens of sages. And their leaders are very likely multidimensional sages. These dynasty factions might be organizing to cross the Chaos Sea. Crossing the Chaos Sea? That's right. Anyway, look at little Fatty. He's a multidimensional saint, so he definitely has experience. The reason why I made such a judgment is because little Fatty has the intention of organizing sages and establishing a dynasty. From the looks of it, it's more convenient to have a faction to research and develop crossing other universes. The moment Mount Akina finished speaking, everyone began discussing. Does that mean that little Fatty is already working hard towards becoming a multidimensional saint? Crossing other multi-universes? He's just a mere rank 9 and he wants to go to heaven? It's not that he's biting off more than he can chew. It's because we've made him proud. Right now, they were indeed serving Fatty Zhang Yiling seriously without any selfishness. They were truly wholeheartedly. After all, playing tricks and causing trouble, they would definitely be discovered. They didn't plan to do anything. They just wanted to support Fatty Zhang with all their might. They wanted to mutually benefit and help him develop crazily. As for how far he would develop and when he would fall, the players didn't know. The development of the chaotic land here is very normal. We are preparing to develop in the dimensional courtyard on the other side. The fusion of bloodlines is about to be put on the agenda. Oh? The 9 Revolutions mysterious art, the new version of the giant octopus reaper, is about to be born? Everyone started discussing. This was the highlight of the show. Yes, this is one of the highlights. Qiao Mingyu said, on the other side, a few days have passed. Sister Meng's realm has stabilized, and the matters on Earth have been settled. She is preparing to go to that multiverse, yes, while the multidimensional sages here are still expanding outward, and their ultimate goal is to cross the multiverse. We are already crossing it. Awesome, everyone thought about it and felt quite proud. As expected of the center of the universe. It was hard to imagine the means of the ancient gods, allowing Sister Meng to cross the multiverse. Sai, do you think the multiverse created by the god of destruction can't be hidden for long? Will it be discovered by other sages in the end? Crossover too? Everyone had goosebumps when they heard this. Then isn't our sage dynasty doing what we are doing now? Will there be a chance to cross to the God of Destruction's multiverse in the future? Everyone thought about it and actually felt that it was very possible. The God of Destruction might have built that new universe with this in mind, letting other sages go over, or even this sage dynasty, sneak into the God of Destruction's universe was also possible. The more they thought about it, the more goosebumps appeared. At this time, in the Cosmos Garden, the nine-headed ancient mother was studying and listening attentively. At the same time, she gradually integrated into the atmosphere of the Cosmos Garden and even started playing computer games. I'm already level 89. I can finally break through this realm and continue training. The nine-headed ancient mother was also playing games with Medusa and the others. She felt that it was very interesting. Let's go to the sand dunes from before. I keep feeling that there are some ancient ruins that are very mysterious. Yes. Medusa was also very excited. We have died many times before. That ancient ruins cannot be discovered by others. Little Rock was very dissatisfied. She sat in front of the computer, very unwilling. We are also one of the sages under the jurisdiction of this sage dynasty. That fellow, Di-Chi, is the same. As a sage under the jurisdiction, he is very calm. As expected of the mastermind behind the scenes. Hiding for so many generations is very dirty. If it wasn't for father's need to hide his identity. This is pretty good, isn't it? Wulin's guildmaster smiled and said, this is already very similar to our quantum underworld. Everyone doesn't die, and it's very easy to roam the underworld. However, my bloodline can't be used on that quantum battle body. The nine-headed ancient mother was speechless. This is very normal. Shurji explained seriously, a portion of the bloodlines can't be used in the quantum battle body, such as the bloodline that carries space. Suji listened to their conversation and just smiled. So that's how it is. The other saints of this land, and even the saint dynasty before us, like to cross the chaos sea so much that they want to go to other multiverses. It's not impossible for them to cross to the God of Destruction's universe. Suji was deep in thought. Even he didn't expect those players to make such a big deal out of it. They were simply messing around. He wouldn't be able to protect these saints if they attacked them. However, they directly latched onto someone who could protect him. Their actions were very smooth. As for Zhang Yiling's development, what did that have to do with Suji? Suji didn't feel anything about it. He didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage. He just had to develop and he could just hide in the dark. What Suji wanted to do was to deduce the eras of the civilizations, to look down on the civilizations of the common people, to evolve the extraordinary sand table, and to the end, even this saint dynasty before him, which seemed to be flourishing, was it not an extraordinary sand table civilization that he had deduced? However, in just a short 300 to 400 years, there has been an overlap of eras that has never happened in the past tens of thousands of years. The civilization is evolving rapidly. A powerful empire stands on the chaotic land and expands in all directions. Suji also felt that it was very magical and unbelievable. This is because they have mastered the core technology. Suji stretched and felt very relaxed. It seemed that he still had to focus on his bloodline. They were already researching hybrid bloodlines. In fact, after hundreds of years, the results were already impressive. The first batch of hybrid bloodlines would probably be produced soon. Father, what do you think the final outcome of the Saint Emperor of this land's dynasty will be? After all, in Shurji's eyes, her father was the most ancient and powerful existence. He knew the ultimate secrets of the universe and understood the concept of the God of creation. He had made all kinds of arrangements and backups a long time ago. There seemed to be nothing in the world that her father couldn't do. The final outcome? Suji suddenly spoke with a faint smile on his face. Yes. How far do you think their civilization will go? Shurji asked. There will be a very bright future, and there will be a very dark dusk. Renamanska looked at the chaotic sea in the distance. His tone was unexpectedly calm. Perhaps in the future, they will die on the chaotic sea and vanish in another mysterious universe. The hearts of the nine-headed ancient mother, Medusa, and the others trembled slightly. In their eyes, these bloodlines were very heaven-defying. They would usher in an unprecedented reform of the saints, they might even usher in a great era of saints. The saints would all choose to join them and go to the other side. Furthermore, this great trend of history was no longer something that a single sage could stop. They would definitely become strong and prosperous. Who could destroy them and bring them to the dusk of the apocalypse? The cause of destruction is above the saints. The nine-headed ancient mother trembled. She couldn't help but ask, is it the multidimensional saints? But I feel that if they develop, even the multidimensional saints won't be able to withstand the suppression of hundreds of saints. She had always been thinking that even the powerful Renamanska had to hide an enemy. This universe was definitely not simple. Just by listening to the history of the chaotic sand sculpture art era, there were many secrets hidden. It seems that there's nothing much to do here. Why do you always have such strange ideas? Renamanska said calmly. But on the other side, there are many disputes. What disputes? Everyone asked. The god of destruction. As soon as Renamanska finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Renamanska said calmly, the existence of the Buddhist system is really good. He has already decided to take the lead and let the other existences snatch the opportunity. Our side also needs to send someone, we can't fall behind others. Everyone was puzzled. Renamanska's gaze swept across everyone. If Medusa didn't consider it, then it was even more impossible for the Quantum Four Grandmasters. Wuling Alliance Master, Zhou Meng, Demon Master, which one of them wasn't a troublemaker? On the contrary, after these days of interaction, the nine-headed ancient mother's personality was more obedient. Renamanska lowered his gaze and said gently, Nine-headed ancient mother, I have an unprecedented opportunity to bestow upon you. The nine-headed ancient mother quickly lowered her head and said respectfully, dare I ask? Whoosh, the tides rolled. Renamanska put his hands behind his back and looked at the distant sea of chaos. The tides rose and fell. He said calmly, if you wish to cross the origin sea, I will bring you to another universe. Bring me to another universe? As soon as he said this, the nine-headed ancient mother's eyes widened. She looked at Renamanska in shock, her face full of disbelief. He was indeed an unimaginable multidimensional saint. Another universe, crossing the primal chaos sea was just a legend to most sages. They might not even be able to swim 100 meters. Walking to the other side of the parallel universe was just a delusion. And now, he was bringing a sage over? You can actually bring me along? Nine-headed ancient mother's voice became excited, sit on this ship that crosses the primal chaos sea? Suji was stunned. But he quickly realized why she was so excited. It was already difficult to cross the primal chaos sea by himself. Bringing a sage would be twice as difficult. In her eyes, the person he could bring was probably far beyond the standard of a normal multidimensional sage. Of course I can. Suji didn't retort. After all, although he didn't need to cross the primal chaos sea, it was still another universe. There was nothing wrong with that. He said calmly, the primal chaos land and the sage empire here. They are prosperous, but they aren't important to us. It's just a small fight. The other universe is our real goal. We are racing against time. That universe is still unknown to us. After a period of time, I'm afraid that many forces like the Sage Empire in front of us, the multidimensional sages that can cross the primal chaos sea and the 9 great continents of the universe will sense them and cross over to that universe. We have to seize the opportunity. Another universe? Nine-headed ancient mother was confused. The parallel universe should be very mature. What opportunity would there be to seize? The multidimensional sages of the 9 continents would all be excited and rush over. This would definitely be the most prosperous era of the current universe. Modus, Quantum Grandmaster 4, and the others were excited. They naturally knew that this was the universe of the god of destruction. They were also confused. Why would he bring Nine-headed ancient mother and not bring them, his true confidants? Suji glanced at them. You guys cause trouble all day and aren't honest. Why would I bring you guys? Your realms are still low and need to be trained, especially the evil god. Suji looked at Modus, you don't need to spend too much effort on other things. You still need to raise your realms. Otherwise, no matter how strong your combat power is, Modus nodded, don't worry. I'm about to succeed with the other species. When I obtain the crucial bloodline, I will improve by leaps and bounds. This was no exception. The players were almost done with the first batch of hybrid bloodlines, so it was only natural for Medusa to keep up. If that's the case, then you should study it well. I hope that after accumulating for so long, you'll eventually transform into a dragon and surpass Dicky, Carolyn, and the others from the neighboring civilization. Rhianamenka told them seriously and left with the nine-headed ancient mother. Soon, they entered a spatial tunnel. Relax your mind and don't resist, Rhianamenka said. The nine-headed ancient mother nodded. Crash. He was surrounded by a colorful spatial tunnel that led to an unknown place. He couldn't see the outside world. Was he already above the chaos sea? The nine-headed ancient mother did not know and could only wait quietly. She was well aware of the dangers of crossing the chaotic sea and did not dare to disturb him. After an unknown amount of time, the space started to tremble slightly. Gradually, a patch of bright light appeared in front of him. An unknown cosmos membrane appeared in front of him. He crossed over just like that? The nine-headed ancient mother was stunned. Rhianamenka didn't speak. He stood outside the cosmic wall and waited quietly. After a while, the space started to tremble again. An unimaginable ancient existence descended and brought the green vine goddess with him. This person has a Buddha-like aura on him. Could he be Dizun's teacher? Melville didn't dare to speak anymore. If it was said that Rhianamenka's strength was not too real, then he was really a little scared now. That Dizun had been able to defeat him easily. How strong was his master? I didn't expect that he had been waiting here for a long time. The ancient god snorted softly with the green vine goddess beside him. Rhianamenka laughed. How would I not know about your plans? The god of destruction created a new universe and wanted to end the lifespan of the entire universe. When that happened, the universe would be destroyed. Now that we snuck into this new universe in advance, we have a way out even if it's destroyed. God of destruction, what was that? The lifespan of the universe was going to be destroyed. Melville seemed to have heard a horrifying truth that made him dumbfounded. The universe would be destroyed, and it was right before their eyes? You guys are in the camp of the god of creation, but you have to leave a backup plan in the camp of the god of destruction. You guys are like grass on the wall. A voice came from afar again. Under Melville's dumbfounded gaze, another mysterious existence from the elemental civilization descended. Behind him was a phoenix covered in flames. This is the elemental civilization? He really faked his death to escape. Even though she was prepared, she was still moved when she saw the one from the elemental civilization killed by her own hands. There was even a level 10. Grass on the wall? The ancient god glanced at Moon Goddess Ji and laughed. What do you mean by that? The god of creation is the great will of chaos. He doesn't have a consciousness and acts according to the rules of heaven and earth. He doesn't have a consciousness to begin with. How could he betray him? Moreover, the god of destruction has a consciousness. It was the god of destruction before, and now it was the god of creation. Melville was already speechless. There's no point in talking. Let's just rely on our own abilities. With that, Moon Goddess Ji smiled coldly and led the phoenix behind her. Let's go. They left, and so did the ancient gods group. Looking at the empty space, Melville was still in a daze. Why did they leave so quickly? Why didn't they chat a little longer when the three of them met? She naturally didn't know what Suji was thinking. Suji felt that it was enough to give the three of them a simple cutscene of the dungeon. Why did they have to do so much? It's tiring to sing a 3-act song for you guys. Rhianamenka turned around and patted her stiff shoulder. It's time to tell you the truth. The truth. The nine-headed ancient mother finally understood the crux of the matter. History had developed to this point in time. However, Suji sent Melville a lot of screenshots and recordings of the entire process summarized by the players on Earth in the historical chronicles of Buddhism and Taoism. After receiving a lot of information, Melville had a headache trying to organize his thoughts. His head felt like it was about to split open. Buddhism and Taoism civilization? In a certain relic, because I saw the image of the god of creation, I learned about the god of creation's dimensional courtyard and obtained the escaped one. Then, Rhianamenka and Moon Goddess Ji? They also took the opportunity to learn about the concept? When she finished watching the battle in the Universal Garden, she was completely dumbfounded by Medusa's terrifying Taoism and the descent of the god of destruction from a distant time and space. Previously, the smiling evil god seemed to have a very low level. She didn't expect her to be so terrifying. She opened the Pandora's box with her own strength and led the entire universe to destruction. Her heart trembled a little. Who were these people? Previously, they looked honest and well-behaved. She didn't expect them to be so perverted and fighting. Now, do you understand? Renemenka said. Yes. Melville nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. Suji was speechless. This was the result of being scared to the point of degeneration. The 9 heads of the girls nodded frantically. She was actually a little cute and ugly, full of novelty. You should know that it's different from a parallel universe. It's a whole new universe. As a foreign sage, once you enter, you will be hunted by the local sages. Therefore, you have to hide, Suji said. At the same time, just focus on training. Don't change the development of the universe. Yes. Melville said. Then, go in. Renemenka put his hands behind his back and looked at the membrane of the universe. The real great era is about to open. This is an unimaginably vast era of the universe. The 9 continents of the multivariate universe outside won't be spared. You have a chance, but you only have one chance. Then, should I seal the memory imprint? She asked. After all, most multidimensional sages would seal their memories to prevent being discovered when they sneaked into other universes. This was because there were too many ways to see through divine wills and memories. After all, the sage mortal body here was too weak and couldn't stop them, and if the memories of the sages were observed, it would be terrible. There were many secrets hidden within. No need. Suji shook his head and said, you will be the first batch of existences to sneak into this universe. The natives in the universe don't have this concept yet, so they won't chase after you or discover you. That's true. Melville looked at the distant universe. It was actually a complete ball of hazy fog. It hadn't split into the fragments of the parallel universe and didn't even have a sea of chaos. However, there were already many dojos on it. This is a prehistoric universe that has just been born. The god of destruction used this new universe to replace the tumor of the entire universe outside. The 9-headed ancient mother was almost intoxicated by this beautiful ancient scenery and couldn't stop praising it. I wonder how it will develop. How did the parallel universe come to be? I'll be the one to witness it. How did the sages operate when they sneaked into another parallel universe? Naturally, they wouldn't descend with their true bodies. If their true bodies went over, they would lose their powers and turn into mortals. At the same time, they would be rejected by the entire universe and become a foreign object. Usually, the true bodies of the sages who sneaked in would stay outside the wall of the cosmos and secretly send the purest soul voice incarnation into the membrane of the cosmos. This illusory energy figure would roam the cosmos and search for a species to possess. Then, the true bodies outside would secretly return from the sea of chaos after sending in an avatar. They wouldn't enter the cosmos at all. This was how the 9-headed ancient mother operated. Her true body had been brought away by Renemenka. Her soul had traversed the cosmos and roamed for a period of time, passing by many planets. Suddenly, she saw a rather good bloodline and couldn't help but say excitedly, is this the ancient era? The various primordial races are very strange. Is that a spatial bloodline? I found my old profession. Whoosh. She quickly surged in. Originally, she had already fused her soul and body into one and could only have one soul in a universe. But now, she felt an extremely mysterious feeling. A complete soul of her own had been born. It was very complete and could cultivate to any realm. Is this a multidimensional saint? A universe can only produce one complete soul of its own. The 9-headed ancient mother exclaimed when she felt this atmosphere. Now that she was a little girl, she hurriedly stood up and looked outside the straw hut. It was a verdant grassland. On the other side, the phoenix and the cute girl had also entered. They had also searched for their own bloodlines. Due to the compatibility between their bloodlines, they had actually found fire and green tree bloodlines at the same time. They've only sent their avatars in. Their true bodies have been sent to other places to hibernate because I need them to focus on the matters of this side of the cosmos. Suji said indifferently, the nine-headed ancient mother is very obedient. She's the type that knows her place and shouldn't cause trouble. The phoenix has always been pure and has few desires. As for the cute girl, her cowardice won't allow her to affect the course of history. In fact, Suji knew that if these living beings entered, there would definitely be variables. No matter how big or small, there would definitely be a butterfly effect. However, Suji only asked them to reduce the impact as much as possible, but did not completely stop them from entering. Why? Because he had already realized that the small details could be changed, but the big picture would not, from Suji's deduction of the sculpture art era, and after seeing the sculptures outside, he instantly understood, this was fate. Fate. Perhaps the other universes will be different, but in the bloodline universe, we, who use the bloodline cultivation system, will definitely have a few stages of inevitable historical processes. Even if we don't use light to split the heavens and earth, there will also be ether, with purity and brightness, standing out and using the laws of matter to split the first blade of the bloodline, splitting the heavens and earth, because this is the only way to make the universe have laws. Suji saw the great Tao diagram outside, and the real universe also proved that there was a similar ancient existence that split the first blade. After that, even if we don't use light to cut off lifespan and prove that the universe is incomplete, there will be others who will do so, because this is the only way to extend the universe's lifespan. At this moment, Suji felt a strong sense of destiny, as if he was fated to meet his destiny. The sculpture art era, the era of proving the Tao, the era of life with incomplete lifespan, these two eras seemed to be inevitable processes of development. No matter how many times it happened, it would almost always be the same. Needless to say, the sculpture art era is inevitable. At that time, there was only mud and metal, and only sculptures could be used. This is inevitable, and the lack of lifespan is also inevitable, because it is the critical point that separates connate and postnatal living beings. The universe was like a jigsaw puzzle with pieces missing. There would definitely be people who would complete it. No matter who did it, they would paste the corresponding puzzle pieces in a similar way. This was the inevitable course of history. Then, the next era might be the era of the parallel universe. It should also be a historical process that will inevitably complete the universe. Sooner or later, there will be ancient postnatal sages who will see this and use it to prove their Tao. But this Tao is definitely not simple. Splitting the universe is even more difficult than splitting the first blade. Suji vaguely felt something. But why would a parallel universe do this? Why would it shatter the universe into so many pieces and become incomplete? The specific reason was unknown. I have to look for the answer from this universe. Suji stepped into this universe and frowned. After walking around the chaotic land, I have seen the true situation outside. 10th level multidimensional sages are the peak of the universe, weak 11 levels. Right now, he had completely understood all the realms of the universe. It was true that he couldn't defeat these multidimensional saints. After all, they were 11 levels weaker than him. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He naturally wanted to continue deducing this universe. The world doesn't have a true 11th stage. The 11th stage is probably primordial chaos. The Tao One becomes the universe itself? Suji took a deep breath. I have a vague premonition that when I restore all of history and see the main text of the development of the universe, I will know the unimaginable truth. At that time, the 9 parallel universes will really be shaken, and countless multidimensional saints will really rush over. He vaguely felt that when he read the poneglyph of history, there would truly be no more secrets left in the universe, and all the secrets of the Zerg Queen would also be revealed. These 3 have been sent in. They will face the future parallel universe era. In that catastrophe, they will not be able to change the course of the era, but they can only struggle within it. As for me, I will also begin to enter this universe and undergo the tribulation, as a god of destruction, no, as a god of creation? Suji chuckled and entered this universe. In the outside universe, I am the god of destruction, representing death and destruction. But in this universe, I am the true god of creation, representing life, because I am the one who created this universe. Life and death are relative. The god of destruction and the god of creation are one and the same. Perhaps the real universe doesn't have a god of creation, but there is one here, the outer Tao universe. The ancient sages lived outside the chaos. The oldest batch of sages had completely hidden themselves from the world after the Great War of the 3,000 chaotic god-fiends. They lived in seclusion without a trace, prolonging their lifespan by sleeping. And after tens of thousands of years, new postnatal sages began to appear and rule the world. Gradually, although the living beings of this era were still cursing on, insulting him for being a terminally ill tyrant, suffering the pain of death himself, and also letting living beings taste his pain, causing all living beings to grow old, die of illness, and wail in pain, but it was undeniable that this era of spittle was a prosperous era. They only fought for the present and lived in the present. They tried their best to make use of every minute of their short lifespan to live a more exciting life. Too many things happened in 1,000 years of postnatal sages' lifespan. Compared to the connate god-fiends, who could eat and sleep for hundreds of years, it was too exciting, outside the chaos. In one of the oldest Taoist palaces. Back then, one of Yimeng's 9 youngest disciples, the second female who proved the rules of postnatal lifeforms, this saint who was known as the mother of postnatal lifeforms, sat in the Tao Palace, observing an ancient male statue for who knows how many years. She was already an old woman in her twilight years, her whole body decayed, and she had a desolate and ancient aura. Master once told me that he saw God in his dreams. She caressed the statue of a man in human form. Who is he? I am the universe, the most suitable structure of life for proving the Tao. After proving the Tao, the living beings born from heaven and earth. Only then did I know that most of these living beings were in human form, and before that, this form had actually appeared? Back then, the other sages were just surprised. Yimeng was very shocked that postnatal sages were in human form. She was also one of the most shocked sages, because unlike the other sages, this was the rule that she had personally created. Master, I was full of doubts back then. I chased after this question for tens of thousands of years, and searched for my entire life, but there was no result until I was old. But at the last moment, that laughter, I understood that the knot in Master's heart was unraveled. Female B's voice was old, and her mind was shaken. At the last moment, he saw that figure again. He saw him when Master was born, and he saw him when he died. She closed her eyes, and this became the biggest thorn in her heart. Until today, tens of thousands of years later, it was still getting deeper and deeper, deeply rooted in her heart, and deeply shocked her. Suddenly, the universe trembled slightly. A foreign entity invaded, and there seemed to be 3 abrupt changes, but the aura disappeared in an instant. I've never had this feeling before. Could it be that he has appeared again? The aged saint suddenly opened his eyes. I have a feeling that the sages of this universe won't notice us when we pass through the universe's membrane, right? The cute girl hid and took over a body on a planet, and became a vine girl. She looked like an elf, and lived in a tree hole. It shouldn't be, the super ancient god is very strong. He said that he covered up our aura, and the other party wouldn't be able to find us from the start, unless we seek death and expose ourselves. She blinked her eyes, and was still a 7 or 8-year-old brat. She muttered to herself, the super ancient god told me not to come here and affect the situation of heaven and earth. But how can I affect it? I don't like to fight. If they want to fight, let them fight. I will hide and develop. The other sages who sneaked into the parallel universe also hide and develop, and not be discovered by the local sages. I will also hide and develop, there's nothing wrong with that. However, although it doesn't affect the situation, and I won't fight for the world, it doesn't say that I can't do other things, the cute girl muttered to herself. This is the new universe opened by the god of destruction. It is said that when the god of destruction comes here, he will lose the chaos authority of the universe, and will no longer be assimilated by the will of the countless living beings in the universe. It is very likely that he will develop his own consciousness, 7 emotions, and 6 desires, and have feelings like a living creature. This means that I can. Her eyes were bright, and she secretly made a plan. Sister, what are you thinking about? Accompany me to build a house. A 4 or 5-year-old vine girl with a runny nose pulled on her sleeve, and her hand was covered in mud. Little girl, continue playing with the mud, I'm thinking about your future brother-in-law. This 7 or 8-year-old girl with a ponytail scolded her sister, and she snorted, and thought, the couple on Mount Akina has always been mocking me, and although the alchemy emperor doesn't say anything, they are always showing off their love in front of me. Now it's my turn to make a move. I see. Why did you pick me? This is a mission given to me by the super ancient god. He wants me to fulfill my wish and kill the god of destruction. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her spring had arrived. With a ponytail, she jumped up and down and waved her little fists. The god of creation and the god of destruction are originally the same existence. When the god of creation becomes old, he becomes the god of destruction. And the old man is obviously more tasteful and more mature. The nine-headed ancient mother is still developing peacefully. She is still very normal, honest, and diligent. The phoenix has always been very calm. She has already started to live in seclusion in the mountains, befriending plants, insects, and fishes. She is still full of celestial energy. As for the cute girl? Suji's eyelids twitched as he looked at this person. She was also living a happy childhood. She was playing games with her little sister with a ponytail. She was sitting on the ground and seemed to be throwing dice and playing a board game like Monopoly. Swoosh. 3 dice were thrown down. 1, 5, 2, walk 8 steps. Let me see. Your husband cheated on you and had a wild woman outside. You are still spending money on her. Your assets are minus 3,000. You have 2 choices. First. The cute girl looked at the map. Before she could finish, I want to divorce my husband. It's not important to go to court and spend money. The child must be given to me. Her sister sat on the ground and said in a childish voice. Suji was speechless. What kind of Monopoly are you guys playing? Suji was stunned and did not react. He looked around and saw that they were doing well. He did not pay attention to them anymore. Now, Suji's thoughts were simpler. He walked around the various civilized planets and observed the progress of time over the past tens of thousands of years. This universe sand table was his core war. It could even be said to be his sage dojo. In the future, it would be his main combat strength. Suji's great universe technique now included this universe. It was obvious how important it was to Suji. Now, the development was not slow. Although the rules of the universe were still very simple, some extraordinary systems that were suitable for this era were already quite mature. It is not inferior to the mature universe of the future. Suji gave his evaluation. This was to be expected. Did they really think that the ancients were idiots? Their wisdom could not be ignored. After all, tens of thousands of years was enough for many things to be developed. Living beings are still mainly carbon-based life forms. Among carbon-based life forms, 2-legged humanoids make up 40%, beasts make up 20%, and the rest are all strange-looking plants and all kinds of mutated life forms. Suji calculated the ratio. It was roughly the same as the great universe. After observing once and confirming the direction of development, as well as the distribution and number of sages, Suji stopped observing. Although he had already seen that the oldest generation of sages back then were already struggling at death's door, and the new sages had begun to fight against each other, resulting in many sacred wars. After all, everyone wants to obtain 5 bloodlines of the great path and become a perfect saint. Suji shook his head. He could already see the undercurrents of the era of the saints. Even that batch of the oldest surviving sages were not willing to die in the end. At the final moment, something would definitely happen. He had to see what would erupt. Suji took a stroll around the planet. It was built in the style of ancient architecture. It was quaint and was quite livable. He stopped in his tracks and rented a courtyard outside the street. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I started studying biological evolution. Suji sat in the house. There's no need for biological evolution anymore. After all, this is an outer Tao universe. Evolved living beings are useless outside. However, I can evolve other things. A hint of a smile appeared on Suji's face. After all, I'm a god of creation now. How about I evolve a universe? Not evolving living beings, evolving a universe directly. Suji felt that this was fine. After all, evolving other universes will definitely be rejected by the great universe because the rules are different. However, here, I'm not afraid of being rejected. This is because this universe is evolved by me. If I want it not to reject me, it will not reject me. This was like a nesting doll. As long as this universe in front of him kept resisting the great universe, it would be enough. Evolving another alternate universe would indeed strengthen the rejection of the great universe. However, being trapped in it and resisting together, the pressure would undoubtedly be much lower. The resources needed would be reduced. It would not be like before, where evolving a universe was almost unbearable. However, this outer Dao universe that was evolving a second time could not be too big. For example, some stable superlarge subspace worlds could accommodate interspatial rings or even cave abodes of large sections. However, if the subspace was too big, it would definitely collapse and not be able to withstand it. Anyway, I'm evolving a new universe. There won't be many people living in it. I'm not treating it as a world to begin with. I'm just experimenting. Suji shook his head. The size of a marble is mainly for looking at the Great Tao Atlas and the rules when the universe was born. Moreover, it can also increase my understanding of the rules of the universe. After all, Meng's previous words were very strange. He said that the 11th level was related to the Great Tao Atlas. Suji also wanted to evolve it and see more Great Tao Atlas. After all, looking at the continuous creation of the universe, he would definitely be able to find some mysteries. Whoosh. Suji gently stretched out his hand and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. Countless rules flowed in reverse and slowly spiraled in his palm. They compressed and formed a primordial chaos dot. With a bang, it exploded instantly. The entire universe was extremely detailed and tiny. It was simply a universe in the palm of his hand. It was like a universe spiraling in Suji's hand. He raised his brows slightly. It exudes an evil, strange, broken, and decaying aura? He continued evolving and advancing the era. But after a while, the entire universe dispersed and turned into a stillbirth. Eh? What's going on? Suji was slightly surprised. Why hasn't life been born yet? Primordial connate god fiends? They just directly precipitated and turned into a lifeless state? Even matter isn't flowing? Suji could only watch helplessly as the law was frozen on the spot before it could evolve. It was like a sapling that just stretched out its branches and stopped growing. It became motionless and turned into a dead sapling. It can't be that the rules of this universe aren't suitable for the birth of life, right? So it's crippled? Suji immediately checked. The more he checked, the more he felt that this guess was very likely. After all, the universes he evolved before, including Medusa's evil universe, only existed for an instant. They didn't even try to grow. Now that he thought about it, those universes couldn't be stillbirths, right? They didn't have the chance to grow at all. Previously, I found a universe that was close to the main universe. Only then could life be born here. This was a shortcut. Because there are already precedents of other universes, proving that the rules of this universe map are feasible and life can appear. Suji sat on the chair and habitually took notes. It seems that this is the reason why I could succeed in one go here. Or should I say, most newborn universes are stillbirths? Their rules aren't suitable for the birth of life? And if life isn't born, it's like a dead sapling without any vitality. The universe is dead and is like a pool of stagnant water. Because the activities of life are the key to the continuous growth of this sapling, only if life constantly helps this sapling grow, water it, prove its Tao, and perfect its branches can it gradually grow into a towering tree. Suji felt that this was a possibility. It seemed that whether a newborn universe was suitable for the birth of life was the key to whether it could have vitality and grow. Indeed, according to this, life is indeed the darling of the universe. Suji felt that these two were mutually dependent and complementing each other. The more Suji evolved, the more excited he became. He continued evolving, reversing the rules, and colorful marbles appeared. He directly activated them, but most of them were dead. More than 10 in a row, but none survived. Dead, another dead. Yes, there must be a problem somewhere. It's impossible for so many to die. Then, our prehistoric universe is dead? From the Big Bang to the Big Collapse, not even life appeared? Billions of their universes collapsed and exploded, and it was our universe's turn to have a Big Bang. The probability of birth is so low, and the rules are suitable, yet life was really born? We're lucky? Just as lucky as Earth, coincidentally giving birth to life in this epoch? Suji kept evolving, feeling that there must be a problem somewhere. His Genesis spell might be flawed and incomplete. Towards the end, Suji was completely fed up. He directly evolved marbles, reversed the rules, and threw them into a glass bottle. The colorful glass was extremely beautiful. Fill up the room. When the time comes, we'll open them together. Suji looked at the room. It was like a candy house, and the marbles were very beautiful, filled with glass bottles. Pung. A miniature universe in his palm shattered again. Still can't give birth to life. What the hell is going on? He had entered the cosmic battle body state, and his strength was several times higher than Medusa's. His knowledge of the universe was almost omniscient and omnipotent, allowing him to reverse the laws of the universe perfectly. Now he had accumulated a lot of beads, filled up the glass bottles, and spent several years of hard work. Now that he had opened more than half of them at once, not a single universe had survived. Suji watched helplessly as they turned into colorful space bubbles, shattered, and disappeared. He was already feeling a little annoyed. It was like playing a card game. He worked hard to hoard, and in the end, he drew tens of thousands of cards. Not to mention powerful ones, he didn't even have the most basic S card. His face was so dark that it could no longer be explained by common sense. A universe that can give birth to living beings, the probability is less than 1 in 10,000? Suji felt that the probability could not be this low. He murmured, there must be a problem with the Genesis Tao art, or something else. The work of the god of creation had encountered a bottleneck from the beginning. It shouldn't be a problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation. My 6 paths of reincarnation is also an alternative Cthulhu. Although it can't compare to Medusa's new version of the Cthulhu, it still has the functions of the old version. It doesn't need to fight, but as a tool, it's definitely enough to evolve laws. The principle of this Genesis Tao art was, using the countless laws they cultivated, reverse the laws of the current universe, return to the primordial, and then re-explode to create a new universe. This was how the current universe was created. Why can't it work now but work before? Suji thought for a long time, sat in front of the test bench, fiddling with the bottles and cans, and scratched his head. Could it be that there's a problem with the reverse laws? After all, my reverse laws are only about 7 levels of the universe's laws, and they are the most common basic laws. It's because the laws are incomplete that it's not the true Tao singularity, causing the universe to die? Since it's an incomplete singularity, how can this living universe appear in front of me? He vaguely felt that he had grasped something. Could it be that it's because it's similar to the universe, that it's alive? Suji tried to evolve the orbs again. This time, he didn't let them explode naturally. Instead, it was just like when he first created the universe. He used his divine will to consciously guide the splitting diagram of this universe, splitting it towards the current bloodline law universe. After tens of attempts, Suji finally created another universe. It was similar to the current bloodline universe's laws and was filled with vitality. As expected, it has appeared again. Although the probability is low, it's not too low. Suji was overjoyed. He gently put this disc-shaped galaxy, which had been destroyed by the Big Bang, into a transparent glass bottle and began to admire it. Even he had to admit that this was the most beautiful scenery in the universe, and everything that countless Taoists pursued. Finally, a universe that can produce living beings has appeared. He raised the glass bottle high and looked at the Big Bang disk nebula inside. It was colorful and beautiful. It's just as I guessed. Because this Tao is incomplete. It's impossible to use it to create a completely different universe with the Big Bang. Only by evolving a bloodline universe similar to the one before us can it appear and survive. Suji suddenly felt enlightened. Only the true Tao and universe singularity were the non-elemental primordial chaos that could create countless possibilities with the Big Bang. However, this incomplete singularity in front of him had an elemental attribute. It was the incomplete singularity of the bloodline universe. The Big Bang could only create a bloodline universe. This was because it wasn't a true great Tao singularity. Does this mean that if I want the Genesis, these pearls in front of me to survive, only a bloodline universe can appear? The framework of the Genesis era is limited. Suji completely grasped the crux of the problem. His own Genesis had always been disabled. If I want to create a true other universe, I have to reverse all the laws of the true universe and achieve the true big collapse of the true universe. Only then can a true great Tao singularity appear, but this is easier said than done. If I really want to perfectly reverse the flow and form the primal chaos, I have to know the complete great Tao diagram of the universe. Suji looked at the flourishing great Tao tree. The current laws of the universe are still incomplete. The universe hasn't been perfected into a perfect porcelain. Even if I reverse all the laws, a true great Tao singularity will not appear. This was because even in the great cosmos outside, the laws were still incomplete. They still needed many sages to make up for it. Only when the universe is truly perfected and the door to the great Tao is closed, and this tree is perfect, can all the laws be reversed and a true great Tao singularity appear? But this is easier said than done. As Suji smiled, he shook his head and said, only by living from the beginning of the universe to the end of the universe and personally witnessing its growth, the division of its branches, the saints of each era, and the sequence of the Tao affirmation would they know the sequence password of this tree's growth. Only then would they be able to reverse its growth and return to all the laws to reach chaos. The more Suji spoke, the brighter his eyes became. It was as if he had completely grasped something. He recalled Yimeng's last words. Only when the universe was perfected. Only by living as long as the heavens, from the birth of the universe until it aged. Level 11. Suji suddenly wanted to laugh heartily. It was a hearty and refreshing feeling. I see. I see. He placed the glass bottles on the shelf beside him and smiled. Yimeng is truly a terrifying person. I had to deduce the birth of the universe countless times before I could grasp this point and see the path to an era that does not exist in this universe, but he, with just his mind, saw this step. Level 11. It should be him reversing all the laws, including all the laws of the past sages, to become the cosmic singularity, and himself as the Tao. Before level 10, all the cultivation was a false Tao. What they were cultivating now was the explosion of the great Tao singularity, and the laws that kept splitting, and the true truth was the Taoyi that split everything. Level 11, he really is the god of creation. Suji took a deep breath and said, to become the Taoyi, to completely jump out of the shackles of the universe. He even controls the universe itself. For such an existence, the universe is already his backyard. He has perfectly grasped the power of the cosmic singularity, chaos. He can easily split and create countless universes, but he can also easily collapse and destroy countless universes. The ultimate creature of this dimension, there shouldn't be any existence that has reached it yet. This was the final level 11, the era of the universe that had yet to open. Just like what Yimeng said, this realm itself was a paradox. No sages could survive the degenerate age, and no existence could live long enough to live from the beginning of the universe to the end of the universe, and record the password of the entire Tao Atlas. This is very difficult, but it is only a theoretical realm. Suji saw the vastness of the universe's civilization. Perhaps there were countless geniuses that saw this path, but were powerless and could only die in depression. Nature is truly powerless and in awe. Even the strongest genius would feel that they were born at the wrong time when facing it, and would die with regret, just like Yimeng. But no one can be born at the right time, that is almost a paradox. Suji said indifferently, I was also born at the wrong time. Only by knowing the sequence password of the universe Tao Atlas can I obtain the key and open the final door, but I don't know the Tao Atlas of this universe. He closed his eyes. I have so many Atlas of the pseudo-Tao universe, and can even control more at any time, but I don't know the sequence of the Tao Atlas of the real universe. When he saw the truth, Suji was also unwilling. He was not born with the same age as the heavens, so he couldn't know the true sequence of evolution of the Tao Atlas, and what he saw from the Tao Atlas was very vague, just like how he didn't even know where the 3 blue sky paragons were in the Atlas, and could only be in the branch of time. To know all the locations in detail, there was only one existence that lived as long as the heavens, and he had to secretly observe from a very early age. Every sage would observe the changes of the universe when they proved their Tao, and this was recorded until the degenerate age. I was born in the future, so I don't have the conditions. Then, can I deduce the previous universe Tao Atlas? Suji suddenly fell silent for a moment. I can't do it either, because the map of every universe is unique. Even if I evolve a universe that is extremely similar, or even identical, it's impossible for the sequence of the sages of every era to prove their Tao to be the same. It's like there are no two completely identical leaves. This was like a sequence password of trillions of numbers, only knowing it could lead to the final door. The Tao Atlas is the key to breaking through to the 11th level. Suji directly used the Great Universe Battle Body to deduce. Boom, large amounts of information surged. He saw the way to break through to the 11th level in the distant future. In the perfect and flawless universe, only the Tao Atlas of the universe could be grasped, and oneself would be one of the branches, and according to the sequence, collect all the rules one by one, fuse them according to the sequence, and continuously reverse the flow, becoming a branch, becoming a trunk, and finally reaching the origin. This was probably the method to break through to the 11th level. After all, he had already deduced the foundation, and this method was easy to see. According to this theory, the Taoyi of my pseudo-Tao universe was originally incomplete, so no matter how the sages of this universe tried to make up for it, they couldn't be perfect. So, this universe can't even have a 11th level. Suji shook his head, feeling unwilling. Suji felt a headache coming on. He didn't have the Tao Atlas password of the universe. Not to mention living to the distant future, he had lost the possibility of breaking through from the beginning. He thought about it carefully. Was it possible for him to go around that threshold? After all, there was a way. Suji looked at the universe in front of him, and said softly, "Can I think of a way to make up for the singularity of this pseudo-Tao universe? If I can make this universe complete, when the door to the 10th level closes, will there be a possibility of reaching the 11th level?" The development atlas of this universe was naturally in his hands. But how can I make up for the foundation? From the beginning, it was already congenitally deficient. Suji felt that this was a thorny problem. To have a perfect foundation, it needed to be a complete Tao singularity explosion. If he could do that, he would already be a final existence of the 11th level. Why would he need to neglect the essentials? Difficult. But Suji felt that this was the most likely method. He had to find a way to make up for this universe and use it to prove his Tao in his own home, becoming a true 11th level creation god. After all, there was a saying among the players, if you think you can't do it, it's only because you don't have enough hair. If I continue to evolve the universe, shatter and reform the beads, it's not impossible to find more knowledge about the Tao singularity, Suji thought. Looks like from now on, the god of destruction's job is to create and destroy universes here. This was the first method. As for the second method, it was very simple. Meng said that if he was an ancient existence, if he knew the truth and had the means to do so, he would have started building a longevity ship a long time ago and survived until the distant future to reach the era of primordial chaos. If such a group of people really exists, then they must have the password to the universe atlas. As long as I kill them, wouldn't it be? Suji suddenly had goosebumps. Could it be that the previous Zerg Queen wanted to kill the other party and snatch the password to the Tao, but was killed instead? His expression suddenly became solemn. This path obviously won't work. The previous Zerg Queen was obviously a simple-minded person, and from the clues, she was extremely unrestrained and could really provoke the other party. If the other party could live from the old era to this day, they would definitely have monopolized an era like Diqi back then, and it would be very difficult to overthrow them. If there really is such a group of people, why should I fight them head-on? I'm courting death. I don't know how many ancient existences are still alive in the dark, and they will live into the distant future, preparing to fight for the 11th rank, replace the universe, and become the god of creation. I will kill them in the dark, and bypass the Tao password. Make it real. The third method was the Great Universe Cultivation method. It had to be said that this Great Universe Cultivation method was the best way to bypass the Tao password and achieve the 11th rank. As long as he continued like this, after a few billion years, when he continued to absorb matter and replace the current parallel universe, the universe would become his own. At that time, he would not need to know the Tao password. He only needed to wait for the universe to die naturally, and he would undergo a great collapse, returning to the singularity, and he would become Taoyi. But this method is very risky, because the breakthrough speed is the slowest, at the end of the universe. Suji said softly, and if there really are ancient existences hiding in the future, they only need to wait until the end of the era to reach the 11th rank. Once they break through, I will die, and I won't be able to wait for the universe to return. Whoosh. Suji sat on the chair and rubbed his temples, chuckling. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. I already know the method to break through to the 11th rank, and I can understand Meng's words, as long as I have a goal. Who cares what existences are hiding outside? I'll just stay at home and continue to evolve the universe, create, and destroy the universe. Sooner or later, I will find a way to bypass the Universe Atlas password. There were definitely not many who could kill the previous Zerg Queen Mother, the strongest next-door neighbor. In Suji's opinion, only some ancient existences from the old era could kill someone. Some of the ancient saints might not have mastered the complete Great Path Atlas password. They might have been unwilling to give up along the way and wanted to sneak into the distant future to search for a chance. In the end, they might even rob the ancient taboo existences who knew the Great Path Atlas password. They might be some terrifying saints from billions of years ago. They had sneaked in from one era to the present, and they might even sneak in further. The waters are really deep. Facts have proven that going against them will only lead to death. I'm a peace-loving person after all. I have to find a way to bypass the Great Path Atlas password and steal directly. In fact, Suji felt that he had a good chance. Why? Because he could create a new universe. He had coincidentally created the evil god, a super creature that could cultivate tens of thousands of gene positions at the same time. There was also the heavenly Tao piano, which could maintain the operation of a new universe. There was also the alchemy factory, which could reproduce the only creature that could not be reproduced, the heavenly Tao piano, to maintain the operation of this universe. These three were indispensable in order to simulate the Big Bang and create an outer path universe. Moreover, it required a lot of luck to maintain the operation. Suji did not believe that the previous Zerg Queen Mother could also create a universe by reproducing a bunch of heaven-defying creatures. I'm afraid I'm the first person in history to do so. Suji said softly, there are indeed millions of possibilities for evolving the bloodline of a species. And the few species that I've evolved can accomplish this incredible feat. This was probably because the direction of development was different. The Zerg Queen Mother had the bloodline of reproducing, fighting, and slaughtering. But what about Suji? Suji did not evolve them himself and let others evolve them. Moreover, they were a group of creatures that loved to farm. Naturally, they all had the bloodline of farming, which was why there was such a possibility. There's no hurry. I'll continue with my genesis. The others don't have this chance. I have countless Great Path Atlas in my hands, a large number of creation experiment cases, and understanding the Great Path singularity. How can I not find a solution to bypass it? Suji continued to reverse the flow of the laws, creating beads one after another and continuing his experiments. This time, he intentionally used his divine will to control the Big Bang of the universe. He tried to spread it towards the Bloodline Universe's system and develop it in that direction. It seemed like the Bloodline Universe was just one type, but it was actually quite complicated. Even if it was an extremely small branch, it was similar to the extraordinary cultivation system of the Great Universe. There were still innumerable possible minute evolutions. The 7th. Suji placed the 7th glass bottle in the room. Among them, there was a nebula that swept out and vibrated. Rings of fragmented silver stars that looked like the Milky Way spread out like ripples. It was breathtakingly beautiful. However, their numbers are getting fewer and fewer. Suji frowned. At the start, he could create a bloodline universe in a few months. But towards the end, it got slower and slower. Because this is a very normal thing. Previously, when he created the universe, he allowed the other party to spread it out randomly. Naturally, there were endless possibilities. However, when he used his divine will to guide the Big Bang in the direction of the bloodline universe, he added in his human interference. And everyone's train of thought and direction are almost fixed. This isn't the infinite possibilities of the universe. It's limited by me. Suji shook his head. He looked at the many bottles in the room and the beautiful glass beads. They were still very beautiful. This is like a transcendent cultivation technique. Previously, Dichi and Carolyn gave it to the masses to help deduce. Even experts have limited thinking. They are limited by themselves and can't see certain angles. Only the countless masses can see the whole picture. It seems like the speed is getting slower and slower. Suji stretched his back. He felt a little tired after experimenting for so long. Another 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivation knows no time. He couldn't help but walk out of the room and look at the world outside. It was a lush grassland and a small town in the distance. Cultivators often flew past in the sky. The forest was lush with greenery and the air was fresh. Suji stretched his back and sat on the mountain, looking at the sky in a daze. Suddenly, a group of carriages passed by the foot of the mountain. A few men dressed like wealthy merchants sat on the roof of the carriages. They suddenly looked up and were stunned. "Old merchant, the door to the secluded immortal is open." "How is that possible?" "Eh? It's really open? Our caravan has been on this road for 7 or 8 years. At first, we thought it was someone's house and wanted to stay for the night. Later, we found out that it was the secluded mansion of an immortal. We couldn't get in no matter what." Some of the merchants were very excited. After all, there were cultivators on this planet. Although they were rare, there were similar cave dwellings. It wasn't surprising. But for many ordinary people, it was an existence of immortal fate. The road in front of them was now quite famous. All the caravans passing by knew that there was a mansion here that couldn't be opened. They hurriedly abandoned their carriages and rushed over. Suji looked down at them and fell into deep thought. His expression was calm like an ancient well, like a high and mighty god. These mortals, to him, these low-dimensional life forms, which were as ephemeral as ants, would die of exhaustion the moment he opened and closed his eyes. Me? Even he was taken aback. Unknowingly, he felt that the lives of mortals were extremely foreign. Be it the chaos heavens or Imang, they were at least at the god level. I've been in seclusion for so long that I feel like I'm isolated from the world. I already have the coldness of a high-dimensional creature looking down on ants. Suji shook his head and laughed. He did not wish to be like those lofty saints, cold and emotionless. That would be too boring. Even though his present identity was the god of destruction, he was already a god of destruction with humanity. However, Suji suddenly looked at the glass bottles behind him. The glass beads and recalled what he had just said. He muttered, "Thoughts are different. What about the thoughts of humans and gods? What if they are mortals who have never cultivated, mortals who don't even know the laws of the universe? They aren't limited by any realm frame or knowledge of the universe. Just telling them what to do might give them something?" The caravan ascended the mountain. A few wealthy middle-aged merchants were in the lead, and there were a few strong coolies. There were also a few young girls and youths who appeared to be their children. "Greetings, immortal," the old merchant in the lead said politely. To them, any cultivator that could fly in the sky was a so-called immortal. Suji turned around and said with a smile, "I know why you are here. Immortals are mighty." Old merchant and the others stiffened and became even more respectful. A few years ago, a subsidiary sect of the 100 Prosperity sect had come to their town to recruit disciples. Their children had poor aptitude and lost the chance to become an immortal's disciple. Now, naturally, what they wanted was a small matter to Suji, but to mortals, food, oil, and salt were already important things in life, let alone a mortal fate that would affect their family for generations. Old merchant and the other merchants looked at each other and said, "Immortal, although our children's aptitude is mediocre, we hope to come into contact with immortal fate. We are willing to provide you with all kinds of rare herbs and treasures." They treated Suji as an itinerant cultivator. It was not as orthodox as some sects, but it was their only choice. Moreover, according to what they knew, some sects would have connections with some local merchants to purchase some resources. There were even some hidden sects that controlled a local dynasty. Disciple? Suji froze for a moment. He hadn't really accepted a disciple yet. Disciple recruitment depends on fate. If the aptitude is not bad. Suji did not refuse directly. Old merchant and the others stiffened. If the aptitude was good, they would have been accepted long ago. Suji sat on the chair and did not look at them. He only looked at the town below and said, "Aptitude does not refer to the body, but to wisdom, a certain aspect of wisdom, a special talent. There's no need to say more. If you want to enter my sect to cultivate, you have to pass the outer sect assessment. May I ask what the assessment is? A youth beside old merchant said hurriedly. Suji stretched out his hand. He grabbed a bottle in the room, and a colorful transparent bead flew out of it. Whoosh! The bead suddenly exploded, turning into a colorful firework that spread in all directions. What is this? I've seen it before. Are they fireworks that only the Imperial City and Great Merchant City have? I heard they're made with gunpowder. So beautiful. How are these fireworks? They're Taoist spells, the spells of immortals. I've seen an immortal recruiting disciples before. A fireball of similar size bloomed in his hand, and a rock half the height of a person exploded. It's extremely powerful. If it hits a person, it'll be terrible. Some of the people in the caravan gasped in admiration. Just do it this way. When you can control it and make it bloom like this, you'll have crossed the threshold. Suji isolated his aura, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. He continued to say to them, it's not just you guys. You guys can also go to the town below and announce that there is a celestial sect recruiting disciples for a month. I don't look at lifespan, cultivation, gender, or status. The merchants were slightly startled. Did that mean that even people like them, who had missed the age to cultivate, could do it? They were a little excited, so they didn't continue the business trip and quickly nodded and returned. In less than 3 days, the news had spread throughout the cities below. Even the neighboring cities had attracted many merchants, rich people, and scholars. Immortal fate. Everyone yearned for it. Within a few days, the town was bustling with activity. There were many white-haired old men, and even some beggars. There were also some low-level cultivators who came out of curiosity. These cultivators were obviously from the sect who had come down from the mountain to gain experience. They were led by a few young boys and girls. It's obviously a scam. It's fine if they don't look at one's aptitude. Some demon sects don't care about aptitude, but they can even accept old men. I'm afraid it's a scam. A few cultivators were mixed in the crowd. Suji ignored them and opened a space entrance. Go in. There are virtual evolutions and some simple learning materials inside. 1,000 people will enter in batches. You can only queue up. Some mortals were even more shocked when they saw this method. They queued up and entered in an orderly manner. The few cultivators were also shocked. They retracted their contempt and hostility. Those who had spatial treasures were definitely mighty figures who lived in seclusion. Suji didn't mind. He just thought to himself, I didn't give them the process, only the result. It's enough for them to evolve the bloodline universe. With a computer, they don't need to think about the calculations involved. They only need intelligence to be able to think, but with the intelligence of mortals, isn't it a little too much to ask? After all, it was not a lie to say that old people were shrewd. Intelligence, ability, and talent were hard conditions that wouldn't improve with time. That was why some mediocre powerhouses remained mediocre even after hundreds or thousands of years. But the intelligence of powerhouses would increase. Because intelligence was a mixture of experience, knowledge, and experience. Moreover, the higher the realm of powerhouses, the faster their brains worked. They could think of hundreds of questions in a second. It seemed like they had become smarter. That was the reason why they were much smarter than mortals. No matter how high the intelligence of mortals was, no matter how monstrous they were, they couldn't win against mediocre powerhouses with average intelligence but tens of thousands of thoughts in a second. This is a very contradictory problem. But it's also because powerhouses are limited by their realm when they cultivate. That's why I'm using mortals like this. Mortals' intelligence and monstrous level might not be low. Suji murmured, just like the spore evolution sandbox. I don't need powerhouses. I use players who haven't even cultivated before. That's why there are so many surprises because they aren't limited by the framework. Right now, I hope to evolve spores. It's the same principle as evolving the universe. Maybe I can try to cultivate a batch of mortals who specialize in the evolution of spores. Suji was just doing it on a whim. He wouldn't lose anything even if he failed. After all, he was letting them evolve in virtual reality. The real-world pearl couldn't be wasted on these mortals. In any case, he felt that compared to those powerhouses who had formed a fixed mind, Perhaps the mortals who were blank could produce more interesting things. This was equivalent to crossing all realms of cultivation and directly studying the essence of things. They didn't even know what terrifying thing they were creating. They just explored and completed the task according to the requirements. Swoosh. At this time only 10 seconds had passed, and a group of mortals came out. It's only been 10 seconds. How did they come out? Some people were talking about it. But the people inside were very surprised and said, "It's been a month. We found it very boring and couldn't learn it, so we came out. But there are people inside studying it. 10 seconds, a month? Is it a matter of time?" This kind of magical method is more and more exciting. This is an immortal who can control time. Even those mortals who had already gone out secretly regretted it. If they knew it was so powerful, they would have tried it again. Suddenly, several cultivators next to them were also very jealous. They couldn't help but come in front of Su Ji and asked cautiously, "May I ask? Senior, can we? You are also mortals, you can line up and try it." Su Ji said. "We are also mortals, we are obviously powerful cultivators at the spirit condensation stage." They were stunned for a moment, but they didn't dare to refute, and respectfully lined up at the back. Su Ji didn't bother to pay attention to them. In his eyes, mortals are no different from cultivators like them. They don't even understand the rules. What are they if not ignorant mortals? Since they are mortals who don't even know the universe, they are naturally treated the same. I hope this is an opportunity to find something useful that can solve the problem in my heart. Su Ji sat down on the chair and started to relax. To him, this was just a small relaxation after his exhaustion from the experiments. The small town welcomed a long-awaited golden age. The last time it was so lively was when immortals descended to the mortal world to select outer sect disciples. Although it was similar this time, it was much grander. This was because regardless of aptitude, talent, or lifespan, there was no discrimination. Just this alone was enough to cause quite a commotion in this area. At this time, on a vast limestone plaza in the inner space, there were many Dao artifacts for them to calculate, allowing them to carry out virtual marbles exploding. Su Ji's expression was indifferent as he looked at the mortals below. This is skipping all the cultivation stages and directly seeing the ultimate essence. In their eyes, it's like holding the seed of a large tree in their hands. They can influence its division and growth. What they need to learn is how to make the seed grow into what they want. It was that simple. Holding a seed in their hands and making it split into a large tree with billions of branches. This was something mortals would do. Division, who wouldn't? But it's easy to get started, and the principles are easy to understand. If you really want to study it in depth, there are countless possibilities, and it's very difficult to study deeply. Moreover, this is an incomplete Great Tao singularity. 99.9% of them can't survive. They can only control the shape of the Great Tao diagram that leads to the bloodline universe. Success in this case. Su Ji took a sip of tea and sat in front of the spatial door. He shook his head. I hope the common people can give me a little surprise. They can even create an unprecedented path for me to bypass the diagram and solve the greatest problem in my heart. Be it establishing a sect or a sect. The universe is too vast, and the stars are vast. A mere planet with life, even a ninth-stage Taoist might not notice this place. Several batches of these mortals had already left. Only a few focused mortals were left behind, still studying. They spent a few minutes at the beginning to understand what they had to do. It was very simple, which was to split a glass bead to meet the other party's requirements. But after careful study, they discovered that it was an extremely arduous and profound study. What's this? An old farmer scratched his head. He sat in front of a Tao artifact screen and kept slapping the table. I've repeated it over 1,000 times, but it's all failures. I can't understand it at all. Yeah, isn't this relying on luck? What kind of test is this? I don't understand. This immortal destiny is way too bizarre. All the immortal destinies in the past only tested one's aptitude and aptitude. It's simple and straightforward. But this one doesn't even test one's aptitude. That's right. I failed all of them. I didn't give us any method to succeed either. All of you, don't be so noisy. Be quiet. An old man berated them. How can we mortals comprehend this immortal fate so easily? This depended on one's luck. I feel like I'm about to comprehend it. I saw an immortal opportunity. Many peddlers, merchants, as well as some village women, people dressed in all kinds of clothes, were all scratching their heads in confusion. On the contrary, there were some scholars, knowledgeable, and intelligent people who found a way out. Their eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. They didn't give us any methods. This is a test of our comprehension. Let's explore from scratch, summarize the rules, and open up a path for ourselves. They vaguely felt that this was a test of their intelligence and comprehension. Another few days passed. Every 10 seconds, a batch would enter and leave, and no one knew how many batches had entered and left. Tens of thousands of people, millions of people in the nearby towns, all rushed over after hearing the news. Many of them had tested it. Only a small number of people chose to stay. And there were a few people who were the most conspicuous. One of them was a seemingly honest middle-aged village woman, an old beggar in ragged clothes, and a middle-aged scholar. They seemed to have found some patterns. Next to them, the few young cultivators of the spirit condensation stage were slightly startled and very anxious. Why are those village women, beggars, and lowly mortals faster than us? I feel like they are about to comprehend it. We are all the heavens chosen of this sect, and eldest senior brother is a cultivation genius that only appears once in 100 years. Why are they not even as good as these mortals? They naturally knew that this might be the emergence of a hidden almighty. The space door, the wonderful Tao artifact in front of them, and the scene in the glass mirror. They treasured this opportunity very much. However, they had no aptitude and were only slightly better than some ordinary people. They were very anxious. Another few days passed. The news spread even more widely. Even some ministers and emperors of the Great Wen dynasty came, as well as some cultivators of the powerful sections. Whoosh! In the sky, rays of light flew over on flying swords. Heavens! That's exalted Master Mingwen of the Emperor realm. 600 years of life. He has ruled the Great Wen dynasty behind the scenes for God knows how many dynasties and has experienced 17 emperors. He is actually still alive. Someone exclaimed. They descended on the colorful clouds and looked down at the long queue. There was no discrimination, no aptitude, and even some white-haired elders and beggars could be tested. At first, they thought that it was some kind of swindler, but when they arrived at this land and saw the spatial gate, their hearts immediately trembled, and they were greatly shocked. Immortal, only a rank 8 immortal could control the subspace. This was a living rank 8 heaven immortal. He actually descended to the mortal world and walked the mortal world, surpassing the overlord of the entire planet. In the history of their sect, there had been immortals who passed the tribulation and achieved Tao, but they all ascended to the upper realm and left this barren land. Almost none of them descended to the mortal world. Senior. Are you from the upper realm? A middle-aged man of the emperor wearing a golden dragon robe was the current sage, Emperor Mingwen. He was extremely excited and bowed respectfully. You are also mortals, you can line up. Suji only said one sentence and sipped his tea. The few of them were stunned. When Venerable Mingwen was called a mortal, his eyes flashed with anger, but he also revealed a look of helplessness. Looking at the long line behind him, he hesitated. How could they measure an immortal who descended from the upper realm? An immortal, given enough time, could flatten the surface of a planet and destroy all life. They could only line up obediently behind a bunch of commoners and farmers, not saying a word. On the contrary, the farmers in front of them were scared out of their wits. This was the current emperor. If they lined up in front of him, they would be executed. They hurriedly wanted to decline. His Majesty is wise. You guys line up in front. No need. Emperor Mingwen shook his head. The farmers were scared out of their wits. They could only stand in front of him, trembling with fear. Their legs were sore. Emperor Mingwen looked at Master Mingwen beside him and said respectfully, Grand State Preceptor, what do you think? Master Mingwen's gaze was solemn with a hint of fanaticism. This is an immortal, and definitely not an ordinary one. With such a huge testing space, it would be unimaginable if one could enter. Emperor Mingwen's gaze instantly burned. After more than 10 hours, the group of them finally entered. They started to fiddle with the Tao artifacts and perform deductions. But after a few thousand attempts, Emperor Zhao Wen's aptitude was actually not considered mediocre. He had also found some patterns. The few generals he had brought also had decent performances. Instead, it was Venerable Mingwen and his disciple who had average performances. Su Ji sat in the distance and shook his head. As expected, don't look at the talent of the body. Look at the talent, or should I say meticulous thinking, and the ability to deploy troops. After all, this division itself is a kind of deployment of hundreds of millions of troops. To be able to become an emperor and command the world, he naturally had the ability to plan and control the overall situation. Some of the scholars and civil officials at the side also performed well. This made the emperors and ministers of the dynasties delighted. They actually had such talent. On the contrary, the few celestial sects that controlled the dynasties, Master Mingwen's expression turned ugly. He actually had no talent. Even the village woman in the distance was very eye-catching. And he couldn't even compare to a village woman. Emperor Mingwen was ecstatic. The celestial sects behind the scenes have controlled the dynasty for generations. In order to prevent us, the emperor's bloodline, from rebelling, they planted evil spells in the descendants of the emperors, preventing us from cultivating. Now, perhaps it is the best time for us to rebel. His expression did not change. He looked at the ministers around him and said in a clear voice, "Dear ministers, I believe you also understand that this is a test of our ability to summarize. Through countless failures, we can find the pattern ourselves. We can discuss it together and summarize it together. Call General Baixing who guards the borders here. Invite the current Prime Minister Lu Qing here as well." Emperor Mingwen said. The ministers at the side were shocked. General Baixing guards the southern dynasty. If we call him here, perhaps the enemy will invade. And the Prime Minister is managing the country for His Majesty. If there is no one in the court, no matter. Emperor Mingwen had the determination to stake everything on this one throw. This was his only chance to get rid of the celestial sects behind the scenes. He said, even if the country perishes, as long as we can pass the test of the celestials, we can subdue them at any time. Don't you think so? Grand Imperial Preceptor. Venerable Mingwen's expression changed slightly. He said, that's right. Call all of them here. He looked at a disciple beside him and asked him to inform the entire sect to come and take the test. He did not believe that there were not a few who had the aptitude. Su Ji looked at the fanaticism of the ministers. He also narrowed his eyes and stretched. It seems that these mortal dynasties can be valued. After all, they do not look at cultivation. They use the imperial examinations to gather the world's most intelligent talents. The probability of a court appearing is not small. At this moment, Su Ji was really planning to establish a sect. At the very least, it would help him deduce some things. It would not affect the structure of this universe. It was just that it would be hidden from the world and the other sages would not be able to detect it. He would do his own deductions and the sages would develop their own universe. After a few more days, that peasant woman was the most eye-catching. She was tall and mighty, with dark skin and carrot legs. She had a mouthful of black teeth and a fierce-looking face. She actually showed signs of successfully condensing. Emperor Mingwen and the other experts of the celestial sects looked at her with incomparable inferiority and shock. What is your name? Su Ji was surprised. My name is Xianxia. A look of pride flashed across the middle-aged woman's face as she said reverently, the villagers look down on me. They think that I eat too much and that I'm tall and strong. No one came to propose marriage, but now, they regret it. I want to join an immortal sect. Old immortal, do you want to take me in as a disciple? Su Ji was taken aback before he said with a smile, you have passed the test. You can stay. There's no need to use this mortal name. You will be named Li Xingyin. Emperor Mingwen was taken aback. He felt that the name was very casual and was about the same as Li Xuanya's. However, he did not dare say the words of an immortal. Su Ji had really casually come up with a name. After some thought, he suddenly said, my sect's name is Heavenly Music Sect. They cultivate in the false Tao, while we cultivate in true music. Cultivating in the great Tao music scores, opening up the primordial chaos. The heaven and earth are all false. What we cultivate is a false Tao. Our lineage can hear the great Tao's heavenly music and cultivate in the truth of the heaven and earth. Sooner or later, you will be able to see beyond the chaos heavens. With that said, all the mortals only listened without paying attention to anything else. As for the cultivators and even the stronger the archrealm experts, they felt their scalps tingle when they heard that. They felt the world spin as their souls trembled. What sort of sect was this? What sort of reclusive existence was this? Could it be a sage? A legendary sage of the great Tao had personally descended into the mortal world? The chaos is a sage's Bodhimanda? What's beyond the chaos? Exalted Mingwen's voice trembled. Suji shot him a glance in astonishment. He never expected that this cosmos era would be so open. Even an existence of this level knew that beyond the chaos of the universe was a sage's Bodhimanda. The news had not been completely sealed. This was a primeval universe after all. The solidification of class had yet to take form. Beyond the chaos is a stretch of reality. Suji only said with a smile, years ago, Yimeng failed. He eventually found a way out, but his way out was built on reality. Now, the heavenly music sect hopes to find a future, to turn this place into a real future. There's an outside beyond the chaos? Exalted Mingwen's mind went blank. Yimeng. This existence actually said. Yimeng. That was the most ancient god-fiend of the primordial era. He was the first to cleave apart the chaos of the world. This sect was simply too frightening. All of their experts cultivated fake reasoning, fake Tao? Did that mean that their cultivation system was fake? The cultivation system in front of him that did not show any signs of becoming stronger was the true great Tao of cultivation? Greetings, Master. The woman bowed slowly. I'm not your master. You are just an in-name. Suji shook his head. He was no longer acting on a whim. He really wanted to be a god of destruction, to turn the universe into reality. He wanted to defeat the god of creation outside and replace him. After all, the players had guessed that the god of destruction had created this universe to replace the outside universe. Unknowingly, they had coincided. Suji could not get the Tao map of the outside universe, so he had to find a way to get around it. I have to turn the impossible into the possible. Suji was indifferent. Becoming a true god of destruction was not a bad idea. There is no path to cultivation. The path is opened. Open a new path from the unimaginable. At this moment, the first disciple appeared. Everyone was excited. Especially the cultivators. Their hearts were beating wildly and their faces were full of disbelief. Yimeng, that was the most ancient saint in the legends. What was the origin of this sect? Was this existence lying, swindling, and deceiving, or was there truth to it? And what he said was that all the cultivation systems in the universe were fake and could not see the truth, and that only what they cultivated was real. This was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. However, only the top existences like Venerable Mingwen knew how terrifying it was. The other cultivators felt that it was powerful, but due to their limited knowledge, they could not see how terrifying it was. Even Yimeng did not know. That's too exaggerated. The era of the innate chaos ancient gods is too far away from the present. It's said that the most ancient gods of that era were on the verge of death. Could it be that this existence is a saint on the verge of death? Whispered a monarch from the side. Very likely. Venerable Mingwen said in a low voice, it was an ancient chaotic god saint. At the final moment of his transformation, he left behind his teachings. Who knows? But there is another possibility. What possibility? Do you remember the ancient myth? Yimeng saw a god in a dream? He dreamed that when he was born, there was a god even more ancient than him. You mean? Instantly, all the powerful cultivators were shocked. As for the mortals, although they did not know the history, they were even more excited. This was because a village woman with no talent, over 40 years old, had actually succeeded. Ah? That Xianxia actually became a disciple of an immortal? Many of the villagers were dumbfounded. They were all farmers, so why was he so outstanding? Great fortune! Great fortune! Look at the immortals from the dynasty. Even the current emperor is here. That immortal must be an extraordinary one among immortals. I know about that Li Xuan girl. She's like a ferocious bull. She eats a lot and is good at plowing the fields. But who dares to marry her? She couldn't afford it. A normal man was just a little chick in her eyes. He was tall and strong, ugly, and didn't even have breasts. He's a tall, muscular man. How regretful, I should have gone to propose marriage. The villagers of the nearby villages cried out miserably. They felt that this was inconceivable. They never would have thought that an ugly middle-aged woman who farmed the fields could become an immortal. Even the expressions of Emperor Zhao Wen and the officials changed, they were stunned. Their aptitude was even inferior to this country bumpkin. Immediately, they worked even harder and stared at the screen without blinking. They kept splitting and failing, hoping to find a pattern and gain some results. A few more days passed. A white-haired old man laughed heartily. I feel like I've found it. It's Old Man Feng. That old man is very good at shogi. He's unrivaled in the village, and he succeeded? Very quickly, the second outer sect disciple appeared. Feng Shi. The current emperor and the supreme imperial preceptor both turned the color of pig liver. They were very uncomfortable. Suji didn't mind. He sipped his tea quietly. After all, they could pass the most basic test, which only proved that they had some talent in this area. After you pass, you can start learning true sound, Suji said lightly. He threw them a new Dao tool. It was exactly the same, but the form was different. It had sound. When it split, there were tinkling syllables. Within the split, there was a broken symphony. It was incomparably pleasing to the ear. Each split was an unprecedented piece of music. Yes, master. The two nodded and began to study the music score. As mortals, they didn't know anything. They thought that cultivation was just like this. They didn't have any complaints and did whatever was said. Perhaps, if Suji told them that reading and writing was the way to cultivate, they would do the same. After Suji finished doing these things, he planned to go into seclusion again. He would let them continue to train and pass the test. This pill can help you advance by leaps and bounds, directly shedding mortality. Suji didn't plan to let the two of them cultivate. He directly threw them origin condensed pills and walked the path of technology, relying on external objects to increase their realm. The increase in realm would only increase their lifespan. That was all. Whoosh. The two of them consumed the pill. The white-haired old man Feng instantly returned to his youth. He grew a head of black hair and fair skin. He had become a young man. As for the muscular woman, she suddenly became younger, but she was still a tall and strong woman. What is this? This is an immortal pill. She became younger. Once consumed, she will immediately become an immortal. Countless mortals from the various towns saw this scene, their eyes burning with unimaginable passion. Who didn't want to eat an immortal pill and immediately become an immortal? Even the expressions of those powerful cultivators changed drastically. They had never heard of such a method. Although a technological civilization had also appeared here, it was clearly not something that this aboriginal planet could know. Almost no one could walk out of the planet. The rest of the pills will be consumed by those who passed the test. Suji threw the rest of the chores to Li Xingyin. Suddenly, this tall and strong woman became a hot figure in everyone's eyes. Time changed, and Suji went into seclusion for 30 years. He continued to evolve the universe and continued his previous experiments. After all, to him, this outer sect trial was really something he had casually come up with during the afternoon break of an experiment on this habitable planet. This was also very normal. Even for many people who had achieved Tao in the universe, it was very normal for them to mess around on a planet with life and experiment like this. The speed is getting slower and slower. As expected, it can't be done by one person's thinking. Suji frowned and continued to look at the glass bottles in the laboratory. Just like the spore evolution system, the path, needs countless experts to open up the accumulation. Those players now have their own rules, they have their own way of evolving everything. Now, I need countless people to be able to deduce a systematic path. Sigh, I still have to rely on the intelligence of other living beings. I hope they can surprise me. Suji flicked his sleeves and left the laboratory. When he came out of seclusion again, he found that more than 60 people had passed the initial test, but there were already very few people in the trial. The entire Great Rumor dynasty had already tested it once. Suji frowned slightly. He had to expand it a bit. His method was very simple and extremely direct. He instantly transmitted his voice to the entire planet. I have established an orthodoxy, the Heavenly Chord sect, to listen to the true voice of the Heavenly Tao. Widely accept disciples, regardless of talent, age, lifespan, regardless of background, everyone can try the entrance test. Rumble, the news crossed the ocean and spread to all the continents. Countless experts were tempted, even some rank 7 emperors were incomparably shocked. Suji also set up teleportation arrays in the various continents, teleporting them to the trial grounds of the Great Rumor dynasty, letting them come to the trial grounds. In an instant, countless living beings followed suit. How's your progress? Suji looked at the disciples in front of him. The strong woman, Xianxia, was already a beautiful woman with a well-proportioned figure. That old man was already an elegant and graceful young man. After all, the essence of cultivation was the evolution of life, the perfection of genes, the advancement of bloodline. Even the ugliest creature would gradually approach perfection after cultivation. The so-called skin was already a facade. Reporting to Master, I have evolved that diagram 170,000 times, and I have also evolved a suitable diagram. Xianxia stepped forward gently like a young lady of a noble family. The expressions of the people around her immediately turned ugly, some jealousy and resentment. You're a strong farming woman. Why are you pretending to be a refined and polite young lady after becoming beautiful? If you secretly learned all sorts of etiquette and aristocratic knowledge, it would be fine. But after all these years of evolution, the level of knowledge didn't increase at all. Huh? Suji reached out and grabbed the diagram. He looked at the diagram and laughed softly. It is indeed very suitable. I can barely cross the threshold. He could already evolve a targeted bloodline universe. This was only the most basic condition, but he still had to progress step by step. Not bad, what about the others? Suji smiled. Suji looked around. A few of the talented ones were similar, succeeding in evolving one. Some of the weaker disciples couldn't do it. You're busy with jealousy and infighting, neglecting your cultivation. In another 10 years, if you still can't produce a successful song, you can go back. Suji lowered his head and looked at the disciples. This place isn't suitable for you. Those who can obtain fortuitous opportunities have already lived for a few hundred years. Powerful strength is enough for you to enjoy life in the mortal world. The few disciples' faces turned pale. Another 10 years passed, and only 7 people passed. The rest were eliminated. It was extremely cruel. This is still not enough, not enough. Suji's expression was calm. Suddenly, he stood in the universe and looked at this planet. In this case, I will cover this planet in a high-dimensional spacetime. The living beings here will quickly evolve, age, sickness, and death. The geniuses that appear will appear. This was a common practice for many Taoists in their transcendent world. Suji also chose this method to develop this sect. Whoosh! The time of this planet was accelerated. 100 years a day. The entire false Tao universe was rapidly evolving under the normal speed of 10,000 years a day. I hope something interesting will appear. Suji looked at the great Tao diagrams and knew that he was ultimately bound by the framework of his cultivation. Countless years passed. The rapid evolution and the accelerated time allowed the heavenly music sect to get on the right track. Deities appeared everywhere. They even explored the universe and met many nearby civilizations. However, their identities were very secretive. At the same time, they were ordered not to reveal their background and knowledge. The experts here all consumed elixirs. Everyone researched music and Tao diagrams. Finally, a few geniuses found a path that could use their divine will to guide the universe's Big Bang and enter the bloodline universe. It's time to give some pearls to them. At this time, Master Mingwen was on an extraordinary planet. He had taken the pill and was already a deity. Is there really any meaning to my cultivation? He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression pale. He looked at the terrifying enemy in front of him, who was holding his Tao companion's hand. "Cheater, I've let you down." Guru Mingwen bitterly smiled. "In the past, your aptitude was great and you were the first to ascend. Moreover, you were taken away by my sect's seventh-grade ancestor, a spiritual immortal from the upper realms. But, I didn't expect this old fellow to be so disrespectful and humiliate the juniors of our sect. He forcefully captured you and made you his human furnace. I said that I would save you, but who would have thought, you ascended so quickly because you used external objects." A pale woman looked into the distance without saying anything. "Yes, I obtained the pill and cultivated for a while. I got permission to go out, so I came here immediately," he said. Their upper realm had a few immortals who surpassed the rules of the universe. Every year, there would be deities from various planets who ascended. Now, he had plotted against the sect's seventh ancestor, immortal Ling Ming, to take Qiner away, but he had still been discovered. Around them were numerous godly spirits, as well as a Taoist cultivator who was looking down on them. This deity must have used technology to break through, right? This kind of deity is the weakest among the technological deities. Their cultivation didn't increase by themselves. These deities are weak, but their technology is powerful. In fact, they are all deity scientists who control those mysterious machines and Tao artifacts with terrifying destructive power. That's them. The one before us is extremely weak in the same realm and has no mechanical knowledge. How pitiful. He used external objects to forcefully increase his cultivation just to save his Tao companion. I've heard of that immortal Ling Ming. He's scum, even harming the juniors of his own sect. Some deities took pity on him, but killing here was a violation of the dignity of a level 9 Taoist. He would die without a doubt. We're going to die here. Master Mingwen was suddenly at a loss. He had great talent and was once the most powerful being on this planet, a peak level 7. Previously, he had thought that he had encountered a great opportunity and barely managed to join that mysterious immortal sect. Not to mention the village woman and old man Feng, even Emperor Zhao Wen, a mortal emperor, had better aptitude than him. But in the end, he still thought that it was an extremely powerful immortal fate. Even though he had always been cultivating some kind of strange music score and had never increased his battle prowess in the slightest. However, after he left the planet and saw the outside world, he went out to train. Only then did he realize how ridiculous he was and gradually began to doubt himself. Their sect didn't even cultivate, they just ate elixirs to improve. Apart from him, the others were all mortals. They didn't even know how many realms they had cultivated, so they kept studying the other music scores. As for that music score, it was of no help to their cultivation. Coupled with the fact that they had increased their cultivation by external forces, their combat strength was indeed unimaginably weak. We're going to die. Guru Mingwen sighed and said, "It's my fault for wasting my cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have, I'm fine." The woman smiled and shook her head. "Haven't you been studying the so-called music scores all these years? Since you're about to die, you can send us off so that your years of study won't be in vain." Guru Mingwen's face was deathly pale as he nodded. He wanted to take out the virtual Tao tool from before, but he rejected the idea. Instead, he took out the rainbow-colored glass bead that he had been given. Every disciple could get one, but his level was the lowest, so he could only get one. "Listen, this is the knowledge I've learned for 1,000 years. It's all in this song." He grabbed the marble high up and threw it high up. Crash. The marble shattered. Before he died, he entered an unprecedented ethereal state. It was extremely mysterious, and everything he had learned in his life was incomparably clear. Death, hatred, fear, all emotions were implanted into the seed, and it bloomed like a flower. Boom, an explosion of resplendent and magnificent whirlpool swept out. All sorts of clanging sounds transformed into an unprecedented and terrifying wave that surged out. This was the most unimaginably beautiful music. The crisp sound of collision was like the stars under the bright moon. It was magnificent, and the notes were like moonlight fairies jumping about. The music carried the strangeness of blood. In the next second, the surrounding deities instantly turned into a circle of shattered ripples that spread out. Even that deity who achieved the Tao could only let out a final scream. He said in horror, "Creation of the heavens and earth, you are." When they came back to their senses, the dried blood on the ground had already congealed into black. Even the entire transcendent world had turned into nothingness. "This song of yours?" The woman turned around in a daze and looked at Guru Mingwen. As a deity, he had slaughtered several zenith heaven deities and countless deities. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. It was hard to imagine. A song that destroyed the world. Guru Mingwen was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. What exactly was he cultivating? It clearly didn't have any power, and it didn't even have a cultivation system, so how could it be? He felt a sense of rejection from the entire universe, as if something strange was being born. The woman didn't ask any more. The two of them just stood there stiffly for a long time. After a while, she said, "It seems that I've been gone for too long. Many things have happened. In your sect, how many people like you are there?" "I'm the weakest. I became a monk halfway through. The rest are all mortals who don't even know their cultivation realms." He murmured, "Their minds are pure. Different from my skeptical attitude, they are extremely serious. They really believe that this is the orthodox method of cultivation. Their level is already countless times higher than mine." Mortals? As soon as he said that, he stiffened for a while. Suddenly, the air trembled. An ancient saint tore through space and descended. It was an old woman. Her aged voice seemed to come from the primordial era. "I've achieved the Tao for the common people, established life for the post-celestial beings, and cut off the karmic aura of others. But you can't hide it from me." "It's her, tell me, where is she?" The two of them trembled and looked at the old woman in front of them. This was the oldest saint who had created the heavens and earth, the mother of all things, female B. At this time, she was close to the end of her decay, but she was extremely excited. There was an indescribable joy on her face, as if she had seen the ultimate truth of the world. The chaotic saint has descended. The two of them fell into a daze again. Their minds were completely blank in the ruins. Everything that had happened was too unbelievable. They never thought that the oldest saint would personally come to see them. It was just the death of a civilization that had achieved the Tao. To the high and mighty saint, it was completely insignificant. But she had descended. And what she was looking for was the sect on that incomparably mysterious planet, the Heavenly Chord sect. Heavenly Music sect, who was their mysterious master? What did he want by establishing this sect? Venerable Mingwen suddenly thought of his previous guess. Could it be that the ancient myth, seeing God in a dream, was it really that existence? It was even more ancient than the most ancient primordial chaos god fiend, Imang. "I can't calculate your origins and your karma. Take me to him." Female Secundus looked at the two of them. Although her expression was calm, her eyes flashed with a wave that could not be erased. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. Venerable Mingwen looked conflicted. Existences of this level of the universe had mysterious means and their thoughts were immeasurable. Since their master wanted to live in seclusion, he must have his reasons. He had not seen the sage before and naturally had his reasons. If he brought her there rashly, at this moment, while he was hesitating and struggling, a cold voice flashed in his heart. "You can bring her to see me." Venerable Mingwen's heart trembled. He immediately reacted and looked annoyed. Yes. The most ancient existence of this level of the universe naturally had mysterious means. She had probably calculated everything in front of her. Otherwise, how could she not know that he would attract the sage? Instantly, he was willing to submit and said to the ancient supreme sage in front of him, "Mother of all things, your highness sage female Secundus, please follow me." Female Secundus's expression softened and her face was full of longing and yearning. Then, Venerable Mingwen brought his former Taoist companion and sage female Secundus across the Milky Way and quickly returned to a planet. The Heavenly Music sect was no longer like it was in the past. At this time, the sect was full of mortals who only had cultivation and lifespan. They did not know magic, did not know how to cultivate, and did not even know what realm they were in. They only cultivated a kind of wonderful music score. "This place is very strange." Female Secundus's expression flickered. They walked on a green grassland. The scenery was beautiful and there were celestial birds and beasts everywhere. Mingwen, you're finally back? A young man glanced at him. He was playing solo on a grassland, deducing the music score with an elegant and light posture. This was Old Man Feng, who loved to play chess in the village. Feng Shi. Back then, he was the second senior brother. Now, with the continuous addition of geniuses, he was already the 11th senior brother. And Master Mingwen was at the bottom. Previously, he did not like these lowly mortals who did not even know how to cultivate the path of transcendence. But after the battle outside, he was completely respectful. After all, he was already so powerful even though he was at the bottom. How terrifying would the others be when they exploded their pearls and played a piece of true music? If you still can't produce the diagram, you will be expelled from the sect. Feng Shi glanced at him and suddenly looked at the old woman beside him. He felt his heart tremble and an indescribable sense of longing. It was as if this existence was his mother. They were connected by blood and incomparably intimate. I brought an esteemed guest. Master wants me to bring the guest to see him immediately, Guru Mingwen said. Feng Shi nodded and continued to ignore him. He started to study the music scores. They walked all the way and soon came to a small house and a tea garden. Within the fence, there were some fruit trees and tea trees, giving off a pleasant fragrance, giving off a carefree feeling. Master, Guru Mingwen said respectfully from outside the tea garden. After a while, a voice came from inside. Mingwen, your aptitude was originally extraordinary, but you were half-hearted. After a trip outside, you produced your own diagram and untied the knot in your heart. Not bad. In the future, you just need to focus on seeking Tao. As for the guest, let the guest come in. With that, Mingwen took a step back and pushed open the mahogany door of the tea garden. Master, please come in. The second female nodded. She turned around and walked forward with the heart of a pilgrim. Her expression was sincere and clear, just like when she met her master, Yimeng, the man who had led them out of chaos and created the world. 1 step, 2 steps. Click. She pushed the door open. Finally, in a trance, she remembered the last time she went on a pilgrimage with such a feeling. She went to meet her master with her senior and junior brothers, but it was an overwhelming bloodbath. The killing tribulation started violently in the eyes of all the sages. That scene was like yesterday to her, vivid in her mind. The second female soon saw the scene inside the house. The walls in all directions were shelves, and on the shelves were neatly arranged glass bottles. These glass bottles were filled with colorful beads, beautiful and magnificent. The whole house was surrounded by glass bead bottles on all sides, like a beautiful candy house made of glass beads. And in the middle of the house, there was a young figure with a blurry face sitting on a test bench. There were all kinds of bottles and jars on it, very leisurely. You want to see me? That existence looked up, and a pair of eyes so deep that they seemed like chaos looked at the second female. This old woman was almost at the last moment of her life, and this universe did not leave her much time. In less than 3,000 years, she would definitely fall. The second female only felt her whole body tremble. The moment she really saw him, she felt a sense of vastness coming toward her. It was a kind of indescribable everything, as if he was the mountains and rivers, the grass and trees, the rivers, the flowers and birds. He was also the table and chair in front of her, the clothes on her body, her hair, and the soil under her feet. He was everything. Looking at him gave her a very mysterious feeling, as if she was looking at the whole universe. After a long time, the second female recovered from her infatuated gaze, and said in a daze, "Did Master Yimeng meet you before he died?" "I saw him off." Suji put down the teacup in his hand. The second female's whole body trembled, joy and complicated emotions flashed in her eyes, as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. She could not help but say, "Then Master must have passed away very peacefully." I heard Master laugh at the universe at his last moment, and I knew that his wish had been fulfilled. He had waited for that moment for too long, and I understand his guilt, and I also know what he did at the last moment. Even if he had to bear the infamy, I still wanted to open up this pure land for him, to open up a paradise. He is still the greatest saint in this universe. Suji just did not say anything. The common people did not understand Yimeng's actions, which allowed postnatal living beings to have a lifespan and not live forever, so they cursed him. but the saints all knew what it meant. If it were them, perhaps they would not have the courage to bear such infamy, nor would they harm the interests of the saints for the benefit of the lowly mortals. Even though Yimeng had killed his senior and junior brothers back then, the second female still respected Yimeng. Master, when he killed his senior and junior brothers, he wanted to live, so he must have opened up the last path. Just like before, he was looking for the next growth realm, the path to the 11th level. May I ask, in the end, did Master find it? Suji suddenly smiled and said, he found it. As expected. The old woman in front of him, who was covered with age spots and emitted a decaying aura, showed a childlike excitement on her face. Master, he finally succeeded at the last moment. Unfortunately, my aptitude is far from Master's. All these years, I have been living in seclusion, surviving, but I can't see the distant future, the next realm. Suji just laughed, and also felt a little emotional. The second female was undoubtedly Yimeng's loyal fan. But almost all the saints of that era were Yimeng's disciples and grand disciples, and like the second female, they all worshipped this ancient existence with incomparable fervor. His charisma was too strong, and his faith was too beautiful. Countless chaotic gods and demons were willing to follow him forward, to follow him into the future. Even Suji was subdued by him. The second female was silent for a moment, and suddenly couldn't help but ask, may I ask, where did Mr. come from? Are you an ancient existence from the prehistory of the universe, or are you the first innate god and demon that was born before Master Yimeng? Why didn't you make a move? Why did you always live in seclusion? Prehistory? Suji smiled, and suddenly said, do you believe that the history of the universe is destined? Destined? The second female's eyes widened. Time passes, and everything goes back and forth, but it is a cycle. The figure lightly raised his teacup, and said something that made the second female's hair stand on end. I saw Yimeng off, and it was not the first time, seeing Yimeng off. These words were very strange, and it was enough to make her hair stand. It was not the first time. May I ask? The second female said. Tens of billions of years ago, before the chaos was created, I once saw another universe that used Yimeng to prove its Tao, using the laws as a blade to cut open a chaos. I then stood on the sidelines and drank tea. A blurry Tao diagram, like a new life force tree sapling, gradually appeared in front of her. The second female looked at this diagram of the real universe outside, and her whole body shook. It was actually similar to their universe diagram, but it was also very different. That first blade looked very much like an ancient existence similar to Yimeng, an existence similar to Master? This. She only felt that the world was spinning, and as she looked at the Tao diagram, horrifying thoughts appeared in her mind, and all kinds of horrifying voices were stuck in her throat, almost suffocating her. I once saw the saints create the sky, for the order of time, for the dimension, for the stability of space, and for the lives of the people. Whoosh. She saw the Tao diagram extend, and in an instant, there was an additional large branch. Many of the sages who were similar to her senior brothers in the same sect had also proven their Tao and opened up the world. The Tao that the sages had proven was actually similar to that of their senior brothers. The more she looked, the more horrified she became. Following the diagram, she finally saw a position similar to hers, for the lives of the people. Another second female. Another her. She looked at a certain branch on the diagram, and her old body trembled like a sieve. It was actually another her, similar to her, but also different. I once saw an existence, for the sake of the lives of the people, slaying the lives of the people with a blade. That existence with a hazy face, his voice was filled with holiness, and his words passed through the river of time, already talking about the current history, and a Tao diagram appeared. But something even more horrifying happened. Whoosh. The second female actually saw a corner of the Tao diagram in the future. At that time, the Tao diagram of the universe had actually cracked, and the future universe had an unimaginably terrifying change, a change even more terrifying than slaying the lives of the people. At the same time, looking at this inexplicable Tao diagram, in this tea garden, she heard a voice that made her hair stand on end, talking about the future. After countless springs and autumns, I even saw a saint, for the sake of the universe, slaying the universe with a blade. The universe began to split. The universe would begin to divide, as soon as the voice fell, Female B's mind completely exploded. Had this existence already seen that the entire universe would directly divide in the future? He was actually talking about the future. In fact, it had already shown a similar Great Tao diagram of the future. Her heart was beating very fast, and she felt her body rising straight up. Looking at the Great Tao diagram, the luxuriant branches and leaves were the branches of the descendants of the saints. Not only were they already destined, but even in the distant future, some of the saints who proved the Tao of the universe were almost destined, and this mysterious ancient existence in front of her, who was he? To him, this was not the first time something like this had happened. He had already seen similar scenes happen before, one after another earth-shattering era of the universe. In fact, this was not the first time he had sent off with the light. There was once, with the light, he had witnessed history after history. He had seen many barbaric times, and he had also communicated with the saints of the era, talked with them, and also sent them off. Not only has he seen the first saint like Yamong, who split the heavens and earth apart, so this is the first time he has seen Master off. Her heart was beating wildly. Even now, it's not the first time he has seen me off or talked to me? She looked at another Great Tao diagram. In a certain position, there was an existence that was once similar to her, establishing a life for the common people, and it was also similar to today. Could it be, that this is also not the first time you've seen me? Her pupils were completely dilated. This is the first time I've seen you, but it's not the first time we've met. Suji was sipping his tea. The flowers are the same every year, but the people are different every year. Boom, many thoughts appeared in Female B's mind. I'm just myself, but in the distant past, there was a saint like me who proved the Tao in this aspect and established a life for the post-celestial beings. Suji was still drinking his tea calmly, waiting for the shocked Female B to calm down before saying anything. What he showed was the Great Tao diagram of the outside universe. After all, it was a similar era of the universe, and the rules of proving the Tao were similar. In the real universe, there was also the first saint in the distant history. It was similar to using the light to cut open the first blade of heaven and earth. The others were also similar. He thought to himself, I'm narrating it according to my identity as the god of destruction. After all, the god of destruction is an old god of creation. He has witnessed the history of the universe and stood at the end of the universe. But because he was observed, he came from the distant future to this universe. The old god of creation had come to this spacetime to destroy the great cosmos, which was why he had created the great cosmos and replaced it. If he really is the god of creation, then he must have been born from the beginning of the universe, and he did indeed see the beginning of the universe, an era similar to Imang's. I've also seen saints from different eras, so of course I've seen them before, because I'm the god of destruction. Suji was very calm now. After all, he had already decided to become a true god of destruction and do what a god of destruction should do. These words in front of him were not abrupt at all. In fact, they were natural. At this moment, Woman B was in a trance. After a while, she regained her composure and asked, is everything in fate already predetermined? Not everything is destined. Suji sipped his tea and gently put away the Great Tao Atlas. He smiled and said, the general trend is hard to change, but the small details can be changed. The general trend is hard to change? Woman B repeated softly. This is not fate, nor is it a fate that cannot be struggled against. Rather than saying it's predetermined by fate, it's better to say it's a simple inevitability of development. Suji looked through the window at the tea garden outside. Look at that flower, its growth has a kind of inevitability, breaking out of the soil, spreading seedlings, branches, tender leaves, flowers, everything has an order, and it will always develop in the most suitable direction for itself. Woman B followed his gaze and seemed to have caught on to something. She seemed to be deep in thought. You, an ancient being from the prehistoric universe, are already a level 11? Or even higher? Woman B asked softly and respectfully. To her, this was indeed the most reasonable guess. After all, it was only in the prehistoric universe that she could see all of this. Only then could she see an existence similar to Imang, and only then could she see a similar history of the universe. For this great being from the prehistoric chaos, this was not the first time. She only suspected that he was a level 11, and did not suspect that he was the will of the vast chaotic universe, or that he was a god of creation. Because if there really was a god of creation, then he must be unconscious, and could not have the intelligence to think for himself, and a god of creation indeed did not have self-awareness, and was the heavenly Tao of the unseen. You must be a level 11, and have broken away from the shackles of the universe, she said. No, I'm not a level 11. Suji smiled faintly. A level 11 is a living being with self-awareness. In fact, I'm not even a living being. It's only because of some special circumstances that I lost a certain powerful authority that I gained self-awareness. Perhaps after a while, when the former authority returns, I will lose self-awareness again. Not a living being, after losing authority, after a while, when the authority returns, I will lose self-awareness again? Then, wouldn't it be best for you to always be like this? Woman Bee asked. After all, once his power returns, he would lose self-awareness, and that would be equivalent to death. This is fate. My return is also for the future of this universe, and for the people of this world, I do not resist. The figure had a gentle smile on his face, like a spring breeze, giving off an extremely natural and mysterious feeling. She wanted to ask more, after all, she had a lot of questions. But Suji did not answer, and only looked at her indifferently. You should know that once you know everything, you cannot reveal it. The fate of the universe cannot be changed because of one's choice. Woman Bee nodded, and said, I already know. I won't tell the saints outside, because that will change the inevitable law of the universe's historical development. Just like a flower, it will naturally grow out of the soil, showing the most natural, reasonable, and perfect appearance, but once it is distorted, it will not grow naturally, and that will not be good. For the rest of your life, you can stay here, and study and seek the Tao. Suji looked at her lightly. Stay here, and seek the Tao with you? Woman Bee was a little excited, this was very tempting to her. Can I settle all my affairs, and then return? It will only take a day. Of course you can, Suji answered with a smile. Then, what do I want to study? Woman Bee asked again. Music of heaven. Suji took out a glass orb, spread it out lightly, and said with a smile, cultivate the music score of the great Tao, and open the primordial chaos. However, under her dumbfounded gaze, that bead instantly shattered, and the Big Bang of the universe took place. A magnificent starry sea vortex appeared, and a bloodline universe was vaguely formed. Creation. Her blood rushed to her head, and her head buzzed. Before, she had been thinking, there was no self-awareness, and it was only by chance that it was born, and it was not the 11th level. So, what was this existence? But at this moment, when she saw this handsome and hazy man holding a universe in one hand, she instantly understood everything. It was an unforgettable mythical scene. So, he was the great Tao singularity. He was the entire universe itself, the god of creation. Female Bee was one of Yimeng's 9 disciples. Even though she was the youngest disciple and was responsible for the evolution of post-celestial beings, this youngest disciple was already very old in the present day. But now, she was completely dumbfounded. A grand Tao singularity, it was actually a grand Tao singularity, it was the universe itself. It was its Big Bang that created this universe. The spread of matter, rules, and energy gave rise to life and all things. And now, it has appeared here, manifesting a human form, and has self-awareness? Female Bee's blood was boiling, and her heart was beating wildly in her chest. The entire universe had self-awareness, it had its own thoughts, this was simply unimaginable. Even if there was the will of the universe, the god of creation should be some kind of astronomical phenomenon, like a storm, rain, mirage, or rainbows. It should not have a consciousness, this was too terrifying. A universe with self-awareness. It was like an earthling suddenly finding out that the earth beneath her feet had its own consciousness and could move. Even she felt goosebumps all over. What was the reason that caused the grand Tao singularity, the god of creation, to have self-awareness? She suddenly thought of a sentence, frowny face, I'm not even a living being. It's only because of some special circumstances that I lost some powerful authority that I gained consciousness. Perhaps after some time, when the former authority returns, I'll lose consciousness again. Lost authority? What authority? Could it be the authority of the universe? It was the will of the vast consciousness of all beings, the gathering of countless rules, endless matter, and energy. Because it had lost its authority, it was not covered by the will of all beings, and so it had self-awareness? But why did it lose its authority? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she felt. This was the incomparably deep truth. Just thinking about it made her hair stand. Was the universe going to suffer a great calamity? Was our universe going to collapse, or was it something else? Did Master Meng know about this before he died? Did this matter have anything to do with the legendary 11th level? There is no need to think too much. When the time comes, you will naturally know the truth. Suji sat back in his chair, his expression carefree and very human-like. For the rest of your life, you can study and seek the Tao and the Heaven Cord sect. Yes. After recovering from the shock, Lady B agreed without hesitation. The disciples on this planet didn't know what they were cultivating. Even some of the rank 9 cultivators who had achieved the Tao might not know what the explosion of the bead contained. However, as a saint, and one of the most ancient saints in the world at that, she naturally knew that this was an evolution of the universe. This god of creation had developed self-awareness, and seemed to be thinking of a way to reclaim his power, and the method was, evolution of the universe. Could it be that there was a flaw in the universe that needed to be repaired? Suji looked at her and immediately calmed down. This was his goal. From Suji's point of view, Woman B, a saint, did not have many more years left to live. That was why he allowed her to enter this place and told her the truth, not allowing her to leave. After all, once the truth was known, it could easily affect the development of the universe. Just like at the final moment, Suji confirmed that Meng no longer had the ability to influence the situation before he went to see him. It was the same for the second female in front of him. At the final moment of her life, she was here to help him evolve. If mortals were said to be the least aware of the laws of the universe and the most imaginative, then saints were the other extreme, and their understanding of the universe was incomparably deep. Suji wanted to see what would happen if a saint evolved. This was also the last bit of value he could squeeze out. After all, Woman B was on the verge of death and did not have many years left to live, so why not let her do something meaningful for him? As for extending her life, in Suji's opinion, this was impossible. Even Meng couldn't do it back then. The second female in front of him had not even seen what the rank 11 was, and it was inevitable that she would die. I understand. For the rest of my life, I will stay here. Woman B's eyes flashed, and there was a longing look on her face as if she was seeking the Tao. For a saint, there was nothing more exciting than this. After all, at their level, they were at the end of the Tao, and there was no way for them to break through and cultivate. They could only be stuck in the realm, and the meaninglessness in front of them was like opening a new door. If news of this were to spread, it was unknown how many saints would rush over without a care for their own safety, even if they were moths flying into a flame. Can you wait for me for a moment? I'll return to settle some final matters. Woman B said, I will not interfere with anything or divulge anything. She hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly making a request. Can you move this piece of land beyond the chaos heavens? After all, the lifespans of saints are rapidly being assimilated in the universe. Of course. Suji was naturally not unreasonable. If she could live a little longer, she could use her last bit of value to research the virtual miniature Big Bang experiment. Suji found it a pity as well. If he had developed to this stage earlier, he could have allowed Meng to use his last bit of value when he was on the verge of death. Woman B eventually left. Her return was very short, lasting only a day or two before she returned completely. And the entire chaos heavens was quaking. They discovered that Seiji's Tao Palace had suddenly vanished. They could not help but feel wistful and bitter. Has this existence also reached the final moment of her life? A saint wore a complicated expression. Counting the time, she has already reached the end of her lifespan. It's very difficult for her to live any longer. No saint can escape the assimilation of the universe. Eventually, they will become a part of the universe, turning into a great Tao chart. They will shine in the firmament like stars, eternally hanging there. All they can do is strive to become the brightest star. A saint's voice was very cold. There was no way to resist fate. All they could do was accept its descent. Yesterday, Meng. Today, woman be. The future will be us. A saint only remained silent. The era of connate god fiends is completely over. Beyond the chaos heavens, the saints were astounded. And elsewhere, in a hidden spot beyond the chaos heavens, a tea garden stood silently. Woman bee arrived and began studying the heavenly music thoroughly. Some of the heavenly music sect disciples also knew that a simple old woman had arrived and become the deputy sect master. However, no one knew who she was. They only felt that she might be a genius. Only exalted Mingwen had goosebumps. The old woman was said to be the strongest saint who had established the laws of life for postnatal life forms, woman bee. She was once the disciple of the strongest god fiend, Yi Ming. Even such an existence had come to study the heavenly music score. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. The Heaven Chord sect was located on this planet. With the continuous overlapping of eras in the high-dimensional time-space, there were many talented people. The entire planet's mortals had already developed their own unique civilization. From the old women and old men on the streets to the rich and powerful, all of them more or less knew some diagrams and knew some methods. This set off a trend of music. Even the children studying in private schools would learn the great Tao music diagrams from a young age, research calculations, and strive to stand out. In the future, they would pass the imperial examinations and be chosen by the immortals to be accepted into the sect. This meant that a system that was mature enough to be learned was gradually forming, and Li Xingyin was still the eldest disciple back then. Her strength was tyrannical. But with the development of these years, there were many changes. The disciples in the sect also married and had children, and had their own lives. And Li Xingyin was pursued by Emperor Zhao Wen, who was only ranked in the middle among the disciples, and became his Tao companion. This matter caused a huge uproar among the disciples. She was originally a farming woman in the countryside. She looked ugly and burly, and looked like a man. She even had thick leg hair. She actually married a wise emperor? That Emperor Zhao Wen is also an elegant and charming person. I didn't expect him to have such means. I saw him frequently appear beside other people's houses. Indeed, he has evil intentions. I'm originally from the neighboring village. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the initiative. When Suji learned of this scene, he was researching in the laboratory. He was a little dumbfounded. This worked too, that Emperor Zhao Wen was indeed a smart person. He actually had such a trick up his sleeve. His aptitude was lacking, but he could use other methods to increase his authority in the sect. But Suji couldn't be bothered. Countless years had passed among the disciples, and they had gradually gained a sense of humanity. They were originally mortals. Without the rules and regulations of cultivators, they didn't even know how many cultivation realms there were. Naturally, they continued to live like ordinary mortals. Simple and plain. In Suji's eyes, their hearts were extremely pure. They were similar to those naive Tao seekers. Such thoughts were the easiest to achieve in a certain field. For example, the achievements in front of me aren't considered low. Suji looked at the nebula clusters in the glass bottles. The dots of stars converged into a beautiful vortex. They were a seed, but they split into countless Tao trees of laws. They actually managed to produce quite a few. Previously, Suji had only evolved 7, but now he had more than 30. This made Suji gain a lot. These were all bloodline universes that could survive. At the same time, he had also collected the great Tao Atlas of these bloodline universes. This was the shape of a split tree. Unfortunately, this is only the first step of the long journey. These bloodline universes are all rather mediocre. They look ordinary, no different from the great cosmos. There's nothing special about them. Suji clearly knew that he had been restricted by the framework of only being able to evolve bloodline. Originally, to be able to lean towards forming a bloodline universe among the billions of possibilities in order to survive was already a rare top prize. And if he wanted to make this bloodline universe even more special, the chances of that happening were even slimmer. But Suji also hoped that he could evolve a bloodline universe with potential for him to conduct research and find a way to survive. This feeling is just like evolving species. It's already very rare for evolved species to survive, but they are all ordinary species that survive. Species with extraordinary potential are even rarer. Suji shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. There might not even be one that is special and eye-catching among thousands of them. However, I have officially ascended to the throne. Suji had a strange look on his face. Previously, as the god of creation, I had to appear very cold and follow the rules of heaven and earth. As the heavenly Tao, I played the role of a natural phenomenon. But now, I have truly ascended to the throne and become the god of creation. While Suji was feeling helpless, after all these years, female B fell into complete shock. She was locked in a small room and had yet to come out. Heavens! This marble is actually the Big Bang of the universe. It can evolve into countless possibilities. She sat in the laboratory, her eyes shining brightly as if she had discovered a new world. Wait, this isn't infinite. It's because the great Tao singularity has some kind of defect. It can only evolve a bloodline universe, and everything else is dead? She was very smart, so she quickly discovered this point and found out the reason. Perhaps the great Tao singularity has become defective. It's because this ancient existence gave birth to a consciousness, so it wants to make up for the great Tao singularity? In that case, I can only evolve a bloodline universe. Another few years passed, and female B evolved a few bloodline universes. They were extremely accurate and almost identical to this false Tao universe. She frowned. Another few years passed, and she continued to evolve. Although there were some differences, the differences were still not big. She finally understood why she had to find mortals who did not understand the universe and its laws. As a sage, my understanding of the laws and laws of the universe have long been deeply ingrained. It's branded in the depths of my soul and affects my every word and action. Therefore, the universe I evolve is limited. Although the bloodline universe she evolved was exquisite, she was now replicating the current bloodline universe, but she had already lost all other possibilities. Fixed thinking was a very scary thing. Could it be that I can only rely on those mortals? She frowned. They don't know the laws of the universe, don't cultivate, and only the fish that escape the laws of the universe can create a chance of survival? It was not that she had not tried to develop one of the exploding universes, but because it was too small. It was just that the Big Bang of the virtual universe contained too little matter, and it could not truly be developed continuously, resulting in another era of light and chaos. Even though she knew that it could appear, it was only lacking matter. This is only a virtual experiment. If it's the God of creation, then he can create these universes at any time, female B said in her heart, feeling the vast glory within. Crack. At this moment, a figure walked over from the unseen world. The will of the unseen universe, Your Highness. Female B, this old lady, hurriedly stood up and said. No need for formalities. I am no longer the God of creation. I have become selfish, and have developed emotions and self-awareness. You can think of it as an or that originally had no intelligence, but has developed intelligence. You can also think of it as a planet that has developed self-awareness. The figure only smiled. These are the universes you evolved, not bad. The glass bottles before her were indeed precise to the point of perfection, and even perfect replicas. Hearing this, female B instantly smiled bitterly. How can this not be good? These are the existing laws of the universe, and there are no innovations. Obviously, they cannot meet your requirements. Although she did not know what the God of creation wanted to do, it was obvious that similar things were useless. There must be new ideas in order to be of some use. The great Tao is flawed, and my wisdom comes from the common people. I can only borrow the wisdom of the common people to find a trace of opportunity to survive the calamity. Suji clasped his hands behind his back. Everything depends on you, but I can't do anything, female B's heart trembled. So that was why the God of creation also wanted to borrow the wisdom of the common people to evolve. After all, in a universe, the common people were the favored children of heaven and earth. They had their own intelligence and could open up infinite possibilities. Don't belittle yourself. Suji calmly said, every saint has become a part of the laws of the universe. Naturally, they will be limited by their beliefs. This is an influence that comes from tens of thousands of years since they were born. It is very difficult to change. And as a saint, you have done many things that are already unimaginable. The universe that female B evolved followed the rules. Although Suji was a little disappointed, it was within his expectations. But I am useless. I am not even as good as a mortal. Female B was a little disappointed. Back then, she used light to prove the Tao of life for her master. It was because she had talent in this area. She studied the structure of life and chose the most perfect life spiral genetic structure as the carrier of information to facilitate the birth of life. But now, he was useless. He couldn't do anything about it. Don't belittle yourself, the figure said. How could she be useless? From Suji's point of view, although she could not evolve a universe, female B was a saint. She had perfect control and could replicate such a universe. She was the strongest tool of a universe. Now, although Suji had those successful experiments in the virtual universe, they were only in the laboratory. To successfully replicate it, he would have to repeat it, and to rely on the current Great Tao Atlas and the existing universe blueprints to perfectly reproduce the Big Bang. Suji's control was unable to do it. Perfect replication and inducing random appearance were two completely different concepts. To replicate it, the details required were too terrifying. Only the strongest saint in this universe, female B, could do it to this extent. Whoosh. Suji stretched out his hand and a glass bottle appeared in front of him. Nebulae surrounded it. The bloodline universes they evolved were mostly mediocre. Only this one is slightly innovative. You can evolve a small universe with me and observe how it develops. Female B was stunned and could not help but nod. She took the universe blueprint and observed it carefully. It's very simple to shatter it at any time, but to make it look exactly the same. This is a very heavy and complicated task for me. She looked very seriously. In her eyes, this was the god of creation's special treatment for her. After all, for such an existence, this was his job, and it would be effortless for him to truly manifest it. Allowing her to experience it personally was no less than giving her a huge opportunity. After a few days, she vaguely grasped the essence of this great Tao blueprint and began to directly clone and evolve that bloodline universe. Rumble, in the silent dark void. A huge explosion was born. The origin of all things instantly turned into countless particles and spread. Rules, matter, energy, space-time. Suji stood quietly in the distance and watched this scene. This kind of combat power is indeed strong. If it was outside, it would have long swept through an entire universe. But it's a pity that it's a vase living in a bottle. The singularity of the universe is fake, so they are also fake. A Big Bang occurred. To put it simply, this was the nesting doll universe. Within a fake universe, there was an even smaller fake universe. This was an experimental universe with a very small range. It was only used for experiments and to observe specific data and results. Whoosh. Countless substances flew. Clanging sounds of the great Tao splitting and colliding formed an indescribable prelude to the universe. Heavenly Tao melody. Female Beta's face was pale, but she was extremely excited. This calculation was too exhausting, causing her to age even more. She had completely turned into a white-haired old lady. This beautiful scene was enough to evoke the longing of every Tao seeker. This was the scene that all pilgrims dreamed of. Rumble, the universe split. Substances spread rapidly, and a primordial chaotic land appeared, just like the land from back then. This is the very first moment. Female Beta was very excited as she stared into the distance. Is it possible that a third Imang will appear? Suji did not say anything and looked at female Beta. Her lifespan was clearly depleting even faster. This detailed evolution required a terrifying amount of energy control. Even for a saint, it was extremely exhausting. Looks like her lifespan can't last much longer. Suji was silent for a while and could not help but say with some guilt, "You've worked hard." Worked hard? How could it be hard? Female Beta hurriedly shook her head and said with an excited expression, "You could have easily completed it, but you asked me to do it and personally experience the most fundamental mystery of the universe. This is a huge opportunity for me." Female Beta became more and more excited as she spoke. She felt more and more that she could not repay him. She had not done anything, yet she had received such a huge opportunity. She had not paid any price, yet she had received such a huge nurturing. It was like a dream. Suji looked at the excited female Beta and was silent for a few seconds. He could only say calmly, "There's no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. In the future, as long as you want to, you can evolve it. The universe is all my people, and so are you." "Yes." Female beta replied excitedly. Suji could only think to himself, "In the future, I'll have to take the path of an elite soldier, choose those great Tao blueprints with potential, and replicate them. After all, the consumption is too great. To replicate perfectly, even Lady B can't last more than a few times. I have to make good use of the few opportunities one have. Time, move back 10,000 years." Suji's voice exploded. Everything flowed at a rapid speed, like the passing of the sea into mulberry fields. This. Under the dumbfounded expression of female B, Yi Zichen was stunned. She saw 10,000 years later, the first Khanate fiend god was born. Just like Yamong, he began to lead his clansmen into hiding from the chaos of the Chaos-verse, a place where the natural laws had yet to be unified. Soon, they began to study the sculptures. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, a cultivation realm appeared. Everything is the same as always. Female B took a deep breath. In that primordial chaos, sculpting was the only way to pass time. The appearance of this era was inevitable. Suji just smiled and said, "Female B, do you see the difference in this universe?" Although they were all bloodline universes, this was the bloodline universe that Suji had chosen with the greatest degree of mutation. It might not be the strongest, but it was the one with the greatest difference. This could be said to be the second type of bloodline universe that Suji had discovered. Suji called it, second-type bloodline. Different? Female B carefully observed, it's the manifestation of the bloodline that is different. Although it's still the framework of the bloodline universe, the cultivation system of the extraordinary bloodline is slightly different. What's different? Suji smiled and said, I want to see, as the strongest saint in the universe today, can you compare with those existences in the prehistoric universe? After all, Suji still knew his own limits. He was just a standing ticket, he didn't even have a seat on the Great Tao. How could he not know his own weight? Female B's level, outside the universe, be it ancient or modern, would be the strongest batch of multidimensional saints. Her vision and understanding of the universe far exceeded Suji's imagination. Compete? At this moment, Female B's competitive spirit was aroused. She carefully observed and studied the cultivating chaotic godfiends. Very quickly, she discovered an abnormality and could not help but exclaim, it's the bloodline. Their bloodline is concentrated. The bloodline that exists in a race can only exist in the body of one living being. What is a bloodline? Suji said, our bloodline universe is to cultivate the bloodline. What is a bloodline? Female B answered, in any material structure in the universe, there are rules. Soil, metal, these material structures also contain rules. What about life? The material structure that forms life also has rules. It's called the genetic structure, which is also known as the bloodline. Therefore, cultivating the bloodline is equivalent to cultivating the rules that form one's own material structure. In the end, one continuously refines and cultivates to the peak. And the stronger and more special a life is, the more unique and mysterious the rules of the bloodline it contains. Suji nodded. This was the perfect conclusion. This was the truth of the bloodline universe. The system of the bloodline universe was actually a system where everything contains rules. Any material structure contained a trace of rules, and the material structure of life was actually the genetic structure. Therefore, one could cultivate rules, condense and become stronger step by step, and finally prove one's Tao. It was also because of this that after a stone gained sentience, it could also cultivate its own bloodline. Stones did not gain sentience to have bloodlines. Instead, bloodlines existed in any material from the start. Sand, energy, light, water. The essence of bloodlines was the structural rules of matter. It existed in all things, including life. Life could only cultivate the rules it contained. And here, what's different? Suji asked. It's the bloodline here. It doesn't exist in all things, but in some unique life forms. And it's unique. Female B took a deep breath. This is incredible. Unique? Suji gazed into the distance. He could also see the difference in this bloodline universe. This universe was too incomplete. It was equivalent to a deformed defective product. Every rule only existed in the bloodline of a single life form. This meant that the number of rules in this universe determined the number of life forms that could cultivate. For example, if there were only 3,000 rules, only 3,000 life forms could cultivate. As for the other life forms, no matter how heaven-defying their talent was, they would not even have the possibility to cultivate. A deformed universe. Even if it survives and life is born, it will inevitably usher in destruction, Female B said softly, giving her own evaluation. But Suji could not deny it. He said, we still have to take a look. Is your bloodline universe not deformed? Won't it quickly head towards destruction from the start? Female B's pupils were slightly stunned. Yes, if they did not prove one's Tao with radiance, the slash that made all things imperfect, the universe would definitely head towards destruction. You mean, they will think of a way to complete the rules of this universe? Female B's mind was immediately thrown into chaos. That's right. Living beings are the greatest variable in the universe. They are like the water droplets and nutrients of a sapling. They will think of every possible way to save it, complete it, and let it grow strong and healthy. This universe is indeed deformed. Although it is also a bloodline universe, previously bloodlines covered all things. Now, bloodlines are concentrated. It can be called the second type of bloodline universe. Suji was very calm. In this aspect, he was more knowledgeable than Female B. Because he had evolved many times, he knew the importance of the fusion of life forms and the completion of the universe's rules. Suji gazed into the distance. Would there be a chance to make up for the imperfections, and how would they make this universe flourish? Could this newborn universe be completed? Female B frowned. Perhaps that was possible. No matter how disabled or dying a sapling was, as long as there were living beings in the universe, there would be life. It was like running water that could restore the sapling to health. They were like tree spirits that complemented the trees, but she could not deduce it. Because she was not a living being of that era, she could not see what they would do. However, this universe is actually very special. Our universe's bloodline is evenly distributed among all living beings, but they are concentrated in one person. This causes the laws to be highly condensed in their bloodline. They were actually born with the bloodline of the Great Tao's main trunk. Female B frowned. In their current bloodline universe, no one could possess a bloodline of the main laws. The main trunk was the Tao tree of the Khanate Atlas. Sages like them could only prove their Tao by relying on the branch bloodline of the main trunk. For example, if time was the main trunk, then they could only prove their Tao by relying on the branch of the main trunk of time. But this bloodline universe, because of the highly condensed bloodline, appeared in one person, causing him to possess the main bloodline. She took a deep breath. This is what it means to be born sacred, a true Khanate god fiend, to be in control of the universe's most fundamental laws. At this moment, she could clearly see how the strong cultivated in this universe. A primordial god fiend race was the first to appear. Their bloodline was the energy elemental bloodline. In this race, a leader like Imang appeared. Only he had the bloodline and could cultivate, while the others were mortals. And this leader had mediocre aptitude and had no talent. But he was special. As time passed, he would enter a period of growth. He could not help but discover that he had the power of a god. As the strongest bloodline of the main trunk, he could control all the energy in the universe. He began to think that he was the chosen one and began to tyrannically rule over the entire civilization. He even married the women of the entire race and slaughtered everywhere. He never thought about his own cultivation and only acted like a tyrant. Thousands of years passed. In the boring primordial chaos, the era of cosmic sculpture was inevitably born. And he ordered people to carve his own statues all over the universe. He called himself the personification of the sky, the Supreme Father, and the cornerstone of the universe. This is where the universe is incomplete. Seeing this, Female B shook her head and said, if the bloodline is evenly distributed so that all beings can cultivate, there will definitely be a sage-like master, the most outstanding being to lead the civilization, but if it is randomly concentrated on one being, then that being is probably not the smartest, the wisest, and the one who can lead the race to prosperity. it could even be a tyrant, a dark, evil, and negative being who suddenly possesses great power, and could destroy all life in the universe. Suji didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Soon, tens of thousands of years passed. As an immortal existence in the primal chaos, the Heavenly Father didn't need to think about cultivation at all because he was already invincible. He didn't need to study the cultivation system, causing his power to only grow and grow. Although he had an unlimited lifespan and was only at the 4th rank, it was already enough to crush all mortals. He married countless women, and even his own children. He found that some of his descendants possessed terrifying bloodline power, and could inherit part of his bloodline. They even transformed into another race. His eldest son, Toph, who used Thunderbolt as his weapon, separated and became the Thunder race. His second disciple, Teresa, who used Flame as her body, became the Flame race. All kinds of energy, including the Wind, Fire, and Lightning energy race, all multiplied with him. Seeing this, the giant wheel of history rolled to this point. Female B was shocked, and couldn't help but say in a low voice, as the main law, energy, he actually used such a method to reproduce the branch laws of the main energy? A branch multiplying to a lower level branch? Using this to spread out the map of the laws of the universe? This was also the bloodline universe. It was also a form of inheritance. However, it was this form of inherited bloodline that had stricter rules. This was the more terrifying theory of bloodline supremacy. Without bloodline inheritance, one would forever be immortal, and the inheritance of bloodline was random. Some of the less talented, or even tyrannical beings, once they obtained supreme power, would instantly rule over everything, becoming a god. A race can only produce one god of their own race, condensing all the power of the bloodline, and the rest of this race will forever be mortals. Female B took a deep breath. And the descendants of this god might produce a lower-level mutated race, forming a new race. And this new race can only produce one god of their own race. This was too unique. And too random. When Suji saw this, he was as silent as Female B. The laws of this universe were too distorted and deformed. Clearly, it was far from the perfect laws of this bloodline universe. Following that, another tens of thousands of years passed. As an eternal Khanate god fiend, the Heavenly Father already had many descendants. In fact, each of his descendants was also reproducing new descendants, giving rise to quite a number of gods. However, although these gods were called heavenly gods, they were just mortals with powerful and tyrannical powers. They had no Tao heart, nor did they cultivate. They only grew with time, and even now, the highest they could reach was the 6th rank. At the same time, their private lives were rather chaotic. In this heavenly god family, there were even existences who married their own wives and daughters, or married their own fathers. It looked extremely chaotic. Humph, what a bunch of tyrannical beings. Female B said. Another tens of thousands of years passed. The mortals were tormented. Suddenly, there were existences with unparalleled talent who invented cultivation methods, body cultivators, and soul cultivators. They began to secretly cultivate, wanting to overthrow the rule of the heavenly gods. When Female B saw this, she was very gratified, but she was not optimistic. She shook her head and said, "There are geniuses among the mortals. It's just a pity that they don't have a bloodline. Pure body cultivators and soul cultivators can only reach the 8th rank at most. After all, just reaching the 9th rank was not a realm that these mortals could cultivate, much less reaching the 10th rank. This was because they were innately limited. Without a Tao in their bodies, there were no rules, so how could they reach the 8th rank? The 8th rank was the limit. The 8th rank was to cultivate oneself, and after that was to cultivate the world. 10,000 years passed. The mortals cultivated in secret. The heavenly gods lived a chaotic and extravagant life. They had power but no corresponding talent. They were just a bunch of nouveau riche, and they didn't notice at all. On this day, the war among the mortals erupted. A god. This is a god. The first god appeared, the leader of the revolutionary army, Bull Sykes. He walked in the higher dimension and was extremely powerful. Those pedantic and degenerate heavenly gods were like statues in his eyes. They started the war. In this universe sculpture era, the earth was dyed with blood. It was extremely tragic. Countless heavenly gods fell, but the Heavenly Father who controlled the energy trunk was only at the 7th rank even though he had never cultivated before. He had stayed in this growth stage for far too long. He, who didn't study the future realm, didn't know how to walk in the higher dimension. But his bloodline was the most heaven-defying kind. Even the higher dimension creature that became the 8th rank heavenly god, the leader of the rebel army, actually died under the hands of the 7th rank Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father controlled the energy body. He couldn't break through the defense and cause any damage. Instead, all the energy in his body was controlled, and he died immediately. The 7th rank Heavenly Father crushed an ordinary 8th rank heavenly god. The corpse of the leader of the mortals, Bullsykes, was hung in front of the Heavenly Father palace. He had suffered extremely cruel torture. His eyes were wide open as he stared into the distance. The war of the mortals was lost. All the mortals who plotted against him were executed one after another. The Heavenly Father's expression was cold. These weak mortals actually found such a strange way to become stronger. They could even kill some of my children. But they are still very weak. But he actually found the path to the next growth stage and became a creature of the next dimension. I thought that the growth stage before us was the limit. These ignorant and incompetent heavenly gods obtained the path to the 8th rank heavenly god from the mortals. Soon, a group of heavenly gods appeared. Another 10,000 years passed. The Heavenly Father clan still lived an unimaginably chaotic life. On the other side, another chaotic heavenly demon clan, a grain of sand, finally gained sentience as time passed. A new clan was born with the time bloodline. He also began to call himself the Heavenly Father and secretly became a heavenly god. The two clans became enemies. Another 10,000 years passed. Heavenly Fathers appeared one after another. As the main path, the Heavenly Father clan became enemies. The War of the Mortals lasted for tens of thousands of years. The War of the Innate Heavenly Demon era erupted. This war was too bloody. The universe was in chaos. In the end, all the Heavenly Fathers who grasped the main rules fell. Only their children were left. No one can grasp the main rules anymore. Female B saw this and snorted coldly. It's indeed the bloodline universe. It's more or less the same. It's just that no one here could grasp the main rules in the beginning. But they could appear in this era. Following the fall of this group of most ancient existences, the main rules completely returned to the universe, becoming a scene on the Great Tao Atlas. The children below only grasped the branch rules. Another 10,000 years passed. The various Heavenly Father clans developed peacefully. Following the fall of their fathers, they no longer fought. They each acted like a tyrant in their own clans. There were also no ambitious gods who wanted to open up the chaos and cut open the heavens and earth. They wanted to get rid of these muddle-headed days and create a happy home for themselves. They were like a bunch of lazy people who spent their days in their own rooms. They threw their dirty socks everywhere and did not think about making the place they lived in comfortable. Finally, following the birth of a new god, everything changed. Guys. His father was Heavenly Saint Merg who grasped the branch of time. His mother was Rhea who grasped the earth element. As a powerful god, he was not as chaotic as his brothers and sisters. Instead, he was interested in the cultivation system that mortals researched since he was young. Even though countless gods told him, those are the cultivation methods of mortals. As long as we naturally get through the growth period, we will be extremely powerful. We will become stronger as time passes. Mortals would never have the possibility of surpassing gods. This was because the highest level mortals could reach was the 8th level god. Some heavenly gods did not cultivate. Today, tens of thousands of years later, they had found the path to God and were already at the 8th level god realm. And they had the bloodline rules. Those mortals who only trained their bodies and souls were no match for them. They would never have the possibility of catching up even if they spent their entire lives. But Guy still went to research and cultivate. Those of his clan disgusted him. Instead, it was the diligent mortals. He was among the youngest batch, but one day later, he surpassed his parents and became the strongest 8th level god in the world. At the same time, he began to think about the next level. The other gods were all muddle-headed and did not use the higher dimensional spacetime at all. Becoming a four-dimensional being to reach their distant future was too arduous. But just like Emang, no one could open the ninth-level god path. Guise was completely helpless. He tried to find other heavenly gods to research and open the ninth level together, but he was laughed at and rejected. They could not understand Guy's train of thought at all. We are already the strongest. What are we thinking? Becoming stronger is meaningless. Female B also shook her head and laughed. Guy's was helpless. He knew that these existences were useless, but it was only natural. They were all randomly selected mortals. And on a planet, ordinary mortals make up the majority. 99.9% of them will only abuse their power. Another 5,000 years passed. Guy secretly contacted mortals and taught them cultivation. Back then, the path to becoming a rank 8 god was also deduced by mortals. Perhaps I can help them open another path once more. Mortals' cultivation was already forbidden. After all, mortals were also immortal. As long as they had enough time, their limit would be 8th level god. Although they could not overthrow the heavenly gods, they could cause enough trouble. Guise, on the other hand, secretly protected a group of extremely talented mortals. At the same time, he discussed the 9th level god path with them. They could not break through to the 9th level, but they could help Guise research it. Another 10,000 years passed. He was discovered by some of his clansmen that he was secretly cultivating mortals. This was a serious crime. Guise had no choice but to kill these gods. He looked at the corpses of the dead gods and said, I wonder if I can extract their power. He tried to merge it with their bloodline and succeeded. Soon, he became a 4-gene creature and found the 9th level god path. He became the first in the universe to achieve Tao. At the same time, over the past 10,000 years, some heavenly gods found out that he was secretly communicating with mortals. He could only kill them in secret. But his bloodline was already complete. Thus, he gave them to the 3 most talented mortals, Misha, Burns, and Lucius, respectively, of the 3 gods he had killed. These 3 mortals had transformed into gods and possessed their own bloodlines. They replaced the heavenly gods without being noticed because the heavenly gods' lives were too chaotic. There was no record of how many heavenly gods there were. They still chose to hide and began to study the 10th level. Like light in the high-dimensional spacetime, 8th level 4-dimensional creatures could travel to the distant future. It only took 1 day to go from 8th level to 10th level. They found the 10th level god path and confirmed their Tao. Guise successfully confirmed his Tao and became the first sage in the world. He did not use the first blade for the universe. Instead, he stole the sacred flame for mortals. Rumble. In the sky, the universe shook and divine light shone brightly. Today, I confirm the Tao of the universe and open the 9th level for mortals. At this point, the only bloodline is no longer given to a clansman randomly. Instead, when the first mortal of this clan breaks through to 8th level god, he will be bestowed the bloodline and have the possibility to ignite the sacred flame and achieve Tao. As soon as he said this, the rules of the universe changed completely. At this point, those mediocre heavenly gods could no longer appear. They would only be given the fastest cultivators of this clan and the strongest geniuses. Female B looked at this scene and was shocked. Igniting the sacred flame and obtaining the position of God. This has actually caused the entire pedantic universe to show signs of life and a prosperous era. This was indeed an excellent method. In the past, the bloodline appeared randomly in a person, resulting in the birth of most gods. They had talent but no corresponding ability. The era was rotten and chaotic, and the gods were all incomparably tyrannical and licentious. De is not worthy of the throne. But now, in a clan, no one would be able to obtain a bloodline from the very beginning. Only when they reached the stage 7 heavenly emperor and became a divine spirit would they have a chance to obtain their own clan's bloodline. At this point, almost all the deity positions were obtained by geniuses, and mediocre mortals would forever remain mortals. At the same time, this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It could also give mortals who could only cultivate their bodies and souls to tier 8 a chance to break through to tier 9. It was like igniting the divine flame for mortals. I didn't expect there to be such a method. Female B's old and turbid eyes were filled with astonishment. Using such a method, they revived the structure of this universe and made it prosperous. I can imagine that it's different from our universe. We have bloodlines from the very beginning, and we can cultivate from the very beginning. We're everywhere. In the beginning, they could only cultivate soul cultivation and body cultivation. It was very simple and unadorned. Only after reaching rank 8 could they ignite the sacred flame and come into contact with the power of the bloodline law. Godhood universe? Suji didn't say anything, but his eyes lit up. He felt that such a bloodline universe was indeed somewhat inadequate. Mortals from rank 1 to rank 7 could only cultivate the soul and the body. There was no variety in these simple and unadorned cultivation methods. However, it was indeed another form of expression within the framework of the bloodline universe. Bloodlines were concentrated, and a bloodline race could only have one person awaken at the same time. Time flew by. Dai Si became a peak 10th rank expert and successfully proved his Tao, causing the laws of the universe to change. He had opened the path for mortals, but he had also caused the heavenly gods to feel extreme panic. For them, who had no ambitions, how a new god was born had nothing to do with them. At most, they would just have more of their own kind. However, these new heavenly gods were all monstrous geniuses. Their battle prowess and intelligence crushed them. At the same time, if they wanted to break through to the Tao, they would have to hunt down other existences and gather 4 bloodlines. We are the weakest. We will be killed. Crazy. That was insane. Guys, that traitor, he brought a torch to the mortals and ignited the divine fire. These mortals will kill us, the old gods. Kill him. He must be punished. He has brought disaster upon the mountain of Pantheon. Put him on a stake on Mount Pantheon and tie him up with iron chains. Let the vultures eat away at his organs every day. Let him suffer a fate worse than death. In the face of death, these ancient heavenly deities felt the most extreme fear. Death was a word that all living beings feared incomparably. They want to execute Gus. However, Gai's was already a 10th stage sage, while they were all 8th stage gods who had never cultivated before. There was nothing they could do about Gai's. Time flew, and the end of the old gods came. They began to be eliminated by the perfected rules of the universe and became walking extraordinary bloodlines. They were all slaughtered by the new gods and assimilated into their own bodies, becoming Taoists. A new era had arrived. They were all experts with powerful cultivation aptitudes. They had dreams, ambitions, and the desire to explore the world. They each advanced their own eras. This is a titan who controls the power of the earth. Take his godhood. Godhood. Only with 4 godhoods can one have the chance to become the great god of the universe. All sorts of noises began to fill the air. The experts began to fight and kill. The era of great battles had descended. Slaughter shall usher in a new life. Both Suji and Woman B knew very well that the primordial universe was on the right track. Only slaughter could push forward the era. The strong would be eliminated, and only the fittest would survive. It sounded cruel, but that was the reality. The various ancient overlords of Earth had also evolved in the endless slaughter of hundreds of millions of years. The law of the jungle allowed the most outstanding to survive. I will light the sacred fire for the mortals, and I will open the divine door for the world. Guise began to establish his own sect and preach to the common people. He nurtured his disciples to become sages and prove their Taoist godhoods. All of them proved their Taos for this broken universe. Soon, thousands of sages began to prove their Taos. They cut open the universe one after another. They even invited their favored disciple, a sage who proved the laws of the universe, to cut open the laws of matter for the entire universe. Boom, the world was clear. The universe's matter began to form its own laws. It began to separate into layers like a still river. Matter began to divide and form its own laws. It's a scene similar to the 3,000 gods and demons proving their Taos. Female B's eyes lit up as she cried out, even if it's a different universe, it's still a similar era. The primordial sculpture era, the era of creation. Doesn't the next era mean the end of the era of connate life forms? Female B soon saw that scene. Tens of thousands of years passed. Guise felt that the era of the great expansion of the universe had arrived. Because it was eternal life, and as a four-dimensional life form, as long as one became a level 8 god, they would soon reach level 9, level 10, and reach the distant future, directly becoming a sage. The progress of the universe is too fast. Gaius noticed this as well. There were too many sages. After the Big Bang, mortals had barely lived through a few thousand years. After many generations, cultivators appeared one after another, causing the universe to expand rapidly as if it had eaten leaven. It quickly entered its prime, and even aged. I will slay a god again. This voice appeared in his heart. He wanted to stop the destruction of the universe so that mortals could enjoy not just a few thousand years, but tens of billions of years. Tens of thousands of years passed. Gaius brought a few of his disciples and had them begin to prove their Tao, slaying a god. I wish to slay a god. At this point, there will be birth, old age, sickness, and death in cultivation. He began to cut off the past and future of the four-dimensional life forms, leaving only a small part of the timeline that he could control. This method thoroughly enraged the sages. Boom, the great tribulation of heaven and earth was born. Dirty clothes, withered hair, sweating under the armpits, smelly body, not happy with me. This is what the primordial Lord of Heaven, the primordial Lord of Heaven's order, will experience. How can we mortals be like this? At this moment, a large number of life forms in the universe died of old age. More than 80% of the population that had just returned to its peak had fallen. The universe ushered in an unimaginable extinction, and all life was wailing and screaming. The sages of the current era were already somewhat dissatisfied with Gaius, and this slash had a great impact on them as well. The god slaying a god would benefit the mortals. As for those ridiculous ant-like mortals, they were nothing more than existences that would grow again after being cut off. Why should they seek benefits for them? A great battle broke out. Gaius was pushed down from his pedestal. He bore the greatest infamy and was even surrounded. Put him on the stake on Mount Pantheon, tie him up with iron chains, and let vultures nibble at his organs every day. Let him live a life worse than death. Countless sages looked at him coldly. It was this slogan again, just like in the past. In the past, those stupid, rotten old gods would not have had the ability to overthrow Gaius, so they failed. But these new gods were all powerhouses with true strength. They had all obtained godhood through their own strength. Gaius was outnumbered. This great sage of the universe was finally put on the stake on Mount Pantheon, tied up with iron chains, and let vultures nibble at his organs every day. Let him live a life worse than death. What exactly am I fighting for? He looked at these new Empyrean gods, and his mind was suddenly in a trance. Many scenes flashed through his mind like a horse lantern. Gaius? Do you know your crime? The three leading saints asked. They were his three trusted mortals, Misha, Burns-Jones, and Lucius, who he had led back then. I know. I'm guilty because I seek benefits for mortals. That's not the case. You're the one who caused mortals to die of old age and illness, and you're the one who caused the immature heavenly gods to be shackled. One of the heavenly gods said angrily. As gods, are you judging me? Gaius was imprisoned on Mount Pantheon, chained up with iron rings. His body was drenched in blood, and vultures nibbled at his organs. Of course, we are gods. The sages stood amidst the golden light and said. Oh, so you are gods. Gaius threw his head back and laughed. Back then, I killed a god and ignited the sacred fire for mortals. You cheered, because you were mortals. Now, I killed a god again and opened a future for mortals, but you hate me, because you are gods. Nothing about me has changed, but you are already on the opposite side. This is a reincarnation. Laughable mortals have become gods in the sky. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Back then, I thought that heavenly gods were all decaying, and only mortals could advance. That was why I chose humans. Now, I understand that divinity and mortals are all human nature. There was no difference from the beginning. The final curtain fell on the era. The universe finally had a lifespan. There was birth, aging, sickness, and death. The immortal era of chaos gods and demons was over. All the reincarnations of history were similar, but they were also different. After seeing everything, Female B turned around and suddenly said to the god of creation with a complicated expression, Do you think, the decay of life is just a coincidence, or is eternal life bound to decay in the future? Do you think that the decay of life is just a coincidence, or that eternal life will inevitably decay in the future? The God of creation was silent for a moment and did not answer directly. Only truth lives forever. Only truth lives forever. Woman B, a white-haired old lady, suddenly fell silent. Her eyes became moist and hot tears rolled down her cheeks. Endless images of her long life flashed through her mind, and she could not help but sob. The vicissitudes of time and history changed. No matter who you were sad or happy for, doubting the evil and justice of the human heart, lamenting that the human heart had become so strange, everything that had passed was also like smoke, and everything that had passed was also an illusion. No matter what, they were all dust in the vast torrent of history. Only truth lives forever. It has always been standing there quietly. Everything has changed, but it has never changed. Woman B's heart that had been pent up for a long time seemed to have become clear in an instant. She turned around and looked at the figure of the God of creation, standing quietly in the void as if standing there for eternity. She softly murmured, "Only truth lives forever, and will never change." She suddenly felt that she did not need to worry about these things anymore. No matter how cruel the history was, she did not need to care about it. She only needed to become the purest Taoist and pursue the eternal truth. Although Suji saw that her Taoist heart seemed to have become clear, he still could not help but interrupt her. Truth lives forever, but it is not eternal. Now that the truth is incomplete, it will face a great calamity. Woman B's face stiffened. Even the eternal truth has changed? Something changed. She suddenly felt that there was no love, but it was obvious that the universe's Taoist rules had become incomplete, and the singularity had become incomplete. She had long felt it. At this time, this universe's innate era of gods and demons had passed, and development had returned to peace. Female B couldn't help but feel curious. In her eyes, this situation was like the lofty heavenly Tao had entered the world to undergo a tribulation and had developed intelligence. She asked, "The great Tao singularity, the primal chaos Tao One, is it really incomplete?" Of course. Suji did not have any hidden intentions. He said calmly, "Therefore, I want to evolve the universe and use the wisdom of all beings in the universe to find a way to repair the Tao singularity of this universe and make it complete." Woman B fell into deep thought after hearing this. She thought for a while and could not help but say, "But the Tao is already incomplete. No matter how this incomplete singularity is used to evolve a new universe, it will still be incomplete." It was as if the core component was missing from the very beginning. No matter what it was used for, the core component could not be replaced. Unless he finds another complete great Tao singularity, or a complete universe that was created by the Big Bang of a complete great Tao singularity. She pondered. He has a complete Taoyi of primordial chaos. Only then can he obtain it, the God of creation calmly said. "Do you know what is outside the universe?" Outside the universe? Female B's gaze trembled. "It is another complete prehistoric universe," the Creator God said. Female B's heart was now in turmoil. Outside our universe is the prehistoric universe. What was going on? Didn't the prehistoric universe grow old, collapse, and then explode again before the current universe appeared? Just what kind of drastic change had happened? Is that why the prehistoric universe and this newborn universe coexisted in this special entangled state? However, if it really was a complete prehistoric universe, it would definitely be complete. Perhaps he could use his perfect singularity to patch up the great Tao singularity in front of him. However, the problem was also very complicated. This was because this was a universe created by the explosion of the great Tao singularity. How could he patch it up? He could not possibly let this universe return and form a complete great Tao singularity so that he could absorb its laws to patch up this universe, right? That was impossible. The great Tao singularity splits into all the laws of the universe, and the original origin, primordial chaos, cannot be found. Perhaps he can only evolve a universe with an analytical bloodline to devour the laws of the universe outside and restore it to a complete singularity. Female B said, if he can evolve a nemesis of that universe to specifically restrain it, devour it, and analyze it, she finally understood. Suji looked at Female B with a gratified expression. This was also one of his thoughts. This universe was disabled, but Suji's idea was to use the laws of a special bloodline universe to devour and analyze the laws of the universe outside. From there, he could obtain his singularity data and the Great Tao Atlas. This was a battle between the universe and the universe's vision. Even if he could not devour the other party's singularity and completely patch up this universe, thereby proving his Tao in this universe. Suji also hoped to use this evolved universe to restrain and analyze the universe to find the other party's Great Tao True Sound Overture. In fact, the sequence of the laws of the universe splitting was called the Universe Overture. It contained the core laws and password of the universe and was the Great Tao Atlas. The Great Tao True Sound Overture was composed of two parts. The Khanate laws produced at the instant of the Big Bang were the Great Tao's backbone and the universe Khanate True Sound Overture. The laws after the Big Bang were the Sage's Tao integration. They were patched up one era after another and were the post-celestial True Sound Overture. This part could only be seen after witnessing each era. If he could obtain the Great Tao True Sound of the universe, he would at least have the hope of proving his Tao in the universe. However, all of this was just Suji's expectation. I see. I have some understanding of this great calamity. For the sake of our entire universe, we might have to fight against the prehistoric universe. Female B felt that the mission was extremely important and that the future of the universe was very uncertain. Although this bloodline universe is somewhat abnormal, it's clearly not what we want. She had already sensed something. After all, how could it be that simple? This universe's era was stable, and she soon planned on ignoring it. She would allow it to develop as a miniature experimental universe that could be observed. After leaving this universe, Female B's face turned ghastly pale. Clearly, she did not have much time left to live. Typically speaking, I can't live for more than 1,500 years. But it should be about to begin, right? I hope I can make it in time. Female B looked up at the universe that belonged to them. According to the plan, it's almost time. What plan? Suji was taken aback for a moment and failed to react. Female B turned around, looked at Suji, and said, "Previously, when I heard you talk about the various historical eras, I felt a vague sense of destiny. When you even mentioned the era of the multiverse, I was even more shaken up. It was as if I could see a vague sense of destiny. And now, this fate has unfolded. The future that belongs to our universe has undergone a drastic change." She looked beyond the chaos heavens. Suddenly, sages descended into this universe. Our plan will follow the predestined future that you predicted. It has begun. Suji was taken aback as his mind went blank for a few seconds before he reacted. It feels like you are the same as Imang. You want to stir up trouble before you leave. I've said so much, but it turns out that you were the one who led the creation of the multiverse? You are the one in charge? Suji was somewhat taken aback. Imang cleaved the universe before he died, and you cleaved the universe before you died? Previously, you returned to handle the final chores. This was something that had been planned for countless years. Cleave the universe? Then, you handed everything over to others before coming here to join the Heavenly Music sect? It's no wonder you had an odd look of shock when you mentioned the future of the multiverse splitting. May I ask if everything is in line? Female B said wistfully, after all, that completely different bloodline universe has produced a similar era. We should also be. Suji was ultimately a battle-hardened man. He could not help but hold his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, just like back then, it was a predecessor similar to you who grasped life and souls, opening up the future of the entire multiverse. Whoosh. Suji presented the picture of the multiverse, as well as some of the latter parts. Female B looked at the picture and indeed, some of the details were very fitting. She could not help but feel subservient. This old woman who was on the brink of death said emotionally, "Indeed, it's all fate. Only the truth lives forever." Whether it was fate or not, Suji did not know. He only felt that, what a coincidence, so Female B was planning to open up the multiverse, and she was the one who planned it all. No wonder the old lady had such a strange look on her face when he said that there might be a multiverse in the future. Because this was the secret she had been secretly planning for so many years, how could she not look strange? Suji had thought that this was the inevitable opening of history, but he did not expect it to be so early. So early, to split the end of the Khanate era of gods and demons, and the beginning of the postnatal era. Suji furrowed his brows. Perhaps this happened in the same era? Both belong to the Khanate era and the postnatal era? The difference between the Khanate era and the postnatal era, lifespan. The difference between the Khanate era and the postnatal era, division. In other words, we may not have completely entered the postnatal era. When the universe splits from a Khanate era into a multiverse, it will truly enter the postnatal era. Suji muttered to himself, but thinking about it, it makes sense, because such drastic changes in the universe should have happened in the earliest moments of the universe. Only, Suji did not expect it to be female B, but thinking about it, it made sense. This female B was a fanatical and devout follower of Master Imang. Before Imang died, he wanted a death that would lead to death, and this female B would probably also choose to pursue the martyrs and cause a world-shaking wave, opening up the multiverse. Who would have thought that we would finally reach a historical moment? The god of creation's expression was very calm, revealing a rare look of nostalgia. Although I was once the god of creation of the entire universe, and saw all of history. But at that time I did not have self-awareness, and could only quietly watch the process of history. Female B nodded, and said seriously, Master, slaying the mortals to extend the life of the universe, and I will slay the universe to extend the life of the saints. Extend the life of the saints? Suji's expression was calm, but he was very puzzled. Splitting the universe into several pieces could extend the life of the saints, tell me about it. At this moment, female B was in a trance and said, I have also searched for the possibility of breaking through the 11th level in the long years, but there was no chance at all. I can only focus on the rest of my life, like Master, on the completion of the entire universe, hoping to leave something behind in the last moments of my life. I realized that although Master used light to slay the common people for the universe, it was unfair to the saints. In the past, one's lifespan was eternal. As long as a living being lived long enough, it was almost certain that they would become a sage. However, with birth, old age, sickness, and death, the sage realm is a battle against the heavens. It's extremely difficult. Becoming a saint in the postnatal era is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Suji agreed with female B's words. It was because the lives of saints were too miserable. They were originally fighting against the heavens, bitterly cultivating their entire lives, and only then would they have the chance to reach that final realm. However, they had just reached it, and not long after, they were going to be assimilated by the universe. It was truly too miserable. What was the point of painstakingly cultivating to this level? They had been rushing all the way, not even daring to stop and rest. After a busy life, it was not easy to reach the end, but they were going to die of old age without enjoying anything. This slaying of the common people's lifespan was indeed unfair to the saints, or rather, to all cultivators. Every realm was troubled by lifespan. Master sought benefits for the common people, but the saints suffered. In the end, he could not be biased, so I thought of seeking benefits for the saints. Female B murmured, in the end, there are only two ways to extend the lifespan of the saints. The first is to make the saints stronger, and the second is to weaken the assimilation of the universe. To make the saints stronger, Master has already reached the end of this path, seizing the great Tao of other saints to increase his strength, from 1 great Tao to 5 great Tao saints. This is already the limit of the first method, so we can only start with the second method. And to weaken the assimilation of the universe toward the saints, what is the method? Female B murmured to herself. However, a thought flashed through Suji's mind, and he completely understood the principle and truth of the multiverse. The method to reduce the assimilation of the universe toward oneself was to slash the universe, weakening it. Turning the universe into 9 multiverses would weaken the power of the universe, greatly reducing the speed at which the saints were assimilated, allowing them to live longer. I see, I should have thought of this earlier. Suji was shaken. So this is the truth of the multiverse, slashing the universe, weakening it, and thereby extending the lifespan of the saints. From this point, the multiverse was indeed an era of inevitability. As long as one was a saint, if they wanted to live, they would sooner or later have to turn into a multiverse, weakening the power of the universe, and turn into 9 continents, allowing them to live longer. It all depended on which era saint had chosen to open up this historical node. Splitting the universe is a very difficult thing to do. The universe is too vast, and no violence can instantly split it. Although I was the one who proposed this plan, I worked together with a few other primordial god fiends, and even nurtured a batch of new saints, In other words, the current batch of new saints, other than some naturally occurring anomalies, are mostly our disciples. We nurtured them for the sake of the rules of the multiverse, in preparation to prove their Tao. After all, this was too complicated and huge. It required more than 10 saints to prove their Tao together to completely form a perfect closed loop. Countless rules would be used at the same time to change the structure of the universe. Our main inclination of the laws is to let the universe split itself. We work on the rules of space, making it move and tear itself apart, just like the movement of the continental plates of a planet. And to make parallel universes move, we need power and ocean currents. But this requires a huge amount of energy, and where does the energy come from? The largest energy source of the universe is naturally the celestial bodies of the universe. Therefore, we began to target the celestial bodies, making some of the celestial bodies in the universe appear to be in their twilight years. We plan to prove our Tao, and in the final moments of a large planet's aging, it will instantly collapse and turn into a type of black hole. As a celestial body that is used as waste, it will release its last remaining heat. This kind of incomplete celestial body, through swallowing and spitting matter, allows a universe in the ocean of chaos to become the driving force for breathing and breathing, moving slowly. On this point, I've seen the diagram of the great Tao that you have just given me, and indeed found a similar position for proving our Tao. Female B's eyes were bright. It was the same in the prehistoric era of the universe. Suji was completely stunned. He was completely dumbfounded and somewhat shocked. Black hole, this kind of imperfect and incomplete celestial body disaster should indeed not appear within the laws of the universe that the saints completed. The saints completed it to make it more habitable, and the appearance of the black hole, in the eyes of Suji, was extremely unreasonable. But now, he felt his hair stand on end. It was like a large map, where a large planet in its twilight years had naturally turned into a black hole, installed with tens of millions of super engines, and ejected in 9 different directions, finally causing the plates to move and tear themselves apart. This was the most convenient method. As long as some of the rules were changed, the universe could split itself with the passage of time. This was an extremely terrifying and perfect method. And this was also like a large ship, and the black hole was like the engine below the ship, drifting on the chaotic ocean currents, carrying out the subsequent movement of the plates. This is too magical. This is the truth of the great Tao. This is the poneglyph of the history of the universe. If this were to spread, wouldn't all the saints in the universe go crazy? There's actually such a method. Suji let out a deep breath. He suddenly thought of the huge project of installing countless engines on wandering Earth, and suddenly felt that it was somewhat similar. Female B continued, the creation of the multiverse is equivalent to turning the universe into 9 continents. There are very few connections between the continents, so their great Tao maps can undergo their own changes after our era. In the future, the number of saints can increase by as much as 9 times, extending the lifespan of the universe, and also allowing more seats for saints. Hearing this, Suji could not help but sigh at the calculation of such a saint. This was a move that only had benefits and no drawbacks. Female B continued, however, once the universe splits, the power of the saints will weaken, and so will the power of the saints. Their power to resist the universe will also weaken, and it seems that their lifespan will not increase. Suji knew this principle. If you are divided into 9 continents, your power ratio will also become 1 in 9, and your lifespan will still not increase. However, as long as this saint walks towards the multiverse, his lifespan will be extended. Suji easily thought of this point and could not help but answer. Female B nodded. This was a new realm that they had opened for the saints of the universe, the multidimensional saint. After all, the 10th level is the limit. It's too boring. I am not like Master, who found the path to the 11th level, and could only open a 10th level realm on my own. The multidimensional saint will give the saints something to yearn for. Suji sighed with emotion at Female B's great aspiration. This was an existence that could be called a true saint. The realm of the multidimensional saint was actually opened by someone, and it was even by this big shot in front of him. Female B, this old woman, continued, the saints of the future can only cultivate in a single universe, but we are different. Once we split the universe into 9 parts, every multiverse will have our own rules, and we will directly become multidimensional saints. Our power will not change. On the contrary, the pressure on us will decrease when the universe is split. Suji took a deep breath and felt that he had benefited greatly. The more he listened, the more numb his scalp became. This was the truth of history. As it turned out, the power of the saints had also been cut, with female B's current power, or all the saints of this era. Once they confirmed their Tao, they would be equivalent to a complete multidimensional saint. The saints of the future multiverse were only 1 in 9 of the present. They had to go towards the multiverse and confirm their Tao in all 9 universes to be able to match the complete saints of this era. Suji thought to himself, so it wasn't just the gods that were weakened. Even the saints were weakened, and only have 1 in 9 of their power left. Only the saints of the future can confirm their Tao in all the multiverses and confirm their Tao in all 9 plates. Only then can they become complete saints comparable to the current era of the universe. Being cut by a blade increased 1 realm. Wait a minute, Suji suddenly thought of something. Female B's plan up until now, together with all the remaining chaotic gods and demons and a portion of the newly advanced saints, the structure of the multiverse should have been opened. Suji secretly glanced at Female B. Previously, I thought that she was dying of old age, so I isolated her from the world, settled everything, and came with me to evolve here because I thought that she only had a few thousand years left to live. But now that the multiverse has split, although she came with me, her lifespan has been extended countless times. If I directly took away the saints who created the multiverse, wouldn't I have changed the course of the universe? Suji had been careful before, but he did not expect that it would still change. But after thinking about it, he felt that it did not matter. Once the multiverse was opened, the 9 plates and continents would definitely develop on their own. The structure had been completely formed, and the power of an individual would no longer be able to affect the overall structure. From now until the next 10 billion years, there would not be any major changes. At this time, it was no longer possible to affect the future, because it was already close to the future. When Suji realized that he might have changed future history, he quickly stopped caring about it. He couldn't confine himself to a framework while he was alive, right? He did not particularly care about following the rules from the beginning. He always believed that the stages of the universe's history were inevitable. The general trend remained the same, but the details could be changed. Even if it wasn't Female B, there would be a Male B. Primordial unity, grand unity. In the next few eras, the sages who ruled beyond the chaos heavens would conspire to split the universe. The splitting of the parallel universe was destined to happen. This was because the sages would definitely think of ways to survive. They would think of weakening the universe's assimilation of them, cleaving the universe and forming a multiverse. That was the only correct choice. Although he had taken Female B away, the multiverse would split into 9 continents in the future. They would definitely have their own way of governing. Even when the sages of the future corroborated the Tao, the laws of the parallel universe would be different. What do you think? Female B looked up into the sky. Rumble, the great Tao shimmered. A mighty supreme existence was corroborating the Tao in the universe. Countless existences stood in the universe and became sages, perfecting the laws of the universe and fusing with the Tao. It was a grand event. Female B was supposed to preside over it with the other primordial god fiends, but she chose to lead decisively with the god of creation. She faked her death and left the entire plan to the other primordial god fiends and connate sages. She could not help but ask, does everything we do have any meaning for the future? The sages are perfecting the universe, but I'm corroborating its flaws. Directly cleaving the universe can be said to be extremely bold, tearing apart the perfect multiverse. Female B looked at this historic scene with colorful eyes. Establishing a heart for the heaven and earth and establishing a life for all living beings was what she hoped for. However, she had only inferred an idealized future. She was ultimately like Imang, a person who lived in an era. She was limited by the era and did not dare confirm if she was right or wrong. She did not know what impact it would have on the future. There's no need to doubt it. This is an inevitable process of the universe. The god of creation's voice was very cold. He only stood beside the clearly uneasy Female B and smiled. Now that you have proven your Tao, you have opened up a new path for the future generations. The sages of the future generations will have a much longer lifespan. Although the 10th level is the limit, it is no longer the limit. You have opened up a fake 11th level path for them, even though it is a man-made realm. However, it also allowed them to immerse their minds in stepping into the multidimensional world and opening up the 6th bloodline of the multivariate world. It gave the saints something to pursue in their empty lives. I succeeded? Female B was crying tears of joy. She had guessed it before, but now she was finally sure. She smiled and said, "Indeed, Master has opened up a paradise for the common people, and I have also opened up a new pure land for the common people. To prove that the universe is flawed. Nothing is perfect. The imperfect is the most perfect." Suji just looked at her quietly, not saying a word. Then, he turned around and looked at the scene of the Tao proving. It was very shocking. Many saints were trying to prove the Tao of the black hole law. The stars before the universe had aged. As the stars aged and their energy was depleted, they would gradually extinguish and their mass would collapse, forming white dwarfs. The white dwarf was the end of a planet's death. However, now that the Tao had been proven, it had added another end to the planet's death. The mass of the planet would collapse and form a black hole. Boom, space was proven. Souls were proven. Black holes were proven. All sorts of laws were subtly affecting the entire universe. It was like a set of extremely detailed and huge cosmic parameters that were changing everything in the universe. Finally, following the actions of the saints, the Tao proving had ended. The universe vaguely began to tremble, but it was very light. It was like a level 1 earthquake that continued to ferment. The splitting of the universe won't be completed in a short period of time. Without brute force, the power of any saint can tear the universe apart. However, it has already begun to split itself. Female B smiled and said, "Many black holes are forming and drifting by themselves. They are swallowing and spitting out the matter of the universe. According to the geological map that we have drawn, they have perfectly split into 9 pieces. 9 pieces is a number that has been carefully measured. Because there are too many splits and the map is too small, it will cause the power of the universe to weaken and even lose its stability. Even the transcendent realm of a universe will find it hard to stabilize." Suji nodded. The number of splits definitely couldn't be too many. 9 was the limit. 129,000 splits. Just thinking about it was enough. The energy would probably be so little that even saints would not be able to produce and maintain the natural energy cycle. Female B continued, "And through these collapsing black holes, the matter that the universe ejects will form a vast sea of chaos. The universe will enjoy floating on top of it like a continent. However, the universe won't weaken because of the matter ejected by the black holes. Its surface area will become smaller. In addition, the continental plates will absorb the dust, and the edges of the continents will absorb the matter attached to the sea of chaos." Suji heard an extremely perfect plan. This trial of Tao proving was finally over. It seemed like the universe didn't change much, but it was undoubtedly the greatest turning point in history. Not to mention the saints, all those who had attained the Tao could feel the continuous shaking of the universe. The great map of the universe, under the increasing influence of the laws, would eventually head towards splitting. Suji also saw the actions of some of the sects and those who had attained the Tao. The universe is divided into 9. "We can first move to a nebula in the universe and divide our forces and territories," said a person who had attained the Tao. "That's how it should be." Another powerful person who had attained the Tao smiled and said, "If we don't migrate in advance, it will be very difficult to cross to another universe in the future." There were policies from above, and there were countermeasures from below. The various factions and people who had attained the Tao naturally had their own thoughts. They even began to form factions, wanting to occupy and dominate a territory in the universe in advance. In the future, they would be the overlords of that multiverse. 10,000 years passed. The killing continued, and the territory began to split. The border of the Chaos Sea was like a river of chaos. 2 parallel universes began to face each other from afar. Although there were tens of thousands of black holes ejecting matter, the universe was too huge. It was still drifting slowly at a speed of a few centimeters per year. Upon seeing this, Suji finally understood that the structure of the universe had been completely formed. The connate lifeforms became flawed and entered the postnatal era. The connate universe also became flawed and entered the postnatal universe. Everything is the mysterious power of the chaos. Upon seeing this scene, Suji was still experimenting in the laboratory. His expression was very calm. I'm afraid that from now on, the structure of the universe will not change much. Suji looked at female B beside him and said, since you understand me and see the future of the universe's development, you must not come into contact with the outside world. You are already dead. Female B nodded respectfully. From the moment she chose to completely hide from the world and join the heaven music sect, she went out to deal with the aftermath and left things to others. She was already prepared for this day to not interfere with the development of the universe. Moreover, although she was one of the decision-makers of this multiverse plan, the other ancient Khanate gods and demons had contributed no less than her. After all, the few of them had fought their way out of the chaotic battle of the 3,000 gods and demons. Their talents were absolutely stunning. The multiverse plan involved too many things, and it could only be achieved through their joint efforts. Therefore, the matters of the multiverse, and even the future development, could be left to them. Female B continued her research in the laboratory. At the same time, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and smiled. Your Highness, may I ask, when the universe and living beings enter the postnatal era, what will the next universal era be? The next universal era? It would probably be seen by those who did not exist at the 11th level. Suji was stunned for a moment, and his expression also flickered. At that time, they would choose to pursue immortality and survive until the distant universal era. It would also be the era where the first insectoid queen appeared. There were also other saints of the same era who began to build spaceships to cross the universe, hoping to escape the era of Tianji. Suji suddenly looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. He suddenly laughed and said, the next era will be the era of the level 11 universe. When the most talented people see the twilight of their lives, they will see that level 11 path. The structure of the universe will change accordingly. There will be people who want to sneak into the distant future. 11th level, female B's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Will I be able to see the first Zerg queen soon? Will I be able to see the progenitor of the Zerg race, the subbrain, and know all the secrets of the Zerg race? Suji's expression flickered, and his breathing quickened. Perhaps there would be a chance to see it, but it would just be a flower, and it might not appear. Because the big picture did not change, but the small details could be changed. Suji ultimately believed that no living being was unique. If the Zerg queen did not appear in the torrent of history, it would be natural. Because after the multivariate universe, it was really random. But no matter what, whether it will appear or not, I still have to hide it. Suji weighed the pros and cons in his heart. He had to develop the Heaven Cord sect and try to open up a bloodline universe. Suji glanced at the second bloodline universe. After the fall of Guise, it was still developing methodically. There were more postnatal sages, but they were worried about extending their lifespans. It seemed like they would enter the era of the universe splitting sooner or later, so he did not bother about it. This was just a small simulated universe. Suji was not too interested in this deformed bloodline universe. Because the difference between the different universe did not mean that it was good. On the contrary, it was too deformed. Although it had been patched up, its potential was inferior to the current universe. There were probably many such deformed universes. Some were better than the current universe, and some were worse than the current universe. He had to get used to it. Heaven Cord sect, I'll leave it to you to manage for now. Suji looked at female B and said, nurture more talents. You've seen the evolution of that bloodline universe. Even that deformed universe was patched up by living beings. It can be seen that the vitality of the universe comes from living beings, yes. Female B nodded. Suji was very assured with female B. After all, she was one of them. She was honest and did not cause trouble. He was very satisfied. Although her way of thinking could not evolve a universe with potential, it was still possible to supervise and nurture talents. Suji thought, now that the second form bloodline universe model has appeared, the third form might not be far away. Sooner or later, a special awakened bloodline universe will appear, and it can help patch up the singularity. Suji was more optimistic. With the appearance of so many different universes, perhaps I can form a sect with multiple universes, giving disciples a chance to train and broaden their horizons, He kept sorting out his thoughts and secretly left the Heaven Cord sect. Hundreds of years had passed, and the Heavenly Cord sect remained in seclusion. However, many branches had appeared, with each multiverse having a hidden branch. The name Heavenly Melody also gradually spread far and wide. Some powerful ancient bloodline holy lands and sects gradually came to know that there was a mysterious sect in the multiverse that didn't accept talented bloodline disciples. Instead, they only accepted mortals. Cultivate the great Tao melody, open the primordial chaos. This was very strange, and a thin layer of fog gradually formed over it. After all, how could a great supreme sect that could traverse the multiverse be ordinary? A mysterious faction that crossed the chaos sea could not be ignored. At that moment, Suji was swimming in the chaos sea. He even dived into the depths of the primal chaos sea to observe the bottom of these inverted iceberg-shaped universes. He studied their black hole exhaust and the movement of tectonic plates. What a great prophet! Suji smiled and said, "This is the chaos sea. If I were in the real universe, I wouldn't even be able to enter. However, I can observe it well here. I can even dive to the bottom of the sea and observe the structure of the universe." Suji felt that he had benefited a lot. Knowledge was the power of everything. Many of the obscurities in the chaos sea became clear. The reason why the chaos sea is outside the universe and has lost its power is that the laws here are indeed chaotic. It's even mixed with the laws from the 9 multiverses, turning it into a pot of chaotic soup stock. Naturally, I can't use my own strength. Here, I'm the true god of creation, one of the primal chaos that created the universe. Suji continued swimming in the chaotic material flow. After swimming for a period of time, Suji focused his attention on the 9-headed ancient mother, the phoenix, and the cute girl who had entered from the multiverse. The other two were very obedient, but when Suji looked at the cute girl, he was slightly stunned and dumbfounded. What kind of evil god ritual is this fellow doing? What a mess. He wants to summon the god of creation? On an ancient, desolate, and uninhabited rocky planet. Countless years had passed. Although the cute girl cultivated in secret, she had already lived a perfect mortal life. Her younger sister got married, and her parents died of old age. She had also ended that part of her life. At this moment, she was alone on this planet. Her mind was in turmoil and she was trembling. I've endured for so long and just recultivated. I've broken through to the 9th rank. I can finally come into contact with the truth of this universe's history. An 8th rank deity could not even walk out of their planet. They did not even know that the universe was splitting. Now, she had become a Taoist and soared through the starry sky. Only after communicating with other fellow Taoists did she know about the changes in the universe. Right now, it's the first period after the creation of the world. The lifespan of the universe has only passed a few million years. It's not even 100 million years. It's the first ancient era. She secretly recorded and was shocked by the history. The primal chaos sculpture on the beach, unleashing the first slash. The deities were originally 4-dimensional life forms, but they were also slashed. The later generations were all emasculated versions of the deities. Too terrifying, too terrifying. So it turns out that the black hole, this kind of incomplete celestial disaster, was not completed by the saints. So it was done on purpose. This universe is like a bunch of steam ships, constantly spewing air. The cute girl took a deep breath. Even the universe was a hole in the beginning. Now, it has just been slashed. The universe is cracking, but the cracks are not big. I heard some saints say that it's only a distance away from a river of chaos. The cute girl closed her eyes and organized her thoughts. This was the truth of the entire universe's history. It was too shocking. It could be said that the entire universe's development history, and why the universe that matured for 10 billion years was perfectly displayed before her eyes. I seem to have transmigrated and am conversing with the primordial life forms from 10 billion years ago. The cute girl's breathing quickened. And this universe is a universe created by the god of destruction. It's already developing anew. It seems that the god of destruction wants to devour the outside universe. If the god of destruction replaces it, the two universes will compete and completely defeat the god of creation. This new universe is the truth. In other words, what I'm experiencing now is real history. It will become the ancient reality of a real universe. The more the cute girl thought about it, the more excited she became. She thought about it for many days, thinking about what she could do. Only when she saw those ancient sculptures of men did her mind tremble. Yimeng saw God in his dream. He saw the God of creation of this universe. Others might not know, but how could she not know? It was the God of creation. There were many sculptures of this kind of humanoid God of creation. Because at that time, under Yimeng's leadership, the entire universe was filled with such sculptures. As the eras overlapped, there were still many that remained. I understand now. The cute girl suddenly shouted and said with a serious face, the God of creation can only collapse into reality when he is observed and recognized by his concept and identity. These sculptures are the sculptures that are being observed. But they saw the sculptures, but did not know the concept and identity of the God of creation. Therefore, it did not collapse into reality. No one can recognize him. Perhaps, after a period of time, there will be existences that study the sculptures and guess that the most ancient existence that Yimeng saw was not the overlord of the prehistoric universe, nor was it a God of creation who was born earlier than Yimeng. Perhaps it was the God of creation who inadvertently completed the concept, resulting in the collapse of knowledge? Her breathing quickened. The universe had only been created for a short period of time. If no one could recognize it, then wouldn't she be the first person to create the world? Previously, it said that the ancient gods of our Buddhist civilization obtained an ancient artifact from a certain ancient ruin, allowing them to observe the creator. Could it be this sculpture? Meng Mei raised a clay sculpture of a man high up in the air. His facial features could not be seen clearly, but there was an air of mystery about him. It seems that in the future, the sculptures of the God of creation were all destroyed. No one can recognize the God of creation. She said nervously, then, should I bury a sculpture of the God of creation near Earth so that the ancient gods of the future can recognize the God of creation and lead us humans to revive? Thinking about it, she felt that it was very strange. Could it be that he was the ancient fiend god who had left behind a relic for the transcendent civilization of Buddhism and Taoism? That she was the ancestor of the revival of Buddhism and Xianxia, the teacher of the ancient gods, so that was it. Wait, where is Earth? She quickly realized that something was wrong. She did not know where to bury it. However, she was a person who did not care about trifles. After thinking about it, she did not feel conflicted. Since the ancient gods were able to understand the God of creation through observation. Now, I can also observe through this sculpture. In addition to my understanding of the God of creation, I will collapse it into reality and become the first person to know about the God of creation. She still hugged the sculpture and observed it seriously. She recited all the concepts that she was familiar with. There was no way she would be wrong. He was born at the beginning of nothingness, the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth. He is the only existence that transcends the multiverse and countless dimensions. He transcends matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, and causality. He is an existence that humans cannot understand in the past, present, and future. He is infinite, eternal, and indestructible. He is the abstract entity of chaos in the entire multiverse. He lives in the dimensional courtyard between dimensions and evolves all species in the universe. Suji was a little dumbfounded as he listened to the cute girl's rambling. This person was a little showy. She felt that no one would be able to see her and that it was extremely shameless to close the door. However, Suji thought about it and said, in this universe, I really am the God of creation. I deserve this title. Perhaps it will really become a concept in the dark and the appearance of natural phenomena in the universe. Whoosh. As Suji thought about this, she finally showed herself. The cute girl was still praying. Holding the statue of the God of creation, understanding the great ultimate existence of this universe, let him collapse into a reality in the middle entangled state of uncertainty. After all, this does not affect the history of the universe. I have never thought of affecting this era, becoming a strong person, and interfering with the overall situation of the saints. I just want to study something else. She whispered secretly. She was only studying the God of creation and the entire universe. She was the most devout seeker. After a while, on the empty planet of soil and rocks, the sky suddenly trembled slightly. An ancient phantom gradually condensed. He seemed to have come from the deepest part of the universe, bringing with him an unimaginable vision, step by step. The cute girl's eyes were completely bright. Success. Suji walked over step by step. After all, he would eventually appear as the rules. Previously, the concept of the god of creation only appeared within the Zerg race. Now, as a real god of creation, he naturally had to fulfill his duties and control the authority of the entire universe. As the true concept of the entire universe. Even in this universe, anyone who knew the concept of the god of creation had a chance to collapse into reality. Moreover, he had almost finished his chores and could relax for a while. It was just the right time to meet the cute girl. "It's you," the god of destruction said lightly. The cute girl was instantly excited and couldn't help but say, "Great existence, you actually recognize me?" She instantly noticed that the god of destruction of this universe really had a trace of spirituality. The humanization of living beings really had their own spiritual wisdom. It was obvious that he was plotting something. After all, if it was really a god of creation without self-consciousness, it would not have created this small universe to destroy the outside universe and defeat the god of creation outside. The god of destruction already had self-consciousness and was very mysterious. "You've seen me before?" The cute girl couldn't help but ask again. "Tens of billions of years ago, I naturally saw you. You also saw me a few times and even had a few short conversations. In the dimensional court, you were also the escaped one, a living being that evolved into a variable." The god of destruction put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I have never forgotten all the history and experiences of the universe. You belong to the era of more than 10 billion years ago, and you were once a saint who proved the Tao. You had great achievements in a multiverse, and your name also resounded throughout that universe. However, that is all in the future. To me, your future is still only tens of billions of years ago. Even the tens of millions of years of a saint's lifespan is just a wave." There was too much information in these words. Tens of billions of years ago? We just met not too long ago. How could there be tens of billions? The current lifespan of the universe was only about 14 billion years. Wait. The cute girl took a deep breath and kept thinking. This god of destruction is not the god of creation of the current timeline outside. He is the god of creation of the future from tens of billions of years in the future, belonging to the universe of the age of chaos, an old and decrepit god of creation. To him, from the future, I am indeed an illusory existence from tens of billions of years ago. It is rather distant. I am just a passerby in a long, long time. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are very ordinary. However, in the future, I will become a saint of the great path who has proved the way, and then I will die. My future achievements won't be. Lo, I'm too awesome. Her face was full of excitement, and there was an uncontrollable joy in her heart. As expected. In the future, I worked together with Mount Xianxia and the others to perfect the Cloud Star Dao fruit. I also made a new type of mutated compound bloodline. I successfully used the Cloud Star Dao fruit to pry open my bloodline and repaired my Dao foundation. I perfected the 9th stage, then broke through to the 10th stage, and proved the Dao of the universe. But in the next second, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became dispirited again. Her heart trembled. However, I died. I died tens of billions of years ago. It seemed like a huge wave in the era with extraordinary achievements, but in fact, compared to the long wheel of history of the entire universe, I was mediocre. I was just one of the countless saints of the countless eras, and I was considered unremarkable. No matter who it was, knowing that they were destined to die in the future would be so complicated. Even though the cute girl knew that her achievements were very high and that she had successfully broken through to the 10th stage, she was still a little unwilling. I didn't achieve my goal. I didn't even achieve my dream of getting close to the god of creation. In fact, I didn't even reach the level of a multidimensional saint in my life, and I didn't cross the sea of chaos. I was just an ordinary saint, and then I walked towards old age and decline. The cute girl's heart was shaken. She had actually seen through her own future. It seems that in the future, the achievements of Mount Xianxia, the great emperor of alchemy, and the others will not be higher than mine. They should be similar to me, stopped at the level of an ordinary saint, and died without proving the Tao of the multidimensional saint. The Earth civilization of our generation of players, the small TV that we created, did not become truly powerful. It seems that the fatty Zhang Yuling we tricked may have only ruled a chaotic land, but did not achieve true glory. Or maybe we were discovered by that multidimensional saint and were defeated. I just don't know. After we died, did Dichi, Carolyn, and the others walk the path of a multidimensional saint? Did they become extremely powerful? I don't know. After we died, who won the battle between the three great existences, Renamenka, the ancient gods, and Moon God Ji? She thought about many things that would happen in the future. They were all destined, and her heart was filled with emotions. The achievements of the players were destined to not be able to reach the final multidimensional civilization, but they also hoped to see the final battle between the ancient gods, and see if Moon God Ji was defeated. She really wanted to know the final outcome after her death, the battle between Buddhism and Taoism in the Huaxia civilization. But suddenly, she was speechless. She said bitterly, no matter what the final outcome is, whether it will be glorious or short-lived, it will be the dust of history. Tens of billions of years later, it will be nothing more than a wave that is slightly bigger than me, insignificant. At this moment, she only felt shock, as if she was drowning in the deep sea, and a deep sense of helplessness and fear. Time is the greatest power. Whether it was their gratitude or hatred, they would all be buried in the future. Perhaps their relics would be excavated by future civilizations, or perhaps their tombstones would be like stars, forever imprinted in the map of the great path of the universe, becoming one of the brighter ones. Tens of billions of years later, the saints of the future generations might look at the branches on their tombstones, Mount Aquina, Mengmei, the alchemy emperor, thinking about who they were and what role they played in the torrent of history. What will the future of our civilization be like? Mengmei thought too much, and at this moment, she couldn't help but ask, our battle. Is that important? The god of destruction's expression did not change, but he said lightly, everything in the future has changed. Just as I said, you will become a saint in the future, that is already a different future. Fate has already changed when I came to this time and space. Maybe, your achievements will be higher, or maybe this time, you won't even be able to become a saint and will fall. At this moment, Mingmei's heart trembled, and her mind rumbled. Yes, everything has changed. From the god of destruction, this old god of creation who came from the future time and space to this universe's time and space, it meant that the people of the entire universe were facing a vast catastrophe. The universe was about to be destroyed, and no one could escape from this catastrophe, and no one could avoid it. Fate, it had long been different. Mengmei seemed to have some epiphany, and suddenly realized that this was a variable, and also her greatest opportunity, to change her future, to make her have the possibility of transcending. She was instantly excited, and quietly leaned over, and couldn't help but look at the god of destruction and say, you are plotting against the entire universe, reopening heaven and earth, and reopening the rules, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. I am willing to serve you and serve you at any time. Suji glanced at Mengmei, not expecting her to be so shameless and so thick-skinned. Suji naturally didn't expect that the cute girl, who was so imaginative, could think of the end of the world in an instant. His eyelids twitched as he looked at the excited girl approaching him. He felt a headache coming on, and he couldn't help but say indifferently, as a variable of the dimensional courtyard in the past era and a saint of the great path from tens of billions of years ago, you are indeed qualified to follow me. Sure enough, the cute girl's eyes instantly bloomed. If he was really a god of creation, he would definitely be a witness and there would be no room for discussion. But the god of creation in front of her already had her own intelligence and was full of the humanity of living beings. She was even the mastermind behind the scenes who was planning to destroy the entire universe. She was the god of destruction, the catastrophe of the universe. Joining the god of destruction's camp would definitely make her the happiest, because she could. She looked at the figure in front of her, her eyes moving up and down, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suji was very calm. Do you really choose to do this? This is choosing to destroy the universe. To stand in my camp is to become the enemy of all living beings and the universe. The experts and saints of the entire multiverse will come to stop you. After all, they belong to the current universe. The cute girl naturally knew how terrifying it was. This was a war between two universes. The experts outside were all in the camp of the god of creation. They belonged to the universe, and now they wanted to destroy them. At this time, it was like mayflies trying to shake a tree, unable to overthrow the orthodoxy of the universe. I think I'm willing to follow you. The cute girl patted her chest seriously and said, open up a new territory, let them be destroyed in advance, and become a prehistoric universe. That's enough. Suji didn't refuse. In fact, the cute girl's talent was definitely strong. She was a technical talent, and she could also build here and open up a new territory. As for the fact that her main body was asleep and couldn't communicate with the players outside, Suji wasn't worried that she would cause trouble. I'll take you to the territory of the sect, Suji said. Sect? The cute girl nodded with a smile, secretly thinking. Has this existence become completely humanized? Has she even learned from living beings and opened a sect, planning to counterattack the universe outside? No. Wonder it was a calamity that would destroy the universe. When the god of creation lost his authority and gained sentience, even if he had no power in this universe, he could overturn everything because he had consciousness. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose in this battle of the universe with intelligence against the unconscious. Heavenly Music Sect. Inside a house in a tea garden. A middle-aged woman who was in the middle of her research suddenly opened her eyes and greeted respectfully, Your Majesty of the Divine God of Creation. Mei looked at this middle-aged mature woman and was shocked. She felt that she had seen this face somewhere before. It was very familiar. Girl B, you've gotten younger again, Suji said with a smile. Female B nodded and said respectfully, the splitting of the universe is accelerating, and the tectonic plates are moving outward. I'm afraid that after a period of time, the assimilation of the universe to me will weaken. I will return to my prime and become younger. I can't believe that I can still live for a period of time and witness the distant future of the universe's history. Female B? Mei looked at this beautiful middle-aged woman, her heart beating wildly. She finally knew why this existence looked familiar. It was because she was the mother of all living beings in this universe, an existence similar to Nuwa on Earth. But didn't this existence fall a long time ago? How could this be? This is? Female B looked at Mei with interest. She came from the prehistoric universe and smuggled herself into this universe. Suji smiled faintly, this is only the first batch. I'm afraid that soon, more existences from the prehistoric universe will smuggle themselves here. Female B's mind was in a mess. She looked at Mei in front of her, from the prehistoric universe? Suji left, leaving Mei to chat with Female B. Female B communicated with Mei directly and could not help but ask about the prehistoric universe. Mei could not help but ask about the detailed history of this universe's development. In an instant, the information of the two converged. Female B took a deep breath and said, I see. I see. No wonder the prehistoric universe and this new universe existed at the same time. So it turns out that something so complicated happened. The creator god from the distant future descended into the universe, and a huge variable appeared. Now, the two universes are fighting. Mei was also stunned, I see. I see. The god of creation in front of us not only lost the authority of the great Tao, but even the great Tao singularity was damaged. No wonder intelligence was born, therefore, as the god of creation, the universe he evolved was flawed. It was ultimately not a complete universe. And an incomplete universe could not fight against the big universe outside. Therefore, the Heaven Cord sect was established to let the living beings of the universe repair the universe. Female B nodded. She also thought that this was a matter of course. The universe was a big tree, and the living beings were the spirits of the tree. They were the beloved children of the universe and the vitality of the universe. They helped the universe complete its rules and added flourishing branches. Before them, the universe was a broken tree. Before them was a great calamity. They had to find a way to repair the sapling of the universe, they were bound together for good or bad. You mean, in the future, we might have to fight against the enemies of the entire prehistoric universe? Female B's heart sank. She felt that this mission was too heavy. To turn our universe into reality, we have to fight against too many inconceivable things, that is indeed the case. Mei said, moreover, the god of creation came to this time and space from the future. The great Tao is already incomplete. We have to find a way to repair it. Otherwise, it will forever be a broken fake universe. Female B completely understood the cause and effect of the entire incident. Her heart could not help but race. She looked at the great Tao beads in the glass bottle and could not help but sigh. I can only find the reason from this. Meng Mei also quickly understood the mission of the Heaven Cord sect. Her heart could not help but race. This was a place that evolved into many universes? You were brought and smuggled into this universe. At the very least, you are a sage who knows the rules of the universe. In fact, you have already proven your Tao and fused with it. You are also bound by the rules of the universe like me. Female B shook her head, not very optimistic. But Meng Mei's expression changed. Who said that I am a sage? That is the future. I have not proven my Tao yet. I have no understanding of the rules of the universe at all. I am now a 9th level salted fish with the weakest bloodline. I have not even perfected my Tao. But it was undeniable that Meng Mei was indeed somewhat restricted. However, I'm indeed restricted if you want me to evolve the universe. Then is it possible to evolve the universe embryo into a living being and then let it grow? Meng Mei suggested a bold idea. After all, this was her field of expertise. She was born from the evolution of a spore. Naturally, she also thought in this direction. For example, a universe that is like a dog with 4 limbs. It is a universe that is jumping around by itself? Meng Mei said. Female B was completely shocked. She could not help but say, this universe embryo can evolve into a living being. Is this possible? The universe is originally a giant embryo. It has no soul or consciousness. It is all a tree pattern formed by the rules. It was impossible for a vast and chaotic universe to have self-consciousness. The god of destruction who had self-consciousness only had self-consciousness because he had lost the authority of the entire universe. But when he regained the authority of the universe's chaos, he would be assimilated by the vast rules of the universe and once again become a natural phenomenon of the universe. Can't a tree have no life? What if it was a tree with many branches that happened to form the structure of life? Just like helical DNA, this great Tao pattern has no soul or consciousness. It has no life. Let it give birth to life. Will it be ready soon? Let it become a god of destruction in advance and give birth to its own consciousness? Meng Mei took a deep breath. My previous work was to let a primitive embryo give birth to life. Meng Mei said, without knowledge, it is indeed possible to evolve into an unknown universe. But it is precisely because of some knowledge that it is possible to evolve into a certain special universe. Female B pondered the feasibility of this bold idea. Evolve a great Tao pattern and coincidentally let her split structure give birth to consciousness? However, he shook his head and said, this is very difficult. It is even difficult to imagine. Let the universe give birth to its own consciousness. This involves the origin of life. Isn't the origin of life your field of expertise? Meng Mei looked at this postnatal mother of life. It was she who opened up the helical DNA structure. Let's take the tree pattern of the universe as your DNA structure and entangle each other. If we combine our swords, we might be able to evolve a good universe, creature. Whoosh. The cute girl looked up at the starry sky. It was as if she could see the map of the great Tao, and the ancient tombstones intertwined. Let this big tree atlas tree grow a pair of legs, become a life, and run under the setting sun. That is the final answer. The cute girl's eyes were bright, and she said seriously, this is a proper universe. This? The girl's mind was shaken, and she felt dizzy. So, that's how it is. She felt that this young sage in front of her might be a great genius. She actually had such creativity. The girl instantly began to doubt herself. Her previous evolution of the universe was still too old-fashioned, too conventional, using the strands of the universe's tree map as a helix of DNA, precisely editing, twisting and entangling with each other, thus forming a giant cosmic life. This situation was like letting a huge chaotic ball, inside this huge ball, thread a needle, organize all the rules, form life structures, cells, mitochondria, cell nuclei, let this ball produce stable intelligence on its own. What a genius idea, to let the great Tao ancient tree run on its own. This is a breakthrough in the traditional way of thinking. As expected of a sage from a mature universe, I wonder what system she learned, it's so extraordinary. Even the girl was secretly impressed, feeling that after 10 billion years of development, there was indeed something unique. But, such a universe, can life survive? The girl was a decent person after all, and her thinking was normal. She frowned slightly and said, using all the rules to serve the structure of life, such a universe, I'm afraid the interior is a precise life gear, microscopic organs, and not a planet or soil. Can life really appear in the universe? Such a universe could not produce life, it was probably a dead universe. The cute girl also knew what the girl was thinking, and could not help but say, there are gains and losses. Sacrificing the living environment in the universe, let the universe give birth to its own consciousness. But it's difficult for life to appear. But it's not impossible for life in the universe to appear. We can first solve the problem of life in the universe. Then on the basis of the life in this universe, we can evolve a cosmic life that can produce life in the universe. The cute girl's suggestion made the girl fall into deep thought. The cute girl said, this is something that we sages know the universe's great Tao rules, and we can only do it with full understanding. And those mortals don't know, they can't do it at all. My suggestion is, us sages and mortals join forces. Each evolve a part of the universe. Sages and mortals working together? Female bee was puzzled. The cute girl became even more excited. Are we evolving a bloodline-type universe now? Yes, after all, the Great Path is incomplete. This incomplete Great Path comes from the universe, so it can only create a shape similar to the universe. Other things cannot survive. Woman bee sounded serious. Then what we need to do is to use our knowledge to evolve the bloodline universe type, the universe type with life. This is an even lower level branch, cute girl said. The universe had life forms, female bee thought about it and agreed. He wanted his own life and consciousness to appear in the bloodline universe. Then when we evolve this big category, our knowledge is fixed and limited. Let those mortals evolve new limitless possibilities according to the category we provide. The order of evolution for mortals, in addition to the previous two foundations, is the bloodline universe type, the universe has life, and the universe has life. The cute girl's words were very tongue-twisting, but the second female understood. In other words, he had evolved a type of life in the universe, fixed the framework, and allowed those mortals to evolve in this type of life with infinite possibilities? This idea is indeed not bad. The second female fell into deep thought. After all, she had not been of much use and felt guilty. It was naturally good that she could use her knowledge to help. The cute girl said, I have the knowledge of evolving living beings, and you have the knowledge of condensing the laws of the universe into the structure of life. If the two of us join forces, it is not impossible. But it is still very complicated. The Great Path Atlas, the split universe Tao voice, and letting this Tao voice have its own life. This is too complicated, too difficult. It is more miraculous than a miracle. Female bee's eyes flashed with excitement, but she was not afraid of the challenge. This was a scene worth pursuing. Then, we can start, cute girl said after some thought. Female bee nodded, and suddenly looked at the sage before her with a smile that was not a smile. You seem to have some other thoughts about the God of creation? Cute girl's face stiffened, and she blushed. Female bee smiled. It is good to be young. But you are also bold enough to want to pursue that kind of existence. I understand your thoughts. Female bee's voice was calm. Even if our universe survives and defeats the prehistoric universe and devours it, but with the return of the universe, the God of creation will also regain his authority, lose his rationality, and return again. And the first thing you want is for the new universe to have a stable self-consciousness. Don't worry about anything else. You want the God of creation to grasp the complete authority, but not lose his rationality, so that you can, cute girl said, sister, you are really amazing. The God of creation had self-consciousness, but it was only temporary. Her first thought was to let the complete universe completely have a stable consciousness. Everything is possible in the universe. Female bee was just lamenting that she was old and could not compare to this young man. She smiled and said, we can start trying to evolve. We are changing the structure of the universe, looking for a chance of survival. The idea you have provided is also a possibility of a great chance of survival. Cute girl nodded, and the two of them started the process. Cute girl also saw the experiment of universe number 2. Eh? This bloodline type is actually this kind of bloodline centralization. This is a defective product, right? The rules of this universe are indeed defective. There are very, very few experts, and it cannot be popularized. It is a godhood universe with a very strict hierarchy. No matter how hard mortals work, most of them can only stay at level 8 for their entire lives. Female B said, but this is a case that can be provided for us to observe. Cube Girl and Female B began to study the new universe. Suji saw this scene and was a little surprised. Cube Girl, this guy has some ideas. A universe that can run, and has consciousness? This was a universe, a great Tao singularity, to actually treat it as a singularity spore and evolve into life, bringing along Female B, a person who understood the rules of life the best, and she was proficient in evolving spores. It was not impossible. If it really succeeded, what form would this universe take? Even Suji was a little curious. He felt that this might be a big step in history. Maybe, if this universe is a living thing, it can find its own Tao singularity and complete itself. Suji's breathing quickened. There were already signs so soon? Suji felt that this was a real show. This guy's brain is good, but did he come up with this plan just to covet the god of creation? But he had to admit that this idea was very creative. It even made Suji feel that the incredible thing he had created was gradually taking shape. From Medusa's first Big Bang, to the heavenly Tao piano, to the creation of this universe, the heavenly music sect, Girl B, and now, after continuous development, he seemed to have achieved something unimaginable. The emergence of the universe began to turn into a mature Zerg system. The previous Zerg evolved life spores in the dimensional court and evolved endless creatures. But now, I can evolve universe spores and evolve endless universes. Suji could not help but feel that his evolution ability had increased. If he could integrate these abilities into the subbrain of the Zerg, how powerful would it be? The previous Zerg were the origin of life, and now he was the origin of the universe, even though it was still an incomplete universe. Before, I might not have the competence to modify the sixth bloodline of the Zerg Queen Zerg because my level of knowledge was not enough. But now, I have surpassed the previous me by a few dimensions. It seemed that not much time had passed, but how could time be used to measure the accumulation of knowledge? Suji cultivated the Great Universe technique. The accumulated knowledge of the entire Zerg race could be gathered into his body. The current Zerg race, including this new universe, Girl B, and these ancient sages, coupled with the knowledge of a universe and the history of the creation of the world, once Suji activated the Great Universe technique, his level of knowledge would be high enough to frighten people. Subbrain of the Zerg, do I have the authority to adjust the Zerg bloodline now? Suji asked. Checking. A mechanical voice came, the Queen Zerg currently does not have enough knowledge and ability to activate, whoosh. Suji directly entered the Great Universe battle form, and endless knowledge rushed into him. The voice of the subbrain paused, and soon came again. In terms of knowledge, you have the right to mobilize. You have activated the core authority and can freely modify the bloodline of your race, but please be careful. This is the painstaking effort of the Zerg Queen Zerg. Once it is subverted, it will be completely destroyed. Success. Suji's eyes lit up when he heard that. Looking at the Zerg subbrain, he could clearly see that the most important authority had been unlocked. My guess was right. My previous fake 10th level didn't have the authority at all. Even if I broke through to become a real sage, I wouldn't have the authority. I would need the knowledge of a multidimensional sage to connect multiple dimensions to obtain the final authority. Normally, I would need to break through to the multidimensional Saint realm to reach this level. However, I have successfully bypassed this threshold through the cosmic battle physique. My knowledge has also reached the same level. Even though I'm a disabled level 10 cripple, I can still handle all of this. Suji's expression became calm. Crash. The subbrain of the Zerg also produced a new spore. It turned out to be a super small subbrain of the Zerg race. It looked a little silly. It was a small broodmother. After listening to the explanation, Suji immediately organized his thoughts. Is that so? In order to prevent failure, a real Zerg queen will be produced as a descendant. A small subbrain of the Zerg race will be used for evolution. Even if it fails, it's just this small subbrain that fails. If it succeeds, the old subbrain will shrink and be transferred to the new one. Suji increasingly felt that the Zerg race was a very long and complete sage family. In order to preserve the continuation of the legacy, an extremely high threshold was set and all kinds of protection was provided. Perhaps it was because of this that it could be passed on from generation to generation. And now, Suji had reached this final threshold. As long as Suji wanted to, he could completely destroy all the accumulation of the previous Zerg queen. Suji soon discovered that although the sixth gene of the Zerg race was complicated and an extremely profound Great Dao gene, it was actually formed by the convergence of 4 bloodlines. However, the specific abilities were divided into the following branches. 1. Spore Release 2. Zerg Protective Barrier 3. High-Dimensional Spacetime 4. Zerg Gene Lock. These 4 branches seemed simple, but in fact, the Great Dao was the simplest. Putting everything else aside, just the Zerg Protective Barrier alone had provided an indispensable guarantee for Suji to survive until today. The first 3 are the cores. Only when they are perfectly matched can a transcendent world be evolved. I don't intend to change it. What I want to do is to evolve this Zerg race into a transcendent world sand table, into a transcendent outer Dao universe. I'll directly raise it by 1 dimension. Suji's gaze kept looking down. The 4th Zerg gene lock is to leave a secret door for the Zerg race to prevent rebellion. This is also very important and indispensable. However, I can change it to the great universe cultivation technique of quantum genes. When the people of the Zerg race become a part of my body, I can also prevent rebellion. I can even absorb a large amount of matter from the universe. Swoosh. Suji swiped. The 4th bloodline directly turned into a great universe cultivation technique. Without a doubt, this was the easiest bloodline to change. After all, the Zerg gene lock bloodline was the least important. In fact, there were many similar bloodlines that could replace this position and leave behind a secret door. But next, I want the subbrain of the Zerg race to not only evolve life spores, but also evolve universe spores. This means that I have to create the body of the heretic god and the piano of the heavenly Dao. At the very least, I have to create these 2. 1 to create a universe, and 1 to maintain a universe. This was the hardest part. Did you think it was just adding 2 bloodlines? The piano of the heavenly Dao was still easy, but the body of the heretic god was hundreds of thousands of bloodline gene positions. How could it be integrated? It could be squeezed to the point of bursting. I can't do it. The bloodline ability of the piano of the heavenly Dao can barely be integrated. Suji took a deep breath. After all, with my level of knowledge, I should be able to beat many generations of Zerg queens, right? Suji didn't believe that every generation of Zerg queens was so heaven-defying. In fact, Suji felt that some generations of Zerg queens weren't too powerful, and they couldn't even break through to the multidimensional Saint realm. He should be considered one of the most outstanding ones among them. Integrating 1 more bloodline wouldn't be a big deal. Then the remaining problem is the problem of the heretic god. Suji looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. Perhaps, I can only create an external bloodline and install the 6 paths of reincarnation under the body of the Zerg queen, using it as a mount and using it together. This was the only solution. If this was really the case, then the subbrain of the Zerg race would have 2 parts in the future. In addition to the main body, there would also be an external shell. This was also a scene that transcended the era. From now on, the Zerg race will be completely upgraded to the bloodline of the god of creation. Suji looked at the huge insect on the subbrain of the Zerg race, stepping on a 6 paths of reincarnation. He was very satisfied. If I let them integrate the blood of eternal life, they can live a long life together with the subbrain of the Zerg race, and leave an eternal future for future generations. But I want to leave it for future generations? I'm not dead yet. Suji shook his head. He wasn't an idiot. It's too troublesome to integrate all 6 paths of reincarnation into the blood of eternal life. At the same time, 120,000 thousands of lives, each occupying a useless gene position, greatly reducing their strength. I want to reduce my current strength to leave a trump card for future generations. Is there something wrong with me? Suji wasn't so great as to leave these things for the future generations. He should think about how to live his own life first. If this 6 paths of reincarnation didn't have eternal life, it would definitely die in the future. At that time, the external bloodline accessories would also be lost, the Zerg race would fall back to the ordinary Zerg race. But Suji couldn't be bothered to think so much. Wait, maybe the previous generation, or some of the previous Zerg queen mothers also created some external blessing-type bloodlines, but as they fell, they all disappeared? Suji thought about it and felt that it was possible. If he could do it, why couldn't they? As expected, they're all schemers, always thinking about how to live their own lives, not leaving any good things for future generations. Suji shook his head and sighed. But soon, he didn't care so much anymore. Modifying the bloodline of the Zerg race is just the beginning. Suji looked into the distance and said calmly, when Girl B and Cute, these two tools, come up with the living universe spore route. I can let the subbrain of the Zerg race follow this route, produce life singularity spores, and then combine with the Zerg spores. When the two perfectly combine, what kind of chemical effect will there be? Suji could even imagine a magnificent scene. At that time, in his dimensional courtyard, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of strange universes were running, and he could find universes with potential among them. When the new version of the Zerg reforms, I'll be the god of creation, and the Zerg will be the god of creation, even if it's fake. Suji's eyes flickered. After all, he did not obtain the complete Great Tao singularity. The universe created with this singularity would be incomplete, and it would not be considered the true Great Tao. However, the new version of the Zerg bloodline had been temporarily modified by him, and this made Suji feel a sense of satisfaction. What was the Zerg? It was his own race's genes, his first bloodline. He did not have the authority previously, but now that he had made drastic changes, he allowed the Zerg to evolve from life spores, and with the help of various external software, he had successfully evolved into universe spores, creating the universe. The Zerg had already mutated under his hands, and had the ability to transcend eras. Naturally, it was full of achievements. Although it was not a complete body, and he had put together countless combinations of bloodlines to barely evolve the universe. It was ugly, but what was the point of having a rough embryo? As long as it could be used, he could slowly improve it. However, the Zerg is a sage family, and it has been passed down for who knows how many billions of years. Suji took a deep breath. It can be considered a version of the Great Reform. Usually, only the descendants of sages would be able to obtain the authority of a sage family. Just like the nine-headed ancient mother, she had to break through sage to obtain the authority of her race's dojo, and only then could she completely control her race's dojo and her family's little skirt. The Zerg sage family was very powerful, and he had to be a multidimensional sage to obtain the final authority, and obtain the subbrain and the body of the Zerg Empress. The Zerg is a sage family, and it is naturally terrifying, but it is probably not comparable to those existences hiding on the longevity ship. They can obtain eternal life. They can use some method to hide, sneak into the distant future, and reach the final time to prove their Tao, the final age of the universe, and open the door to level 11. The Zerg cannot live forever, and can only pass it down from generation to generation. Perhaps the first generation of Zerg queen mothers once fought with them and were beaten to death, becoming losers. The Zerg race civilization that followed, this family of sages has been passed down again and again to this day. Among them, there were many amazingly talented Zerg queen mothers who once tried to break through the threshold of level 11 again to obtain the secrets of level 11 and seize the true voice of the universe. Some even boarded ships, hoping that they could live into the distant future, but they were still killed. Suji felt that he was getting closer to the truth through the evolution of the poneglyph of the history of the universe. The insect race might have once been the losers of the longevity ship, but they were still writing the history of the insect race, going against the current again and again, trying to break through the final glory. If I'm not wrong, in the current multiverse era, very soon in the future, there will be people who will realize that the 11th level is in the distant future universe. When the universe was completely mended. When the 10th step door closed, the 11th step door would open. There were existences that would build longevity boats and sneak them to the time of Tao validation. And the first Zerg queen would rise in that era, fighting for opportunities, ultimately failing. A generation of failures, generations of failures. Once one step behind, they would always be behind. The further they go, the harder it would be to have the ability to defeat them again. Suji said softly, the original Zerg Queen mothers of the past only had the current strength of the insect race because of their accumulation from generation to generation. But the other party has long been so powerful. This is very obvious. No matter how poor the other party's bloodline is, the heaven-defying bloodline that the other party has accumulated over more than 10 billion years is enough to beat the insect race's evolution. The insect race wanted to use the short bloodline that they had evolved to fight against the other party's huge bloodline accumulation over billions of years. It seemed possible, but the possibility was not high. Now that Suji had the core authority, he had the power to completely destroy the insect race. He could get rid of all the previous bloodlines, and he could also make the efforts of the Zerg Queen mothers of the past go to waste. This was the ultimate power to control a family of sages. Just like the nine-headed ancient mother, as the current inheritor, she could easily destroy her own little skirt and even the accumulation of her race. Perhaps, if he died of old age, at the final moment of failure, he could directly destroy the insectoid race and destroy the subbrain of the insectoid race. However, Suji was not a person with such a dark heart. He had already passed down his great universe cultivation method to the next generation. It could be considered a gift to them. As for the external evil god of the 6 paths of samsara, leaving it for the next generation of the insect race, so that they could create a universe, then he could not keep it for the time being. This was because integrating the eternal bloodline into the 6 paths of samsara would reduce his combat power. He was not dead yet, so why did he always think of suddenly dying and leaving a legacy for the future generation? Instead of thinking of making a fortune for the future generation, I might as well do it myself, and transcend in my own generation. Suji shook his head. I just don't know how strong the other party's bloodline is to be able to beat the insect race. Perhaps the previous insect race queen was destined to be unable to defeat him. No matter how strong the evolved creature, no matter how heaven-defying the bloodline, it could not defeat the other party, because the other party's bloodline was already perfect, reaching the strongest in the universe. But now, Suji had updated the insect race version. The bloodline creature could not defeat it, space life form. Do you want to fight? Suji's mind was gloomy. I'll make a dimensional courtyard, and the cosmic creatures will evolve in it. Trash like the bloodline creature has already been eliminated. At this moment, his heart was more or less clear, and he no longer felt anxious. He had evolved and recreated the history of the universe, so he could know a lot of the past. Knowing who the enemy might be, he could prepare in advance, and there would no longer be a lack of information. In this case, I can wait for the 9-headed ancient mother and Meng Mei's attainments. When they evolve into cosmic life forms, I can completely update the insect race's bloodline version. Suji's expression became calm. Perhaps, I might not be able to use these universes to complete the Great Tao Singularity. But I've changed my mind. It's not impossible to fight the other party head-on and snatch the Great Tao Atlas. Suji admitted that he was a fickle man. Previously, he had scolded the previous insect race queen mother for being an idiot, and that fighting head-on was an act of courting death. He had to hide and avoid the Great Tao Atlas, and not snatch the opportunity from the other party. But now, he felt that he could do it again. It's up to the two of them to help me perfect the latest version of the insect race. He looked toward the tea garden. Meng Mei was talented, but her main role was to provide the knowledge of evolving living beings. The main show still depended on the second female. After all, who was the second female? Her wisdom was definitely unprecedented, and she was the strongest saint of the life law since the beginning of the world. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another few thousand years had passed. A special era appeared in the entire parallel multiverse, the Universal Bridge era. The distance between the universes was getting farther and farther, and there was already a vast river of chaos between the universes. One could only look at it from afar, but it was still relatively easy to cross. Some powerhouses and saints began to build universal bridges between universes. The two universes began to interact, trade, and still had contact. Even some experts, sects, and factions would often go to other parallel universes to run amok and roam freely. After all, this was not the future after all. There were saints who had proven their Tao, causing the laws of the two parallel universes to become more and more different. The saints of this era could go to other parallel universes at a very low price because the laws between the universes were not that different, and they could still exert most of their strength. A brand new Rainbow Bridge universe era was born. This was a mythical era where heroes rose together. The Taoist sites of the saints were not that far away from mortals. Even the concept of parallel universes was extremely common and widely known. The era of the saints was extremely prosperous. In fact, many saints opened their sects and recruited disciples. Becoming a disciple of a saint was a supreme honor. The first universe era of the post-celestial era is the Bridge universe era. This is a historical necessity. At this moment, the Phoenix's expression was very calm. She stood on a cosmic bridge and looked at the powerhouses passing by. This first post-celestial era, the Universal Bridge era. The complete division and isolation of the universe, forming the vast and boundless sea of chaos, will take at least 300 million years. Only then will it completely drift into a map. In other words, the first post-celestial era of the universe will be relatively long. The Phoenix's expression was calm as she continued to wander the universe, concentrating on cultivation. Her cultivation speed was very fast. Thousands of years had passed here because of the different flow of time. She had also reached the peak of the 9th stage and was climbing the path to the 10th stage. In this era, the Saint realm is not far from me. On the other side, the 9-headed ancient mother's mind was resplendent. After thousands of years, she had also reached the peak of the 9th stage and was climbing the path to the 10th stage. And in this era, her bloodline had been perfected and was incomparably powerful. Even she had to admit that this era of creation was full of bloodline treasures. There were also too many vacancies in the seats of the Great Tao. With her more than 10 billion years of experience from the future, it was simply a fertile land. She could prove some powerful laws. On the other side, thousands of years had passed. In the tea garden. You succeeded? The cute girl's eyes lit up. She looked at the second girl as if she was looking at a monster. As expected of the saint appointed by Yimeng to be in charge of perfecting the laws of life. Your aptitude in this aspect is simply amazing. They turned around and looked at a universe embryo. Cosmic life forms had finally appeared. Meng Mei felt as if she had seen an extreme genius. No wonder he could use the laws of the universe to condense and refine a suitable life law, producing material structures suitable for the birth of life, DNA helix sequences, molecular cells. She's simply too suitable for this line of work. Meng Mei suddenly had a feeling that she had to be female B. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. If not for female B, no existence in this universe would be able to break through this hazy boundary and open up that new world. Of course, my talent is also indispensable. It's because of me that this universe grew a brain and a pair of legs. She was secretly pleased. In front of them was a small nebula vortex. This was a Big Bang. Countless particles of matter, laws, and light spread out. However, it formed an extremely strange scene. These matter and laws were bright red, and strands of them stuck together. The lines of laws formed some special shapes, like an exploding bright red brain that was constantly squirming. This kind of Big Bang? The two of them were slightly shocked. At the same time, looking at the Great Tao diagram of this universe, one would feel strange. This was not an unimaginably lush and complex tree, but more like a strange tree of neurons that stuck together. It was as if the Tao of all living beings was to perfect the nerves of this creature. What a pity, it only lived for a few seconds before it became a stillborn baby. This baby died young. Meng Mei put this strange star diagram into a transparent glass bottle, full of regret. Another failed product. It can only be kept on a shelf. But life has already appeared. Although it died young and died very quickly, it's already a big step. Female B was very excited, knowing that she had found the right direction. Disregarding everything else, just this scene alone was shocking enough. One could imagine what kind of exaggerated special universe would appear once it truly appeared. Let's continue evolving. With the first one, the next direction, according to this method, there should be a second experimental universe very soon, Meng Mei said. Seeing this scene, Suji's heart skipped a beat. This bloodline universe, why did it feel a little strange? Forget it, let's not care about this first. Let them evolve. Suji also knew that everything was developing at a high speed. This universe was already completely on the right track. He wondered what was going on outside right now. Suji glanced around. After a while, he would probably be able to migrate the Sand Table civilizations, the Buddhist civilization, and the Renamangian garden over in advance. That was because he was no longer afraid of affecting the structure of the universe. Multiverse, outside the chaos heavens. Many sage dojos had already been approached. An evil calamity called the Burning Civilization permeated the entire land of the Great Path. They couldn't lay their hands on the saints, but the civilizations, deities, and cultivators outside the saints' dojo were all infected and turned into the other party's people. Teleportation circles, cities, leveling up, professions, and countless other terms began to spread. Soon, the sages began to join the huge burning disaster, and the dojos began to be infected. The players were doing whatever they wanted and letting go of their hands and feet. Everything they did was as grand as it could be, and it would cause a storm in the shortest time possible. 31 Saints. A sage dynasty outside the chaos heavens was established. Zhang Yuling began to carry out large-scale construction. He actually began to build a large harbor along the coast of the primal chaos sea. He had unimaginable ancient facilities and equipment, and he had invested unimaginable resources, manpower, and material resources. I'm about to begin building the ship. Zhang Yuling was dressed in an imperial robe as he stood by the periphery of the chaos sea, looking down at the ebb and flow of the tides. I never expected to reach this stage so quickly. I can even begin welcoming guests from our multiverse. He wanted to build a stronghold here to welcome some indescribable ancient existences from his universe, a team. After all, smuggling was extremely difficult. But if he were to receive them here, or even build a chaos ship to welcome them out to sea, the difficulty of smuggling into the universe would be reduced by half. As a supreme multidimensional sage civilization, he had to lead some of the ordinary sages under his command, as well as his own heirs, to build a team here. I'm not the only multidimensional saint that has recently descended on this land. Nearly all the multidimensional saints in the universe have descended. Originally, there was an unimaginable multidimensional saint empire in this land, with many multidimensional saints serving under them, even radiating to other multiverse. However, for some unknown reason, that existence had instantly crumbled and fallen, directly perishing after coming into contact with some unknown enemy. That multidimensional saint civilization was extremely terrifying. In fact, when it collapsed, some of the multidimensional saints of other multiverse had all perished at once, their bodies and Tao vanishing. It was only then that they truly felt fear. They didn't know when the other party had planted so many saints into their universe. Some of them were even ancient paragons who held high positions in their universe and possessed unimaginable authority. However, such a huge civilization that had planted countless multidimensional saints also collapsed in an instant. Even the saints and clones they had planted in the multiverse perished. The flow of time in the heavens is different from that of the mortal world. 20,000 years ago, which is 2 to 3 years ago in reality, this civilization experienced a great decline along with its collapse. The multidimensional saints in this universe were directly reduced by more than half. Now, there were almost no experts left in this multiverse. Only a few multidimensional saints were left. They were existences that didn't originally belong to that multidimensional saint civilization. They were bitterly holding on, wanting to protect their own universe, but it was already too late. This universe no longer has any resistance against us. There were many saints like him who had descended into this universe and smuggled in. All of them had descended in the past few years. Zhang Yuling himself had also descended more than a year ago. He didn't expect that he would climb to such a high position so quickly. This multiverse no longer has a master. Previously, the other multidimensional saints didn't dare to approach it. But now, it's destined to become a colony of other universes. Countless multidimensional saints from other multiverses will definitely descend. Zhang Yuling looked at these players with his hands behind his back, feeling very satisfied. And I've gathered a huge force that can even compete to become the overlord of this multiverse, the ruler, and suppress the other multidimensional saints. Ruling this universe was something he didn't even dare to think about. After all, his strength was only above average among the multidimensional saints. Above him were unimaginably powerful multiverse giants. But now, no matter how strong they are, so what? I've gathered a force here first. His expression was very cold. Almost all the multidimensional saints in the entire multiverse have come. This is already the center of the universe. As long as I pay attention to the geniuses who have risen in the past 2 to 3 years and suppress them all, I will become the ultimate overlord of this universe. Before his eyes, he was about to welcome another batch of saints from his own universe. At the same time, although I've occupied a large piece of land and developed very quickly, the other multidimensional saints might have calamity-type bloodlines specifically used to attack this place. I'm afraid that some of the other primal chaos lands have already been infected by them. Their development speed isn't inferior to my computer civilization. Zhang Yuling clearly knew that there were already undercurrents surging. Most of these multidimensional saints had arrived within 1 or 2 years. After 1 or 2 years of growth, which was equivalent to 10 or 20,000 years of recultivation, it was almost time for them to become saints again. They had already risen again in the dark, and there were probably already various signs of this happening. Some of the weaker multidimensional saints have snuck into this place and have become idle saints, running around and hiding. I'm afraid that some of the stronger ones have already established the empire of saints like me and organized a group of saints to build a port and build a ship to cross the world. They're going to return and welcome their next batch of people to this land. His previous progress was very slow, but after encountering this mysterious civilization, his progress was comparable to the strongest multidimensional saints, and he could welcome the people of his own universe. I'm afraid that the seats of the great path of this universe will be taken by force. Zhang Yuling knew that the seats of the great path of a universe were limited, and they were extremely precious resources. Everyone was trying their best to bring their own people to this universe to divide them up. I'm afraid that if this develops too fiercely, and countless multidimensional saints fight each other, not many seats of the great path of this universe will be left, he said to Zhang Tong, who was beside him, knowing this terrifying situation. Zhang Tong. Was it really that terrifying? She also looked at the port and felt that it was actually so terrifying. After all, after this multidimensional saint had given her his bloodline, he had completely regarded her as his confidant and a member of the same race. He had also revealed that he was from another universe. After all, he was going to welcome guests from other universes at the port. This was something that was hard to hide. You can only follow me. This is your only chance of survival. The natives of this universe are already very dangerous. They will all be directly divided up by the ancient existences of the multivariate universe. They are very bloodthirsty. Zhang Yuling said, the multidimensional saints of this land have already declined. They no longer have the ability to resist the invaders. Zhang Tong had goosebumps all over her body. She thought to herself, could it be that the ancient god, moon god Ji, Renamanga, and the other native multidimensional saints were hiding to prevent these invaders from seeing them? Our universe is very dangerous. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Zhang Tong couldn't help but ask, however, even the multidimensional saints of this cosmos are so few that they're like kittens. They can't resist. And can only allow the invaders to descend and snatch the seats of the great Tao and the resources of this cosmos. However, even if all the saints of this multidimensional universe were to join forces, they still wouldn't be able to snatch much, right? Zhang Yuling glanced at her and said with a smile, you're very smart, but you don't know that the wisdom of saints is even smarter. Their plunder is very cruel. That's right. Even if all the current sages from the 9 parallel universes were added together, there would definitely be less than 20,000 sages. In a parallel universe, there would only be about 1,000 to 2,000 sages coexisting in the same era. Even if all of them came here and forcefully occupied a seat, the 20,000 seats of the great path that they had seized would not make a difference. At most, it would only consume the resources of this universe for the next few 100 million years. It was far from a serious injury. After all, how vast was a multiverse? Even a sage was as insignificant as an ant in the face of this vast and mighty universe. How could they possibly divide it up? This is a resource that will take at least 10 to 20 billion years to be redistributed. Zhang Tong nodded. That was it. After all, even though they had entered the middle phase of the universe and were relatively stable and mature, the main powerful rules of the universe had been perfected, leaving only minor details, but these minor details were still frighteningly numerous. You want to snatch it all with a mere 20,000? Did you really think that the vast universe was a country bumpkin, pitifully small? But in reality, that's not the case. Zhang Yiling said with a smile. Why? Don't tell me one sage can occupy 10, or even 100 seats. Can they still stand in the latrine and not shit? Zhang Tong asked. Zhang Yiling was silent for a moment. There are indeed very few normal 10th level sages in the current world, but there are countless abnormal 10th level sages. Zhang Yiling clasped his hands behind his back. Are there many abnormal 10th step sages? Zhang Tong was taken aback. Fatty Zhang smiled and lightly murmured, 10th level children. When Zhang Tong heard this, she felt the world spin. Cold sweat broke out and goosebumps appeared all over her body. That's right, there were even 10th level children. The descendants of these 10th level sages were all incomplete. They were destined to be unable to prove their Tao and grasp the power of the rules. They had no seats, only standing tickets. In their own universe, they had no seats of the great Tao. But coming to the multiverse was their greatest opportunity. They could prove their Tao in this universe. Shameless, absolutely shameless. Zhang Tong couldn't help but exclaim. This is the cruelty of the universe. In the eyes of the sages, the world is cold. Zhang Yiling looked at the small television in front of him and said patiently, the other multidimensional sages are extremely shameless. They will bring their own children and the children of their subordinate sages to invade this universe's resources. His eyes were as deep as water. Now, I will lead you to build a harbor and prepare to build a ship to cross the primal chaos sea. In the future, we will welcome the group of guests from the forces and civilizations under my universe. They have 5,000 10th level children and have already set off from another universe. We have to quickly depart the ship to welcome them in this parallel universe. 5,000, Zhang Tong was dumbfounded. You, a multidimensional sage, want to transport 5,000 over, as long as you were willing, it was possible to have 10th level children. It was very natural for some veteran sages to have several hundred 10th level children. It was even possible for those who liked to nurture thousands of children. Do you see it? The future. Zhang Yiling said calmly, this land will welcome an unprecedented golden age, a golden age where sages are as numerous as dogs. In a normal era of a universe, there are usually only 1,000 sages ruling the world at the same time, but it's different here. Soon, this place will welcome an unimaginable liveliness. This vast and cold land of primal chaos that should only have 1,000 sages will become extremely lively and welcome the arrival of countless sages. At that time, unimaginable geniuses will gather. It will be a rare golden age in the history of the multiverse. Zhang Yiling's words seemed to make one's blood boil and see a golden age. There were usually no more than 1,000 sages in an era, but here, there were hundreds of thousands of sages descending here to prove their Tao. It could be seen that such a situation might not even happen in history. It's just that this golden age will overdraft the entire universe's lifespan and squeeze out its Tao seats. Zhang Tong took a deep breath and was shocked. This golden age will be like the end of the world. This information was too shocking. It was simply jaw-dropping. Zhang Tong couldn't help but ask, is there no way to stop all this? Fatty Zhang glanced at Zhang Tong and smiled. It's unstoppable. This land will welcome the invasion of all the sages from many dimensions. Countless great beings from other dimensions will fight here to divide this big cake. There's no way to stop it. We can only try our best to reduce the losses of the multiverse. When all the beings kill each other to prove their Tao, a sage faction will rule this land and suppress and drive away the other sages. Everything will come to a standstill. The sage faction that wins will drive away the other sages from their territory. They will be the overlord of this universe and will protect the interests of their own universe. They will become the new native of this universe and will naturally protect their rights and prevent other sages from sneaking over. Zhang Yiling glanced at the small televisions in front of him and said meaningfully, we can only hope that the sage faction that can sweep through the universe will appear quickly and drive away the other invaders this morning so that the Tao seats of this universe won't be overly depleted. Zhang Tong instantly understood what he meant. He wanted them to help him fight and become the final winner of this land. After all, when this land completely became the territory of that invader and defeated the other beings, he would naturally protect his private property and take the path of sustainable development. He would become the native of this universe and protect the interests of the universe. Don't worry. Zhang Tong said righteously, we will spread the glory of leveling up to the entire multiverse and let countless indescribable ancient beings hear of our glory. Zhang Yuling was instantly gratified. Suji calculated the timeline and had a strange expression on his face. They had all descended 1 or 2 years ago. Rise again, when that terrifying sage's empire collapsed, they all took the opportunity to sneak over here. Wasn't this the same time as him? He had also risen a year ago. Suji previously felt that his cultivation speed was very fast. He didn't expect Fatty Zhang's batch to be as fast as him. The timing was so coincidental. It seems that the one who was killed was the Zerg Queen Mother. Suji scratched his head. Those players didn't know, but he knew very well. But it was natural. The Zerg Queen Mother was so unrestrained that she must have been famous all over the world. It was impossible for him not to have news of her death. It would be abnormal if there was no news of her death. The name of the next-door old Wang could not be underestimated. Even if he was immortal, if this old Wang was strong enough, the entire neighborhood would know, let alone the Zerg Queen Mother, the strongest old Wang. Just as Suji thought, this next-door old Wang was very influential. As expected, he was once the biggest giant in this universe. He had his own identity in other multiverses and was the next-door old Wang everywhere, but he had fallen. But I didn't expect her to leave behind such a mess. The corners of Suji's eyes twitched slightly. My development speed is considered fast, catching up with this batch of sages who sneaked in when they died. I'm in a similar realm. But it doesn't matter. If those sages want to come, so be it. Do they want to steal this universe's great path seat? His expression was very calm. He couldn't be bothered with the great path seat. Anyway, he didn't rely on it. I can let you see the truth of the prehistoric universe. It's time for you bumpkins from other places to know. Suji thought about it. He didn't intend to interfere too much. History was only interesting if they had to dig it out themselves. These big shots came to divide up the inheritance of this universe and the land of the Zerg Queen Mother. There might even be a multidimensional empire comparable to the previous generation of Zerg. These players will think of their own ways to continue expanding the territory with Zhang Yuling. I don't need to care about it. It seems that those sages still have some time to act as insiders, build ports, and completely extradite existences from other universes. Suji took a deep breath. He also felt that he didn't have much time. But he also knew that knowledge was the power of everything. Studying this outer path universe was the right thing to do. It's time to improve the new version of the Zerg Queen Mother to deal with those multidimensional sages from the multiverse. Suji said calmly. He took a step forward and walked directly in front of Girl B and Cute Girl. He looked at their newly evolved universe life form. Let this universe experience a surprise. Inside the tea garden, a bright red light rippled out, creating a beautiful halo of light. This was the most primitive view of the universe, the unattainable dream of all those who achieved Tao and even saints, but here, it was a common sight. How is it? The figure of the god of creation walked out of nothingness. The two bowed slightly. Female B said seriously, so far, there have been 7 stillbirths, destroyed not long after they were born, but the speed is getting faster and faster, and the survival rate is getting higher and higher. Our path of evolution is starting to become clear, and what's left is to sum up experience and practice. The cute girl hurriedly said, don't worry, we will definitely let the mature universe retain its complete self-consciousness. Even if you return, your consciousness will not dissipate, be covered by the universe, and lose your sense of self. It will exist eternally, with the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings, love and hate. That's for the best. The god of creation was very human-like, becoming more and more like a human. She smiled warmly and said, perhaps, possessing self-awareness is also the greatest opportunity for me, allowing me to transcend. Everything is due to this lady's efforts. Female B smiled. She has admired you for a long time. She doesn't want you to lose your sense of self after returning to the universe. She wants you to live like a normal living being. Suji glanced at the cute girl. The cute girl immediately lowered her head shyly. Female B instantly felt uncomfortable. Why don't you say something and strike while the iron is hot? Suji glanced at the cute girl and just laughed. knowing that she was really shy and didn't dare to say anything. She had always been bold to her own people, but at the critical moment, she was timid. In some areas, her skin was very thin, and she was very cute. In fact, Suji was also very emotional. The cute girl's interpersonal relationships were really good, and she could become good friends with anyone. Previously, when she was hanging out with Carolyn, Carolyn was also helping her research on the God of Creation, and even helping her research on ways to break through to Saint. Now, Female B was also helping her cover up, helping her think of ways to win the heart of the God of Creation. This was probably the personal charm of Mother Earth. This is the sequence of evolution. Female B could not be bothered to talk anymore and directly got down to business. After all, the most important thing was to complete the rules of the universe. In fact, allowing the God of Creation to take advantage of the moment when she lost her authority and gained consciousness was also what Woman B wanted to see. After all, she had her own selfish motives. If this new universe successfully defeated the prehistoric universe, then the God of Creation would have completed his mission and obtained the authority of the universe. He would then be washed away by the vast laws and will of the universe and return to the cold and merciless consciousness of the great path. This was not what she wanted to see, even if he would become the pinnacle existence of the entire universe after helping the universe return and receive the favor of the heavenly Tao. Such an opportunity was far inferior to having a conscious God of Creation looking after him. With the pass of the entire God of Creation and the favor of the entire universe, why would he worry about not being able to reach level 11? As for the universe becoming selfish, the future rules and structure of the universe, what exactly was going on? Would the living beings complain about the unfairness? She wasn't sure, but all she knew was that he was biased towards her. That was enough. And that was what Suji thought too. The universe was vast and fair, and it had no consciousness. In fact, he knew very well that there was no such thing as a God of Creation. And for the universe to give birth to a consciousness and become selfish? Not only would a true God of Creation appear, but this God of Creation would also have feelings? What kind of terrifying structure would it become, blinded by greed? Decay? Decay? Collapse? Suji didn't care about this, because he would be the one who was selfish. He could also take the opportunity to completely take over the universe's nest and become the biggest king next door. Steal the true authority of the entire universe. Female B and Suji's thoughts were actually on the same side. If they were going to do something, they would do it on the biggest scale. Who cared about the flood that would overflow after the deed was done? They could just make a fortune themselves. Just like Earth, everyone was a living being that lived on it. If he wanted to be bold enough to secretly take over Earth, what would happen next? How pessimistic the humans on Earth would be, and what actions they would take. What did that have to do with him? The sequence of evolution? Suji took the sequence of evolution and observed it for a while. This was a life evolution path that the two of them had concluded, but it belonged to the universe. This life path might not be suitable for life born in other infinite universes, but it was extremely compatible with the bloodline universe. It could give birth to the consciousness of the bloodline universe. I didn't expect your progress to be so fast. Suji pondered for a while, and after a rough observation, he said, "It's just that true consciousness has yet to be born. Have you ever thought of treating the universe as a real life and mass evolving it?" Looking at the God of Creation discussing with her like a living being, Meng Mei was shocked and excited. She didn't know how long she had been waiting for this moment, to sit and discuss Tao, under the moonlight, but Female B was already used to the God of Creation's humanity. She just treated it as an ancient life that was even more respectable than her master. She asked seriously, treating the universe as a real life to evolve? She was a little puzzled, but Meng Mei had already reacted. You want the courtyard of the God of Creation's dimension? Make use of that. Living beings escape? The escaping one? Female B asked. Meng Mei explained seriously, in the 4-9 heavenly evolutions, man escapes one. The universe naturally evolved most of the living beings in the universe, but there is one that escapes as vitality, a variable. And this variable is the living beings themselves evolving into living beings. The universe naturally evolved into living beings, but there is an escaping one that allows living beings to evolve into themselves. As soon as she said this, it was as if a door had suddenly opened in Female B's heart. The 4-9 heavens, the escaping one. Her mind buzzed. Previously, when she completed the rules of life in the universe, she had actually secretly left behind this escaping one when Meng was not paying attention. This allowed living beings to grasp a trace of the universe's authority over the evolution of life, the 4-9 heavens, the escaping one. I feel like I've realized a certain thought of mine. Is this also fate? As expected of the god of creation, all fates are already similar. She was still somewhat shocked. This sentence actually coincided with a certain thought she had previously, but she did not think too much about it. Since it's the escaping one, the only variable, then using this variable to save the huge calamity of the universe's destruction is also the best choice. Suji looked at the two and gently stretched out his hand. Whoosh. The entire tea garden arrived outside the universe's chaos heavens. And even further away, a dimensional yard was rapidly closing in. It was the god of destruction's dimensional yard. Xianxia was still producing compound spores. After all, Xianxia's bloodline had a level restriction, causing the spore's descendants to have a fixed realm. Transcendent spores could be born at level 6 or level 7. They had more potential than the Zerg Queen's non-elemental spores. They had the spore characteristics of a high-grade compound bloodline. After all, was Xianxia's talent strong? Even Meng might not be able to compare to her. Suji could use her because he coveted her body. Her bloodline was extremely terrifying, and she had extraordinary talent in giving birth. Now, I can already fuse the bloodline of this big spider into the Zerg subbrain. But to fuse another one, this is no longer easy. Suji shook his head and sighed. He looked at the conscientious spider queen who was evolving. Unable to fuse, I can only let Xianxia, as if it's her turn to reincarnate, become a part of the Zerg Queen's external equipment. Suji had lost count of the number of external devices he had installed on the subbrain of the Zerg. It was like a microphone, paired with a violin and a guitarist, forming a band. After all, the Zerg Queen's primordial spore function had been improved by him to such an extent. Compound spores, even universe spores, all kinds of variants. It's ugly, but together, helping each other, it's fine as long as it's functional. Suji thought to himself. Now that he had the ability to modify his own race's bloodline, sooner or later, he would squeeze all these bloodlines into it. Now, they were all used in a mess. It was inconvenient and a little ugly. At this moment. Looking at this scene, Female B was very shocked. She felt the vicissitudes of life. This woman is called Xianxia. In this era, she is in charge of the evolution of living things. You can let Xianxia evolve biological spores and combine them with the universe singularity spores. The two are compatible, and in the God of Destruction's courtyard, another small universe evolution courtyard dimension will be opened. Suji finished speaking and tapped lightly. Whoosh. Within the dimensional courtyard, a small living room had been opened up, with a radius of approximately 10 square meters. These primitive life spores and the Great Tao Singularity combined and began to multiply and breed according to the evolutionary sequence that the two had previously evolved. Among the mountains and plants, the Great Tao Singularity began to explode and breed. The universes began to have life, like bright red nebula vortex balls, rolling on the ground, but soon died. The survival rate was extremely low, only 3 or 4. And these 3 or 4 universes had only been born for a short while before they directly died. It's the same parameters as our evolution. Female B took a deep breath and looked at the rough dimensional courtyard in the embryonic form. However, this is a large number of self-evolution, and we don't need to do anything anymore. It saves a lot of time to evolve one by one. Oh my god. As expected of the god of creation, she's omnipotent. Universe courtyard, universe courtyard. Can this even work? Meng was completely excited as she looked at these creatures crawling out of the sea. This sea has to become the Chaos Sea. Many universes will crawl out of the Chaos Sea, the origin of life. Meng was completely intoxicated. It was as if she had seen the most prehistoric, fantastical, and beautiful scene. An aberrant, bloody embryonic creature. Universes were crawling out. This dimensional courtyard was simply unimaginably terrifying. Whoosh. It was like the most ancient fantasy world. Terrifying cosmic aliens crawled out from the depths of chaos. Each of them exuded an unimaginably majestic aura of chaos. It was shocking. The ocean of this dimensional courtyard is going to be replaced with the chaotic ocean. Female bee smiled. The chaotic ocean is more conducive to their growth. Yes, yes. Meng Mei was extremely excited. The god of creation had his own consciousness and was no longer impartial. He actually gave them this kind of authority. Even the evolved universe gave them control, letting the two of them be responsible for maintaining the order of this universe. There was an unimaginable pride and excitement in their hearts. I must not let the god of creation return to the indifferent and impartial will of heaven. Cute girl secretly made up her mind. She clearly knew that when the god of creation regained control of the universe, then he would become selfless again. Just like the previous universe, cold and impartial. At that time, all the authority she had now would disappear, and the universe would return to the normal rules before. Justice, peace, without any specialization. And now, the will of the universe gave these authorities in front of her just to use the wisdom of the creatures in the universe to make up for the great Tao tree of the universe, to resist the catastrophe, to make up for his own great Tao, in order to return. It was not because of any selfishness. What they had now was just temporary authority. Wartime privilege, this was a kind of self-resistance and self-protection mechanism of the will of the universe, just like a self-protection mechanism of nature. And this will of the universe wanted to defeat the will of the universe of this era and replace it. Cute girl pondered for a moment and looked at Xianxia outside the dimensional courtyard. May I ask, why is the future of the universe a dimensional courtyard with compound bloodlines? Suji was stunned for a moment. The current god of creation's dimensional courtyard was indeed different from the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard from the future. This was because one could evolve into a boundless realm primordial spore, while the other could evolve into a 5th or 6th grade transcendent spore. These transcendent spore could withstand a higher limit of bloodlines. They could squeeze in several bloodlines without collapsing like ordinary spores. Suji could not say that he could only do this because he picked up Xianxia, right? After pondering for a moment, the god of creation said, because the rules of the great Tao have been perfected, many of the future lives will have compound bloodlines. I see. Meng Mei nodded. Suji heaved a sigh of relief. In any case, even the greatest of sages could not predict what the future would be like. This was because the sages had perfected the great Tao, and there were too many variables. Could you understand the thoughts of every sage? If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't be able to see the direction of the universe. Even if it was radiance, it could only deduce the general trend of the universe and see the indistinct 11th step. The cute girl nodded and did not ask any other questions. She could not help but walk out of the courtyard to visit Xianxia. After all, in the future, the dimensional courtyard will evolve cosmic spores in the house. In our words, it's a version update. Although it's not that fast, it's still in its embryonic form. The cute girl walked out. In an instant, the entire god of destruction's dimensional courtyard was boiling. What? There's a living creature in the courtyard of the god of creation? The players were shocked. Even existences like Blue Sky Supremacy Primordial Abyss looked over in confusion. This had never happened before. After all, they had been evolving living beings here for quite some time now. Looking at the form of the creature, it was also a huge giant. It actually walked out of the door of the house that no one had ever walked out of. It was a girl in the shape of a tree. Who is this existence? It's very strange. The golem disk's eyes were solemn as it looked over cautiously. On the other side, the players carefully observed it and were completely excited. They did not know the Blue Sky Supremacy, but they were extremely familiar with it. This swaggering walking posture, this face, and this familiar clothing, this ecstatic movement, there's no mistake. These strange-looking spore creatures, the players of Azure Path, and even the giant octopus, were dumbfounded. It's the Mother Ivy. The giant octopus exclaimed. It's the Mother Ivy. The native experts from the 7 realms, including the 3 pillar gods who were studying here, were also dumbfounded. It's Meng Mei. The players were also stunned. What a shock. Why did Meng Mei suddenly walk out of the door of the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard? They were shocked. Ever since she was taken away by the ancient gods, They had not been able to contact Meng Mei, who had entered some mysterious universe. Now, she suddenly appeared in the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard. What on earth happened? What did she experience? The players were stunned, and their minds went blank. The door of the dimensional courtyard had always been closed, and the God of Creation was sitting on a chair at the door, eating an apple. No one could enter the door to see what was inside. What was behind the door? All the players were exploring, and trying to figure it out. Until now, the number of speculations had exceeded the 100,000 mark. Almost every day, there was a large number of people discussing the various mysteries of the God of Creation's dimensional courtyard. Based on this unsolved mystery, Meng Mei actually pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard with a smile on her face, and she even looked very proud of herself. Scary, Meng Mei actually completed a counterattack? Became a 10,000-foot giant and sneaked into the house? Did he do something wrong? Shocked, damn it. I'm so angry. Meng Mei is the public enemy of the God of Creation's fan club. We have not liked you for a long time. Tell us honestly, what did you do? Gnashing his teeth, everyone was very confused. After disappearing for so long, the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard suddenly appeared and connected to them. They could not help but let their imagination run wild. The God of Destruction is the future old God of Creation. He has lost his authority and has just given birth to his own intelligence. I'm afraid he is very ignorant and very simple. He was directly taken down by the experienced old mother, Meng Mei. Unable to resist. Damn it, delicate little fresh meat, just ignorant to understand all things in the world, just understanding the feelings between men and women, actually fell into the hands of an old woman? Meng Mei, thank you for the invitation. I am in the God of Creation's yard, lost contact with a prostitute. Countless players of all shapes and sizes looked at Meng Mei, who was a 10,000-foot giant, from below. They were distressed, and the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Bang, the cute girl lowered her head and kicked away some of the sand, which instantly drowned them. Countless players mumbled and jumped in fright. They covered their heads and scurried away like rats. This dog is relying on its master's power. Meng Mei, this bastard, actually attacked us. Could it be that she knows what we are talking about here? It can't be, we don't speak the same language now. Meng Mei lowered her head and looked at these strange guys who were hiding and discussing. She only felt that they were hiding in a small corner and were chattering. At a glance, she knew that they were not good people. She did not know what bad things they were saying behind her back. She knew these guys' character. They were very shameless. Cute girl looked at these chattering little creatures and was extremely emotional. She was one of them back then, but she did not expect to be standing here. In the end, it is because the God of Creation has his own self that I have this unimaginable authority. Cute girl bypassed those creatures and killed some trees that were running around and shouting. She made a small bench and sat down to chat with Xianxia. Help! Cute girl is killing people. As expected of the woman who was going to conquer the Great Sea Route and become the God of Creation, Luffy. JPG, cute girl was too lazy to care about them. A group of little bitches, they only knew how to talk. Previously, Xianxia was still a level 9 incomplete cultivator, but now, through the compound cloud star Dao fruit that the players had secretly evolved here, she had quietly repaired her foundation. Now, she was already on the path to level 10 and could become a sage in the future. This was a great opportunity. This is my strength. When I was a saint, I could give birth to level 10 children. Level 10 transcendent spores could evolve into even more terrifying creatures. Xianxia thought to herself. The level 10 children of other sages were born with an upper limit of level 10 without any bottlenecks, but they started cultivating from level 1. But she was different. Her talent could solidify her descendants. As long as there were enough resources, her remaining descendants would be level 10 when they were born. Her talent was really useless, but she did not expect to be able to achieve great things here. Are you also the creatures chosen by the God of Creation? Taking charge of the power of the universe? Xianxia said. He had already seen the scene in the house, but he had only been watching from the outside. Seeing the scene in Genesis, he was also very surprised. Of course we are the chosen creatures. When the god of creation grasped the incomplete power, we helped him regain it. We are chosen just like you. Cute girl smiled and said, it's just that you are responsible for producing life spores, and the two of us are responsible for producing universe spores, universe. Xianxia's heart was beating wildly. She was the origin of life, which was already very heaven-defying. But the other party was responsible for the origin of the universe. It was obvious who was more important. It was obvious that the authority that she had grasped was closer to the core authority than her. She could not help but admire her even more. However, she also knew that overthrowing the prehistoric universe, destroying it, and building a new one was an extremely tedious task. It required countless gears to be connected together in order to turn effectively. Meng Meng could not help but start to exchange ideas with Xianxia. After all, she had previously known that the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard was being managed by another living being. The players had also been guessing, but now, they had truly seen the other party's true colors. Your bloodline is realm solidification? Directly produce offspring that are one level lower than themselves? The cute girl continued to discuss. So that's how it is. You've managed this dimensional court very well. There's a human touch to it. The previous god of creation's dimensional court was very cold, and it gave off a feeling that the heavens were high up in the sky. However, I'm afraid that very soon, the new version of the dimensional court will be updated. I don't know if it will be open to the public or given to the players, but it will definitely be on a whole new level. I know, you want to evolve the origin of the universe in the house. Xianxia had also seen everything. Yes, I'm afraid it will be possible very soon. Right now, in the form of life, we're creating cosmic life forms in batches in the dimensional court, regardless of whether they're alive or not, the speed at which they're produced is extremely fast. As long as there's a sufficient number of them, we'll eventually be able to eliminate the weak and produce different colors. Xianxia agreed with this point of view. The two of them began to discuss the evolution of life forms. They even constantly walked around the two-dimensional courtyards, both in the yard and in the house, to observe the degree of evolution. Time flew by again and again. The dimensional court in the house finally had some changes. In that chaotic ancient ocean, there were finally living creatures that could be born. Or rather, a living universe. This was a hydrangea star cluster that was covered in blood, and it was very round. Bright red threads were entangled in it, and DNA sequences could be vaguely seen. Each thread was spiraled into a circle, one ring after another, just like a delicate Ferris wheel that was wrapped around another delicate Ferris wheel. This creature, it's finally formed. The cute girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly, it might not be the strongest. After all, everything is a rough embryo that was accumulated from the beginning. However, this is already a step forward in the era. Now that there's a second living creature, will the second one be far away? She wanted to share all of this with the players on Earth, and they would definitely be shocked. However, it was not easy to communicate here, and she did not dare to communicate with them. How do we do it? Xianxia asked. Test it, the second female said. How do we test it? Xianxia asked again. The second female smiled. This kind of universe, of course, depends on how it evolves and how it survives the primitive era. You can even try to let it collide with another universe, such as that incomplete bloodline universe number 2. Let's see what happens when a conscious bloodline universe meets an unconscious bloodline universe. As soon as this was said, the cute girl and Xianxia felt the horror within. The bloodline divine spark universe number 2, where the bloodlines converged, was used as a test subject. If this conscious universe were to explode, the creatures inside would probably be killed alive. This was opening the forbidden zone of the universe, just as a few of them were discussing excitedly. Subbrain of the Zerg, carry out calculations and pull out the genetic bloodline of this universe's creature. Suji stood in the distance and said faintly. Pulling out, abnormal creature, unable to pull out specific biological parameters. Suji heard the voice of the Zerg subbrain and frowned slightly. This is a brand new path. Previously, no matter what life form the Zerg spores evolved into, they could quickly pull out the information of the other party's bloodline. This is because the Zerg are very mature in this path of evolution. But now, this path of mine is unprecedented. All the databases and data had to be rebuilt by themselves. Unknowingly, I have already been born out of the Zerg, this ancient family of sages, and become a brand new civilization, a civilization that belongs to me. Suji pondered for a few seconds. Pull out all the previous dead fetuses of the universe, analyze the parameters, carry out calculations, and rebuild the prototype database. Rebuilding the second type of unknown universe database, a cold voice came from the Zerg subbrain. In fact, this was the fate of the entire race. It gathered the computing power of the entire civilization, including the demon core race. Although they were mechanized and rigid, their computing power was the greatest. Soon, the new database template was obtained. Name, Unnamed Universe Great Tao Atlas, Living Willpower Living Diagram Great Tao Singularity Completeness, 78% Universe Form, Chaotic Star Island Algae Universe Universe Characteristics, Spiritual Living Beings, Mixed Bacteria Bloodline Virus. Suji's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless. The others are fine, but the algae universe. Do you really treat it as an evolved creature that crawled out of the ocean? It was undeniable that this was a brand new path. Even in the entire universe, after more than 10 billion years of development, no one had ever seen this path or even seen such an unimaginable and shocking scene. This is crossing eras. Everything has to be restarted from scratch. Suji looked at Girlby and the others. They were extremely precious human resources, the core members of the insectoid race. In the end, what will happen? He stood far away, watching this evolution. What I want to see is an unprecedented law of the universe. On the other side, Girlby and the others were also extremely excited. They stood side by side, looking at the entire experimental sand table in front of them. Their faces were tense, and their eyes were fixed on it. Life has begun. Our experiment. Girlby's voice carried a hint of excitement. This was an unprecedented moment. Universe lifeforms. Girlby's voice was also very excited. The law of the evolution of life in the universe, the true meaning of the Great Tao, is about to unfold in front of us. Knowledge was the power of everything. And the knowledge they wanted to obtain would be unprecedented. Everyone was like the most devout scientists, seeking the Tao. They all turned to look at the experimental field through the transparent glass cover. This was a historic scene. Hua, in the chaotic sea, the tidal sea breeze blew, revealing a desolate and bloody atmosphere. As it was a simulated miniature universe, each universe was only the size of a marble or rice grain. Therefore, the entire mountain range of the experimental field was very small. But the experimental field wasn't empty. A large number of universes were wildly multiplying and being born. They were of all strange shapes and sizes. Most of them were universe stillbirths that had just been born and then died. Their corpses piled up on the ground, like pieces of sand and soil, forming this vast and desolate world. Their corpses were like countless coarse gravel, black and white stones of various sizes forming a beach. Every stone and gravel was formed from universe stillbirths. In the universe, corpses piled up like mountains. This scene was truly spectacular and fantastical. And at the edge of this beach was an undulating chaotic sea. Countless universes floated up and down within it, or they turned into the most ancient gods and demons. After the Big Bang, they slowly crawled out of the chaotic sea, bringing with them wet mucus and bodies. They were like bloody lumps of flesh dripping with blood, wriggling as they walked towards the beach. But when they all walked onto the beach, most of them died early and became part of the corpses on the beach. They became stillbirths of the universe and gradually stiffened and solidified. The universes, one after another, crawled out of the chaos sea like moths flying into a flame and walked towards the beach. The ocean is the mother of all life. Female Bee smiled and said, "It's actually suitable in this universe. The chaotic laws of the chaos sea allow them to float and soak in it. It's as if they have returned to their mother's embrace and given birth to life." It was extremely cruel. A portion of them crawled ashore, but they soon died, stillbirths piling up like mountains. A portion of them didn't choose to crawl out, but they also died. At the bottom of the primal chaos ocean, there were many corpses. Meng Mei's expression was grave. She looked towards the experimental field and said, "We have already sensed the complete birth of the first generation life. The target's life has stabilized and has lived for 6 hours. However, it is still swimming at the bottom of the sea of primal chaos and has yet to come ashore. Female B's face was also gloomy. She looked at the test site through the glass cover. They haven't revealed their faces. Could they be creatures from the chaotic ocean? Sea fishes, seaweed universe? The cute girl's eyelids twitched. Fish, seaweed? Was that even possible? That's the universe. Female B shook her head. Meng Mei's thoughts were restricted by the laws, but she wasn't. As the chaos god fiend that created the world, a portion of the laws of the universe were created by her. So what if it's the universe? We have never seen this path before. We only need to listen and see. Even if a bizarre scene appeared, it wouldn't be considered bizarre. Moreover, it's no longer a dead object. Since it's already a life form, then living creatures have the instinct to like the environment. Plants like sunlight, seaweed likes the ocean. This is the repellent nature of living creatures. As a universe, it also has its own favorite environment. What's wrong with that? Female B's expression was very calm. Meng Mei was stunned when she heard this. She immediately felt that she had learned a lesson. As the two of them conversed through the glass window and spoke softly, they saw a universe survive and decline. It crawled out of the chaos sea one after another and collapsed on the beach one after another. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not see the main character they wanted to see appear. However, they were still very patient. As long as it's alive, it will definitely appear. Female B looked into the glass cover and said. She had a very strong and decisive attitude. After all, she was a great saint who controlled the plan to open up the multiverse, a great person who had created an era. Whoosh. The figure of the god of creation gently descended on the land here. The few of them bowed and bowed respectfully. Suji glanced to the side. The others couldn't see it, but he naturally saw the newly born seaweed universe. It was still floating at the bottom of the sea and had no intention of coming ashore. He only looked at the experimental site and smiled. It seems that your genesis has become very logical. An unimaginable scene has appeared. Everything is the power of the god of creation. Female B hurriedly said, it's all because of your genesis. But the god of creation just shook his head. It's not the same. You have all reached a height that I have never reached. I am nature, the universe, a celestial phenomenon without self. The genesis, the destruction, the explosion and collapse of the universe are but a natural phenomenon. Just like the rainstorm and thunder, they naturally appear and naturally dissipate. As for you, as the creatures of the universe, the favored children of heaven and earth, the only variable intelligence of the universe, you have opened up an unimaginable genesis. Female B was deep in thought. The universe was originally nature, and the Big Bang that created the universe had always followed the course of nature. Their birth added their own intelligence and color to nature. This was the function of the creatures of the universe. Just like the creatures on Earth, they used their own knowledge and intelligence to change the weather and create artificial rain. Looking at such a humble and self-aware god of creation, the admiration in Meng Er's eyes deepened. She felt that she was in love with such a god of creation. Suji didn't look at Meng Er, who was in a daze. He suddenly felt that Meng Er had become a fangirl like Carolyn. No matter what the ancient god of creation did, she felt that it was amazing. What do you think? Female B asked. The god of creation looked at the experimental site and smiled. This is a scene that has never been seen before in the ancient and modern universe. Perhaps, you can see a concept that only the god of creation can understand, a knowledge of the highest dimension that only the universe itself can understand. Knowledge that only the god of creation can understand? And we are just ordinary creatures, how can we come into contact with such a high level of knowledge? The few of them were greatly shocked. They felt flattered and followed her gaze. Splash. In the next second, they saw a bright red seaweed gradually float to the surface of the water. It fell silent again. It's here. Female B exclaimed. However, this was only a flash in the pan. The seaweed universe fell silent again. But they were very patient and continued to wait. After a long time, life and death overlapped again and again. Still, no other universes came to life. More and more stillbirths piled up, and the beach became wider and wider. During this time, the seaweed universe floated up and down countless times. The other universes continued to die, but only it lived eternally. But what happened next completely shocked everyone present. They clearly saw an unimaginable scene. The other universes actually began to gradually Big Bang, gradually turning into the template of the seaweed universe and evolving toward the only living universe. This is? How is this possible? Meng Er's eyes widened. Those stillbirth universes have no intelligence. How could they know what they want? This situation was too strange. It's not that they took the initiative. Instead, that living seaweed universe wandered everywhere. Because it was obtained too long ago, some of its DNA sequences were scattered outside and were absorbed and assimilated by the other universes. Female B's eyes emitted a ray of light, filled with excitement. Meng Er immediately reacted. The DNA sequences of the universes are their Taoist diagrams. After all, we have turned their Taoist diagrams into something similar to the structure of life. And this universe's Taoist diagrams were actually absorbed by other universes, resulting in a similar structure after the Big Bang. She was completely shocked when she thought of this. She was an Earth magnate who had evolved the origin of life. Naturally, she understood that in the process of biological evolution, the genetic sequences of some organisms could be absorbed by other organisms. For example, viruses. Many of the genetic sequences of some viruses were basically not their own, but were external sequences of other viruses. They relied on and absorbed them. Oh my God! Meng Er exclaimed in shock. I'm almost seeing the inevitability of a universe. Just like the history of biological evolution on Earth, life began to appear in the Chaos Sea. In the future, there will even be a large number of seaweed universes. They are like the Cambrian Big Bang on Earth. Seaweed and cyanobacteria are proliferating in the ocean. Very soon, marine reptiles will appear? Vertebrates? The cute girl could not help but become more and more excited. She vowed, the development in front of us is an inevitable evolution. Because in the Chaos Sea, the first living universe will eventually appear, and the structure of this universe will be very simple. It will live at the bottom of the sea, and there is a high probability that it will be algae, and this algae primogenitor universe has been living in the Chaos Sea, which will cause its great Tao map and DNA to be subtly influenced by the surrounding new cosmic singularities and undergo a Big Bang. So, the first life form of the universe is the algae universe era. The cute girl's eyes suddenly shone with a golden light, and she looked at the god of creation with a face of worship. Is this the knowledge and wisdom that only the universe itself knows? Suji was stunned. You ask me, how do I know? Aren't you guys trying to find a way out of nothing? But he could only smile and nod. He looked at the experimental site in the glass cover and smiled. Yes, the evolution of the universe and the fate of the universe also have a certain inevitable development process. As expected. The cute girl was excited. Suji stood at the side and did not say a word. His eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. If the speed of Mount Akina was just a simple imagination monster, then the cute girl was a simple brainless fan. She actually thought that she was omnipotent. But let's not talk about it. This experiment still had to be done. Soon, other universes gradually grew and appeared. Suji clearly saw a chaotic flourishing of the ocean gradually condensing. The birth of the first algae universe creature seemed to have pried open the door to a forbidden area. Soon, countless algae universes began to grow and grow. The ocean began to boil, and it completely ushered in a flourishing age of vitality. The Chaos Sea, a living universe, has appeared on a large scale. This is hard to imagine. This is an epic crossing progress. Nasira looked at this scene with a face full of shock. The Chaos Sea was full of vitality. Countless seaweed universes began to multiply. They were like marine plants in the sea, like lazy jellyfish floating up and down. It was a beautiful sight. A new era had begun. A large number of universes had come to life. What did this mean? The experiment of life in the universe was finally on the right track, and a perfect form had appeared. In the future, when the singularity of the universe exploded, new universes with life could evolve at any time. This was a path that had begun to mature. This is a historic moment. The second female couldn't help but be intoxicated by the beautiful and magnificent scene of the universe. This magnificent scene was as beautiful as a dream. The era of the ocean creature explosion was rapidly being deduced. It's a pearl that consumes a lot of great Tao singularities. Suji's expression turned ugly. After all, he wasn't a living being. Every oddity had to be personally created by him. He had to spend thousands of years of his savings. However, he felt both pain and happiness. Without the massive consumption of resources and his own hard work, how could there be any change and development of civilizations? Soon, as a large number of algae-type universes appeared, almost all the other newborn universes disappeared. That was because the DNA sequence of the same Great Tao Atlas had already permeated the entire sea region. The moment the newly exploded Great Tao Singularity was born, it was subtly influenced and assimilated by the omnipresent Great Tao Atlas. Everyone saw a golden age. The gravel beach, the chaotic ocean, and the countless creatures in the ocean. It was just that every gravel on the beach was a dead universe. It was shocking. Looks like it's getting closer to peace. Seeing this, the second female frowned. The universe's species are starting to unify. This is a spectacular scene. The cute girl said, in this world, the gravel is a dead universe. The seaweed, and other marine plants are unintelligent universes. Then, what about the fish? Animals? What about the intelligent life forms? Everyone was looking forward to this future. Another vast period of time passed. The ocean's flourishing age was getting closer to peace. But soon, a problem arose. There was a lack of matter and energy. The beach quickly disintegrated. The piles of dead fetus corpses were absorbed by the newborn universes as energy. But soon, the entire world maintained a fixed number of algae-type universes. There were 1,373 of them. No more appeared, and there was no possibility of intelligence being born. These universes have life, but they don't have self-consciousness. They're just weeds or trees by the roadside. At the same time, they don't have living creatures in their bodies. If living creatures are born in their bodies and the laws of the universe are completed, I'm afraid that's the channel for them to completely develop intelligence. The second female made a bold guess. The cute girl was shocked. These universes only have life, but they don't have intelligence. They're like flowers, grass, and trees? They have to have living creatures to complete the laws of these universes and complete the Great Tao Atlas, which is also their DNA sequence. Only then can they completely develop intelligence? That was very mysterious. The second female nodded. That's not the problem. The problem now is that the algae-type universe has life, but it doesn't have the conditions to produce life in the universe. It can only be a plant-type universe, their bodies can't give birth to living creatures. Completing the laws of the universe for them not only prevents them from developing intelligence, but also prevents them from growing. That's why they never age and remain in the primordial chaos just after the Big Bang. The second female observed the scene of the experiment site and said coldly, without death, there's no exchange of matter. That's why they've always been frozen in the ocean, floating everywhere. There will only be 1,373 of them forever. The cute girl asked, then what should we do? Wait for a mutation to occur and continue to release cosmic spores, the second female said seriously. The newly released cosmic spores don't have matter and energy to absorb, so it's very difficult for them to survive. They and the stable 1,373 algae-type universes are natural enemies. Hopefully, the new spores can mutate and adapt to the environment and survive. This was a very simple solution, but it was also the best one. The second female looked at the god of creation and said respectfully, however, the Great Tao Singularity spores are somewhat insufficient. Suji was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It's just a small matter. After all, it's not the real singularity that creates the universe. It's just a simulation, so the consumption is very small. The second female and the others nodded and continued to observe the experiment. Suji left, feeling a little numb. Perhaps, for the god of creation who truly grasps the truth of the universe, it's really just a casual thing to do. But for me, it's with the help of external objects and countless laws to create it. Suji's scalp went numb when he saw this number. He would have to reverse the laws one by one to create the singularity beads. Moreover, he couldn't let his doppelganger create the singularity. He would have to enter the great cosmos cultivation technique to create the singularity himself. I can only force it. Suji's heart trembled. He had a premonition that he, the god of creation, might be squeezed dry. However, he could only continue with the experiment. He needed to do a lot of data and waste to settle everything. I hope it won't disappoint me. Suji directly entered the high-dimensional spacetime. A large number of repetitive mechanical great Tao singularities were supplied to the laboratory for them to experiment. Time flew. Even Suji couldn't remember how much time had passed. He only felt that the great Tao singularities in his hands had probably consumed at least hundreds of thousands. It was a terrifying number. The speed at which he created the great Tao singularities became faster and faster. He directly clenched his teeth and hoarded 1,000,000 in one go. He felt that this could last for a period of time before he could go out and relax. The moment he went out, he discovered that new information had come from the laboratory. An alternative universe had finally been born. This was a new type of universe. It was similar to the ancient trilobites. It had begun to eat the seaweed universe, absorbing and plundering energy by swallowing it. Originally, the energy of the universe had been occupied by the seaweed universe. However, they were able to grow by eating the seaweed universe. Marine plants have appeared. Marine animals have indeed appeared. They eat the seaweed and other floating universes as food. The second female was very shocked and couldn't help but tremble. Although it's still a universe without intelligence, it can already move. Success, Suji also felt that he was about to collapse. He had finally succeeded. Subbrain, retrieve the genetic data of this universe. Name, unnamed universe Great Tao Atlas, living will diagram completion of Great Tao singularity, 78% universe form, chaotic star island herbivore universe characteristics, spiritual life forms, miscellaneous bacteria bloodline virus. Suji's eyelids twitched. The others were fine, but it was this miscellaneous bacteria bloodline virus again. What exactly was going on? Suji didn't have time to think too much. However, something even more terrifying happened in the experimental field. Those trilobite universes didn't just prey on the seaweed universe. They were also fast and ferocious. They seemed to have seen the outside world and violently crashed into the laboratory's glass cover. Bang, 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 the second female and the cute girl were dumbfounded. Some cracks actually appeared in the field set up by the sage. The second female's pupils instantly dilated. She had used her sage's great Tao nomological laws to condense this. These experimental universes could actually do it. These predatory universes can not only devour the laws of the seaweed universe, but they can also devour our laws. No matter what I do, I can't stop them. The second female's horrified voice had yet to fade. Crack. Cracks instantly appeared in the glass cover. The entire laboratory that was completely enclosed by the glass collapsed instantly. A large number of trilobite-shaped universes instantly jumped out ferociously and lay directly on the faces of the second female, cute girl, and Nasira. Their tentacles pierced into the back of their heads and quickly sucked. Face-hugging worms, Suji's scalp went numb as he watched. Bang, 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 those universes instantly exploded. The second female and the others finally reacted. They slowly stood up and said with lingering fear, "Thank you, God of creation, for saving us." The second female was stunned for a moment. But in fact, if the God of creation did not intervene, she could also quickly defeat these creatures. She just didn't expect that they could even break through the sage's means. My face? The cute girl covered her face and showed a look of horror. It's rotting. My body is turning into some kind of creature, as if I'd become the lowest form of bacteria. She felt that her life essence was collapsing. Her bloodline sequence was melting and distorting, turning into a low-level fungus creature. Her entire body was becoming shorter. It was like in metamorphosis, waking up to find that she had turned into a big bug. Suji frowned. This is the laws of that universe. It doesn't belong here. It will soon be assimilated by this universe and disappear. You will soon return to your original state. The cute girl was shocked, but she quickly realized that the symptoms were disappearing. This is too strange. The second female said. Does this mean that she would not be able to trap those creatures in the future? They seemed to have opened up a forbidden zone. It was as if a group of low-dimensional creatures were studying high-dimensional creatures. Some low-dimensional ants were studying a great god. Suji thought about it and said, "Let me set up the restriction." He stretched out his hand, and the insectoid's protective cover directly separated the laboratory. Continue your experiments. Study the characteristics of these universe maps and new creatures. Yes. The few of them nodded and continued their experiments. Suji's expression became slightly calm. He casually grabbed a seaweed universe and a trilobite universe and walked out. He shook his head in his heart. I've been busy here for so long, working overtime from 9 to 5. I can't be a workaholic anymore. I have to go out to the real universe outside and relax. The accumulation of knowledge has been brewing for so long. It feels like it's about time. And it's just as well. I can go to the chaos beach outside and take a stroll. I can release some alien invaders. Suji lowered his head and looked at the two little things in his hand thoughtfully. Maybe I can create a new extraordinary world and let those sages know the history of our universe. Whoosh. Suji left this outer Tao universe and came to the real universe. That feeling of omnipotence suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a sense of reality and freshness. Whoosh, he looked at the beach of the Chaos Ocean in front of him. The tides rose and fell, and he had an extremely daring idea. These two cosmic creatures were born in the Chaos Ocean. This is their habitat. This means that I can throw them into the vast and boundless Chaos Star Island. Suji's courage was not just any ordinary person. These were obviously two alien invaders. They were extremely evil and dangerous. The effects they would produce would reach an unimaginable level of terror. Even Suji could not think of what they were. How evil they were. Just now, they had directly broken through the boundaries of the second female and killed their way out of the encirclement. This was already 10,000 times more alarming. Moreover, it was still unknown now. He could not understand the specific secrets of these life forms. However, Suji could not be bothered. The Zergs were a natural disaster, alright, there was no problem with what happened. I have to say, the generations of Zerg queens are too petty. Suji looked at the Chaos Ocean. They are always complacent about being the saints' next-door neighbors. But they do not know that the highest level of next-door neighbors is to be the next-door neighbors of the universe. They do not know how to look around things to see the essence. Thinking all day about the enemies in the universe and how to be their next-door neighbor to defeat them, this line of thinking has fallen into a blind spot. But I don't know that if I first settle the universe, the enemies in the universe will just be harmless little chicks. Suji was very resistant to next-door neighbors before, but now, he had unknowingly advanced on the path of being the next-door neighbor. He even had the tendency to become the greatest next-door neighbor in the history of the Zergs. Suji was done with his heroic speech. He was not in a hurry. Since he had come to the real universe, there were other things he had to do. He waved his hand and released the true bodies of the Phoenix, the cute girl, the nine-headed ancient mother, and the others. I can let them return to their own civilizations. After all, the era of the multiverse has developed to this point. Their parallel universe selves will no longer change the structure of the entire universe. Their true bodies in this universe can awaken and return. Crash. Suji directly went to the ancient deities and the others, woke them up, and sent them back to their respective civilizations. The nine-headed ancient mother was stunned and looked around. I'm back. What happened to you in another universe? Beside her, Modus, the four grandmasters, and even Little Rock looked at her excitedly. Now, what is my other self in the parallel universe doing? The nine-headed ancient mother's mind was shaken. She recalled the dreamlike ancient universe myths that she had experienced personally. She looked at the few people in front of her. There was too much history that could be told. Those were the main texts of the universe's history. Everything after the age of sculpture, the nine-headed ancient mother could not help but look at Renamanka. Just tell me. Renamanska smiled and said, previously, I was the one who narrated the ancient history. Now, you can continue narrating the universe poneglyphs on my behalf. Yes. The nine-headed ancient mother said, I seem to have traveled to 14 billion years ago. Now, I'm experiencing an unimaginable era, the universe bridge era. The parallel universe had just been created. On the other side, Phoenix had also woken up. She felt herself in another parallel universe and narrated everything to the entire civilization of the moon goddess season. The cute girl had woken up on Earth. She looked at the busy streets and was slightly shocked. I'm back. She had just been in the laboratory, accompanying Saint B and doing terrifying experiments. There was even a mistake that caused a huge laboratory accident. I have to find Mount Akina's speed and tell him about it. The forum should know about it too. The cute girl knew how terrifying this was. It was simply too terrifying. The poneglyphs of history, the god of creation, the atlas of creation, and the heavenly music sect. Crash. As a deity, the cute girl suddenly flew above Earth. Mommy, come out and look at the deities. On the streets, a child pointed to the sky. Everyone was stunned and looked at the sky. The entire street knew that the cute girl had woken up and returned. Instantly, the forum was in an uproar. Suji let them go back because the knowledge accumulated in the outer Dao universe was more or less enough. Ignore the rest for now. Suji's expression was calm as he looked at the two mini-universes in his hands. They grew up in the Chaos Sea. I wonder if they can adapt to the Chaos Sea of the Great Universe? Suji knew clearly what the ships that crossed the universe were made of. It was also a dojo. It used the countless rules of the saints to create a self-circulating false Dao universe that could cross the Chaos Sea. After all, it was said that only universes could float on the Chaos Sea. And these two in front of me are also universes. Suji directly took out a seaweed universe and threw it into the Chaos Sea. As a rule that does not belong to this universe, it is rejected by the universe. However, if I throw it into the Chaos Sea that does not belong to the universe, it might survive? Suji tried to put it into the seawater. However, a shocking scene appeared. It was as if a freshwater fish was instantly put into the seawater. The entire seaweed universe shook violently and collapsed. It rapidly disintegrated and was assimilated by the Chaos Sea. Suji took a deep breath as a bitter smile flashed across his face. Indeed, these universes can use the Chaos Sea of their own universe, but they can't place it in the Chaos Sea outside. This is because the Chaos Sea on both sides is different. One is an incomplete Chaos Sea, while the other is a true and complete Chaos Sea. This is also a part of the Great Universe. The Great Universe was like Earth. The tectonic plates and oceans were all a part of Earth and the Great Universe. Suji was clear about the history of the parallel universe's creation. He naturally knew that the so-called Chaos Sea was actually the chaotic zone where the matter ejected from the 9 multiverse universes were mixed together. However, it ultimately belonged to the Great Universe. It's not a true Great Dao singularity. The creatures that appear are fake. Suji shook his head and looked at the two seaweed universes. I can only give your universes a batch of Mount Akina's speed clone heavenly Dao pianos to transform and resist the assimilation of the Great Universe. This was an experiment. Suji also wanted to explore the real Chaos Sea of the Great Universe. Whoosh. Suji extended his hand, and a batch of Earth Gold Heavenly Dao pianos instantly fused into the Seaweed Universe and the Trilobite Universe. He placed them into the sea. Go. Your journey is the Sea of Stars. Suji gazed into the distance and looked at the endless Chaos Sea. He thought to himself, it just so happens that countless saints' ships are sailing over here. The two of you might be discovered by the saints. Understand the mysteries of the universe. In the Chaos Sea, which is known as the Death Sea, there are actually mysterious creatures living. They are deep-sea cosmic beasts of the multiverse. Whoosh. Tiny waves slapped against the boat. It was a huge ancient fishing boat made of mud. It was like a vast whale island, carrying a huge transcendent world on its back. In the Chaos Sea, there was no distinction between day and night. Everything was gray, an endless fog rose and fell, giving people a chaotic feeling of shadows and midnight. We, the great lord of the multiverse, the cutter of spacetime, the outsider, His Highness Mikali, lead us to conquer the multiverse. In the fog, a saint spoke in a low voice on the deck. Around him were level 10 descendants standing in rows. They were also saints, but they were saints without a great Tao. Their expressions were complicated and excited. They knew that the great existence of their own universe had achieved good results in that parallel universe and subdued a civilization named Burning Calamity. They had even established a port base and were going to welcome and extradite them there. Whoosh. This saint was giving a speech to the level 10 descendants. We pursue the truth and thirst for blood. The wreckage of the old universe will eventually rot into ashes. We will turn into shining stars and ignite the universe that proves the Tao, turning into a new great Tao sage. While he was giving a speech, the other saints were standing on the deck of the fog, fishing. This was the Chaos Sea. Usually, even saints would not have the chance to come here. Only by crossing the long journey between parallel universes would they have the chance to come into contact with the deep sea and fish. Whoosh. The saints were chatting. There are many treasures in the depths of the chaotic Star Island domain. You can see many unimaginable things. The bottom is filled with rotten ironware, sculptures, weapons. The wreckage of the old multi-world ship, the ruins of the ancient world civilization, there are too many. By the way, how's the control of the ocean currents? A saint asked. It's all right. This sea is very calm. We should be able to sail safely. Another saint smiled. After all, we are not only fishing with fishing rods, but also using the floating nature of the fishing rods to sense the direction of the chaotic ocean currents. A space-time ship that traversed the multiverse was built by a multidimensional saint, but it also needed countless ordinary saints to guide and build it. It was a huge project. A space-time ship that traversed the multiverse was actually a pseudo-Tao universe. It needed countless saints to build it and circulate it into a small universe. Only then could it stabilize its existence and cross the Chaos Sea. But to cross the Chaos Sea, it wasn't just a boat. Not only did it require sufficient resources and power reserves, but the most important thing was the ocean currents. It was difficult for humans to compete with the heavens, even for saints. No matter how powerful a saint was, if he did not monitor the ocean currents at all times and floated with the ocean currents to conserve his energy and swim against the current, he would sooner or later exhaust his energy and sink into the Chaos Sea. To cross the Chaos Sea, there was no need to lack providence and opportunities. If they were to encounter a primal chaos tsunami that was several hundred meters tall, even a powerful multidimensional saint would have to die. There shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, we only need to travel 2/3 of the way and His Majesty will send a ship to pick us up from the other end. This way, our risk will be greatly reduced, a sage said with a smile. Having someone to pick us up and not picking us up were two completely different things. Moreover, if it was a normal stowaway, once they got close to the coast of the other side's universe, they would definitely be sniped, and a great battle would break out. It was very disadvantageous to fight in the other side's home field. This is an opportunity for us. I didn't expect His Majesty to be able to establish a base in an alternate universe. As long as we descend, we can also become saints of that multiverse. It's naturally the same for us, but these 10th level heirs. A few saints smiled. Their emotions should be excited and complicated, right? That's not up to them. A saint said coldly, His Majesty's actions this time are very big. He brought so many living beings to cross, and the consumption is too great. At this time, he used up all of our resources to build this big ship, but even so, we can't bring them back. We can only throw them into the Chaos Sea when we reach our destination and return by ourselves. In fact, if we don't have anyone to pick us up, we won't even be able to return by ourselves. When crossing the multiverse, one's main body would take a ship to get close to the other side, then get close, pass through the other side's universe membrane, and throw one's clone inside. Then, one would take the ship back and return to their own universe. However, although these saints could return after throwing them in, what about the thousands of 10th level incomplete saints? They didn't have that much energy to bring them back. The consequences were self-evident. Once their clones entered this multiverse, their main bodies would sink and die in the Chaos Sea. This was all part of the plan. They should be satisfied. A saint said, it doesn't matter if their main bodies die. They won't have a chance anyway. Now that they have come to this universe to cultivate again, as the descendants of former saints, they have a high chance of proving their Tao and becoming a true saint. They can only fight to the death. The few saints only looked at each other coldly. Even the descendants of these saints, some of their beloved descendants were the same. A very cold voice said, "This is an opportunity. Don't think that just because the descendants of saints are born holy and pampered, they can lose their bloodthirst and fighting spirit. We fought our way up, and they have to do the same. If they don't even have this kind of ruthlessness and drive, they will die. They can't be carved out of rotten wood," a saint said coldly. Whoosh. Just as they were speaking, the tide surged in the distance. In the gray fog, a small spaceship that was less than 1/10 of their size crossed over. "Reinforcements are here." A saint's eyes lit up. The two ships soon came into contact. Little TV Zhang Tong, as well as the game clones of Mount Akina and the others, quickly walked out. Mount Akina chuckled and looked at the huge ship in shock. He cupped his fists and said seriously, "Saints, we are here to receive you." "Sir, you must be His Majesty's faction." The few saints saw that the other party was only a stage 9 Taoist and knew that he was a trusted aide of this universe. His status was not inferior to them, the saints' officials. They did not dare to be negligent and said with a smile, "Are you the game clones that His Majesty mentioned?" "Yes." The cars on Mount Akina splintered and gathered together again. "Our main bodies are in the dojo now. The ones that go out are all game clones. We are not afraid of death. Sir, you will be the same when you come to our universe to cultivate again." The eyes of the saints surged and they looked at each other. They were a little surprised at this kind of heaven-defying bloodline. "Everyone, let's cut the chatter and get down to business." Mount Akina moved swiftly and decisively. "That's good. Everyone on this ship, split a clone and go to the other party's ship. The other party will bring us over." A saint began to make arrangements. These saints and even their stage 10 children quickly split a soul and flesh clone and went to the other party's ship. This part of the body did not have a true soul imprint. However, once it went to the other party's universe, it would immediately produce a soul imprint and become a true parallel universe self. Soon, they split their bodies and went to the other party's ship. "Since that's the case, let's go our separate ways." The saint smiled and said, "We will control the ship and begin to return to our own universe. As for you guys..." The saints looked at the thousands of stage 10 children. "Leaving you guys on the Chaos Sea is really pitiful. Your main bodies should also go to the other party's ship and live as long as you can." These stage 10 children's faces turned pale. This was delaying death. If they really went to the other party's universe, their main bodies would definitely be rejected by that parallel universe. They would not be able to enter and could only die on the Chaos Sea. Soon, these stage 10 children did not dare to resist and quickly went to the other party's ship. Whoosh. The two ships completed the handover and quickly turned around, moving in the opposite direction. "Dear saints, please rest on the deck. We have prepared some specialties of our universe, pastries." Akina Yamaguchi chuckled and looked at the thousands of stage 10 children politely. However, he was secretly shocked. As expected of an empire of a multidimensional saint. Not only did they have a group of ordinary saints, they even had thousands of stage 10 children. These thousands of children were all fake stage 10, but they were still stage 10. These were the strongest overlords below the saints. Each of them could beat up the big shots of the Blue Abyss celestial region. However, they were all abandoned now. Even he could not help but sigh at this generosity. "We are not saints. We are only fake stage 10 with empty realms." A stage 10 child's face was pale as he shook his head and said, "We have already been abandoned." Akina Yamaguchi looked at them and felt pity, but it could not be changed. To be born in a saint's family was unimaginably lucky and also unfortunate. However, they did not dare resist, nor did they have any thoughts of fighting to the death. This was because although their true bodies were dead, their bodies in a parallel universe could enter this universe and cultivate anew. There was a chance that they could become true saints and corroborate their Tao. This is what it means to be reborn in a hopeless situation. Akina Yamaguchi smiled warmly and said, "Everyone, you are the children of saints, but you are restricted by your fathers. You are talented, but you are unable to corroborate your Tao in your own universe. By coming here, you will have new opportunities. All of you are fake. Stage 10 to begin with. With the opportunity to become a real stage 10, with your talents and great Dao accumulations, how can you not cultivate anew and corroborate your Dao? The pale expressions of the stage 10 saints eased up slightly. Only powerful multidimensional sages of the great Tao could cultivate the multidimensional universe. For them, incomplete pseudo-sages, to have such a fortuitous encounter was indeed a great fortuitous encounter. Heh, if all of you succeed, our faction will have thousands of saints in this universe. Akina Yamaguchi said with a smile, this is an unprecedented change in the universe. You have to know that in a universe, there are only about 1,000 or so saints scattered outside the chaos heavens. But with a single leap, there will be thousands of us. The stage 10 heirs nodded. It was indeed the case. In a universe epic, the number of saints that could simultaneously corroborate their Tao was typically only slightly more than 1,000. Yet, they had thousands of them here. Their numbers were overwhelming. That's right. Zhang Tong wore a serious look as well. All of you are saints, so it's equivalent to you cultivating anew. Your stage 10 heirs are like a bug. It's a terrifying number that can make thousands of saints appear in a universe epic. The stage 10 heirs instantly eased up. Akina Yamaguchi was still very understanding of the ways of the world. After easing up and trying to establish rapport, it was a joyous occasion as they began their return journey into the multiverse. A huge ship began making its way back to its harbor. After sailing for some distance, however, all of a sudden, there's a fog? The saints on the deck were taken aback. This fog is too sudden. Why would there be a fog all of a sudden? It's probably an anomaly in the Chaos Sea. It's a sign of a sea storm? Elder Huaya said with a frown. Elder Huaya, black-robed saint, and the other existences were in charge of providing support, but they were also quantum avatars in the game. Their true bodies were not present. If it's an ocean current, that would be bad. It might capsize the ship. Black-robed saint frowned. The Chaos Sea's currents were turbulent, and the undercurrents were terrifying. Suddenly, the seawater around the ship rapidly stirred. It was like boiling water, producing bubbles. There seemed to be a massive shadow beneath the ship, bringing with it a sinister malice as it constantly approached them. Woo, an empty and sorrowful musical instrument that resembled an ancient sun penetrated the ship. It was like the hum of an ancient behemoth, bringing with it a long-ending note that swept through the tides. All the living beings on the ship fell silent as their minds went blank. This is? The tremors in the fog intensified as the sound kept sounding. The air and the seawater trembled as the shadow beneath their feet grew larger. What is this? There's something in the Chaos Sea in the fog. Impossible. That's impossible. There can't be any living beings in the Chaos Sea. No living beings can survive in it. The great sages who usually looked down on the other universes, the false sages at the 10th stage, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Ripples of fear surfaced in their hearts as their hearts beat violently and their blood boiled. We don't want to die yet. No, let me go to that universe. My main body and soul are both here. If I die, I'll really die. Voices of fear filled the air on the deck. However, something even more terrifying happened. The Chaos Sea began to sweep up waves and actually slapped the deck. A large amount of Chaos Sea water landed on all the sages like large hailstones. Run! The Chaos Sea water corroded all the sages and their great Tao. They ran on the transcendent world on the deck, running wildly and avoiding the seawater. Hubby, what's going on? Zhang Tong was also scared out of her wits. Aren't we here to pick someone up? Even these sages don't know, so how could we know? How can there be living beings in the Chaos Sea? It's impossible for living beings to survive. Only the universe can survive in the Chaos Sea. Xiao Minjiama also spat on the deck. No matter what it is, fortunately, we're game clones. Therefore, it doesn't matter if we die. Whoosh. In the gray fog, the huge ship began to sway. The huge shadow under the seawater expanded, as if it had occupied the entire sea world under the ship. The shadow covered the sky and the earth. They seemed to have seen the outline of a huge beast. It's its abdomen. The abdomen of some kind of huge beast. It looks like the abdomen of some kind of insect. It's segmented and disc-shaped. What is it doing by revealing its abdomen to us? Countless people looked at the bottom of the sea, trembling in fear. With a huge beast at the bottom of the sea once again let out an inexplicable buzzing sound that seemed to want to shatter one's heart. In the fog, the huge beast with its abdomen exposed finally made a move. Its huge and sharp sickle legs suddenly pierced through the huge sea surface and hugged the entire ship, using its entire body to grab the ship. Dong, it rolled violently, creating huge waves that were countless meters tall, and actually pressed the ship to the bottom of the sea. It was like a beetle hugging its prey and riding on it. It wanted to forcefully drown the huge spaceship in the water and press it into the depths of the chaos sea. And this indescribable chaos deep sea beetle beast seemed to be hugging a piece of driftwood and floating under its body. Woo woo woo, the ship was pressed into the chaos sea, and endless seawater surrounded it in all directions. Hurry up and raise the protective barrier to isolate the seawater. The clones of the sages from other universes cried out in alarm. Although their true bodies were far away, if this ship were to sink, their true bodies would be safe, but the clones here would not be able to enter the parallel universe. If they were to recultivate, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Crash. Rays of light shrouded the area as layers of protective barriers were activated. As everyone hurriedly responded to the situation, a large amount of resources were being consumed. This was the protective shield of the chaotic seawater to prevent the waves from hitting it. But now that it was submerged in the seawater, it probably wouldn't be able to last long. Father, where is our ship? Was it attacked? One of the fake 10th stage sages looked at the seawater outside the barrier and the mysterious beast and asked in fear. There was no attack. The sage's avatar could sense it. After all, it wasn't too far away. After all, that ship is more than 10 times the size of this one. The difference in size is too great. That mysterious behemoth doesn't dare to attack and doesn't have the ability to overturn the ship. Then hurry up and drive back to save them. Miserable screams and growls could be heard all around. However, this sage was silent for a moment. We won't return because the journey has been calculated. Once we return, we might not have enough energy to return after spending some time here. Moreover, we won't be able to save these thousands of existences. As I said before, we don't have the energy to bring you back. We can only pray for the best. Suddenly, all the sages standing on the deck turned pale. Logically or emotionally, he would not come to save them. Even these sages were prepared for the worst, abandoning their doppelgangers here and entering the multivariate universe. With the true form of the saints present, there was hope as long as they were alive, and there would be nothing left if they were dead. As for how the saints of the multiverse would vent their anger on them, they would have to think about it later. What about the main universe nearby? Can we contact for reinforcements? A saint was completely anxious as he looked at the seawater outside that was gradually being swallowed. Impossible. Akina Mountain looked solemn. I've already communicated with the real body. His Majesty already knows what happened here, but there's nothing we can do. Because our foundation is still not enough, we can only build this big ship, and no other ships can come to rescue us. Despair appeared on everyone's face. There was no way to rescue him, so he could only wait for death here. They looked outside, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. What kind of deep-sea beast was this? Wasn't it impossible for living creatures to survive in the chaotic Star Island domain? It can only survive in the universe. This had subverted their worldview. Could it be that this mysterious sea monster is also a fake Dao universe, Dao ground? Like us? Impossible. It's not impossible. Perhaps this cosmic beast is actually an ancient sage, a special, incomplete cosmic ship that sank in the chaos sea? Countless saints were guessing as their minds spun rapidly. They stood on the deck and looked outside in fear, hoping for a chance of survival. However, Chiao Minayama's Chei Chi and Zhang Tong's pupils dilated when they saw the shape. Could this be the Beetle universe? Come to think of it, it's very similar. Yes, Meng Mei entered with her real body, so we can't take a screenshot, but her description, don't tell me it has already started, holy shit. That's King scary. We're already in the chaotic sea? The two of them communicated secretly. At this moment, Meng Mei was posting on the forum and had just described this. His real body was also researching and discussing with Meng Mei on the forum. Meanwhile, his game clone was also helping out with serious matters. Multitasking was already a piece of cake for these existences. Let's go and confirm with Meng Mei. Xiao Minayama's Chei-Chi could only do this. On the other side of the forum, Meng Mei was still introducing her experience. Everyone was in shock. The main text of history, the opening of the multiverse, just as everyone was getting excited, at this moment, Xiao Minayama's Chei-Chi suddenly interrupted Meng Mei's speech and everyone's excited discussion. Screenshot. Xiao Minayama's Chei-Chi, emergency. I was doing reception work on the other side, and the ship suddenly capsized. Meng Mei, look at this deep-sea beast that attacked the ship. Is it the one you experimented on? Meng Mei took a look and had goosebumps all over her body. Yes. It's exactly the same. However, did this thing eat a fermentation agent? Why is it so arrogant? Xiao Minayama's Chei-Chi, hurry up and think of a way to save the ship. Meng Mei, good luck. This thing's attack posture is the same as when it attacked me. Back then, it stretched out its tentacles and hugged my face. Now, it's hugging the ship. Xiao Minayama's Chei-Chi? This thing is a monster that you and female be researched in the Creation World Laboratory. If you can't do anything, who can? Meng Mei, cough, 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 I really don't know. This thing is still being researched. It just attacked the laboratory and caused a major accident. We haven't started researching again. All the data is unknown. How would I know? You guys can only pray for yourselves. Xiao Minayama's Chei-Chi instantly fell silent. They looked at the chaotic sea island outside. The giant beast that was enveloping the ship was dragged into the deep sea. The surrounding chaotic sea was squeezing crazily. It was only a matter of time before the protective barrier could no longer hold it. Zhang Tong, then, we're doomed. The entire forum was stunned and became more and more intense. Meng Mei's words were already abnormally explosive. However, Xiao Minayama's Chei-Chi's sudden interjection into the conversation seemed even more shocking. This situation was developing too strangely. Meng Mei also stiffened and said, it's just a game clone. It's fine if it dies. However, you guys look like pretty good experimental subjects. We're still researching the species. Hurry up and take a screenshot. Before you die, you can also provide data for my research and sacrifice yourself for the truth. Xiao Minayama's face stiffened. Sacrifice himself for the truth. She wants us to take a screenshot of how we die and contribute to research. He had a toothache. However, Meng Mei thought about it again and said, although I don't know the specific terrifying abilities of this thing, according to my experience, it treats you guys as nutrients, as an algae-type universe. It hugs you guys and directly hunts you as food. Xiao Minayama was puzzled. As an algae-type universe? Food? Meng Mei, yes, its hunting posture proves this point. And your spaceship is also a universe. Perhaps in the eyes of the unintelligent trilobites, you guys are the same kind. Your auras are very similar. Everyone felt that this made sense. It each universes, very similar to the algae-type universe. Does this mean that we're going to be eaten? Isn't it too tragic? Just as everyone was discussing nervously, Meng Mei said again, however, I can give you a plan, a suggestion to survive. What suggestion? Zhang Tong asked. Meng Mei said, you can only wait for death here and be eaten as food. If you want to live, perhaps you can try to enter the trilobite's body. Enter? How do we enter? This time everyone was stunned. Meng Mei said, the trilobite is also a universe. You can try to sneak over before your own universe shatters. You can be a clone and enter that parallel universe. Isn't that possible? As soon as these words fell, Xiao Minayama's mind shook. This was a whimsical idea, but it was not impossible. The other party was also a universe. Before they were eaten as food, the main body on the ship would definitely die. Send a clone into the other party's parallel universe, become a clone of themselves in that parallel universe? Good idea. Maybe we can survive. Xiao Minayama could not help but shout. At this time all the sages on the ship fell into despair. What is this? Irresistible. Even sages feel, no. If we were in the universe, we could easily kill the other party. But in the chaos ship, we can only be slaughtered. What is this? This is a disaster that has never been heard of in billions of years. No living creature can exert power on the chaos sea, but in front of us, gray fog shrouded the deck, and the wet seawater soaked everything. Outside was the shadow of an indescribable giant beast, hugging the ship. The huge evil and shadow shrouded everyone's hearts. Wu, the ethereal ancient hymn wailed sorrowfully, like the chime of a midnight bell, lamenting the final arrival of the calamity. At this time, in the despair of all the sages, Xianxia suddenly growled, "I think I know what kind of monster this is." What? All the sages looked over. Even they, the sages of the ancient universe, did not know, but the other party knew? I seem to have seen this evil ancient unknown giant beast in the ancient murals of the ancient sculpture art era. Xianxia's words ignited a glimmer of hope in everyone. Immortal abode, a family with the same lifespan as the heavens. They had also heard from His Majesty that the ancient sculpture ruins could be traced back to tens of billions of years ago. It was very mysterious. They had also thought of exploring that fishing ground on this trip. If it was that kind of ancient ruin, maybe it really recorded, all the sages could not help but think, looking at Xianxia in front of him. Xianxia looked at the sky and could only brace himself to make up his origin. He could not say that he heard it from Meng Meng, could he? How could they know about the god of destruction? That is a mural, we call it the Dunhuang mural. It is a record of that ancient civilization. There are only a few words, calling this monster Outer God. I do not know the specific ability, it is hidden in the ancient fog. But, the mural on it records some kind of ritual, maybe there is a possibility of survival. What mural? Quickly show yourself. That mural, on it is written the ritual of this giant beast? Countless sages were anxious. Xianxia did not stop. On the deck, he stretched out his hand, and an ancient mural appeared in front of him, a sense of desolation and long history. Flying sky, the murals depicted mysterious ancient gods with their upper bodies exposed. They wore necklaces around their necks, long skirts around their waists, and ribbons draped over their shoulders. They flew against the wind towards the mysterious ancient universe beetle behemoth in the vast sky and merged into its body. This was an ancient mural that exuded a strong religious color. The deity inside was very plump and well-proportioned. His face was round and had a strong ancient faith color. This is a creation of an ancient civilization of the universe from a certain era? Is it an antique excavated from the era of the sculpture art civilization? It's the same ancient mural as that ancient deity's residence? The surrounding sages were all asking. Akina Yamaguchi could only bite the bullet and answer. Yes, look at that ancient mural. A bunch of deities from the ancient universe rushed towards that giant beast with happy faces and fused into its body. Perhaps this is our chance to escape? Akina Yamaguchi really had no choice, it was impossible for him to tell them the truth. How could he tell the concept of the god of creation to these country bumpkins? He could even tell them that they had created the god of destruction. This evil creature might be the beginning of the god of destruction destroying the entire universe and bringing disaster. They were the culprits? Wouldn't they be beaten to death? Then, if he didn't tell the truth, how would he know about the possibility of this giant beast? After thinking about it, he could only use the sculpture art civilization that was originally a shield to make an issue out of it. It was also because he was quick-witted and his brain worked quickly that he made up nonsense at the last minute and used such a saying. The surrounding sages were still pondering. Flying heaven? What does this heaven refer to? Does it refer to this mysterious ancient giant beast? This giant beast refers to the heaven? Why does it refer to the heaven? These sages were whispering. Akina Yamaguchi thought for a moment and explained, according to the ancient mural, we analyzed that it might be describing an indescribable existence known as the outer god of the universe. Universe? Outer god? The sages frowned. Akina Yamaguchi stood on the swaying wet deck and looked up at the shadow in the deep sea. He said, "This is just our guess. It might not be true, but do you want to hear it? You can tell us." Some of the sages were solemn. After all, everyone felt that their worldview had been subverted. The appearance of a giant beast that could live in the Chaos Sea was already so bizarre that it was unimaginable. Since someone had seen the ancient mural, it might have an origin. There was no harm in telling them. Based on our guesses about the ancient inscriptions, Akina Mountain seemed to be addicted to talking. He said seriously, they are blind, disorderly, indescribable, great, and blind. They are the floating invading creatures that are far beyond the universe. They are a kind of incomplete dead fetus of the universe. They have not yet taken shape, and they are scattered outside the universe. Outside the universe? This sentence was truly shocking. The hidden meaning was very scary. All the saints knew that he was not talking about the outside of a single universe or the multiverse. He was talking about the outside of the entire universe. Apart from the shattered glass bead, at this moment, all the sages felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Were there other universes outside the universe? Or was it an empty void? Or this evil, indescribable creature? These creatures were all underdeveloped universes, only in our universe can they develop well. So, these creatures are like microorganisms, floating around an egg? What is outside the real universe? Even the saints can't explain it, right? When we saints stand outside the chaos heavens, it's like we are standing on the surface of a planet. Looking up at the sky is gray and there's nothing. Impossible. There's nothing outside the universe. Ahem. That's right. That's right. It's very mysterious and unknown. Even the various saints do not know. We have only heard of the mural and guessed it from a fright. Akina Mountain coughed dryly. He felt that he wasn't speaking nonsense. These fake universes were created by the god of destruction. Wouldn't it be easy for the god of destruction to create any universe, or even beyond the universe? Then, according to the ritual in the mural, do we have to think of a way to enter the behemoth's skin? Akina Mountain changed the topic. Immediately, the saints turned solemn. Coming into contact with the mysterious behemoth's skin is no doubt courting death, a saint immediately retorted. Are they complaining that they aren't dying fast enough? They already wish to distance themselves from it, but now, they are taking the initiative to approach it? Another saint said, now, if we insist on using our energy barriers, we can still resist the Chaos Sea and the behemoth for a period of time. However, to come into contact with the behemoth, we have to remove our energy barriers. If we allow the seawater to surge into the ship, we will definitely die. These two sentences instantly gained the approval of many saints. However, there were also saints who said coldly, then, are we just waiting for death? We might as well give it a try and still have a chance of survival. At this moment, another saint said, do you still not understand? If we wait for death, we will become the behemoth's food and be eaten directly. If we come into contact with the skin, we might have a chance of survival. Humph. Is there a difference? What's the big difference between coming into contact with the skin and entering the mouth as food? A saint sneered. The group of saints made a ruckus. It was as if they weren't the great ancient existences of the world, but a group of flustered ordinary people. In fact, this was also because most of them were level 10 descendants. They were born as saints and had not experienced too many hardships. However, in the end, it was still a powerful saint who spoke. This is our only chance. Get ready. While the tentacles are wrapped around the ship, we will remove the protective barrier and directly come into contact with the skin before the Chaos Sea surges in. All the saints' faces turned red and they were nervous. They were going to abandon the ship. This ship had been built with endless effort and the painstaking efforts of the saints. It could be said that His Highness had spent all the treasures in this universe on this ship. After abandoning it, it would definitely incur the wrath of thunder. However, could they survive just by coming into contact with the skin? They couldn't think of any possibility of survival. It was simply ridiculous to be able to survive just by coming into contact with the skin. However, to be able to see such a monster in the Chaos Sea was an extremely ridiculous thing. Perhaps, this could only be said to be a last-ditch effort. There's no need to say anything else. Get ready to begin. The leading saint said, the tentacles are the closest to the ship, but to be safe, we will touch the skin of the behemoth's abdomen. Everyone present was ultimately an extremely powerful existence. Very quickly, they sorted out all their thoughts and began to prepare for an instant burst of speed according to the countdown. At the next moment, boom, the protective barrier suddenly collapsed. A large amount of chaos sea water surged in, and it was a gray and hazy scene. Countless experts instantly went crazy. At the last moment of their lives, they directly touched the behemoth's skin. In the next second, the eyes of the saints trembled, and they revealed looks of disbelief. The moment they touched the skin, it was as if they had touched the membrane of a parallel universe. Their souls instantly fused into it and were smuggled into this universe. As for their bodies outside, they could not break through the membrane of the universe and died directly. This is? The pupils of the saints suddenly widened. This is a universe. We actually snuck into a universe? They saw a bloody universe. It was not a planet or soil, but countless fascia, muscles, and red blood cells. They flew everywhere and built up, forming a universe that was like a precise gear. Crack, the spaceship outside lost its protective barrier and was instantly crushed by the chaos sea. It quickly shattered and was then devoured by this indescribable behemoth. As for the behemoth's body, after devouring such a large amount of matter, the laws of the universe actually began to rapidly expand, and the internal universe continued to expand. We originally wanted to sneak into a parallel universe and vindicate the Tao. But now, our ship has been lost and we have arrived in another parallel universe? Can we vindicate the Tao here? They stood rooted to the ground, and their widened eyes were filled with horror. Their minds were like a bucket of paste. It was a blessing in disguise. In a daze, they suddenly thought of the ancient Dunhuang murals that were filled with strong religious colors. Mysterious ancient gods with joy and a look of seeking the Tao fused into the behemoth's skin. Flying sky. This sky actually refers to the universe. At this moment, they seemed to have understood something. Fei Tian referred to the universe and the rules of the great Tao. Now that they thought about it, they completely understood the truth. This Fei Tian was flying towards a universe. All the sages fell silent in an instant. It's just that it's outside the 9 ancient parallel universes, the 10th parallel universe? Some of the sages' expressions changed. They had never seen such a strange phenomenon in their lives. The universe was too vast and mysterious. Even as sages, they were just as laughable as ordinary people. The 10th parallel universe was too frightening. Throughout the ages, the parallel universes had 9 constants, no more, no less, no less. Universe, is this really a universe? It's not a pseudo-Tao universe built by the sages, but a dojo? Some sages looked at the projection and were full of excitement. He laughed loudly. This universe is pathetically small. The outer cosmic membrane is only a few thousand meters in size. The space inside is even smaller than the transcendent world of a level 9 Taoist. The spaceship they built was really a ship. It was exquisite and short, a cosmic ship that was only a few thousand meters in length. However, it contained a huge folded space transcendent world. After all, for a great Tao universe artifact of this level, the outer hull was just the entrance to the subspace. It was like the dojo of a level 10 sage. The actual coordinates of the dojo's entrance would not be too big. Even when they came, the super spacetime ship that could travel between 2 parallel universes, its actual external surface area was only the size of a ship that was tens of thousands of meters long. It is indeed terrifyingly small. At first, we thought it was some kind of mysterious giant beast born from the chaos sea. We did not think in the direction of the universe. Because the universe cannot be so small. It is not even the size of a transcendent world, but it has swallowed our 1,000-meter ship and is expanding wildly. Some of the sages had a calm expression. After all, they were the rare magnates of the universe. They quickly analyzed, but this is indeed a universe. The sages kept looking and scanning their surroundings. Their faces were filled with excitement. This unknown signified a great and rare opportunity. It was rare even in hundreds of millions of years. They were too excited. Their hearts that had been silent for tens of thousands of years could not be suppressed. The Taoist right temple created by the sage, and the world ship of the pseudo-Tao universe, are clearly different from this universe. I can see the natural laws at a glance. This is a universe, and it has life. The more the saint looked, the more terrified he became. However, he smiled and said, "We can still sense that its great Tao diagram is completely different from before. It's very strange and eerie. At the same time, this is everything from the primordial chaos. Not a single saint has proven his Tao here. A living universe? How can the universe be alive?" Someone laughed loudly, but his voice was very hoarse. It was hard to tell whether he was excited or terrified. They are living creatures, but they don't have their own intelligence. They are like bugs or marine animals that instinctively devour and survive. They follow the instincts of living creatures. A saint was still analyzing. But something even stranger happened. They discovered that their bodies were actually changing. Their bodies were shrinking, and their material structure was changing. Cell structure, DNA sequence, and even various molecular structures were collapsing rapidly and heading towards simplification. The enormous body was also shrinking rapidly, turning into pitifully small dark green miscellaneous fungi. Flagella slowly floated in the air, densely packed, and the structure instantly became simple. "Not good, we're regressing. Run. Where can we run to? We are already inside the behemoth's body. Outside is the chaos sea. Are we courting death? This is a law that adapts to this universe. The laws of our previous universe are no longer applicable. This is an aberration universe. In any parallel universe, the basic laws are similar, and we can maintain our life structure. But here, it's completely different." A cry of alarm caused all the sages' initial excitement and desire to explore to plunge into panic. To these ultimate creatures that surpassed the laws of the universe, the simplest bacteria were simply at the two ends of the food chain. They were extremely low level. But all the sages were helpless. In this aberration universe, or even in the entire chaos sea, they had already lost their laws and evolved into mortals. What they grasped were fake laws. Once they left the universe, they would be nothing. They could display their strength in the spaceship, but they couldn't resist the chaos sea behemoth outside. Otherwise, this beast might even be able to crush a sage to death. "We're regressing." The sages felt uneasy. What they were most proud of was their understanding and knowledge of the universe. This was also the reason why they could climb up and reconfirm their Tao. After all, the laws of other parallel universes were similar. It wasn't difficult for them to learn again. But now, all the laws were different. It was equivalent to opening up a new path. "Everyone, don't panic. The laws of the universe are constant." At this moment, Mount Akina looked at these sages and said, "It seems like the biological laws of this universe can only be parasitic fungi. However, the laws are very incomplete. We can prove our Tao in this universe and become the first batch of sages of the primordial universe to complete its laws." Mount Akina was very familiar with this. After all, he knew the history. Prove our Tao in the universe. Complete the laws? These sages were vaguely excited. This universe was clearly incomplete, but it was still a universe. If they proved their Tao in this universe, they didn't know what would happen in the future. Whether it would be good or bad. After all, this universe wasn't dead. It was a living thing. Do we have a choice? We can no longer contact the universe outside. Mount Akina asked them. His quantum battle body had also been twisted into a worm. He had actually become a version of himself in this parallel universe. He said that his game body couldn't contact his real body, and it was true. However, he had another method. He could still communicate with the outside world through screenshots and forums. This is the power of the God of creation. He looked at these country bumpkin sages and felt pity for them. He secretly sent a message to his girlfriend. Everyone can only cultivate the false logic of the universe. Therefore, the laws are not interconnected. In this universe, we are sages, and in another universe, we are mortals. Naturally, we can't communicate. But the God of creation is the truth. Naturally, we can communicate with each other in the universe. I see. As expected of you. Zhang Tong's face was full of admiration. She felt that this analysis was very reasonable. Su Ji, he looked at the message sent by the two of them and was stunned. What I cultivate is also false logic. If I could communicate with each other in the multiverse, I would have traveled to the 9 universes long ago. Because this is the Zerg universe that I created, you guys can continuously connect to the outside world, okay, but this was indeed a unique advantage. Yes, we have no other choice. Since we are here, let's just take it as it is. These sages finally fell silent and laughed bitterly. Everyone, as the oldest universe gods and demons, we split the heavens and earth, and establish our hearts for the heavens and earth. As soon as Mount Akina finished speaking, the surrounding sages also felt their blood boiling. Soon, they could only explore, research systems, and open up new paths. Thousands of level 10 heirs and a small number of sages. How vast was the wisdom of this? They wandered in this primordial universe, exploring the laws and searching for the path of cultivation. Very soon, there was an extremely extraordinary process. This universe also cultivates the bloodline. Body cultivators, soul cultivators, they can actually adapt. There are bloodlines here too. But the bloodlines here come from the organizations of these universes? Fascia, blood, muscles, all kinds of fusion, and there are actually different bloodlines? Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable. Even if the laws are completely different, within the framework of bloodlines, I have the confidence to walk a new path. Ha ha ha. This old man, with this opportunity, why would I need to go to that parallel universe again? In this parallel universe, I can once again prove my Tao and become a sage. That would be great too. Countless level 10 heirs of the sages were getting more and more excited. They could not help but recultivate, break through, and perhaps even surpass their own fathers. In the entire universe of trilobites, a new era of primordial chaos was about to begin. All the sages looked at each other warily. Everyone wanted to split the heavens and earth, split the primordial chaos, and prove their Tao for this universe, becoming the first sage in this universe. We can't compete with these tools. Mount Akina shook his head. They want to prove their Tao, and we can only watch from behind. After all, their level of knowledge was indeed not high. The other party was a sage, and they could not compete with them. But it did not matter, in front of them was providing data and parameters. This trilobite universe's data, thousands of level 10 heirs, how vast was the wisdom contained within. These tools are the greatest possibility for us to study the living universe. Because a species of living universe requires countless efforts to study it, but now, we'll leave this research to them. Mount Akina thought to himself, these sages have actually secretly joined the God of Destruction's camp, and are enemies of the universe. The God of Destruction's wisdom is truly a good plan. At this moment, these sages were studying this universe and developing it. Most of the laws of this universe were occupied, and the rest were quickly grasped by them. They began to try to cultivate, striving to be the first to prove their Tao. After a period of time, as they continued to cultivate, they also explored this narrow small universe, and gradually discovered the laws of this mysterious chaos beast's life. They were the bacteria and parasites in this giant beast's body. It's exploring everywhere, eating the underwater relics and antiques outside. Its size is slowly growing. Is this the deep chaos sea? Before this, it was very difficult for us to see such a detailed frontal view. They could vaguely see the ocean world outside. Some ancient objects were floating, and there were too many of them. They were like endless dust, floating up and down in the wind. They were also very excited, and a trace of ambition was ignited in their hearts. We can complete the laws of this universe and let it become the eternal treasure-hunting ship of this chaotic star island. It can shuttle through the chaos of the parallel universe and search for the treasures of the ancient era. If they could keep searching for these treasures and travel around as a submarine, it would be an opportunity that even they did not dare to imagine. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, they saw an ancient long black arch bridge that was trillions of light years long, slowly floating in the depths of the chaos sea. What ancient sight is this? At least hundreds of billions of light years. Its length spanned hundreds of nebulae. How is this possible? What era is this antique from? Throughout the entire history of the universe, there are no records of it. That's right, no one has fished up similar ancient ruins either. What a joke! Who would be able to fish up such a terrifying ancient creature? If not for us having such an opportunity, I'm afraid the entire universe would have reached its end. No one can go so deep into the chaos sea to see this scene. All the sages exclaimed. It was as if they were in an aquarium, looking at the rotten world outside and could not help but exclaim. It was too vast. It was too spectacular. It was countless times more spectacular than ants seeing the vastness of Mount Everest. It was as if at this moment, they had instantly abandoned all scheming and returned to their most primitive and pure hearts. They wholeheartedly pursued the Tao and pursued all their dreams. The bridge of the universe, Qiuming Mountain's pupils dilated. It really existed. He had already heard about this era from Meng Mei, but seeing the real thing was too shocking. This is probably an antique from the era of the bridge of the universe more than 10 billion years ago. The remains of an earth-shattering ancient bridge. A calm sentence drew the gazes of all the sages to Qiuming Mountain. You know? These sages had incredulous expressions. This is also from the Dunhuang ancient murals? Yamaguchi's scalp went numb. He couldn't continue bragging. The era of the cosmic bridge can also be called the first postnatal era. Yamaguchi only said, the legend of the cosmic bridge has always been researched. I didn't expect it to be true. It really exists. Yamaguchi's eyes were bright. What is the postnatal era? A saint asked. The connate chaotic creatures and the connate universe are the connate era. The postnatal creatures and the postnatal universe are the postnatal era. Yamaguchi put his hands behind his back and looked at them as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. The era of the cosmic bridge, according to archaeology and some fragmented records, was the beginning of the movement of the plates of the multiverse. The era appeared. A conservative estimate is at least 100 million years ago. At that time, the multiverse split and the plates began to drift. However, the plates were not far away from each other. Hence, the existences of the ancient universe at that time built a miraculous cosmic project. The cosmic bridge. The parallel universes of that time could be connected to each other. The sages were fascinated by the story. They looked at the vast arch bridge that was hundreds of millions of light years away. It was as if they were looking at an ancient ruin from more than 10 billion years ago. They couldn't help but be shocked. How do you know that there are so many of you? A saint asked. Because you are country bumpkins. Akina Yamaguchi thought this way, but he wouldn't say it out loud. He just said, you should know that I'm under the saint of that fishery. Our saint has been studying the ancient ruins to pursue the truth of ancient history, the prehistoric text of the universe. And these ruins in the chaos sea record the truth of history. Yamaguchi revealed his purity and couldn't help but scold them. You are too blinded by greed and have lost your Tao heart. Immediately, these saints felt a little ashamed. They were indeed a little rotten. Most of these level 10 descendants were like this. They were very talented and ambitious when they were young. However, they couldn't break through to prove their Tao and so they decayed. The young man in front of them who had turned into bacteria but still had a burning gaze and a look of longing to pursue the truth of history made them feel a little ashamed. That's right. We can start again now. Pursue the truth. We can also explore the ruins of the universe. Yes, prove the Tao in this universe and complete the rules of the universe. Let this universe become a ship that soars in the depths of the chaos sea. We can explore the ancient ruins together and pursue the traces of the ancient times. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. They had even started to speculate and measure the size of this bridge through the cosmos membrane. A sage stroked his beard. This bridge has too many connections. I'm afraid it has been rebuilt countless times. Why should we rebuild it? I'm afraid it's lengthening. It wasn't that long in the beginning, but as the distance of the universe increased, it lengthened again and again, finally leading to such a vast miracle. Moreover, this vast universal bridge is probably only a part of it. Just a section? That's probably the case. Even though the bridge of the universe is constantly extending, it will definitely collapse. After all, the distance between the universes is constantly increasing. When the bridge of the universe can no longer support the connection between the two universes, it will collapse. It will shatter into countless bridge segments and float in the sea of chaos. The one in front of us is probably one of them. Everyone's gaze became more and more anxious. Such a vast bridge of the universe was only a broken part of it. If there were bridges between the 9 parallel universes, and the one in front of them was one of the bridges of a certain bridge of the universe, then there would definitely be a large number of bridge of the universe floating in the chaos sea. Looking at the deductions of these saints and their research realms, Mount Xiaoming smiled. These descendants of the saints originally had no hope of cultivating and should have been enjoying themselves. Now, they have finally returned to their original hearts from decay. They abandoned their extravagant life and began to wholeheartedly seek the Tao. That's the best way. This is the best tool to provide data for our God of Destruction's research. How can we think about cutting corners all day and enjoying ourselves in secret? We have to work overtime every day. Work is everything. Mount Xiaoming looked at them with satisfaction. At this moment, the forum was already filled with excitement. While Mount Xiaoming was still busy, Mengmei had already finished telling them everything that had happened during this period of time. Mengmei, now it seems that the ancient deities and the others clearly want us to join the God of Destruction camp. I also think that this is our best choice. After all, the God of Destruction only appeared in this era because of our observations. In a sense, we have a great debt of gratitude. Why don't we just stand with the God of Destruction and go down this path to the end? Personally, I also agree with the God of Destruction very much. Because the God of Destruction has its own intelligence, I have designed a set of universe plans for it. If this universe replaces the current universe, even if it returns, it will not lose itself. This time, it seems to have lost its authority, but in fact, it is a kind of opportunity. It is an opportunity to escape from death and transcend the universe. You can imagine that if we help the God of Destruction, in the future, the universe will be our biological father. We will be the heroes of the creation of the dynasty. Everyone felt that Mingmei's words made sense. There did not seem to be any betrayal. After all, the God of creation did not have intelligence now. It was just a natural phenomenon. Mengmei was very satisfied. It seemed that she had garnered another batch of votes for her idol. Just as Mengmei was saying these words, Akina Yamaguchi finally finished his work and walked out to speak. Brothers, I have come out urgently because I am afraid that the entire universe is about to usher in a drastic change. The God of Destruction's disaster, the catastrophe for the entire universe, has officially begun. Everyone was stunned. They also thought of this point. This experimental universe was directly released. It was obvious that this was the initial attack of the God of Destruction. The catastrophe of the universe was coming, and no one could escape it. Akina Yamaguchi said, Ahem, I will now give a simple assessment. Regarding this incident, if I am not wrong, the end of the entire multiverse is coming. Because in the sea, perhaps in the future, there will be such ships everywhere, and the saints of the multiverse will definitely occupy them. The second era of the bridge of the universe is coming. The entire multiverse will be connected once again, and the ancient era of more than 10 billion years ago will reappear. This time, it is not a bridge, but a ship. It's just that the saints who have just encountered a disaster at sea will not be able to see all this. This is very terrifying. Very terrifying. Akina Yamaguchi's words were unprecedentedly solemn. Can you imagine that era? Everyone suddenly had goosebumps, vaguely imagining the scene. Our current universe is known as the Golden Age of Doomsday, because countless unprecedented saints are about to appear in this universe. But what about the current situation? The 9 multiverses will be completely connected, and it will not only be our universe that will encounter this golden age of catastrophe, but all the universes will usher in the golden age of countless saints. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. Not only was their universe facing catastrophe, but all the universes were now being forcibly dragged into this apocalyptic catastrophe. Was this the end of the universe brought by the God of Destruction? Disaster, pain, terror, shadow, was about to envelop all the dimensions of the entire multiverse. No one would be able to escape this calamity. Akina Yamaguchi's voice became more and more solemn. Such a terrifying era can already be foreseen. I am willing to call it the Great Voyage era. Even now, I have already completed the path for the trilobite universe, and changed the form of the universe, naming it the Golden Mary. Brothers, what do you think? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't this car turning too fast? Just a moment ago, it looked extremely solemn, and now it was turning. Thinking that everyone was dissatisfied, Akina Yamaguchi said again, how about the Black Pearl? The Captain Jack who plunders everywhere in search of treasures? If that doesn't work, then don't take this route. Let's go with the god of blindness and stupidity Pi Star. Everyone was completely speechless. Everyone's faces darkened. Instead of calling it a ship, it was called the blind god of stupidity. You're not going to take the great voyage route but the path of the evil god? Are you going to make a prophecy of the stars? When the stars return, our Ela will rise from the bottom of the sea of chaos, and the great Cthulhu will awaken? The universe will be destroyed? How creative! When Xianxia heard this, he commented seriously. It can be used. The mysterious behemoth now is just the beginning of a sign. The truly mysterious ancient universe life will eventually awaken in the sea of chaos when the stars return, bringing destruction to the entire multiverse. You guys are a group of confidants. You've given me great inspiration. What the F***CK? Confidants? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Can we still chat properly? Xianxia said, ahem, to be honest, what's the use of being anxious? It's useless. We knew it from the beginning, didn't we? The god of destruction will eventually destroy the entire universe. He will bring about an apocalyptic catastrophe. The battle between the gods of creation from the present and the future will cause all the saints in the multiverse to die. So, it's useless for us to be anxious. We can't change the current situation. Brothers, you have to learn from my spirit. No matter how difficult or terrifying it is, you have to face it with a smile. Oliver Give. JPG, get lost. Dunhuang murals? You're just too talkative. Everyone felt helpless. But everyone knew that this was a great power and a great calamity. Just like what Xianxia had said, they could only watch and were powerless to change it. There was probably not just one cosmic life that had been thrown in. There were countless. Yes, we are indeed powerless to change it. At this moment, it just so happens to be the right time, place, and people. Meng Mei also said something fair. If it was before, there would not be so many space-time crossing ships that could cross parallel universes. These cosmic life forms in the Chaos Sea would not have the chance to rise, but now, this was a change that had never been seen since the beginning of time. Countless overlords of the multiverse had descended and want to sneak in from all directions. I'm afraid there are definitely many ships like Xianxia. The timing is too coincidental. These ships coming from all directions will become nutrients for the deep-sea cosmic behemoths wandering nearby. Everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. This part of the universe was already the Sea of Death. In the past, there weren't any large ships that could traverse parallel universes. Even if they were, it would be difficult for them to rise. But now, there were so many of them. If thousands of 10th-level saints sailed over, they would all be dragged to the bottom of the sea and sink. What kind of living force was this? They were all eaten. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the coincidence of fate. Akina Yamaguchi seemed to think of something. Wait. This might not be a coincidence. Everyone was stunned. Akina Yamaguchi didn't wait for everyone to react and immediately said, do you remember what Meng Mei said? The god of destruction came from the distant future. He once said that to him. Meng Mei was an ancient person from hundreds of trillions of years ago, a flash in the pan. She was once a saint who proved her Tao, but she fell in history. She was very ordinary. Before this, Meng Mei was naturally bragging to everyone proudly. After all, her future was already set in stone. Akina Yamaguchi continued, have you thought about it now? Everyone was at a loss. Akina Yamaguchi was instantly speechless. He scolded bitterly. To him, he must have already known the history. Countless spaceships have come to this universe from all directions. Our universe is facing the crisis of the end of the world. To him, this is a matter of tens of billions of years. Although we don't know how we will face it in the future, how we will be secretly plotted against by Zhang Yuling, but the disaster will definitely happen. Since we have already seen the arrival of these ships. So, this is not a coincidence at all, but an inevitability. Everyone understood what he meant. The god of destruction had already seen the right time, the right place, and the right people. He knew about the history of the universe tens of billions of years ago. He knew that during this period, there would be ships from all directions ushering in a golden age that had never been seen in the Chaos Sea for more than 10 billion years. That was why he planned in advance and took the opportunity to release a group of cosmic beings to dominate the saints and heavenly talents in those spaceships. Everyone sat in front of the computer and trembled, feeling a faint chill on their backs. So, it has always been in the God of Destruction's plan? Damn. That's awesome. It has already been planned from the beginning. Heavenly Music Sect, Female B, the experiment of opening up the universe, and now is the perfect time to release them. It's so creepy. He wants to directly plot against most of the living forces in this universe and bring them into the God of Destruction's camp. Then, he will unleash a thunderous attack. No wonder, no wonder. I felt that something was wrong after listening to Sister Mingming's words. Now that I think about it, it perfectly filled in some of the previous clues. The calculations behind the scenes were very terrifying. The netizens sitting in front of the computer seemed to see a cold and ruthless ancient existence plotting everything behind the scenes. They had only seen the first level, but they didn't expect Mount Akina's speed to already see the second level. Mount Akina's speed was simply like a modern Sherlock Holmes. This kind of ability to draw out the secrets of a cocoon was too terrifying. It could be said that it was a rather good deduction, exquisite and logical. Sister Meng Meng was also stunned when she heard this, but she instantly reacted. The God of Destruction had seen the future, so he planned all of this. He let the Chaos Sea beasts coincidentally eat those chaos ships and have the opportunity to rise. It was not a coincidence at all. So, this is also your plan? Sister Mingming's eyes were filled with admiration. Everything that I and Girl B did previously was actually preparation for the beginning of this natural disaster? Everyone discussed and argued for a while, and it was very lively. Soon, Mount Akina's speed said again, "Do you think that there are only 2 levels? I actually suspect that there is a 3rd level of calculation." What? There is AF** King, 3rd level of calculation? Their blood was boiling, and their blood was boiling. Mount Akina's speed was actually waiting for them at the 3rd level. That was too awesome. But how could there be a 3rd level? What was the 3rd level of calculation? Everyone thought hard but couldn't figure it out. If it was the previous 2nd level, they could still think of it if they thought about it carefully. After all, the God of Destruction knew the future, so it was reasonable for him to start a natural disaster according to the future. But this 3rd level? Mount Akina's speed said, "I suspect that the 3rd level is the plan of the super ancient gods, Renamanga, and Moon Goddess G." Buzz, everyone was shocked. The blood in their brains seemed to be boiling, and their ears were pounding. The God of Destruction was at the 2nd level, and if the super ancient gods and the others were at the 3rd level, then didn't that mean that they had already secretly planned and schemed against the God of Destruction? Wait, that was the God of Destruction. The super ancient gods and the others were actually scheming against such an existence. They felt uneasy, as if cold water had been poured on them. Were they courting death? How could they be so bold? The 3 ancient existences flashed in their minds. Their faces were cold and mysterious. Perhaps this was the most terrifying truth, Mount Akina's speed said. "I suspected that the God of Destruction appeared too suddenly during the Battle of the Universe Garden. Renamanga and the others didn't stop the opening of Pandora's box of destruction, but actually watched from the side? Perhaps the God of Destruction was deliberately guided by the super ancient gods and the others to deliberately observe the future of the universe and collapse it into reality, to destroy the present universe." Everyone's pupils dilated, and they hurriedly asked why. "Because of fate, do you understand? This is everything that has been destined for billions of years." Mount Akina's speed also became faster. Everything in the past is a prelude. The sound of Mount Xiaoming's car was very heavy, giving off an intense feeling of a storm. It was as if everyone could feel a huge shadow hidden in the thick fog. Once it was exposed, the sky would fall and the earth would shatter. What do you mean? Meng Mei turned pale with fright and could not help but ask. The super ancient deities and the others had actually been secretly plotting against the God of Destruction. This was the 3rd layer, but how was this possible? This was simply not enough to describe it as treason. Mount Xiaoming's car sped up. The reason is very simple. The so-called logic is just a logical deduction. Now, let us first sort out the historical doubts that have accumulated until now. In fact, there aren't many left. After all, we have already uncovered them one by one. Only the last one is left. What do you think it is? The last historical doubt, everyone reacted. Right now, the truth of the ancient history had already been uncovered, but there was still the last one. The super-ancient deities and the others had always been hiding their identity. Then, who were they hiding from? 3 existences. They were obviously so powerful, yet they were all hiding without saying a word. Then, it must be a common enemy that was hard to resist. This hard-to-resist enemy, from the looks of it, they are invaders from the multiverse. At this time, Meng Mei thought for a bit and said, "We didn't know before, but now I have a rough idea. After all, we have already met the smugglers, and know that our universe is facing a desperate situation." Zhang Yiling himself said that a while ago, a huge crisis erupted in our universe. Experts fell one after another, and the native multidimensional saints are few and far between, unable to resist the invasion of other multidimensional saints. Now that I think about this dangerous situation, the super-ancient deities and the others are probably those few multidimensional saints hiding from the parallel universe invaders, not wanting their identity to be investigated. Everyone nodded. This logic was very clear, and it was reasonable. The super-ancient deities and the others might really be very strong. After all, they had the knowledge of the God of creation. This was a rare opportunity in the entire multiverse, but it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. This was something that Meng Mei could understand. She had seen the history. Back then, Meng was unbelievably powerful, yet he did not have the ability to fight against 3,000 gods and demons of the same realm. After all, no matter how powerful the laws he grasped were, he was still a heaven-defying genius to be able to become a saint. 1 against 3,000? What a joke. That's the reason. He's probably hiding from the invaders of the multiverse. Akina Sansuk smiled and said, "And then? If you were in the position of the ancient deities, what else would you choose to do other than hide?" The cute girl was stunned for a moment. Then, if he was in the shoes of an ancient god, what would he do? She thought about it seriously and fell into deep thought. After a while, she replied, "If it were me, or anyone else, the first thing they would think of is to hide and think of a way to save their own universe." That was right. This was a matter of course. When some players heard this, they felt that it was natural. What would a normal person do when faced with danger? The first was to hide, and the second was to think of a way to save himself. Akina Yamaguchi continued to ask, "Then, let's follow this logic. If the ancient gods and the others tried to think of a way to save our universe, what would they do? Or is it my last hope?" Solution, last hope? This time, it wasn't just the cute girl who was thinking. All the players were thinking along the same line of thought. If I were a super-ancient god, how would I save my universe? To be honest, this was already an irreversible situation of the world. The power of saints couldn't change it at all. This was an absolute dead end. But in the end, they still thought of the difference between the ancient gods and ordinary saints, the God of creation. An individual's power couldn't be changed, so they could only rely on nature and the power of the universe, and they just happened to have this power. In the midst of their excitement, their hearts were beating wildly as if they had grasped onto something. They started to have goosebumps. Akina Yamaguchi continued, "Yes, to save the universe, the only hope of the ancient gods and the others was the God of creation. However, it is clear that the God of creation is selfless and fair. They are the natural phenomena of the universe. Any equivalent exchange would not allow them to change the current dangerous situation of this parallel universe. They are powerless, and they do not have the ability to give an equivalent exchange to the God of creation. Everything is predestined, and there will be this calamity. I don't know how the ancient gods and the others deduced. If they thought hard, they would have found this unimaginably daring method, God of destruction. But it is indeed a bold idea. They knew the concept of the existence of the God of creation. He was born in the chaos and destroyed at the end of chaos. There is only one in the universe. He exists in the past and future of the universe. He is the only truth of everything. Once the great Tao is true, cognition will collapse and observation will become reality. Then, if that is the case, the God of creation lives in the entire universe's timeline. He is a phenomenon of the true fourth dimension, or even the fifth dimension. Since he exists in the past and future, Will the god of destruction, who has cognition and collapses the future, descend into this time and space? After all, cognition will collapse and observation will become reality. Akina Yamaguchi's words were short and powerful, but everyone's mind was completely blank. Could it be that the appearance of the god of destruction during the Battle of the Universal Garden was intentional from the beginning? But Akina Yamaguchi continued to speak a more terrifying truth, the god of destruction. But now that I think about it, it is indeed the only way, because if we want to save this universe from disaster, we have to use an even bigger disaster to save it. Because if we want to change the fate of the universe, we can only make the great Tao of the universe intertwine and confuse the heavenly Tao. Boom. As his voice trailed off, it was as if their minds were being torn apart in an earth-shattering explosion. When they heard that, they felt as if their hearts were being filled, pressed, and bound, while their minds were spinning and spinning. The only way to save this universe from disaster was to use an even bigger disaster? Those words were too shocking and too bold. That was the eternal sinner of the entire universe. To actually have the god of destruction descend on his own accord. That was to directly destroy the entire universe, so that all the saints of the multiverse would have to experience the great calamity of annihilation, and there would be no escape. The only way to save our universe is to have the two escaped ones fight in this universe, and completely disrupt the mysteries of the past and future? Everyone sat in front of their computers, panicking. When Akina Yamaguchi said that, he felt a chill run down his spine, because if word got out, the entire universe would be horrified, and their civilization would become the target of public criticism. Everything in the past is a prelude to the future god of destruction. The calamity of our universe, the collapse and destruction of our Xianxia civilization, is already an ancient past of tens of billions of years ago, an inconspicuous ordinary wave. Then, we shall turn our doomed past into a prelude. Everyone fell into silence. The ancient deity had changed the Buddhist civilization of Xianxia, the doomed world line, and reversed the fate of our future that was destined to die. They felt a little bitter, excited, and complicated. As you can see, the ancient deity has done it. All predestined fates have been turned over by him, and a new chapter has been opened. We were originally unable to resist the invasion of the multiverse, and this was a situation of certain death. We can imagine the future, the cute girl who should have fallen as an ordinary saint, me, the alchemy emperor. Our Xianxia civilization will become the dust of history in this universe of the calamity of the parallel universe. But now? Who can see the future? All multiverse saints, everyone in the multiverse, everyone is in danger. Calamity does not only exist in our universe. Akina Yamaguchi's voice was filled with emotion and intense excitement, as if he had seen a new chapter in the heroic history. Everyone felt as if there was a flame burning in their chests. This was a rebirth in the face of death, causing the multiverse to fall into a crisis, to change the fate and disaster of our universe that was destined to collapse. Although this was cruel, it was also the only way to survive. It was truly a good method. This kind of cruel and callous method was indescribable even since ancient times, using an even greater calamity to change our current calamity. They felt as if they could see the few great saints of this universe, hidden in the dark, on the chaotic coastline, overlooking the distant Permetha universe. Akina Yamaguchi took a deep breath. This is our deity, protecting our Xianxia Buddhist civilization on Earth, and welcoming the new life of the future. Everything was a scheme. This earth-shattering scheme was unprecedented since ancient times. Following Akina Yamaguchi's words, everyone felt as if they had seen the ancient deity, standing in the void with his hands behind his back, scheming against all the multiverse saints, and changing the general trend of the universe. This is a cruel, cold, and overbearing peerless hero. He is a peerless evil man. He is unprecedented. This multidimensional saint would rather bring disaster to the universe. He wants our universe to continue. He wants to pass on the torch and future of our civilization. That is why we are here. In the eyes of outsiders, he was the main culprit who destroyed the universe, a complete madman, and the universe was destroyed prematurely because of him. But in our eyes, he was an unparalleled hero who rode on a beautiful cloud, descending from the sky. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they didn't know how to describe this shocking fact. The heavens have changed, and the great Tao has changed dramatically. Akina Yamaguchi continued to speak. His voice had already made everyone's blood boil, and they felt a strong ancient weight. Who said that fate has already been decided? Who said that we can only silently wait for death? Not everything is destined, and can't be changed. Not all appeals have no response. Not all causes and effects can't be replaced. Not all destinies are destined to perish. Not all tragedies will cover Xianxia's head. I change the past in a way that changes the future. My fate is up to me, not up to the heavens. Boom. The words of Mount Akina completely shook their hearts. It was as if the softest part of their hearts had been touched, and a strong sense of glory for their race and civilization surged into their hearts. The hymn of humanity was a hymn of courage. They used blood and tears to compose a poem of civilization in despair, pushing forward the vast wheel of history. The epic of Gilgamesh that they had seen before, the sorcerer world, the Ashidal people, how could the current epic be inferior to them? Our Chinese Buddhism civilization also composed a poem in despair, blooming the flower of hope in death. At this time, all the netizens who were looking at their computers had their minds blank. On the streets, in the shops, students, office workers, men and women, old and young, from all continents, many people who were looking at their phones suddenly stopped what they were doing. It was as if the entire atmosphere had ushered in an incomparable silence. They looked at each other. There was an indescribable hot blood in their hearts. They wanted to vent their emotions. At this point, they knew that all the mysteries of ancient Buddhism and Taoism had been revealed. This is the ultimate truth of the Buddhist civilization? It turns out that hiding is actually an enemy from another multiverse. This is ridiculous. Using an even greater disaster to change the disaster we are facing. This kind of bold idea, the strategy of putting oneself in a dead end, can indeed change the desperate situation we are facing. Scheming against the god of destruction, this truth is really cruel and emotional. Now that I think about it, during the Battle of the Universal Garden, Renamanga and the super-ancient god had been watching in the dark, but did not stop the evil god from opening the box of destruction of the universe. At that time it felt very strange. But now, it is completely correct. Because it was a deliberate plan from the start. The super-ancient god hid it from us. Bitter, he carried too much on his shoulders and bore everything in silence. Touched, the super-ancient god has sacrificed too much for our civilization. Tears, now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the three giants all had a secret plan. The birth of the god of destruction was originally some kind of heaven-defying plan that they had agreed upon. They were all in a heated discussion. All the ancient truths had been revealed. It was as if the shadow fog that had been covering the sky had been lifted, revealing the blue sky and the bright sun behind it. Although the truth was unexpected, it was also expected. Because all the clues had been linked to this truth. The forum was very lively. There were also some saintesses who started to criticize the ancient deities for destroying the universe, saying that they were the greatest sinners of all time, but they were quickly drowned out by the vast amount of curses and accusations. The universe is a dark forest, and every civilization is a hunter. Other parallel universes are invading our universe, plundering our resources, and destroying our civilization. Should we just lie down and accept our fate? That's right. If they want to invade us, they should be prepared to fight to the death. Now, it's not just our universe that's suffering. Their universe is also going through the same crisis as ours. Humph. If we're going to die, let's die together. Only by disrupting the heavenly mysteries and confusing our predestined fate will we have a chance to survive. Many people were speaking, and those holy mothers were instantly drowned out, not daring to make a sound. Soon, some people began to discuss. Now that I think about it, this plan is simply amazing. Not only will it allow us to break out of the impasse, but it will also be a great opportunity for us. That's right. Even if a greater calamity descends, because this universe calamity was planned by us, we can turn the tables. We have the greatest innate advantage. In the God of Destruction's camp, we have the highest chance of surviving the universe calamity. In fact, it might even be our opportunity. With the arrival of chaos, heroes will rise. It can be said that heroes are created by the times, and the universe is ushering in an unprecedented change. The second era of the cosmic bridge has appeared once again, and the 9 yuan universes are connected once again. In this era of the universe, who will be the one driving the tide? Who will become the current main character of the universe? The more they spoke, the more excited they became. In fact, from my point of view, although it seems like the god of creation has transmigrated to the past, in a sense, it is our Chinese civilization that has transmigrated to the past to change our predestined tragedy. That's right. The more they spoke, the more spirited they became. The entire forum was filled with fighting spirit. This was because the ancient deities had shouldered too much for them. They had to work hard to live up to the ancient deities' painstaking efforts. Akina Sanji did not speak. He was waiting for the netizens to become excited. After all, this was an unimaginable matter, and they needed some time to accept it. After all, the ancient deities were the men who schemed against the god of destruction. He was simply a ruthless character. Mount Akina sped up. When the universe was first formed, there were ancient sages like Imang and Inu who split the heavens and the earth apart. In my opinion, the future ancient gods and the others may have a chance to be on par with these ancient sages. What? The ancient deities were comparable to the ancient Imang? Female B, this was simply an indescribable act of treason. Who was Imang? The first blade of the universe's chaos, the existence that split the heavens and earth. What about female B? She created the rules of postnatal life structure, making it easier for creatures to be born naturally. This is not possible, right? The cute girl mumbled. Akina Sanji shook his head. Right now, there is indeed no comparison, but what about the future? The way I see it, the drastic changes that have occurred in this era of the universe are comparable to the sculpture era of more than 10 billion years ago, the era of the bridge of the universe, and so on. The 14 billion years of the universe after tomorrow is also the demarcation point of an era. If we can succeed and become the trendsetter of this era, do you think our merits can be compared? As soon as he said this, everyone's breathing quickened. There was such a possibility. After all, in their opinion, this era was definitely comparable to the Cosmic Bridge era, or even surpassed it. This was because the battle between two creation gods was unprecedented in this era. If one could sweep through everything here and completely ascend to the top, becoming the true overlord of this cosmos era, just like woman B, Imang, who ruled and suppressed an era, it was not impossible. After all, the sages of this era were all country bumpkins. In the long years, they had already lost the ancient history of the universe, not even knowing about the Cosmic Bridge era. They could be said to have been crushed by their intelligence. Akina Sanji said, but everything depends on hard work. The ancient deities have already changed the time and space of our civilization that should have been destroyed. We have to work hard to not repeat the same mistakes. Many people's eyes were heavy, feeling that their mission was as heavy as a mountain. Akina Sanji said, now, the truth of the ancient history is known to everyone. Let me say what I think should be done next. Everyone stopped talking and listened obediently to Qiu Mingyu's speech. After all, he had completely conquered everyone. Could an ordinary person see the third level? Impossible. Only Qiu Mingyu could connect all the clues that had developed up to now, and connect the unreasonable points to the truth behind it. Everyone was naturally willing to submit to such an extraordinary person. He was the strongest think tank of Earth's contemporary Huaxia civilization, leading the future of our civilization. Now, from the countless people who liked Qiu Mingyu's post, it could be seen that there were more than 1 billion likes. It was clear that his popularity was not limited to national boundaries. We have a spy, but we must seize the initiative. Tell us what we know now. Qiu Mingyu was very calm. First, let's talk about the future of the universe. It must be the new universe bridge era. The universes will be connected, and those living universes will definitely be more than one. Maybe there are already other ships that have been smuggled here and have been infected in large numbers. There were really not that many of these sea beasts. There were only 2. Suji looked at this post and just shook his head. He rubbed his chin and murmured, it was just a small experiment, but there were so many waves. However, since this is the case, we can follow Qiu Mingyu's words and directly release a large number of them, covering the surrounding of our universe. Let the ships of the sages, upon seeing these sea beasts, capsize immediately and eat them all. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this. He continued to look at the post, wanting to see what else Qiu Mingyu had to say. Qiu Mingyu naturally did not know that he had been secretly observed. He just continued to speak excitedly. Brothers. We should be one of the beings that entered the universe. Maybe the ships of the other sages are already similar to us. However, it is impossible for all of them to enter like us, because we know that we have to touch the skin. Most of the sages on the other ships drowned when the ships were destroyed. Only a small number accidentally touched the skin when the ships were submerged. Suji heard this and nodded slightly. Xiao Mingyu reminded himself that perhaps these beings in the universe had to be modified, so that they would actively touch the sages and enter their own universe. After all, it's true that eating the other party's spaceship is a huge source of growth material, but we'll also have to swallow the sages on those spaceships. These are all super elites and future demi-sages who can prove their Tao in the universe. If we drown them, it'll be a waste. He muttered, after all, it'll be hard for these mini-universes to develop without these sages. That was a good suggestion. At this time, Akina Yamaguchi continued, at the same time, according to my guess, not only the trilobite universe, but also the algae universe, but why didn't we encounter the kelp universe? Because the algae universe is a vegetarian universe and eats plankton, it won't hunt ships. Everyone nodded. Spaceships could only float on the chaotic sea because they were a cyclic universe formed by laws. Their structure was similar to the seaweed universe, which was why their natural enemy, the trilobite universe, treated them as the seaweed universe and hunted them down. However, the seaweed universe did not care about spaceships. Wouldn't it be very difficult to encounter the algae universe? Very useless, someone asked. Akina Sanzo shook his head. According to the information provided by Sister Meng, it's true that it's hard to meet them, because they don't attack spaceships. But it was not useless. The algae universe and the trilobite universe have their own strengths. Each has their own strengths? Indeed, each has their own strengths. The trilobite universe is a carnivore and can only eat spaceships to grow. The rest of the time, it can only eat antiques floating in the sea and absorb a little bit. The efficiency is low, and the growth rate is very slow, but the algae universe is different. It is a vegetarian universe and can eat the flotsam residue in the sea and all kinds of antiques, so its growth rate is definitely very fast. Don't think that the trilobite universe is at a great advantage now, eating such a precious treasure built by the sage, a large spaceship, and expanding rapidly. But I'm afraid that the current size of the algae universe has already grown to more than 10 times its size. More than 10 times, everyone had goosebumps. It was as if they were looking at a real behemoth in the deep sea. In the future, it was very likely that a vast body of countless light years would float in the deep sea. Now, the folded space universe crossing ship, which was only a few thousand meters or tens of thousands of meters long, could not even compare to a flagellum. There were too many antiques and decayed and sunken ships in the chaotic sea. If the algae universe could even feed on them, it could indeed grow to an unimaginable size. This way, each has their own strengths. Yes, if we can get an algae universe, its growth rate will be fast too. However, no matter how big the algae universe is, it is still algae. If it meets a trilobite universe that is smaller than it, it will be eaten no matter how big it is. Yes, it is a carnivorous beast, while you are a seaweed, it doesn't work that way. If the difference in size is too big, can you eat it? Your butt will crush you to death. Besides, if we can enter the algae universe, the living beings of this universe will definitely help to protect it from being invaded. Everyone was discussing. Suji was also listening attentively and felt that this was indeed the case. Akina Yamaguchi said, right now, the god of destruction is probably just the beginning of the disaster. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be other types of universes that are of a higher level. But let's focus on the development of these two universes first. Everyone listened quietly. At the same time, the thousands of sages in our insect universe are still completing the rules of the Great Tao. I'm afraid they will soon become sages. Once they become sages, they will be able to control the routes of this universe. Hopefully, they can control it back to our harbor and make contact with our empire again. I think this is not bad. After all, there is no meat in this universe, and its growth is too slow. If we can make contact with land, let the sage's kingdom, Zhang Yuling, and the others help to build spaceships and eat them, our growth will be extremely fast. Everyone's scalp went numb. Akina Yamaguchi was so ruthless, this was squeezing Zhang Yuling's resources. how precious was a spaceship? It actually became a consumable and food. Why was this person so cool? Akina Yamaguchi continued. At the same time, we still have to find the algae universe or other trilobite universes. One alone is obviously not enough. In the future, it will be the age of great voyages. With ships, it means that we can sneak into other universes at any time. The strategic significance is terrifying. Akina Yamaguchi continued to talk about many things and made many decisions. Suji listened quietly, leisurely eating fruits. He felt that it made sense. After a period of time, Akina Yamaguchi finally stopped talking. Everything came to an end. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and just relaxed. There was a cracking sound. Suji instantly rolled Akina Yamaguchi's eyelids and took him away. Suji ate fruits with one hand and carried Akina Yamaguchi with the other. He kept walking towards the laboratory and thought to himself, this guy is very good. In the age of great voyages, we have to put more algae universes and trilobite universes, but the Tycoon Jin Tiandao pianos are obviously not enough. Each universe needs to be matched with thousands of pianos to resist the assimilation of the universe. Then, we have to let him clone and produce tens of thousands of pianos to barely catch up with the first batch. Akina Yamaguchi was knocked unconscious and was being carried with one hand. He would never have thought that he was actually digging a hole for himself when he said that he would definitely put more living universes in. When Chiche woke up on Mount Akina, he didn't know how much time had passed. His mind was muddled and everything was white. He felt very tired. He was like a balloon filled with water that had been emptied, lying on the ground. Where am I? His mind was muddled, but when he thought about it carefully, he vaguely remembered the scene before he lost his memory. In the forum, he talked about the history of Buddhism and the ultimate truth of the super-ancient gods. Then, he was taken away by the super-ancient god before he could rest. Thinking about it carefully, he still couldn't remember what the super-ancient god said. What secret research did he participate in? I'm very tired, as if my body has been emptied. He struggled to get up. On the other side, Suji knew very well that creatures like the Piano of Heavenly Way, Phoenix, Alchemy Factory, and Protoplasmic Worm were unique mutated creatures that couldn't be duplicated. There was only one Piano of Heavenly Way, and this number alone couldn't withstand the assimilation of the entire universe. Therefore, Suji had always been in Carolyn's hands, letting her use it. But now, together with the cloning factory on Mount Akina, an unimaginably powerful combination appeared. He could crazily produce the only bloodline Piano of Heavenly Way, achieving such an incredible feat. I got more than 60,000. Suji looked at the earthy golden pianos, arranged in an exquisite and orderly manner in front of him. More than 60,000 should be able to be used for a long time. I also have hundreds of thousands of Tao singularity beads. One bead and 1,000 Piano of Heavenly Way can create a stable living universe. It's like a life alchemy formula, except that they're alchemy beings, while I'm alchemy universe. Suji suddenly felt that it was very mystical. Piecing everything together had developed into such a miracle. The insect race had achieved a super qualitative leap. They evolved into universe spores. However, although those sea beast universes seem to be long, they also have a lifespan. After all, they aren't real universes, they're incomplete things. The length of their lifespan depends on the consumption of the Piano of Heavenly Way. After all, the Piano of Heavenly Way resists the assimilation of the universe, so there's a time limit. If I don't replenish it after it's used up, the universe will definitely perish and be completely assimilated by the universe. Suji's expression was very calm as he thought to himself, in reality, my seemingly mysterious and terrifying cosmic lifeforms are essentially the same as the spaceship created by the multidimensional saint, the fake Tao universe. However, their universe is a pseudo-Tao universe, while mine is an outer Tao universe. This external great Tao is a special active universe that contains the laws of life. Thinking about it carefully, the essence was the same. After all, this was not a real universe. It was similar to a spaceship, except that this spaceship was alive and did not use the laws of this universe. That was all. Whoosh. Suji raised his hand and made 50 of them in one go. 30 algae and 20 trilobites. He seriously carried the piano of heavenly will one by one according to what he did before. After thinking for a while, he decided to keep the remaining piano of heavenly will as a reserve. After all, he had to keep some leftovers in case he needed them. After all, there had to be some spare parts waiting to be replaced. Gudong dong. Soon, these living universes were thrown into the chaos sea by Suji. As young bodies, they quickly drifted away with the ocean current. The chaos ships that were rushing over from all directions would probably suffer. However, wasn't this also an opportunity? Over the past 10 billion years, the accumulation of the chaos sea was too vast. There were countless civilizations in the multiverse. Who knew how many rare treasures and ancient divine objects had been deposited at the bottom of the sea, and these would all be salvaged and explored by the current spaceships. The Chaos Sea was a forbidden area of the universe. It also covered up the sand of time for the entire universe, preserving many ancient artifacts. From here, living beings 14 billion years later could find all the ancient ruins and historical truths of the past. They would all be rediscovered. Just like what Chi-Che said on Mount Akina before, this is an overt plot. He openly made the other party work for you because he saw an opportunity. Suji's expression was very calm as he looked at the second female's laboratory. And this is just the beginning. Algae and trilobites are the two most primitive types. In the future, in the Chaos Sea, there might be vertebrate universes, reptile universes, amphibian universes. He looked at the vast and boundless Chaos Sea. It was gray and endless. The vast chaos seawater here is an endless chaos forbidden zone that's even bigger than a universe. It will become the true source of life, nurturing everything. The dead chaos sea will flourish with life. Finally, they will crawl onto the land and transform into all sorts of species, heading for the 9 continents. The land of chaos on the surface of the 9 universes, the originally cold and dull land of death, will become a truly vast land of flourishing life. Beyond the chaos heavens, the flowers and grass on the ground, the forests on the land, the fish in the rivers, the beasts in the basins. They look ordinary, but in fact, even a weed is a vast universe. This is the true meaning of a world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. The more Suji thought about it, the more excited he became. This is the true 129,600 worlds. The myriad worlds in the heavens. If he really succeeded, he would completely change the cold natural state of the chaos. It would be like a lifeless desert that would be completely green. The map of the multiverse suddenly appeared in front of Suji's eyes. It was like a shattered glass planet formed from 9 fragmented continents. The gaps between them were filled with the Chaos Sea, and the continent's surface was filled with rubble. It was a plain stony land. I will green the entire universe. I will plant 9 green plains on the surface of this planet. Suji knew that it was an extremely bold idea. This would be the birth of a new era for the universe. However, a person without dreams was no different from a salted fish. Suji never liked fighting and killing. How carefree would it be to shut himself in his room and farm? Even though he was secretly farming, there wasn't much difference. However, the changes and shock it brought was in no way inferior to the first saber strike of the primordial chaos. It was in no way inferior to splitting the universe into 9 pieces. This was using farming to change the ecological environment of the universe. It was even to the point that this era could be called the 3rd universe node after the 2 most important eras of destiny. The situation of the multiverse would completely change as a result. I plan on proving the Tao for the entire multiverse, proving the vitality beyond the chaos heavens and patching up the order beyond the chaos heavens. Suji looked down at the Chaos Sea and chuckled. This is in no way inferior to opening up the world. It's in no way inferior to proving the Tao for life. It can add prosperity to the universe beyond the chaos heavens and open up new territories for saints. It will bring blessings to all life in the future. It will bring blessings to the world. This was a species invasion. He was basically treating the 9 continents of the multiverse as his own sandbox. He was producing countless life forms, sea fish, reptiles, and beasts. As for the original natives of the universe, the saints, and the ones that had attained the Tao, they could only become the life forms on the surface of the chaos heavens. Trash. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Suji was extremely bold for such an idea. If it were in the past, he would definitely not dare to have such radical and unrestrained thoughts. However, he had seen the development of the entire universe's history. Slicing open the universe, proving the universe's flaws, severing the lifespans of all life, and then severing the universe. Severing the lifespans of all life made him spit at by all the life forms in the universe. How astounding was that, severing the universe's territory and splitting the entire universe into 9. Was that treacherous? If it were in the past, would he have thought of such a bold idea or such a groundbreaking move for the future? This groundbreaking history had allowed Su Ji to look at problems beyond the framework of ancient times, allowing him to see the essence of things. The truth is always grasped by a few, but it's despised by the majority. Back then, Yimong and Nui were the same. They were not understood by that era. Only when future generations look back at history will they understand their painstaking efforts. It's the same for me. Even if I'm spat at by all the life forms in this era and be perplexed by all life, I will persist in my path. I will make the entire universe green, planting endless green plains. Su Ji suddenly had a complicated expression. He suddenly realized that he had gradually changed. Back then, he had looked down on the previous Zerg Queen mothers. He felt that it was very contemptuous. But now, he had become the person he hated the most. Time was a merciless carving knife. It had changed our appearance. All of a sudden, he remembered what Female Bee had said earlier. Do you think that the decay of life is just a coincidence, or that eternal life will definitely decay in the future? Perhaps, I have already decayed with time. It has been several years since I developed to this day. In reality, I am a person approaching 30 years old. My original heart has changed. This is probably the saying, a dragon slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. Although Su Ji felt that the words about becoming an evil dragon were a little wrong, it was roughly similar. However, he was ultimately a practical person. Although he had mocked himself, why would he care about all this nonsense? If stealing everything in the universe could make him stronger, so what if he became a true calamity? At the same time, these universes will wander around the chaotic sea and search the entire universe. Su Ji had a faint smile in his eyes. It's very difficult for the universe to have any more secrets. If there really is a legendary world of immortals, I'm afraid it will also be found by me. Su Ji planned to ruthlessly plot against some ancient existence in the dark. At the same time, Su Ji suddenly thought of something. However, if that's really the case, I don't have to continue to complete the 5 Great Tao bloodlines. As a 10th-stage saint with an incomplete Great Tao, it's not bad not to prove my Tao. After all, if I do this now, I definitely won't prove my Tao in this universe in the future. Instead, I will think of a way to use these universes to complete the Great Tao singularity and prove my Tao in the universe I create in the future. I won't prove my Tao to the universe. I will prove my Tao to myself. His eyes flickered and erupted with a trace of brilliance. Completing the 5 Great Tao bloodlines and completing the Great Tao singularity. The latter would definitely be more difficult. And it would be millions of times more difficult. However, Su Ji still had a dream. He chose this most difficult and most unbelievable path. After all, completing the 5 Great Tao bloodlines was just following the rules. What he did was to blaze a new path and reach the final realm in one go, the truth of the Great Tao. However, even if I don't complete the 5 Great Tao bloodlines, it doesn't mean that I won't evolve compound genes. In the end, Su Ji knew what was important and what was not. The hybrid bloodline, the new bloodline of the 9 transformations mysterious art, and the new techniques of the entire clan. These are all things that I will need to evolve. They will be my main fighting force, and they will be my escorts to the end. As Su Ji thought of this, his gaze shifted to the other side, towards the God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard that was led by Xianxia. After such a long time of preparation, it should be about time, right? God of Destruction's dimensional courtyard. After experiencing the commotion caused by the cute girl walking around and communicating with Xianxia, everyone returned to calmness after the shock. Even now, after experiencing the truth of Huaxia's ancient history on Mount Akina, they are completely moved and try harder to change everything. It's almost time. On a mountain, Dicky said calmly, after all these years of development, I've finally fused part of Mother Earth's bloodline, Ancestral Witch's bloodline, and 9-headed Ancient Mother's bloodline into my body. The two of us have also coincidentally completed it. Carolyn smiled. Over the years, she and the three pillar gods had worked together to evolve. After all, their talent in this aspect was not as good as Dicky and the others. She said, the bloodline of the entire clan, the 9 transformations mysterious art, and the magic core, these 3 have merged together to form a real transformation. In the past few years, they had been researching in secret without a trace. Finally, they had achieved something. A new bloodline was completely born. Medusa also smiled and said, you guys have evolved some strange bloodlines, but I'm different. What I evolved is very ordinary. It's just an evil spiritual creature. Carolyn shook her head, and her voice was flat and cold. She smiled and said, we are different from you. We specialize in one path and walk to the end of it, so this bloodline is very important. But you have cultivated it all. You don't need any extraordinary powerful bloodline at all. Instead, you need an extremely common bloodline that can be found everywhere. Different paths. Her species was life overclocking. Previously, when Suji used a semi-finished product, it was already very powerful. Now, once this creature was brought out, she no longer needed to go through a long period of tens of thousands of recultivation. As long as she had enough knowledge, she could quickly recultivate back to her realm. Medusa thought to himself. I heard from those guys that there was a god in ancient Chinese mythology named Xianxia. He was the god above the gods, the king of the gods, and the god in charge of the heavenly Tao. He went through reincarnation and recultivation, a total of 1,750 tribulations, and each tribulation lasted for 129,600 years. Only then did he become the final god. It's actually similar to mine. The god in charge of the heavenly Tao, if she had experienced 129,800 recultivation tribulations, with such a terrifying number of sages, she would indeed be the final sage who controlled most of the laws of the universe. 129,600 sages converged to form the ultimate life form. This day has finally come. Medusa knew that he had the oldest lifespan, but his combat power had never been apparent. Now, he had finally endured until the end. Everyone, there's no need to talk anymore. Dichi just smiled. According to the living beings of the Azura Path, when our species completely evolves in the dimensional yard of the God of Creation, we will obtain an opportunity to enter a certain heavenly world. At this time, we should also do the same. Carolyn nodded and said, we should indeed bring this bloodline to the outside world. It is far more than 10 times stronger than the previous single bloodline. It should already be the peak combat power of the universe's bloodlines. Exactly. Although Dicky's main body was in the Great Tao Fishery, in fact, his energy had always been here. At this time, he also smiled and said, I don't think that a bloodline that evolves randomly can reach our level. Once our current bloodlines come out, they will definitely be the peak, invincible in the world. Just an ordinary bloodline is comparable to those ordinary Great Tao bloodlines. The voice of the 3 pillar gods was very cold. It can dominate the world. We have almost reached the end of our bloodlines. The few of them nodded and began the final evolution in unison. They wanted to go to the outside world and declare who was the strongest extraordinary bloodline, subverting the cognition and concept of all the sages. Soon, they received a new notification ding. Congratulations evil god, Carolyn, Dicky. You have achieved the evolution of the species. The world has been opened. You may enter by yourself. A voice resounded through the entire yard. Everyone, we'll meet again. I wonder what kind of world it is. No matter what world it is, we will rise soon and return soon. They each smiled and quickly entered the gate. It was pitch black in front of them. The species they evolved was finally going to walk out of the God of Destruction's dimensional yard and into the world. And just behind them, the players looked at each other, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they secretly looked at each other. Ding! Congratulations Zhang Jianguo. You have achieved the evolution of the species. The world has been opened. You may enter by yourself. Click. An octopus wearing a black cloak, hiding in the shadows, slowly walked out. They patted this octopus and said with a serious face, it's finally your turn. After countless deaths, you have finally evolved the nature of death. Let the world have a taste of your fecal anger. Whoosh. Dicky, Medusa, and the others stepped in without hesitation. At this moment, Carolyn stepped into the endless void and said softly, "Dicky has already broken through the void and ascended to outer space. Dichi has long since shattered the void and ascended to outer space. My main body is already 89% of the way to rank 10, and it's almost complete. However, this body is just a clone without a soul, so I can't prove my Tao in this universe. But if I enter another parallel universe, there's a chance." As soon as her voice fell, a faint light appeared in front of her. When she opened her eyes, she saw bright red and precise meridians, cells, and mysterious gears, forming a magical and bizarre world. She raised her head and vaguely saw a turbid sea outside. It was hazy. She seemed to be looking at the vast and mysterious ocean world outside through the aquarium. This is the living universe created by the god of destruction. It's seaweed. It's actually seaweed. This is the most suitable for me because it's big enough to rebuild my spiritual universe cultivation technique. As expected. In the god of destruction's dimensional courtyard, I can only enter the universe created by the god of destruction. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she could not help but look around. Due to the collapse of the laws of the universe, her shape changed, and she soon became a bacterium. However, she felt that the laws of her bloodline had been forcibly suppressed and could not be used. But it's just being suppressed. This is a bloodline universe after all. If I can recultivate here and verify the rules of Tao, verify the rules of my new race's cultivation technique, my bloodline will be able to display its full strength in this universe. Moreover, I'm the only one here. I can occupy this place and transform it into my cosmic dojo. She instantly became excited. On the other side, Medusa was the same. She entered a trilobite universe alone and had a similar idea. I can transform this place into my god of evil universe and prove the same laws as me. I can transform this universe into my personal dojo. I can even drive this cosmic ship across the sea of chaos, travel the endless universe, explore ancient ruins, pursue the truth of history, and become a traveler of time. Dicky opened his eyes and only heard chaos. The sea rose and fell, and huge waves crashed. The world seemed to be turned upside down. There were wails and screams as if they were experiencing an unimaginable disaster. Boom! What kind of monster is this? So terrifying. What? Crack. The entire spaceship flipped sideways as it was surrounded by countless tentacles and claws. It was crushed into a ball of paper and quickly devoured. Under Dichi's dumbfounded gaze, countless descendants of the saints touched the skin of this giant beast and gradually surged into this mysterious and strange universe. I came at the right time? Is this a spaceship from another universe? Dichi's expression was calm as he hid in an instant to observe this shipwreck. Soon, due to the influence of the rules, they became miscellaneous fungi. As for Dichi, he was mixed in the middle. For a moment, the descendants of the saints could no longer tell who was who. Dichi casually simulated his aura and became one of the shipwrecked members. This is my heaven. Dichi mixed in with these existences and began to study this foreign universe. Suji was pleased to see that they each had a place to go. Carolyn was suitable for the algae universe, Medusa was suitable for the trilobite universe, and Dicky was thrown into a universe where a shipwreck happened. All of this was carefully arranged. The era of the 9-yuan universe is over, and the era that belongs to the myriad heavens and realms has completely set sail. Suji smiled faintly. At the beginning of the era, there are treasures everywhere. Heroes are created by the times. With their abilities, they will naturally make a name for themselves. Suji tilted his head to the side and suddenly fell silent. This side also experienced a shipwreck. The giant octopus received the same treatment as Dichi and successfully entered at the same time. At the same time, the giant octopus came from the god of destruction's dimensional yard, which was also spore evolution. Naturally, he could also communicate with the players via live broadcast. Don't panic. They are all saints, but they are no match for you now. In the live broadcast room, the players were excited. It seems that even if you become a miscellaneous fungus, your stench will not disappear. You are still very powerful. It's okay. I will make a name for myself secretly among these saints. The giant octopus nodded and a magnificent life of sailing began. On the other side, after a period of struggle, the original spaceship that was attached to Zhang Yuling finally had a saint who barely managed to recultivate and prove his Tao. They were surprised to find that as they proved their Tao and perfected the rules and maps of this universe, the intelligence of this universe seemed to gradually develop and some consciousness appeared. They felt fear, but there was nothing they could do about it. They could only follow the original plan and control the spaceship to approach the coastline. The anxious Zhang Yuling was waiting at the coastline. The missing spaceship not only obtained almost all the resources here to build it, but the thousands of descendants of the saints on the ship were also the entire team of his main universe. How could he not be anxious when his strength was greatly reduced? Wait, what is that? On this day, they looked at the coast of chaos. A giant beast gradually surfaced from the water. Next, they heard an extremely terrifying truth for the first time. Underwater life, an incomplete universe, a visitor from the outer universe, Akina Yamaguchi told them excitedly, this is an ancient life from outside the universe. It is an incomplete universe, unlike our universe which is complete and mature and floated into our universe, in the depths of the blue and pitch-black universe. Endless whirlpools revolved, surrounded by dazzling starlight. It was a beautiful sight. After billions of years, the outside world had changed greatly, but this place had never changed. There was only eternal tranquility in the entire White Palace. A large number of rules revolved rapidly around this place, strands after strands, like endless rainbows. They did not seek eternal life, they only hoped to live a long life, to live to the end of the universe and finally prove their Tao. In the depths, a voice came. How many billions of years has it been now? Reporting to your highness, it has been more than 14 billion years. How is the outside world? Ever since that person fell, there has been a dispute in that part of the universe. I'm afraid that the Tao is weakening and speeding up towards the end of the world. That person's descendants, I can't even remember how many generations it has been, but they are still so stubborn, courting death. The ancient existences in the surroundings suddenly fell silent. After a moment. Over the long years, we have long known that everything in the world has its own destiny. The growth of the universe has its own rules. Some inevitable eras are destined to appear, and we cannot interfere too much. If we interfere too much, it may affect the universe and cause a huge change. The universe may completely move towards an unknown path, losing the opportunity of the end of the world, and the 11th level door will be completely sealed. The expressions of the existences were extremely calm. They did not know what era of the universe would usher in the future, but that was the inevitable law of the universe's growth. They were like Suji before, not daring to interfere, for fear of affecting the predestined path and destroying a certain inevitable stage of the universe's growth. They had almost never appeared in the world, facing all the changing eras of the universe, but they had all survived them. They did not want to interfere too much, allowing the universe to naturally grow perfectly, heading towards the distant future, and finally, turning into a perfect Tao map, allowing them to pry open the final door. Suddenly, they fell silent again and closed their eyes. But in the next second, a slightly surprised voice sounded. There was a change in the universe I was spying on. A large number of spaceships fell and disappeared. This existence, as a truly terrifying multidimensional saint, could spy on all things and listen to all things. Most things in the multiverse could not be hidden from him. The surrounding ancient existences held their breaths. Why? There is an unknown universe life in the Chaos Sea, he said. The surrounding existences were slightly stunned, full of confusion. The universe had life? And it was living in the Chaos Sea? What did that mean? Let me show you. He stretched out his hand, and an image gradually appeared. It was Mount Xiaoming driving a car in the harbor, giving a spirited speech with spittle flying, full of enthusiasm. This is the Dunhuang mural, Flying Heaven. This strange universe with life came from outside the true great universe. It is a broken, and deformed universe. There are many such broken universes outside our universe, floating everywhere. But currently, only our universe is complete. Now, according to my estimation, it might be a meteor universe group that fell into our Chaos Sea, which is why these strange things appeared. The ancient existences of the Longevity Tao Palace were slightly stunned. flying heaven, meteor universe group, and in outer space, they had lived for billions of years. How could they not have heard of these terms? There were meteors in the universe? An entire universe was filled with meteors falling down. They were somewhat dumbfounded. They were ancient existences that had lived to this day, the true giants that had experienced the many eras of the universe. They clearly knew that this was a lie. They looked at each other and frowned slightly. At this time, Mount Xiaoming continued, "This reminds me of an ancient prophecy. Everything is the beginning of the omen. Now, too many evil gods have descended, and indescribable evil is growing. In the future, we will enter the true node of the universe, the era of the myriad worlds." The surrounding people were shocked and hurriedly asked the myriad worlds. The universe is not just the current 9 yuan universe. In the future, this world will be the myriad worlds, and there will be 129,600 universes. This number is eternal, and the world will be born and destroyed, maintaining this constant. Therefore, 129,600 is 1 yuan, and it can be called an era. Within an era, there will be rise and fall. Mount Xiaoming became more and more excited as he spoke. This was what the god of creation had said to Di Qi, and now it was said to them. Didn't this mean that the god of creation already knew that he would face this calamity, but he did not have self-awareness and could not resist? He felt a strong sense of destiny in his heart. An era will be born and destroyed? Zhang Yiling was stunned. Yes, an era will be destroyed. Mount Xiaoming continued excitedly, even taking the route of a combination of east and west. When the stars return, our Ela will rise from the bottom of the chaotic sea, and the great Cthulhu will awaken. The universe will be destroyed. These words were earth-shattering. Wasn't the so-called Ela referring to them? In the Longevity Dao Palace, a sage at the top suddenly opened his eyes. Someone is plotting against us. 129,600 universes were 1 yuan, an epoch. Within an epoch, there would be prosperity and decline. They did not understand any of this. He felt that his mouth was full of lies. There were 9 universes, and there were 129,600 vast universes. How big was this number? They did not dare to imagine, and towards the end, an epoch would be destroyed, and the calamity of the epoch's destruction would be when the stars would return. Our Ela would rise from the depths of the primal chaos, and the great Cthulhu would awaken. The universe would be destroyed. They could ignore the epoch of the myriad worlds mentioned earlier. However, our Ela would rise from the depths of the sea, Cthulhu would awaken, and the universe would be destroyed. Wasn't this a reflection of them? They were the most ancient and mysterious. At this time, the great Tao of the universe was sealed, and the rules were incomplete. No matter how heaven-defying the ancient taboo was, it could not pry open the rules and see the final door to the great Tao. Thus, they chose to lie low and cross the epochs of the universe. After billions of years, they snuck into the distant future, arriving at the final age of Tao. That was the age of chaos, and it was indeed the end of the universe. This person is plotting against us. An existence's voice was cold. Everything he said before was a lie. The ancient Buddhist civilization? Boundless worlds? Myriad worlds? 1 yuan? How could there be so many universes? But the last sentence was clearly a ploy against us. Kakik, we don't know if we're dreaming or not. But in this world, there are still people who remember us. A charming voice was heard. It was a colorful bird. 10 billion years, what kind of light and shadow is that? A sage's lifespan is only 10 million years. A sage who has reached the 9 primes and is on the path of a multidimensional sage can only live for 90 million years. 10 billion years is too long. Even in this era, those multidimensional sages don't even know what happened 500 million years ago, let alone 5 billion, 10 billion. Her voice was light and pleasant to the ear, but she was describing a cruel truth. Back then, the insect race, the dimensional race, and my race fought over the path of immortality. In the end, both sides were defeated. The insect race was completely wiped out. Even though the insect race managed to escape, they were already badly damaged. They wandered about outside, unable to achieve immortality. They could only die in some unknown foreign land. They didn't need to chase after this loser because they couldn't seize the world of immortals. Time would help them kill this unimaginably ancient giant. She could only leave behind an inheritance on her deathbed. But as time passed, generation after generation of the insect race's inheritance, they don't even know who we are. A deep and majestic voice said indifferently, they received the inheritance, only guessing that a mysterious existence destroyed the previous generation of the insect race, but they don't know who it was. Time kills all enemies. No matter how strong the enemy is, they will still perish. However, they also revealed a wisp of bewilderment. Time could destroy all traces. Even the current bug race didn't know that they had lost history. Just who was it that was hiding in the shadows and plotting against them? In the entire cosmos, there should already be no one who could remember their names. They looked towards Mount Akina's spittle flying everywhere. He was extremely pretentious, chattering nonstop on the port. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves, just who was it that spread this type of rumor? Who was it that still remembered us, plotted against us? They didn't doubt that it was Mount Akina's own spouting nonsense, making things up. Because the mysterious existence in the cosmos he spoke of, the ancient mural's prophecy, had already appeared. Meanwhile, this weak life couldn't do this at all. Is it a coincidence? A taboo asked. It can't be a coincidence. That charming voice laughed. The other party actually knows about the historical remains of the sculpture art era, and that stone steel cave was passed down. Everyone, please take a look. It is rumored that this is the murals of that so-called ancient Buddhist civilization. A stone stele appeared. Immortal residents, Tao family with the same lifespan as heaven, all of the ancient taboo's minds were completely shaken, a bit shaken. Wasn't what this was telling them about their world, so much so that this sentence directly reflected the two conditions to break through to the 11th level, immortality and immortality, the same lifespan as heaven. Only by immortality could one live to the end of the cosmos, and one could confirm the Tao and open the era. Only by living as long as heaven, living in the most ancient era of the cosmos until today, could one know the order of the entire cosmos map, the order of the saints confirming the Tao, and only then could one open that door. This sentence is plotting against us. An existence said coldly. Previously, they weren't convinced, but now they were completely convinced. To actually know even more ancient history, how could they not know the history of their future generation's struggle for hegemony? They definitely knew. All the multidimensional saints of the cosmos didn't know the opportunity to break through to the 11th level, but now, this opportunity was revealed. This cave was reflecting their existence. However, who was the one who created this cave? The ancient murals and prophecy left behind by the other party were obviously plotting against them. Those who can remember us are probably the ancient civilizations of the same cosmos era as our race. During that war, they knew they couldn't win against us, and they couldn't live to the future, so they left behind all kinds of schemes, murals, ruins, and civilizations before they died, revealing our information to the future generations. They wanted to secretly plot against us. An ancient immortal existence said indifferently. The surrounding taboo creatures were stunned when they heard this, but they also nodded slightly. Similar situations like this weren't rare. Because of that war, they had subdued all the civilizations. The other civilizations of the cosmos were definitely unwilling to accept this, so they tried their best to leave behind traces and traces of their civilization in various galaxies and big domains, telling the world of the existence of the immortals. In a very long period of time in the cosmos, many civilizations obtained the inheritance and the truth of history, and then acted against them, causing a lot of trouble. However, time was the source of destruction. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. In 100 million years, almost no one knew of their existence, because almost all the ancient ruins that could be discovered had already been discovered. Ruins would also decay. The murals, inscriptions, and historical sites left behind would all be destroyed by time. In the later epochs of the cosmos, fewer people could recognize them. Until now, no one knew of them at all. It's impossible for the ruins in the cosmos to exist. There's only one place that can still preserve the ruins after countless years, the Chaos Sea. Perhaps there are many existences that directly threw some ancient inscriptions into the Chaos Sea, waiting for the moment when they were fished out after a long period of time. In other words, this Buddhist civilization might have been an ancient civilization that coveted us back then? Knowing that they couldn't defeat us, they left behind ruins in the Chaos Sea, and only today have they been excavated? They looked at the stone tablet cave and the flying Apsara's murals. It might not be the so-called Buddhist civilization. We have never heard of it in the old era. Perhaps, it's just a pretense. It might be the ruins left behind by the Zergs, the Uyghurs, and some other races as failures before they died. They wanted to leave the truth for the future generations and schemed against us. They casually took the name of a civilization to replace us. It's not impossible that the Buddhist civilization doesn't exist. Civilizations like this would usually leave behind their true names, hoping that future generations would prove that they existed, and that their civilization would be passed on to future generations, so that they could revive their own civilization. They would almost never use other names to fake it. Perhaps this Buddhist civilization really did exist. If it really existed before, it might have hidden itself very deeply, and its strength might not be weak. But no matter who is scheming against us behind the scenes, they have long turned to dust with the passage of time. They discussed softly. Let's just wait and see what exactly this plot is all about. All we need to do is wait and see, and find an opportunity to suppress and wipe out this storm. At this moment, they were talking as they looked at the port. At this moment. Speaking of evil gods, we can't help but talk about the ancient Great Voyage era recorded in the prophecy. Mount Akina's speed had many factors. Although he didn't know what the world of immortals was, he didn't even know how to break through to the 11th level. There was a group of ancient existences who lived to the end, but it didn't stop him from following his plan to start the era of the myriad worlds. He continued, it is said that in the distant beginning of the universe, there was also such a prosperous era. The 9 universes were interconnected. It was a great era. It was called the Universal Bridge Era. The Universal Bridge Era. The ancient existences of the Longevity Tao Palace were slightly shocked when they saw this. They knew about the Universal Bridge Era. As expected, the other party was from the same era as them. Mount Akina's speed was in high spirits as he said, at that time, in the Universal Bridge Era, there was a captain who was oppressed by evil enemies. He was already old and on the verge of death. He used his life to announce to the world, go find the treasure I left behind. The truth, the treasure, the great Tao, they are all there. The Great Voyage Era. Because of this, the Grand Line Era was opened. As soon as these words fell, the Longevity Tao Palace saints held their breath, their eyes flashing with a trace of heaviness. This was a projection, and it was a projection of history in an extremely open and aboveboard manner. Didn't that captain refer to the insect race, Uyghur race, and other civilizations of the past? Although they were defeated, they used their lives to open an era. They left behind inscriptions and records to inform the future generations. They did indeed open an era that lasted for 1 billion years. The search for the world of immortals, the truth, the treasure, it was all here. Hateful. An ancient taboo with a violent temperament was furious, this is blatant scheming against us, leaving behind these inscriptions. That so-called Buddhist civilization can't live in peace even if it dies. Although the other ancient taboo didn't say anything, they were also slightly angry. Mount Akina's speed naturally didn't know that his bragging about the Buddhist civilization of China had brought him so much trouble. He didn't know what kind of unknown existence was targeting him. He was still in high spirits, full of fighting spirit as he continued, that was only the first Great Voyage Era more than 10 billion years ago. Now, according to the prophecy of the ancient murals, the appearance of the flying murals means that the second Great Voyage Era is about to begin. We need to search for the Great Voyage Era, the ancient treasure. At the same time, we need to take a boat and search for the poneglyph of history. Not only do they want to search for us, but they also want to search for the disappeared poneglyph of history. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient existence who had never spoken, who was sitting at the highest place, was shrouded in divine golden light. His eyes were tightly shut, but in the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in them. Who is secretly scheming against us? He was slightly angry, and the color of the universe changed. Boom, the vast and boundless sea of chaos trembled slightly, and huge waves crashed. Many deep-sea vortexes were slightly undulating. Dong dong dong, the 9-directional multiverse seemed to have welcomed a miniature earthquake, and a meteorological phenomenon appeared. Our universe is trembling. Are the plates drifting? What kind of phenomenon is this? The plates are trembling? No, my sage body in another universe also felt the trembling. The entire universe is trembling. A multidimensional saint from a faraway universe suddenly exclaimed in shock, "What exactly is happening? We have also lost contact with the universe-crossing ship we sent." They looked out of the sea of chaos. The seawater was more turbulent than usual, as if it was shrouded in fog. Their universe had become an isolated island, unable to contact the outside world. On the other side, Suji was also a little confused. He scratched his head and put down the fruit in his hand. What happened, an earthquake? The plates are drifting? All the sages felt the universe tremble slightly. Everyone thought that this was a natural phenomenon, a mighty force of nature. Suji also thought so. Back then, even Imang could not do this, interfering with the universe to produce such a meteorological phenomenon. In the harbor, the sky of the Sea of Chaos seemed to be covered with a layer of gray fog. An ancient existence in the dark had awakened in the past. In the sky of the land of chaos, it seemed to have opened its ancient and oppressive eyes, peering at the entire harbor. Mount Xiaoming was telling a story at the harbor. Speaking of which, the story recorded in the murals, the flying mural, the universe will enter the era of the myriad worlds. It will be a new era. At that time, we will pursue the truth of history, and the mysteries of the universe will no longer be able to block our eyes. We, the level 10 descendants, also have the possibility of proving the Tao. The multidimensional sacred gate will open to the common people, and crossing the Sea of Chaos will no longer be difficult. As he spoke, the surrounding level 10 descendants were touched and silent. Mount Xiaoming suddenly saw the scene, and the weather changed. The sun and moon lost their light. He thought to himself, I am tricking the sages, and even the heavens are cooperating. This was the first time he had seen a cosmic earthquake and a meteorological phenomenon of this level, especially the pair of eyes in the sky of the Sea of Chaos. It was as if an ancient taboo was peeping at him. It seemed very real. All level 10 descendants, all sages, listen to me. He could not help but jump up and stand on the deck of the harbor. He pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, looking at the fog in the sky. It was like a pair of ancient cold eyes, and with an unyielding expression, he roared loudly. We were born free, who dares to be high and mighty? Boom, the moment he said that, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Huge waves surged. The moment that was said, the world seemed to change colors once again. In a daze, the chaos sea streaked across like a bolt of lightning. The waves surged like thunder, turning the world dark. The hazy chaos seawater seemed to transform into a pair of ice-cold eyes in the sky. An ancient existence was staring at it. However, Akina Yamaguchi remained unyielding as he stood proudly on the ground. And Akina Yamaguchi pointed at the sky with one hand and the other at the ground. The eyeball pointed at the sky was roaring angrily as it repeated, we were born free. Who dares act high and mighty? Why should I be afraid of you? Akina Yamaguchi's eyes burned with flames as he stood proudly on the ground. This unyielding mythical scene seemed to be branded into eternity. The saint airs beside him trembled when they heard the sound of the waves. They were filled with excitement. This stance, this unyielding attitude, they turned excited as well. It was as though they had seen a historical era descend upon them. The universe had ushered in a brand new turning point. What followed would be a world of great conflict that no one could imagine. Seeing the acknowledgement around him, Akina Yamaguchi was secretly delighted. The heavens are really helping me. Just as I was talking about ancient history, it was a passionate moment. Suddenly, the entire chaos sea came to assist me. It feels especially cool. He naturally did not believe that he had angered anyone. He only believed that it was a meteorological phenomenon. The chaos sea's fog had condensed into a blurry eyeball shape. After all, this was a story he had fabricated for his own amusement. He had fabricated ancient Chinese history to enhance his image as a civilization. What kind of person could he provoke by doing the same thing as before? Could it be that he had really spoken of the mysterious truth of ancient history and had angered some ancient taboo, causing an ancient existence to spy on him? How was that possible? He had fabricated a lie, and it was even a freaking combination of East and West. How could it be true? How could I be found out? Could it insta-kill me with my nonsense? Impossible. Furthermore, he refused to believe that an ancient existence could cause such a stir beyond the chaos heavens. This was beyond the chaos heavens. The strength of saints had been reduced to an unimaginable level, much less a natural phenomenon that could affect the entire multiverse. Obviously, this was a natural phenomenon, similar to an earthquake. Coincidentally, he was able to make use of it. This was simply the favor of the heavenly Tao. Wait, maybe it really is the god of destruction who is secretly helping me. After creating such a storm, I have already become the son of destiny. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Fortunately, I was quick-witted just now and said those words with a strong sense of righteousness. Everyone, we can set sail and head into the distant future. Mount Akina's car was in high spirits as it pointed towards the distant primal chaos sea. Longevity Dao Palace. When all the ancient taboos saw this scene, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. So bold, how arrogant was he? This person was afraid of not dying, he was a fierce warrior. These thoughts kept surging into the minds of these ancient taboos. It had been hundreds of millions of years, and this was the first time they had seen such an audacious person who dared to blaspheme the dignity of this ancient existence. Even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for his crime. Moreover, he didn't just point at him in the sky once, but twice in a row. Even they began to panic, afraid that this ancient existence would be enraged and vent his anger on them. After a long period of time, this existence had long surpassed the concept of the 10th level realm. In fact, if he was angry, all the living beings in the multiverse of this era would be destroyed. That charming voice looked at the image of Mount Akina's car and hurriedly said, "This creature not only revealed the secrets of the ancient taboos and historical relics, but also encouraged all living beings to rebel. He also despised you. Allow me to make a move and bathe the land of that era in blood, slaughtering all the gods and living beings to wash away their evil." The surrounding existences also hurriedly spoke. Any one of them that descended was enough to sweep through a universe. No matter how many saints there were, they would still be able to destroy them. Their combat strength was unimaginable. However, the ancient existence sitting above was silent for a moment. His eyes suddenly calmed down, and he smiled. "If I wanted to kill, I would have died in an instant just now." The surrounding taboos hurriedly said, "Your Highness is broad-minded." The ancient holy existence above only said calmly, "This is probably also the scheme of that existence behind the scenes. He wants to trick us into taking action and revealing traces. Whether this ancient so-called Buddhist civilization really exists or is it a substitute name for another civilization? It should have long been destroyed in the long years. However, the backup they left behind and the plan to plot against us have probably been passed down in the Chaos Sea to this day. It has been obtained by some saints in the current world, accepted the inheritance, and is currently carrying out a scheme." The words of the mysterious figure sitting on the throne made all the saints nod slightly. What was the use of them killing this ant? If they attacked and descended, they would instead fall into the other party's trap. A taboo existence could not help but speak. The most important thing now is to find the existence behind the scenes plotting. If it's ordinary knowledge, it's just a mayfly trying to shake a tree. However, if the prophecy on the murals comes true, the so-called Great Voyage mentioned on it will probably usher in another great change. All the existences held their breaths. They clearly knew how terrifying the changes of the era of the universe were. An epoch-making change. A change that cut off the lifespan of all living beings. A change that opened up a multivariate universe. Each era of the universe was a general trend. Although the other party was hiding like an ant, if they took advantage of the rise of a universe to plot against them, they might really suffer a huge loss, and there was even a slight possibility that they would be pulled down from their deity positions. And the other party might also become the main character of the era of the universe, opening up a universe era, becoming an existence like Emang and Nubi, leaping along with the general trend and standing at the top. Perhaps there was a possibility that they could stand on equal footing with them, the taboo existences whispered. If it's really a scheme, then it's incredible. Because they know that we can't be defeated, they are borrowing the general trend of the universe, borrowing the might of the heavens to create a glimmer of hope. They want to defeat us. The ancient existence behind the scenes is definitely not simple. The other party can deduce the general trend of the universe of this era in that ancient era? The so-called myriad heavens, Yuan Hui, and 129,600 universes? Then, knowing that they can't occupy the world of immortals and can't live to the distant future, they left behind these prophecies for the future generations to overthrow us? If that's really the case, it's simply not simple. Even we can't see what the next era of the universe will be like, but the other party can? If this Buddhist civilization isn't hidden too deeply, then I'm afraid it's the insect race and the weaker race's disguise. It's the final trump card they left behind as the losers back then. It's even possible that the two races joined hands, and before they died, they divined the general trend of the future and wanted to overthrow us in this general trend. They discussed unceasingly. They were very clear that no matter how deep the other party hid, they were just weaklings that could be casually crushed to death. And this currently revealed spaceship, the emergence of the general trend of the universe in some so-called ancient language, was what made them cautious. The Great Voyage Era? Finally, a voice came from the mysterious figure sitting at the highest point of the throne. They say it's an incomplete universe beyond the heavens? GG, go and find out whether it's true or false. Yes. The existence with the charming voice stood up. Is it the general trend of the next universe? Not necessarily. Maybe it's some existence that's trying to confuse us. There are actually living sea beasts that walk freely in the depths of the chaos sea? And they call it the universe? It's hard to imagine. The existence with the charming voice said, I'm willing to investigate. The shadow on the throne was silent for a moment. The depths of the chaos sea are not a place where saints can roam freely. In the chaos sea, no matter how strong a saint is, he will become immortal. He will lose his power and drown in the sea. Go to the treasure vault and collect the bloodline of the third Queen Zerg, White Sea. That Queen Zerg is very special, and you were the one who killed her when you were born. You should be familiar with her. Fuse her bloodline into your body, and you can turn into a chaotic fish and sneak into the chaos sea. Yes. The charming voice was still laughing. Takeaway number 73, by High? It's rare for me to go out. I want to bring number 107 Crimson Moon, number 291 External Heat, number 321. These names were very ordinary. Perhaps they had unimaginable names in history, but here, they seemed to be simple code names. You can go get them yourself. A voice came from above. Not only did it have the bloodlines of powerful saints of the various eras, but even the bloodlines of generations of Zerg queens had fallen into the hands of the other party. In a sense, generations of Zerg queens had helped the other party, allowing the other party to consolidate to an unimaginable degree. There was no possibility of them being overthrown. As soon as the voice fell, the entire Dao Palace was dead silent. There's seaweed here. Can't there be trees in the future? Will this universe tree bear fruit in the future? Suji ate the fruit and murmured calmly, universe fruit? What does it taste like? Can it be eaten? He was very leisurely, so he naturally did not know that Mount Xiaoming's messing around had provoked some creepy existences. He only thought that the universe had trembled because of some cosmic phenomenon. He was still surprised by the strangeness of this phenomenon and felt that it was very terrifying. The entire universe had trembled. How terrifying was that? It was unimaginable. But soon, he did not care anymore. He glanced at Mount Xiaoming's speed. This fellow is still fooling. But he did popularize the great universe sailing era for these sages. In the future, there would no longer be just 9 universes. There would be a total of 129,000 universes. At the very least, it was a good start. The god of creation used to say that the heavens and myriad realms were only mentioned by the god of creation, but now, it's actually being realized. It's obvious that the god of creation at that time had already prophesied this age of destiny. Suji scratched his head. Perhaps the internet would say that. He glanced to the side. At this moment, the speed of Mount Akina was deceiving the sages, making up for the trilobite universe and starting to prove the Tao of the quantum television. They wanted this living universe to lean toward the rules of their cultivation and become their Tao field. Zhang Yuling seemed to be tempted as well. After all, this game civilization was indeed the bloodline of the current main army. It was really too useful. If they could prove the rules of this universe and become the dojo of this race, it would indeed be very useful. Players like them could even drive their own game Dao field and become a natural disaster of the multiverse. They could invade the various multidimensional universes and let their game clones roam there. Invasion was not impossible. After all, the rules are proved. As long as we can prove the Dao and change the rules, everything is possible. Zhang Yiling's gaze became anxious. We can do that. That's right. Everyone, I welcome your more than 5,000 descendants of the sages to register and log into our expedition of the Burning Legion game to prove the Tao of the sages. Zhang Tong chuckled. A new era had begun. Time was less than 3 days in reality. In less than 300 years in the high-dimensional space and time, something terrible happened to the multidimensional sages hidden in this land. The spaceships that they had smuggled to take over this universe had almost all fallen. At first, they were full of fear and uneasiness, not knowing what had happened, but soon, the descendants of the sages that had disappeared at sea finally reappeared on the port they had built. However, their ships had almost disappeared and turned into a wriggling living sea beast universe. What is this? This is? They did not know the history of Mount Akina's words and could only feel puzzled. However, they soon discovered a huge opportunity. This living sea beast universe was much better than a spaceship. With it, they could move freely in any universe. We'll continue to go back and transport another batch over. In the past, they had a limited number of people and could only transport a batch with the strongest aptitude. However, times were different now. They began a new journey. Originally, there had not been a single ship crossing the entire chaotic sea for tens of millions of years. But now, they were crossing at almost the same time and could see each other's ships from afar. They began to communicate with each other. Soon, Mount Akina's words began to spread on these ships. In the language of the ancient murals, the Great Voyage era, the future universe became the era of the myriad worlds. There were countless universes. Among these ships, there was a certain ship. A large octopus that had turned into bacteria was lurking among them. At this moment, it was standing on the vast black shell of the trilobite universe. It was as if it was standing on a deck, looking at the entire vast coastline and universe. We have changed this universe and validated the laws of the Tao, giving it the characteristic of floating on the sea. It can be used as our ship. It's like a huge ship or a turtle. We are standing on the turtle shell. The outside world is still fresh. By standing on the turtle shell, we are also standing outside the chaos heavens of this universe. After all, there are some existences that have already validated their Tao as sages. In the universe, they are rapidly assimilated into the laws. By standing outside the chaos heavens, which is the shell, we can reduce our lifespans. The Saint Heirs on the deck were discussing. This is actually a universe. It has an independent Great Tao unique picture. It's actually a spiral picture that resembles the structure of life. This universe is rather tiny and incomplete. It's very imperfect. We have validated our Tao and recultivated very quickly, but as sages, our combat strength isn't strong either. Ha ha ha, isn't that only natural? Look, how massive is a real universe. But this universe? It's pitifully small. It's obvious at a glance which has the strongest combat strength. But don't worry. This universe can still expand. They were still discussing on the deck, planning on returning to their own universe. Excuse me, can I pick you up here? A charming voice sounded behind them. The sages on the ship turned around and their pupils instantly constricted. It was a charming and beautiful humanoid beauty. Her entire body was drenched, making her appear extremely alluring and charming. All the sages' pupils dilated as they could not control themselves. This was the Chaos Sea. There was actually a mysterious existence swimming over from the Chaos Sea? All the sages were trembling. This was the Chaos Sea, the vast and boundless Chaos Sea. Any sage that fell into it would drown alive. In this endless zone of death, no sage could survive. There were all kinds of universe life forms at the bottom of the Chaos Sea. Trilobites, seaweeds. Could this be a humanoid universe? A humanoid universe? They had goosebumps as they looked at the charming beauty who climbed onto the deck. She had a strange charm. Sea beast? A mermaid universe, or a mature universe that had already given birth to intelligence? Their hearts skipped a beat. They clearly knew that the universe they controlled was being perfected and had already begun to give birth to wisps of intelligence. From the infancy stage of the universe, it had entered the growth stage. At this moment, it was like a 3 or 4-year-old baby. If it entered the mature stage, it might give birth to a more mature intelligence. The entire universe's laws would be completely complete. Perhaps it could transform from its current incomplete state into a true small universe. They communicated telepathically. A humanoid universe? It can't be, right? If it's a humanoid universe that has given birth to intelligence, is this inviting us into her body? Yes, yes. To the heavenly Tao of these universes, some powerful existences can enter and become sages. This is what the universes will hope for. A humanoid universe, they looked at the mysterious woman before them with fear and shock. Takashi-ji looked at them and knew what they were thinking. However, they did not dare to believe that there was an existence that could freely soar in the chaos sea. This subverted the limits of their cognition. Hence, they used concepts that they could understand to forcibly understand things. They treated her as a humanoid universe similar to a trilobite. But how ridiculous was this? The trilobite universe had already surpassed the limits of their cognition. They were just using another form of inconceivable to explain the inconceivable before them. But now, her aura was indeed a universe. The bloodline White Sea had no combat power. Its only characteristic was that it could simulate the aura of the Chaos Sea, allowing it to survive in the Chaos Sea. This was a powerful insectoid queen from a certain generation. Each generation had its own biological characteristics. That generation's insectoid queen had evolved a heaven-defying bloodline that could survive in the Chaos Sea. You should have sensed the aura of the universe on me. Takashi-ji smiled and shook his head. He suddenly raised his hands and looked at the people on the deck. I have no ill intentions. I'm indeed just a wild universe that encountered misfortune and happened to come here. The universe in distress, these words shook the heavens and earth. Or wild, all the sages on the spaceship were shocked. Gigi revealed a gentle smile that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. I came from a meteor shower outside the universe. I was one of them, and I landed in the nearby sea. I had just gained intelligence, so I am unfamiliar with this world. When I saw that there were creatures here, I could not help but come here. Her voice was soft and gentle. It was like the sound of nature. When I first arrived here, I did not know where I came from. It was not until I was hiding in the bottom of the ship that I heard the ancient prophecy you spoke of that I learned that we had been prophesied by the ancient Almighty of this universe in ancient times. I'm afraid that such an existence has been observing the outer space since billions of years ago. Our universe's meteorites are going to fall in this era. The prophesied era of the multiverse is about to begin, and as one of the 129,600 worlds, I am destined to benefit from all of you. Please give me your guidance. What a polite universe. Was this really the universe? All the sages widened their eyes. For the universe to give birth to its own consciousness, as the will of the universe's heavenly Tao, it was already extremely inconceivable, but they still accepted it in the end. After all, the trilobite universe beneath their feet had already begun to develop intelligence as the sages proved their Tao and completed the rules. However, it was still unbelievable that a universe had turned into a woman and was very polite to them. The giant octopus? The livestream viewers? The comments on the giant octopus livestream were filled with question marks. Universe meteorites? How could such a made-up phrase appear? Universes could turn into meteorites? Wasn't that the line of Mount Akina? There were meteorites outside the universe? What the hell was that? She revealed her identity right off the bat, saying that she was one of the heavenly Daos of the multiverse in the future era of the multiverse and asking for guidance. She was climbing up a pole. They were dumbfounded. But what happened next made them even more dumbfounded. The mysterious woman smiled gently and said, I heard that as a living being, there are emotions and lovers. I've just gained intelligence, and I want to enjoy love and find a Tao companion. Love, find a Tao companion. All the sages were shocked and dumbfounded. They had seen stones gain intelligence, trees gain intelligence, and 7 emotions and 6 desires. They wanted to find a Tao companion, but the vast will of the universe, their minds swayed and their hearts thumped vaguely. They were completely moved. They looked at the graceful and charming woman in front of them. A universe. A Tao companion with a universe was unprecedented. Marrying the will of the heavenly Taos, their eyes instantly burned. A universe and a sage were creatures of two completely different levels. If a universe was compared to a giant creature, then a sage was a parasite in its body. And the parasite in front of them wanted to marry a universe. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a powerful opportunity. Instantly, the hearts of countless sages were moved. What would it be like to marry a universe and have a wedding night? They looked at the graceful and beautiful girl with burning eyes. Even the other sages were thinking, this trilobite universe is about to gain intelligence and develop self-awareness. I can even marry it if I build a good relationship with it. Although it was a vast giant insect and not a humanoid universe, it was still better than, welcome, welcome. We are all sages. We know the relationship between the universe and living beings. They complement each other, and neither can be lacking. Only with living beings can the universe have vitality, allowing it to be perfected. We can discuss that cosmic meteor shower, said Meng Chao. The entire deck was immediately filled with enthusiasm. They even brought over stools, food, and precious antiques that they had fished up for appreciation. Gigi blinked as he smiled faintly. These mortals of the later generations sure are interesting. This journey must have been a pleasant one. Is it the age of discovery? It will add some life to the originally lifeless Chaos Heavens universe. I hope it doesn't die because of me. Yes, these ordinary sages and even 10th order heirs were only mortals in her eyes. Only those who could walk on the surface of the universe and live on the surface of the universe could be considered true mortals. After all, she was the most ancient existence. She knew very well that the sages of this universe were incomplete. Only those who had corroborated the Tao of the 9 primordial universes could be considered complete sages of the old era. Incomplete and lacking the power of a true sage, what were they if not mortals? It was even to the point that the first few generations of Zergs had the strength to fight them. But as generations passed, the bloodlines that the Zergs had painstakingly evolved were obtained, making them stronger. As for the Zergs, they became weaker. By this era, the successors of the Zergs were unable to even reach the complete sage realm of the 9 primordial universes. They had nearly all the savings of the previous generations of Zergs, so how were they to fight? Just the few times she appeared, she had slain several generations of Zerg queen mothers. It was to the point that as long as she was not surrounded by thousands of powerful sages, she would be completely invincible. And even if she was surrounded, she would bring White Sea with her. By entering the Chaos Sea and escaping the encirclement, she was invincible. The entire present era's universe posed no threat to her. It was like a gigantic whale that had entered a village's lake. It had to carefully coil itself to prevent other existences from being shaken to death. There were a total of 5 Zergs with perfect heaven-defying bloodlines. How heaven-defying would their combination be? Perhaps it really is a treasure trove, constantly enriching our savings. Takashi stretched his back. Is this era the beginning of a new era? On the other side, the giant octopus curled up in a corner. Seeing this tyrannical scene, it did not dare to make a sound. The livestream room was also in an uproar. Where did this vixen come from? She's using the same trick as MT Akina's speed. She talks big and climbs up the pole. Shameless, I'm a lone wild universe? I'm here to find love? Oh my god. What kind of novel scam is this? If we didn't know the truth of history, we would have really believed her. Dumbfounded, this person is following the history that we made up and causing trouble everywhere. Dumbfounded, she's showing off so much, she's simply shameless. We can't afford to offend her, we can't afford to offend her. Quick, call MT Akina's speed and come out to meet her. The crowd was in an uproar. It had always been the players taking advantage of others. Now, someone was taking advantage of them. That history was obviously fabricated by us. We painstakingly filled in the historical settings, but in the end, a swindler appeared and took advantage of them. This history was well said. I am one of the 129,600 cosmoses that are alone in the universe. Shameless, how could we tolerate this? Soon, Mount Akina also arrived. After hearing about the incident, he was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a shameless trick. They had met their match. But Akina Yamaguchi thought for a moment and calmed down in the excitement of the crowd. Brothers, don't be anxious. I'm afraid this is the enemy's plot. No one understood. Akina Yama said slowly, to be honest, the other party's acting was flawless. If we didn't know the truth, we would have believed that a humanoid universe had appeared. That's right, we know from Mangmei that there are only two types of universes, trilobite and seaweed. Everyone was stunned. That was true. Outsiders wouldn't have too much doubt, but those who knew the truth would be angry. Was the other party doing this on purpose? Was he trying to bait them? Was he trying to lure them out? They started to have goosebumps. Mount Akina said, the other party's background is very mysterious. I'm afraid he's an extremely terrifying reclusive multidimensional saint. This time, I'm afraid he's here to investigate the changes in the entire universe. To be honest, the other party can swim across the chaotic sea directly. It's really shocking. Other than the universe, this is the first time I've seen something like this. The other party might be carrying a miniature universe with him. Anyway, we can't afford to offend this person now. Brothers, serve him nicely and be a bootlicker. Just do it well. The speed of Mount Akina seemed very humble, even a little shameless. The players were shocked. Then, what should we do? Lick? Use lick to stall for time and lick out a piece of sky so that we can develop and rise? Suji looked at their actions and was a little speechless. Mount Akina's speed was not ordinary, or rather, it was more complicated. However, could it be that this person came from the so-called world of immortals? Suji propped his chin on his hand. The players didn't know, but Suji knew about this. In fact, the reason why Suji allowed the ships to explore the entire universe was not necessarily because he wanted to find the legendary ship that could save the world. After all, the structure of the universe was very clear now. If he didn't hide in the 9 continents of the universe, he could only hide in the Primal Chaos Sea, and the possibility of it being in the Primal Chaos Sea was very high. To a certain extent, the myriad worlds in the universe were used to find the world of immortals. That might not be the case. Perhaps it's just the sects of some reclusive saints from other parallel universes coming into being. After all, the waters run deep. Suji thought about it seriously. However, the other party was obviously testing and seducing him. She had purposely followed the prophecy and confirmed that the players had made up the history. She had even spread the news that she was a humanoid universe and wanted to go on a blind date. It was obvious that she wanted to spread the news. The target is not simple. Suji murmured and looked at the laboratory of female B and the others. But we can ignore it for now. The big explosion in the Primal Chaos Sea is still going on. The next universe species is a conch? An omnivore? And the ability to go ashore for a short period of time? The creatures were gradually crawling out of the Primal Chaos Sea. It was obvious that it was a level higher than the 2 most primitive marine species. After all, in the ocean, the lowest marine species were seaweed and primitive beetles. They were at the bottom of the food chain. It was not bad that they had appeared at the upper levels. Suji took a deep breath. It looks like I have to release a new species. The big explosion in the Primal Chaos Sea in the myriad worlds will definitely have to be accumulated. Anyway, the other party won't be able to find me. Suji knew that this was a gamble. He was hiding in the dark, and the fastest way for the other party to win was to find his location. If the other party found his true body, he would definitely die. However, how could he be found in the era of the myriad worlds? In the past, the highest was a 9-essence sage. Each of the 9 multiverses had 1 sage. One had to kill 9 of him before he could die. Now, the highest number was 120,600 primordial origin sages. Would they be able to kill all of them in the myriad heavens and realms? The sage has countless avatars. They each have a body in the myriad worlds. They are almost indestructible. Suji smiled faintly. Perhaps, I have really opened up a new universe era. Female B opened up 9 universes for the world. For the world, I will create 9 main universes, 120,600 lesser universes. It's like a starry sky. Just as Suji was studying his new universe, Akina Yamaguchi was still saying, brothers, although we can't afford to offend such an existence, it's not like there's no way to deal with it. What plan? Everyone asked. I personally think that we can send an existence to probe the other party's background, said Akina Yamaguchi. Everyone was stunned. Send who? Ordinary existences could be killed in minutes. Mount Akina sped up. We wouldn't dare to trouble the ancient gods and the others, but I think we can get in touch with Dizun. Let this ancient being come into being and explore the universe. Huh, everyone was stunned. After all, everyone knows that Dizun is congenitally weak. Even if his combat power is high, he is only a level 10 descendant. He can't prove his Dao. The current multiverse is the perfect opportunity for level 10 descendants to prove their Dao. They are restricted in their own universe, but they can go to other universes to recultivate and prove their Dao in other universes. Dizun can go and explore and obtain opportunities. We can also see the other party's background. Akina Yamaguchi's words stunned everyone. Good idea, Dizun would even agree to it. This was an opportunity and a general trend. After all, Di-Chi, Carolyn, the three pillar gods, and the others had all entered the world. Only Dizun was left. Mahapai said, I will contact Dizun now and let him enter the world to cultivate and travel across the multiverse. Suji was speechless. These people were poisonous. He had somehow been implicated. But it's not like I can't go out for a walk. Suji sorted out his thoughts. I can go to the Chaos Sea and find out more about the mysterious existence that calls itself the universe. The 6 paths of reincarnation. The river of forgetfulness, the bridge of helplessness, everything was operating in an orderly manner. In the Samsara temple, an ancient emperor in a black robe sat on the throne. He looked down at Mahapai and smiled. So that's how it is. You have also encountered such difficulties. There are indeed ancient existences. Looking at such a mutation, I'm afraid they are overlords of the multiverse like the ancient gods. Dizun pondered for a moment. But the catastrophe of the universe has come. The descendants taught by Master, Di-Chi, Carolyn, the three pillar gods, and the others have all entered the world and entered the ship to undergo the tribulation. I will not fall behind. Suji smiled and looked at Mengpa. The others don't need to go out. You will go with me on this trip. Mengpa nodded quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mahapai hurriedly said, Your Excellency, we don't have a spaceship, you don't need to worry about that. It has already been prepared. Suji smiled and waved his hand with Mengpa. They appeared on the Chaos Beach. A young algae universe gradually floated up. Suji did not plan to bring the living beings of the 6 paths of reincarnation out. They were the core tools for his creation of the universe. How could he bring them out? Mengpa was enough. Just as he had said. Di-Chi, Carolyn, the three pillar gods, and the others had all entered the world. It would be unreasonable for Dizun, who was also in charge of a world, to not enter the world. Moreover, Dizun was a level 10 descendant, so he needed to enter the world the most. Whoosh. A ripple appeared in the chaotic Star Island domain. A seaweed universe slowly floated up and appeared in front of the two. Let's go out and see how the times have changed. The two of us can enter it. Mengpa was shocked. Even a universe's living being had been secretly controlled? Yes, Your Majesty. Mengpa did not dare to say more. As the earliest batch of people, she was already a level 9 expert and was about to step onto the level 10 path. However, her talent might not be enough. For most level 9 existences, the level 10 path was the end of their path. It would be difficult for them to become a sage in their lifetime. Whoosh. Both hands touched the membrane of the universe. Their main bodies stayed outside, while a soul slowly passed through and entered the seaweed universe. We have already snuck into this parallel universe. Another self has appeared. Our main bodies outside can go back now, Dizun said with a smile. So simple? Just like that? Mengpa was shocked by the simplicity of it. We can go back now? It's not that simple. Suji laughed. Sneaking into a real parallel universe and crossing the long chaos sea is a problem. Once we get close, we have to hide and not be discovered by the sages of this universe. Mengpa nodded and quickly returned to the 6 paths of reincarnation with Dizun. On the other side, in the seaweed universe. Mangpa, who had entered this parallel universe, looked at this strange world and its rules. She was shocked to see herself gradually turning into bacteria. Is this the perspective of a multidimensional sage? I feel like there are two of me, the me in the great universe and the me in this universe, Mangpa said in shock. Each universe can only allow oneself to exist. Once someone snuck into another universe, they will form a strange law and form their own true spirit in that universe. Suji himself had also given birth to a true spirit in this universe. This also meant that in this parallel universe, he was an independent and complete person, with his own soul. He could recultivate and prove his Tao in this universe. If the main body died, the self of this universe would still have the possibility of starting over. This was the terror of a multidimensional saint. Unless he killed them 9 times, every universe had to be killed once before it could be completely erased. However, Suji also knew that this universe was incomplete and weak. Proving one's Tao in this universe and becoming a sage in this universe seemed powerful, but it was just a fake like this fake universe. This was because he could only be a hero in this trilobite universe. When he went out, he was nothing. After listening to D. Zun's words, Mangpa thought it made sense. But it's still a great opportunity. Becoming a saint in this universe is nothing in the outside world, but you can still do whatever you want here. Dizun shook his head with a smile. How can I do that? These two types of living universes can't produce their own native life forms. They can only accept foreign beings to sneak in. Most of the people who come here are saints, and there aren't many mortals. How can you do whatever you want? That's true. Mangpa nodded. If he wanted to do whatever he wanted, he could be a deity. Not only could he create an extraordinary small world, he could also rule a planet. Isn't that useless? Mangpa murmured. How can it be useless? Suji replied. Just a brand new universe with different great path diagrams that can prove Tao as a saint is enough to make all the saints go after it. What's more, this stable universe can be used to cross the chaotic sea easily. It's like occupying a private island on the 9 continents. Private island? She felt that was true and couldn't help but admire him even more. Your Highness has a clear mind and unique vision. You've been in seclusion in the Samsara temple for a long time, but you know everything in the world. Of course. I've been in seclusion for thousands of years. Dizun clasped his hands behind his back and said, although I don't go out, I know everything in the world. This is the power of knowledge, and I can deduce the past and present. I see. Mangpa was full of admiration. Suji smiled. He had also become a miscellaneous person. He said, you can cultivate in this universe and try to prove your Tao. This universe is very primitive, and the rules are very rough. Proving your Tao as a 10th level saint is many times easier. You can find experience here, and it'll be easier for you to prove your Tao outside. The two of them chatted as they traveled. Suji let Mangpa cultivate and prove her Tao. She would be the helmsman of this cosmic ship, while he secretly observed the progress of the civilization in the fake Tao universe. Even though they weren't restricted by the rules of the universe and could travel 10,000 years a day, the progress wasn't fast. They were still in the peaceful expansion era of the cosmic bridge. It feels like we're just short of a spark. Let's see who opens up the universe and ignites the cosmic bridge era. Who can discover the truth that light sees, 11th level, in the distant future? Suji took a deep breath. He believed that it was during the cosmic bridge era that the fight for the world of immortals started. This was because the era of the bridge of the universe was the most prosperous era of the universe. There were many people with special abilities, and the universe had yet to completely split into 9 isolated islands. Moreover, there were 9 different great Tao diagrams, which also caused the saints of this era to have an explosive growth. Their view of realms was no longer limited, and it was the best era of prosperity. It was also during this era that the disturbance of the 11th level saint appeared. It's a pity that it's still too slow. If I could deduce faster, I would be able to see the origins of those people in the world of immortals. Even though they are similar flowers, some fate is inevitable. For example, how was the world of immortals constructed, and where is it located? Suji sighed. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the best way to win 100 battles. Seeing the Poneglyph was his greatest opportunity. It was because he saw it that he chose to open up a new era with Mang and Woman Bee in the real universe. Those existences can't be defeated by humans. Suji closed his eyes and said softly, "Fate. I can only use the torrent of fate and the general trend of the era to defeat them. Whoever can control the next general trend will have the initiative in the future." The few of them continued to advance. Even though the parallel universe was far away, chasing after the ships and fleets in front, Woman Bee's side didn't stop. Their conch universe had completely formed. During this period, Suji had also completely entered the conch universe. Even though the entire multiverse hadn't discovered the conch universe yet, it was already boiling. The news of the primal chaos of the 9 universes had already reached the ears of some ancient saints, sects, and empires. The entire land was boiling. The era of the myriad worlds. 9 universes, and in the future, there will be 120,600 universes? Is this possible? All the saints were shocked. Some of the saints who didn't have enough foundation and hadn't explored the ancient history felt that it was impossible. It was simply ridiculous. However, some of the more ancient saint families and sects were shocked and fascinated. Another era? The turning point of the universe that only exists in ancient legends is actually our turn? While they were still in shock, the seaweed universe that Suji was riding on had transformed into a deep-sea behemoth and had been stealthily moving at full speed. Finally, he caught up with the universe troops in front. "Your Majesty, look ahead. It's a trilobite universe." While Mangpa was in shock, the sage from the trilobite universe was also looking over in astonishment. What kind of universe life is this? They had only seen the trilobite universe, but they had never seen the seaweed universe that didn't attack living beings. This was the first time they saw a behemoth that far surpassed the carnivorous universe. It formed a huge shadow that covered the sky. Their trilobite universe was like a pitiful shrimp. "Is that seaweed?" Takashi, who was acting like a tyrant on the ship, raised his head and looked at the seaweed curiously. The black shadow blotted out the sky, as vast as a galaxy. At this moment, in front of this size, the entire trilobite universe was like a satellite in an endless galaxy, a particle that was not even comparable to one of its tentacles. For the sages present, they were used to the size of the trilobite universe. Now that they saw this scene, it was so majestic that it was shocking. What kind of universe is this? Seaweed-shaped? Most carbon-based life forms come from the oceans of living planets, and the seaweeds in the oceans are one of the most primitive life forms. Does this really conform to the rules of life? The trilobite universe and the humanoid universe are worlds apart in size. These sages turned around and looked at the humanoid pheasant G, then compared it to the universe beneath them. It was on a completely different order of magnitude. However, this one before us is even bigger than the trilobite universe beneath us, right? What do you think? A sage could not help but ask Pheasant G. It would be very dangerous if such a huge being was hostile to them. Pheasant G smiled. Yes, it's normal that you guys haven't seen it before. This is because this is a herbivorous universe that doesn't attack spaceships. Therefore, you can only encounter it by chance if you're lucky enough. I once caught a glimpse of the seaweed-shaped universe in the ocean. I was shocked back then as well. Its size is too different from my humanoid universe. Yes. The sages at the side quickly said, this size is indeed too big, but there are benefits to being big and small. Pheasant G looked at these sages and chuckled inwardly. These mortals living in the chaotic lands probably think that the bigger the universe, the more potential it has. Although my humanoid universe has small potential, if they can monopolize it and make it their Tao companion, the opportunities won't be any weaker than those in other universes. After all, if the will of the universe awakens, it's not something they can interfere with as life forms in the universe. She did not point it out. After all, being a woman in a universe was great. These bootlickers on the deck served her tea and made her feel very comfortable. Even she had to admit that times were indeed improving. In every era of the universe, after billions of years, when she was born, the way they flattered her, the sentences they said, the sweet words they said, all kinds of sweet nothings, and the way they tried to seduce her would be refreshed to a whole new level, making her feel refreshed. Now, Pheasant G only looked at the distant seaweed universe curiously. Whoosh. The vast seaweed universe approached them in an instant. Under the shocked gazes of all the sages, two existences walked down. Mengpa slowly walked out and welcomed the existence behind her. Sorry for the intrusion. Dizun walked out slowly and looked at the sages on the deck of the ship. I only saw you from afar and didn't have much hostility. Don't worry, this universe is a vegetarian one. Vegetarian. As soon as he said that, the surrounding sages heaved a sigh of relief. The giant octopus hiding in the dark on the deck shivered. Brothers. The ruler of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Dizun, has finally arrived. I'm afraid he will have to suppress these sages. Brothers, let's farm 666. The giant octopus hid in a dark corner of the deck and said to the livestream room, brothers who have gifts, send some gifts. I'll show everyone a live stream of city people beating up country bumpkins. Everyone, look at Dizun's operation. That's right. After all, he is an ancient mastermind. Back then, the scholar of miracles, the secluded mountain prefecture lord, was unparalleled in his schemes and was forced into isolation by the venerable emperor. However, there were also people who were not very optimistic. The other party is an individual life, not a universe, but he can swim in the chaotic sea. It's terrifying. At least he is a multidimensional sage like the ancient gods. Dizun is impossible to defeat. He can only be outsmarted, but outsmarted, they were not optimistic. Although Dizun had been scheming since ancient times, the intelligence he showed was terrifying. He could play these level 10 airs like a fiddle. I think so too. I've been watching the livestream. It's not like I didn't see these airs of the sages. What a bootlicker. Gigi is really shameless. He has already turned these people into his brainless fans and toys. They always have a holy and gentle auntie smile on their faces, but they are definitely two-faced. It will be very difficult for Dizun to get information from them, plot against them, or fool them. Yes, we have to deal with his brainless fans. Even if we successfully get around a group of bootlickers, the other party himself is not to be trifled with. Even Mount Akina's speed lamented his shamelessness. If we don't handle it well, we might even get the concept of the god of creation. Everyone was very excited. This was a confrontation without gunpowder. The descendants of the super ancient gods and the mysterious existence who was probing them had to deal with each other. This was the first confrontation. And the big shots also came out to express their views on this confrontation. Balloonfish said, brothers, in my opinion, the best way for Dizun is to gain the other party's trust. He has to pretend to be a native, or even become one of the bootlickers of the thousands of heirs of the sages. Only in this way can he get close to the other party, gain his trust, get the information about the other party, and infiltrate the enemy's inner circle. As we all know, only bootlickers can defeat bootlickers. Everyone was confused. It turned out that Ning was the peerless god of slaughter who killed hundreds of billions of creatures without blinking. This kind of flirtatious operation was really in love. But Balloonfish got everything in the end from bootlickers and successfully won the beauty. Cute Girl said, according to my experience as a love expert, Dizun should first pretend to be mysterious, then pretend to be aloof, and appear different from those bootlickers. After all, the temperament and way of talking of city people are different from those of country bumpkins. It's hard to cover up his brilliance. In the end, the other party will most likely say, man, you have successfully attracted my attention. Everyone was shocked. Cute Girl, you seem to have a knack for theory lessons. No wonder you are a planner. Seeing this, Xiaomingyu was instantly speechless. What kind of people are they? Can't you be more serious? This is the first contact, to test the other party's details and origins. Even if you can't, it doesn't matter. It's obviously an attempt to get in touch and get useful information, but where did you divert the topic to? Xiaomingyu said, ahem, let me be fair. It's already good enough that we can get in touch and get some information. What is the other party's level equivalent to? The other party is equivalent to the strongest behind-the-scenes existence at the level of the super ancient gods, personally entering the world to investigate. It's not an ancient existence of our dimension, so you can imagine how terrifying it is. It's good that we can get close and get some information, but it doesn't matter if we don't. At this time. Whoosh. The two universes slowly approached each other. The leading sage hurriedly greeted them respectfully, served tea and snacks on the deck, and looked at Dizun. "Your Excellency, are you also returning to your own universe to guide a group of people?" After all, now that they had obtained these wriggling living universes, they directly gave up on staying in the universe they were originally going to invade, and instead drove the returned ship back to their base camp. They thought that the mysterious existence in front of them was also a multidimensional sage, just like them. After all, they had seen many returning spaceships along the way. Bringing them back to their own universe and researching them like crazy was the first thought of the sages. "Yes, we also want to return to our own universe." Dizun looked back in the direction they came from and smiled. "Originally, we were going to invade that universe. A dynasty of sages collapsed, and we all wanted a share of the loot. Now that this unexpected situation has occurred, and our own spaceship is gone, we can only take our time to think about it." The sages nodded, seeing that the other party really did not want to make a move. After all, if they really wanted to make a move, they would not spend so much time chatting here. Then, if it was not for war, could it be for? They suddenly turned their heads and looked at Feng Ji, a sense of vigilance rising in their hearts. Expressing kindness, friendliness, and modesty, was he not going to make a move on this humanoid universe on their ship, to win her heart, to marry her, to marry a universe as his wife? They immediately felt that things were not going well. The news of the humanoid universe had already spread among some of the large ships in the sea. Many sages knew about it and came over to strike up a conversation. They looked at Dizun, a strong sense of hostility rising in their hearts. Seeing this, the livestream room immediately started discussing. Dizun's move is very conventional, pretending that he is also one of the invading foreign sages. But as a native, he will not be suspicious. It seems that he is going to take the bootlicker route. I wonder what ending will be unlocked. No. He might have to take the cold and aloof route to show that he is different. Everyone began to study it. In fact, they were obviously thinking too much. Suji was simply taking a vacation. To see the changes in the chaotic sea brought about by the life of the universe. When the time came, he would formulate a new version according to the local conditions. He was indeed playing the role of a native, and he was also taking the opportunity to see if he was from the world of immortals. It did not matter if he succeeded or not. It had to be said that the speculation of the speed of Mount Xiaoming was the closest to Suji's true thoughts. It was very simple and ordinary. How could he have so many ideas, at this moment? A strange look flashed in the eyes of a sage, and he could not help but ask, "I see. May I ask, sir, why are there only 2 people left on the ship? The ships we have seen in the past all had thousands of sages in them. After all, their ships had all been swallowed by the trilobite universe." Dizun smiled slightly and explained, "At first, I was like all of you. The thousands of sages were also in the trilobite universe, and we also traveled for a period of time. Then why? At the bottom of the sea, we happened to encounter this behemoth in the form of seaweed, and we were shocked by the mysteriousness and vastness of the universe. We also tried to get close to this universe. At that time, countless existences tried to enter. Only this sage and I succeeded." Suji looked at Mengpa. "So, we followed this new universe and left the original trilobite universe." Their hearts were filled with raging waves. What kind of opportunity was this? Why did they not encounter it? However, this mysterious sage in front of them made it sound so simple, but it was probably extremely bloody and cruel. To be able to stand out among thousands of sages and snatch and enter the seaweed universe was definitely not simple. "Sir, you really have endless opportunities." Feng Ji said gently, "The seaweed universe is very vast. It can eat rotten food, is omnivorous, and grows extremely fast. Like this carnivorous universe, its growth is very slow. It can't eat active universes, so its growth is still very slow." The eyes of the surrounding sages suddenly brightened, and they looked at this seaweed universe with burning passion. This was simply a super universe with unlimited growth. It was much better than the one in front of them, which had too many restrictions. They had also tried to swallow the trilobite universe they encountered, but were the other sages fools? They had no chance at all. They could only think of returning to their own universes, build spaceships, and let this universe devour them to grow. A vegetarian universe is really enviable. Yes, with such a body, if it continues to grow, countless light years will not be far away. Envious voices came from all around. Then, may I ask, what kind of universe are you, sir? Dizun looked at Fengji. Fengji was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. I'm an omnivorous universe. I can eat both vegetarian and carnivorous food, but because I'm too diverse and not focused enough, my digestion speed is extremely slow, and my growth is also slow. I see. At this time, the surrounding sages' ears echoed. No wonder the humanoid universe was so small. It was actually similar to them. How big was the inner universe? It seemed that there was a huge difference in the matter absorption and eating ability of each universe. At this moment, a sage suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Your Excellency's universe is a vegetarian universe. Although it is full of energy, it is not aggressive. Why don't you let our trilobite universe eat it? He said with a serious expression, trilobites are carnivores. If they can swallow such a huge seaweed universe, although their bodies will not be as huge, they will definitely not be far behind. Such a huge carnivorous universe will definitely be able to unify this chaos sea, chase after and devour the other trilobite universe ships, and become the only overlord of the chaos sea. As soon as he said this, all the sages were excited and their hearts beat faster. Trilobites were limited by food, so their growth was slow. If they could eat this universe in front of them, they would suddenly explode. This was an unprecedented era of the universe. It could be called a golden age. Everyone was fumbling forward, and whoever took the lead first would obtain the initiative, one step ahead, and they would always be ahead. Previously, when they met the trilobite universes, they had always exchanged information in a pleasant manner. It was just that they could not do anything to each other. After all, they were all trilobites that had just devoured a spaceship. The difference in size was almost equal, and no one could do anything to the other. But now, it will work. This will definitely work. Our Universe 4, under the Timing Sect, will definitely stand out. They were extremely excited. The sage from before continued, Only the carnivorous universe is the overlord of the food chain in the Chaos Sea. Of course, I will not treat Your Excellency unfairly. This is mutually beneficial. If this universe is eaten, we will let Your Excellency prove your Tao in our universe and occupy sufficient authority and status. Hearing this, Gigi smiled and looked at the sage in front of him. This is a good suggestion. What do you think, Your Excellency? The moment Suji was stunned, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. These bootlickers are scheming against Dizun as soon as they appeared. How hateful. And this mysterious universe woman is here watching the show, eating fruits, fishing, and watching how these bootlickers are going to fight each other. Everyone was excited and wanted to see how Dizun would do it. It was already very difficult to get close to her. After all, countless people were fighting for her heart. How could she let them join? I'll plot against you first. At this moment, Suji was no fool. How could he not know the trap, letting him prove his Tao in the trilobite universe, become a member of their crew, and have a share in it? Seemed that the benefits were sufficient and mutually beneficial, but in reality, there were already thousands of people on the other side who had proven their Tao, and the core authority of the heavenly Tao was in their hands. If he were to prove his Tao in their universe, it would be the great Tao that belonged to them. In terms of shares held by a company, the shares held would be extremely low. If he were to be ranked behind the other party, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? Act according to other people's expressions. In a universe, the first batch of people who entered first would obtain the greatest authority, while the latecomers could only eat dirt. No need. Dizun just smiled and said, I'm not interested in your trilobite universe. Perhaps in the future, I'll find a brand new trilobite universe without a master and let him eat it. The sage's expressions changed slightly. It was as if the other party had a piece of fat meat in his hands. Whoever ate it would become rich overnight. The other party intended to continue fattening this piece of meat, and when the time came, he would find a carnivorous universe that was completely under his control. Another sage with a gentle appearance walked out and said with a smile, Sir, although your universe is huge, it's not very flexible. It's not that easy to find a trilobite universe without a master. You don't have to worry about this, sir. It's not that I can't find it. Dizun turned around, looked at Gigi, and said with a smile again, isn't there a suitable universe right in front of us? A suitable universe? As soon as these words fell, the expressions of all the sages changed instantly, feeling that something was wrong. This person had come with a goal from the very beginning, and he was planning to get his hands on this humanoid universe. Gigi was also dumbfounded. Did the other party really think of her as a newborn humanoid universe? Did he bring a kelp universe as a pretense to let her devour it? She was speechless, shaking her head as she lamented, "Little brother who doesn't know how many billions of years in the future, what a ridiculous mortal. He's really young and full of vitality." To her, he was like an ant showing love to a giant dragon. The so-called sages of the present were all incomplete in the eyes of an overlord who came from the distant ancient times. A sage who was 1/9 incomplete, he was just a sage. Even if he became a 9 primordial sage and became a real complete sage, his combat strength was just ridiculous. An ordinary complete sage couldn't be that strong. I see. Are you also going to propose to me? So many people have proposed to me that I don't even know how to choose. She looked distressed, like a charming enchantress. Dizun asked seriously, "You don't have a living creature in your body, do you? Once I enter your body, I will be the first connate chaotic creature, right? And you will also get a huge dowry." This voice instantly stunned all the sages. How bold and direct was this person? The live streaming room was also instantly in an uproar. "You have such a trick? You want me to enter your universe?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. Even a straight man of steel was nothing more than this. Wasn't he afraid that the conversation would end? They all shouted that it was hopeless. She had heard too many rustic words of love, but this was the first time she had heard such a direct one. She said with a smile, "It is indeed the best choice. If I eat this algae universe, I should be able to usher in great growth and opportunities. You are a normal person, and you speak a lot of truth, but I still want to think about it." Dizun said seriously, "I can understand that you have just started to understand things. But if you miss this opportunity, you will lose a lot. You can't see the horror of this era, but I can see the inevitability of fate. If you can see the inevitability of fate, you will definitely marry me and fight for the opportunities of this era." The sages were stunned, and so was the giant octopus hiding in the dark for the live broadcast. She had thought of the bootlicker, the domineering CEO, but this was just a self-talk. Was it a straight man's forced marriage? The players were still in a daze. But something unexpected happened. Gigi was stunned. "I can't see the horror of this era? You can see the inevitability of fate?" Fate. This word took root in her heart. Many things seemed to be accidental, but in fact, they were inevitable. It was all fate. She was suddenly interested. This creature was also interesting to talk about this era. "You mean fate? You should know that sages don't believe in fate. You are very special. Do you have any brilliant ideas?" Gigi, who had been lazy and not sad about anything, suddenly became interested. The people of this era saw the era from a different perspective. They were too ancient. Their combat power became more and more heaven-defying as time passed, but their new creative ideas and thinking were exhausted with time. Like Girlby, they were decayed by the old ideas and limited by their fixed thinking. She needed new blood and new perspectives. The waves of the new era and the nobodies might have different views. "Let's hear it." Gigi smiled. "You have successfully attracted my attention." The surrounding sages were stunned. They suddenly felt that her expression was completely different. This was a serious expression, as if a sage was planning to discuss the truth and the rules of the Great Path with another sage. The players were also stunned. Could a straight man's forced marriage work? Which level was Dizun on now? They couldn't see through her. There is indeed a problem. Suji was completely silent. He was talking about fate. An ordinary sage's first reaction would be to snort disdainfully. But this existence was different. Those who believed in fate, knew about fate, and followed fate to fight for the general trend of the era, could only be a group of people who knew the truth of history. Did this guy really come from that longevity ship? "Do you see fate?" Dizun calmed down. She stood on the coastline and looked into the distance with her hands behind her back. "I see it. I see the inevitability of the future. The era is changing, and the universe will undergo an unprecedented upheaval. Even us sages will be decayed and overthrown. Overthrown. Dizun said something earth-shattering. This is a class revolution. Rank. Level. Revolution. Life. As soon as she said this, the pupils of the sages beside her widened. Impossible. The era is changing. How can we sages be decayed? There is a possibility of destruction and death? They were very excited because these words were too shocking. It was an unprecedented upheaval. This was too subversive. No matter how the eras changed, the knowledge they possessed would give them a huge advantage. How could they be overtaken by the latecomers, but they didn't believe it. Gigi knew that everything could be true. No matter what was said, it could be true. Because the next era of the universe was very difficult to predict. Cutting lifespan for the common people, cutting multivariate for the universe, the era of the universal bridge, the era of immortality. If these eras didn't appear and were said in advance, who would believe them? It was earth-shattering. They were all pitiful creatures limited by the era. But they were different. They had jumped out and seen the eras. They would never decay. But if it was really that important, it would indeed attract attention. Gigi thought highly of this sage. You obviously live in an era, but you can see the general trend. As a small character in life, you are indeed not simple. At this time, Dizun was still saying, you seem to have just been born. As a living universe, one of the 129,600 universes, you are destined to conform to the prophecy and become the child of the era. But is it really so? Isn't it? Gigi asked. The universe has an alternation of life and death, and so do you. As a universe, you are not eternal. Dizun said, there is also a food chain in the universe. The universe will have an unprecedented era. What era? She asked, sitting down and pouring tea. Dizun was also sitting opposite her. In my opinion, after studying the structure of the algae universe, this is the beginning of the era of species explosion. In the future, there will be an alternation of evolutionary eras. Not only will the trilobite universe and the algae universe of this era be destroyed, but they will be replaced by other new era creatures. You will also be replaced. I call this universe era spore evolution. Spore evolution? What do you mean? Gigi laughed. Spore evolution. The so-called spore was the name of the most primitive life structure, which was actually the evolution of life. Would the future pattern of the universe be the evolution of life? Gigi laughed, thinking that might not be the case. Many beings had guessed the future pattern, but who could guess it correctly? But it was worth listening to. After all, it was indeed impossible to guess it from nothing. But there were already some signs in front of them. The chosen ones of the era were born according to fate, so they also had the chance to guess the general trend of the future. She asked curiously, I don't understand. Why would the future pattern of the universe be the so-called evolution of spore? Have you seen the history of the evolution of life on a planet? Dizun asked. Of course I have. The initial birth and evolution of life is in the ocean. Gigi smiled gently. She had a unique temperament and a fatal temptation. How could she not have seen it? She had seen the most ancient era. She had even seen the oldest ancient saint who had opened up a parallel universe and witnessed the birth of an era. She had lived in the bridge of the universe more than 10 billion years ago, so she was the ancient person who knew this history the best. So, since you know the law of life and that life is born in the ocean, what about the evolution of life? Dizun asked again. Gigi smiled and said proudly, in the 9 Yuan universe, the local customs are different, and there are many kinds of planets with life. But it seems that there is a law of fate. In the 9 Yuan universe, more than 99% of the life is carbon-based, and carbon-based life is born in the ocean. At first, they exist as plankton, algae, and insects. After that, the amphibious animals that lived between the sea and the land would be born, followed by the terrestrial species, which would go through countless eras of life. What she said was the most normal thing. Just like the Earth, the Triassic, the Jurassic. In each era, there were biological overlords that evolved and became the top of the food chain, but they were gradually eliminated by more powerful species. That's right. The law of evolution of life in the universe is inevitable. At this time, a saint next to her said quickly, exactly. The 9 yuan universes seem to be extremely far away, but it seems that there is a law of fate, and the structure of life is similar. In fact, some ancient multidimensional saint archaeologists once sailed around the multiverse for 50 million years on the Berg warship. After a lot of observation and collection on the flora, fauna, and geology of the 9 multiverses, they discovered to their surprise that the 9 multiverses might have been a unified territory a long time ago. The great universe, it was the golden age of unifying the universe. As soon as he said that, the surrounding saints' descendants were dumbfounded. If it was in the past, they would definitely not have the right to hear such secrets. However, in order to show off their knowledge, these sages did not care about hiding it. So that's how it is. Perhaps the universe was a single entity many years ago? Venerable Sovereign's eyes were full of longing. He looked at the sky above the deck like a pilgrim. It's hard to imagine what kind of mythical scene it was in the endless years of the universe. I want to walk on the land of the universe and see the golden age of legends that stood in this universe billions of years ago. I want to drink and sing with the ancient saints from billions of years ago. That must be the most intoxicating scene. As soon as Dizun finished his words, the surrounding sages all expressed their agreement. Talking to the ancients? Aren't all of you talking to me now? Gigi shook her head and sighed inwardly. The mortals of these eras were nothing but laughable ants in her eyes. They were limited by the era. However, the person in front of her was rather pious. Such a pure Tao seeker who pursued the great Tao could often have different views in the era. She looked at Dizun's expression, but she no longer had the indifference and teasing look from before. Instead, she revealed a look of cherishing talent and said warmly, I know what you mean. Spore evolution. Are you saying that the present universe is like the evolution of life in an inevitable pattern? Is it possible for all sorts of life forms to appear? Even she found it unbelievable. Dizun looked into the distance and said, it's naturally difficult for you to imagine the scene I'm describing. The universe is like a life form that is everywhere, like flowers, plants, insects, and fish. They are spread across the land of the chaos heavens, evolving at will, forming a food chain. In the future, we sages who are parasitic in the universe will be like probiotics in the bodies of living beings, allowing these flowers, plants, insects, and fish to constantly grow. As soon as that was said, all the sages had an unprecedented scene appear in front of them. Beyond the chaos heavens, it was no longer a lonely Bodhidharma or a vast and boundless wasteland. Instead, it was filled with lush flowers, birds, insects, and fish. It was a brand new world brimming with vitality. Valleys, forests, basins, rivers, vegetation, and all sorts of plants and animals that were filled with vitality were, in fact, terrifying universes, and they would be living in the 129,000 universes, becoming probiotics that parasitized the life forms in this massive universe. That's impossible. That's completely impossible. If it's really as you say, the future chaos heavens will be a world of giants. We are probiotics that parasitize the bodies of giants. Trash. That statement was just too shocking. It left one shuddering in fear. These sages did not believe it, but those words did make Gigi fall into deep thought. There were indeed some possibilities that matched the laws of the universe. It's not impossible for life to exist in the universe. After all, self-awareness is a prerequisite for life to achieve a high level of evolution. The universe is a dead object, but there's life before us. It's not impossible for a universe's consciousness to be born in the future. Gigi seemed to have grasped something. And the evolution of life is, in essence, a change in genetic sequence. Then, the bloodline sequence of life, is the universe's great Tao diagram. Gigi's faith stirred as her pupils slowly dilated. Could it be that the universe is really like a living being, entering an evolutionary era? Previously, although she had heard Mt. Akina Chi's nonsensical prophecy, it had been exaggerated to the point of no practical significance. She had just come out to investigate the world, and only now did she realize what was going on. This was indeed a terrifying trend. Although she did not see the full picture or any specific information, just the tip of the iceberg was enough to shock her. The situation of the 126,000 universes gave her a shock that pushed her to the limits of her worldview. It was in no way inferior to the shock of severing one's lifespan or the universe during the old era. According to what you said, it's indeed a new era. Gigi said with a smile, in the future, when saints ascend to this chaos heavens, what they will see will not be a barren and endless stretch of loneliness. It will be as dry as the primordial chaos, but a massive emerald green world brimming with vitality. It will be complete and rich, a blissful paradise for saints. They will definitely be shocked and delighted. It happens to match the ideal of the most ancient Genesis saint to build a paradise for the living. She suddenly fell silent. What name do you think this new Chaos Heavens world should be called? Gigi suddenly asked. Name? It's not easy to give it a name. How can I deserve it? Dizun thought for a moment and focused. The information I've obtained is very little. It's about the same as everyone else. I've only heard of the ancient Buddhist prophecies and the allusion to the flying Apsaras murals. The prophecy of an outer universe rain falling has indeed fallen, giving birth to a new era of the universe. From my point of view, the analysis of the prophecy is very accurate. The surrounding saints were completely convinced. According to the analysis of the present situation was indeed in line with the ancient prophecy. 129,600 years make up one yuan. It can be called an epoch. Within an epoch, there will be rise and fall. The thousands of saints who were previously puzzled were immediately enlightened. That was indeed the case. The universe was a food chain, so naturally, there would be rise and fall. Then, when the stars return to their positions, our Ela will rise from the depths of the chaos sea. The great Cthulhu will awaken. The universe will be destroyed. What do you think of this prophecy? There was another round of discussion. Dizun could not help but ponder as he said with a frown, this is a prophecy from even further away. At present, no matter how I think about it, I have no clue. I wonder what Gigi thinks as a universe? A mysterious apocalypse rising from the depths of the sea? Gigi was taken aback. He pondered for a moment before saying with a smile, rising from the depths of the chaos sea might be some strange prophecy. I don't understand it either. By the way, what do you think this new era should be called? Don't let me think it. Let the prophecy's Buddhist civilization think it. Dizun shook his head. According to the prophecy, they probably saw the fall of extremely small cosmic meteors in ancient times. They picked them up and from there, divined the possibility of a real cosmic meteor shower descending in the future, as well as the approximate time and year of the fall. Gigi was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that the insectoids and the Uyghurs had picked up a few cosmic meteors that fell outside the chaos heavens in the past? They were bound to lose back then, so they schemed and created the present situation. They schemed until the time when the meteor shower would really fall in large numbers, then schemed against them in this new era? Perhaps it was possible. We couldn't see it, and they shouldn't have been able to see the future either, but someone schemed against us. Perhaps someone obtained a few meteor showers back then, and calculated the exact time of the fall. She frowned, thinking that this was a train of thought. Just as she was thinking, Dizun said, I've carefully studied the ancient Buddhist and Taoist history described. It's very mysterious. The immortal abode of immortality, the Taoist family that lives as long as the heavens. That existence seems to live in a place in the immortal world, the surrounding sages nodded. They had heard of it too. Now that they thought about it, it made sense for such an exaggerated statement to be so rebellious. Living in such a universe could indeed allow one to live longer. Dizun continued, since in the past, this mysterious ancient civilization obtained a small number of universes and temporarily opened the great era of the immortal world, then now that it has completely opened the immortal world, we might as well use the Buddhist civilization's terminology to name it the immortal world. After all, they once said that a world exists in a single flower. Isn't that what we're seeing now? That's indeed the description. That's right. It's a perfect description. The surrounding sages no longer had any animosity as they sat and discussed the Tao. They sat in the distance, with thousands of venerables sitting cross-legged on the deck in an orderly fashion. They listened to the analysis of the universe's great era and future, fascinated. Everyone, this is only my speculation. There's too little information at present. Dizun shook his head. But it's not certain that the immortal world will really be opened. If that's the case, then the sages in the universe will ascend to a lush world outside the chaos heavens, an immortal world. Gigi trembled when she heard that. Fate, at that moment, she felt like she had completely sensed fate and the torrent of time. Every era was perfecting the universe. Splitting open the chaos, severing the lifespan of a deity, opening up the multiverse, era after era passed, and the fate of this era seemed to be splitting open the multiverse, opening up a immortal world outside the chaos heavens? The land of chaos is turbid and chaotic, like a huge junkyard, burying the past and present. What we're seeing is the completion of the universe. She trembled from head to toe, her mouth half open. In the past, I saw the creation of the 9 primordial universe. Today, I'll see the creation of the chaos immortal world. And in the immortal world, who will be the protagonist of this era and prove the Tao for the universe of this era? Immortal world. Gigi had a heavy expression as her mind raced. She carefully pondered over the future situation described. In the future, the sages that ascended beyond the chaos heavens would directly enter the immortal world, a vast world filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. However, every plant and animal here was in fact a universe. There were a total of 129,600 of them. They could also be called the myriad worlds. In the past, our civilization spent countless years to infer what the next universe era would be like. However, there were no results. In the beginning, they believed that we were corrupted and our thoughts were fixed. They also secretly roamed the various new eras, seeing the new views of elites from hundreds of millions of years ago. However, they could not see the future. That's because the universe is too perfect. Once a parallel universe opens, after our longevity world corroborates the Tao, the universe would have nearly perfect laws. There's no need to make up for the Tao integration, so there wouldn't be any major variables. They had inferred for many years, but they ultimately failed to find the possibility of the future. Therefore, they stopped inferring. However, Your Highness once had a thought. The universe appears to be complete, but the chaos sea is still lacking. The world beyond the chaos heavens is very dull and barren. Perhaps there's a way to improve the Tao integration to make up for it. After all, the chaos sea was also a part of the universe. Just like the entire planet, the oceans were also a part of it apart from the continents. However, they racked their brains back then to no avail. They vaguely sensed that the variables and opportunities for the next universe era were in the chaos sea, but they could not think of the specifics, yet, such an anomaly had appeared in front of them. Gradually, Gigi seemed to figure out the doubts of the past. A thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. She muttered. It's not that we can't see what the next era is, but that we are limited by the era. Back then, it was destined that the next era would not appear. It's just like the opening of the 11th rank. It was destined to happen in the future. We were born at the wrong time. Only when a certain opportunity is met will that era begin. And this chaos meteor shower in front of us is one of those opportunities. Only in this era can we think of a way to corroborate the Tao in the chaos sea. Reconstruct the structure beyond the chaos heavens. Her pupils dilated as she became more excited the more she thought. That mysterious race of the old days, whether it's the Zerg race, the Dimensional race, or other mysterious hidden civilizations, all obtained a few falling meteor showers. Only then did they see through the future. The opportunity to prove their Tao is now, however, they could not live forever. They could only turn into dust and leave the opportunity of knowing the distant future to a certain lucky descendant. At this moment, she felt that she had gradually figured it out. She couldn't help but take a look at Venerable Sovereign, who was still preaching to the crowd, discussing Taoism, and discussing the future of the universe. Only they knew the history of ancient times. This person did not know ancient history, but he was able to deduce some of the future from the seeds. He was indeed a great talent. At that moment, the Arch Supremacy was still saying to the sages, everyone, although we know little about the ancient history of the Buddhist civilization, what do you think about opening up an immortal world beyond the chaos heavens in the future? What a coincidence. They laughed and answered. At this time, the giant octopus was hiding in the dark on the deck and was still broadcasting. The people in the broadcasting room were already boiling with excitement. The Buddhist and Taoist civilization, the immortal world? Good heavens! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. as expected of the behind-the-scenes existence that ruled the ages. He was awesome. In a blink of an eye, he had created an immortal world and named the next era of the universe as the immortal world. This was a sense of accomplishment, regardless of whether they could dominate the situation in the future and become the overlord. They had already gained the upper hand. They had to get their own naming rights first. I'm impressed. This smooth and natural set of actions. I'll take it down immediately. Wait, the Arch Supremacy is still telling these sages that the Buddhist civilization is very mysterious and has revealed very little about it. We still need to observe and study it. Hey? Who are we? As long as the Arch wants to talk about history, we'll get MT Akina to fabricate a story for you. Doghead, I'm scaring these bumpkins out of their pants. Brothers, do you see that? Those sage heirs are now completely convinced. They have gone from being that woman's bootlickers to Thearcha's bootlickers. Everyone felt mixed emotions. As expected of the man who had once caused the Doctor of Miracles, secluded mountain prefect, to shut himself up, crushing, now, he was crushing them in all aspects. The players felt like they were on their knees. They were too strong. This was the power of knowledge. By analyzing the structure of the universe and using one's own talent and knowledge, it was enough to convince all the discontented voices. Because in the world of the sages, knowledge almost represented power. Showing off one's knowledge and profound foundation was equivalent to showing off one's muscles. At this moment, after this simple discussion, these sages were completely humbly asking for advice. They could still distinguish priorities. The general trend of the era was changing and the vast waves were coming. No one wanted to become a sage that would be smashed to death by the waves. It was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. If you have any questions, we can discuss them together. But I might not know. I only have a little more information than you, and I've studied this algae universe. The Arch Supremacy smiled humbly and looked at this humanoid universe. When the time comes, we'll study the humanoid body again and we'll get more information. The sages froze. Pheasant G was also a little dumbfounded. A sage heir hurriedly asked, since it's a crisis, why do you say that 99% of the sages here might not survive and that almost all of them will perish, fall, and become old and rotten sages? 99% of them would die. That was too much. It meant that almost all of them would perish. The Arch Supremacy looked at him and then at the sages around him and said, the algae universe and the trilobite universe are just the most primitive budding stage. They are the overlords of this era, but what about the next era of cosmic creatures? The next era of cosmic creatures? Hearing this, Gigi smiled and said, according to the deduction of biological evolution, in the next era of biological creatures, in the chaotic sea, cephalopods and even vertebrate fishes will be the world. The algae universe and the trilobite universe will definitely be eliminated. This is the theory of biological evolution. The other sages also nodded. The vertebrate fishes were the real overlords of the ocean. So, now that the trilobite universe and the algae universe are the overlords, after a period of time, they will be at the bottom of the food chain. The Arch Supremacy put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. As the food of the lowest level, the reptiles and seaweed will be eaten by higher level creatures. Do you really think that you are eternal after obtaining this universe? The other sages were shocked. You mean, the trilobite universe you have now is indeed powerful, but what will happen in the future? It will inevitably fall to the bottom of the food chain and be eaten by other powerful cosmic creatures. If your universe is eaten, what will happen to you? All the sages trembled fiercely, and a flash of fear flashed across their faces. If the universe collapsed, the sages of their universe would naturally be destroyed and fall. This was a vast general trend. As sages, if they lost the main universe they had obtained at the beginning, they could only start over again. However, it was easier said than done to find a way to occupy another universe. The competition would probably be terrifyingly fierce. Even if they succeeded and entered a new universe and became an important core sage, it would be too late for them to start over again. They would probably be eliminated by the times. Could it be that we will really? Impossible. We have outstanding innate talent and are born sacred. They were not calm, but they were not stupid. They also knew that the sages who could not keep up with the times could only be eliminated in the dust of history. I see. No wonder you said from the beginning that this is a cosmic revolution. Gigi said with a smile, what do you think? Let these sages transcend? I don't have much data right now, but I can only speculate based on the current situation. Dizun said with a smile, in this situation, according to the law of biological evolution, if these universes are compared to living beings, I'm afraid there are two ways to solve it. Which two? Gigi seemed to have thought of it, but he still looked at Dizun. The first is to constantly evolve their own cosmic creatures and perfect the map of the Great Path. Even if their level is very low, it is still possible for the weak to defeat the strong. Low-level insects may also be able to defeat the high-level cosmic creatures in the future. The second is to enter the food chain themselves. Enter the food chain themselves? Gigi's eyes flashed. Enter the food chain themselves? Dizun smiled and said, that's right. The universe has a food chain, and we just need to follow the food chain and climb up to a higher level of cosmic life. For example, we can control the algae universe and challenge the higher level cosmic life, and then prove our Tao in it, replace them, climbing up layer by layer, and eventually reaching the top of the food chain. I see. Gigi had benefited a lot from this discussion. He felt like he had discussed the Tao with the other sages in the Longevity Palace. Dizun was not just a poor person, but he was very knowledgeable. But in fact, Suji's knowledge had already surpassed that of countless sages. Not to mention Suji, even Di Qi, Carolyn, and the others were not comparable to ordinary sages. Each of them was comparable to the ancient sages in terms of knowledge, combat power, and vision. After all, other sages had cultivated a mature system from the beginning. They cultivated for the sake of cultivation. They did not even understand the principles, the origin of the universe, or the subtleties, and they improved step by step. But what about Suji's side? His method was to analyze the essence of the universe from the very beginning. He deduced each realm from the beginning, understood the principles, and used each realm to gradually understand the endless rules of the universe. His sand table extraordinary cultivation system was the most perfect extraordinary cultivation path. Now, do you understand what I mean? Dizun suddenly said. Huh? Gigi was stunned. Dizun said, I want to take the first path. I want to focus on cultivating a low-level universe and use it until I die. You are my choice. This is a great opportunity for you. If you don't want to be eliminated by the food chain and be eaten as a low-level creature, marry me. This is the best chance. We will be one step ahead, and we will always be one step ahead. Gigi was stunned on the spot. They had gone one round, and the tables had turned again. Had he been laying the groundwork from the very beginning, a small figure in this era, a ridiculous mortal? No, although he was somewhat talented, and she did have the intention of appreciating his talent, he was still thinking of using her. Don't worry. Dizun looked at the algae universe in the distance and said very domineeringly, I will let you eat this huge algae universe alone, so that you can grow quickly. Eat? Gigi slowly raised her head and looked at the vast algae universe. She could not help but look at the sages next to her. These bootlickers were not speaking for her, nor were they fighting for her. Instead, they were looking at her with envy and blessing. Gigi? What was with those sincere looks? Don't worry. You must be worried that I will go back on my word. Dizun patted her on the shoulder and said, I know that you have just gained spiritual intelligence. As a humanoid universe, you are very wary of the outside world. To prevent me from harboring evil intentions, I will let you eat a few mouthfuls of this universe first, so that you can eat until you are full, to show my sincerity towards you. Gigi suddenly felt a little touched. This mortal was obviously sincere. He trusted her so much. Ordinary people would not let someone eat their own universe first. It was obvious that this humble mortal was really nice to her. She did not want to expose her identity, but she really could not eat it. The players in the livestream room burst into an uproar. Their eyes lit up. Awesome, as expected of Dizun, the leader of us players. This move is too ruthless. Ha 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 ha. Although she is still smiling warmly without any change in her expression, she is actually dumbfounded. She can't eat it because her teeth aren't that good. The secluded mountain prefect didn't lose unjustly. It's normal for a miracle scholar to be killed. This is terrible. This is forcing her to reveal her identity. Let's see how long she can endure. Only we know that she is a fake. If she doesn't want to be exposed, she has to eat it. It's fine if she silences us. At most, she will die in this algae universe. However, the D-Zune from the parallel universe is still here with us. We don't have to be afraid. Everyone continued to analyze, and it was very lively as they chattered away. At this time, Kibari's expression calmed down for a while before he suddenly said, "You are indeed very moving. I'm willing to try to get along with you and become your Tao companion. However, the present before me is too precious. I'm not used to it, so I can't accept it. I think we should get along for a while. If it's really good, I'll eat it." Suji was stunned. He thought that the other party was going to kill him, but he was able to endure it. A teenage mutant ninja turtle, it seemed that he was able to endure for such a long time in the world of immortals. However, this kind of ancient existence was very mysterious and powerful. Since the other party had said so, Suji also planned to take the opportunity to get some information from him. Gigi looked at the sages beside him and smiled. "I have troubled you all for this period of time. I will leave now and follow this sage on his algae universe." These sages were reluctant and unwilling to leave. However, they knew that the difference in level was too great and they couldn't keep him. It was better to form a good relationship with this mysterious sage. After all, the other party's universe was so huge. If a cosmic life form with offensive power ate it, it would probably become the overlord of the sea region. "I wish you happiness," some of the sages said. Suji was stunned for a moment when he heard that, and he immediately felt speechless. This scene was a little like the last blessings of those jealous spare tires. However, these descendants of sages did not have enough temperament to begin with. Even if they became sages here, they still needed to slowly polish themselves. "If that's the case, let's go." Suji called Pheasant Ji and returned to the seaweed universe. "Sir, can I enter your universe?" At this moment, the giant octopus walked out. Suji pursed his lips. Even though the laws of the universe had changed it and it had turned into a fungus, this giant octopus was still stinky. However, he still nodded and allowed the giant octopus to follow them. After all, its bloodline was very powerful, and it had only just entered the world. If it grew up, it would be enough to cause a natural disaster. Soon, they left the trilobite universe and embarked on their return journey. On the surface of the algae universe, Takaki's eyes flickered. He found it interesting to live in a different place. He smiled and said, "I think what you just said is very impressive, but I feel like you didn't make it clear. You want to continue?" Suji looked at her and quietly observed the changes. He wanted to see what this person was thinking and what she wanted to do. Her actions were enough to expose a lot of information. "Yes, I still want the Samsara Tao." Takaki nodded. That was her goal. They sat down to discuss the Tao. She had not had enough of what she had just said. She could clearly sense that the other party was holding back. After all, it was impossible for her to tell everything to a sage whom she had met by chance. Therefore, she pretended to be a Tao companion and followed him, hoping to see what other insights he had. Suji thought for a moment and set up a tea table outside the chaos heavens on the deck of this universe. He sat down to discuss the Tao and continued, "Of course, there are still things I haven't told them. Furthermore, it's extremely important." "What did you not tell them?" Takaki smiled. "I didn't tell them about the beginning, the knowledge of spore evolution. That is the key to survival and adapting to the universe." "Spore evolution?" She was perplexed. "It's knowledge of evolution." Suji said, "In the future, the universe's structure might be completely different. Outside the chaos heavens, one will have to learn an unprecedented cultivation system. It's different from any transcendent system from before. If those sages can't learn this new system, they will be eliminated." Takaki's pupils dilated. Suji narrowed his eyes and thought, "What's this fellow's true form?" It's very difficult to change the habits of a living being. His eyes will enlarge and shrink when his emotions change. Is he cross-eyed? Although Suji muttered inwardly, he still put on a domineering and pampering look as he patiently explained, "This transcendent system is the evolutionary knowledge of living beings. His voice was gentle and refined. I previously said that it's the evolution of living beings in the universe. And to evolve, one has to learn enough evolutionary knowledge to become a sufficiently powerful high-level creature in the food chain, a hegemon at the top of the food chain. I see. Takaki said seriously, to think that the immortal world doesn't just require knowledge from before. It also requires the knowledge of the evolution of living beings. After all, it's a universe with life. It's about improving the evolution map and improving the DNA of living beings. However, this is a law itself. Therefore, not only does it require the sage's nomological knowledge and the new evolutionary knowledge, it's also a combination. You're very smart, said Supremacy. With a smile. As the two conversed, the livestream exploded. Evolutionary knowledge? So, we're blessed with a unique advantage? I'm afraid this will really turn the whole universe into an enlarged version of the spore evolution sand table. And we have experience, doesn't that mean? F***ck. This was prepared for us from the very beginning. The spore evolution sand table was prepared for this moment, to seize the initiative? Ancient God, is this also part of your plan? The online forum had exploded. They began to discuss it quickly. They didn't even pay too much attention to the following dialogue between Supremacy and Takaki. They could just watch the recording later. Brothers, let me analyze it. Akina Yamaguchi said as he sped up. It was bustling here. And Supremacy's discussion was still going on. The two gradually began to talk about some of their opinions. They became more and more serious, from the structure of the multiverse to the changes in the land of a single universe in the future, and even the creation of an amphibious universe in the future. They also discussed whether a terrestrial universe was possible, or even whether a bird-type universe was possible. It had to be said that Suji was greatly benefited from this. As they talked, Suji also went straight to the point. I've talked about my understanding of the universe. As a humanoid universe, you must have your own unique understanding. Takaki laughed and said proudly, then, I'll talk about my understanding. First of all, as you said, this is the general trend of the universe. It's almost an inevitable fate. It's very difficult to change. There's some kind of inevitability. Suji frowned. Takaki shook his head. Of course there was an inevitability. Because making the universe more complete was an inevitable trend. It was the same in the previous eras of the great universe and the universe nodes of every era. However, she was unwilling to reveal the ancient eras. This ancient history was taboo for mortals who could only live for tens of millions of years in those eras. All you need to know is that it's an inevitability, said Takaki. What's the inevitability? Asked Suji. First of all, the Chaos Sea's laws aren't complete. After the universe split, this aspect has always been vacant. The surface of the Chaos Sea is lifeless and desolate. Naturally, there needs to be a sage. The Tao integration laws are needed to make up for this aspect of the universe, said Takaki. And the barrenness beyond the chaos heavens is only one of the aspects that is inevitable. What about the other aspect? The other necessary reason is the matter and energy floating in the Chaos Sea. Takaki's voice was solemn as he looked at the Chaos Sea. Fishing. Have you noticed? You should know that with the deposition of the Chaos Sea, the amount of matter in it is increasing. The number of antiques is increasing, and the deposition of these matters results in a massive loss of matter in the universe. Suji suddenly sensed it as well. Are you saying that the present era of the myriad worlds universe is indeed inevitable? That should be the case. Takaki said, the condensed matter of the 129,600 universes doesn't come from the plundering of the 9 universes, but from the Chaos Sea. They are like animals that clean up the accumulated trash in the multiverse. They completely recycle the matter and bring it back to the multiverse through the food chain of sea creatures and land creatures. You should know that the present universe is deficient. It is indeed deficient, answered Suji seriously. The universe has been severed. After the 9 Yuan universe shattered, it is no longer a single entity. The energy and matter are not in a perfect self-circulation. There is loss and it settles in the Chaos Sea. Those sages always like to throw trash into the sea, and now, it's equivalent to completely mending the universe, truly recycling the energy. Takaki said, the 100,000 plus myriad worlds are the cleaners of the multiverse. They form a circulating stream that constantly circulates. Suji was enlightened. These big shots were indeed impressive. Their words had saved him a lot of deductions. Their understanding of the Chaos Sea was too deep. His understanding of it was shallow and he hadn't seen this level at all. Suddenly, after listening to this, Suji had a new idea of his plan. It was a perfect concept. I'm really grateful, said Suji. After all, Takaki had helped him perfect his plan. I should be the one thanking you. Takaki shook his head. You have shown me the inevitable era of the universe, the path of the future main character. What is a main character? Asked Suji. Takaki smiled. This is a path of transcendence. It is to prove the Tao of the universe and make up for its flaws. Based on my current superficial understanding, there should be a sage who wants to prove the Tao of the universe's laws. He wants to prove the 112,600 universes. Of course, he doesn't prove it directly. Instead, he proves the Tao through the Tao's laws and allows them to fuse with the universe. This will reduce the repulsive force of these universe creatures and allow them to adapt to the multiverse's environment. She planned to contact the ancient existences of the Longevity Tao Palace and search for some geniuses. She wanted them to prove the Tao of this rule. The main character of this era had to be under their command. Only then would she feel at ease. As a universe, I also want people to prove the Tao of these universes. I want these special 112,600 universes to live better in the multiverse and become a part of the multiverse's laws, said Takaki. Suji's eyes lit up. Then I'm really grateful. Huh? Takaki was stunned. Why was he suddenly thanking her? This is for the benefit of the entire universe. Of course, I have to thank you. All life must be blessed, said Suji seriously. It's indeed a blessing for all living beings. Gigi nodded. That's exactly why. This is an inevitability of history. The laws of the universe in this aspect must have witnesses. Someone must complete the laws of the universe. Suji nodded. He understood this logic. The other party had indeed seen deeper than him. He had not expected that the creation of a parallel universe would also have its own drawbacks. The universe was originally a perfect primordial chaos body that formed a cycle. However, after it was split into 9 pieces, it could no longer form a perfect conservation of energy and matter. Outside the 9 fragments, there was too much matter floating in the chaos sea. After more than 10 billion years, the map of the 9 parallel universes had shrunk by a small margin. As for the matter floating in the chaos sea of the universe, when piled up, it was probably the volume of a small portion of a parallel universe. This matter was seriously leaking. It was indeed a loophole in the laws of the parallel universe. It's all because of those sages. They littered the ocean and polluted the environment. This is the importance of garbage sorting, recycling, and sustainable development. The giant octopus snorted, spittle flying everywhere. They even stole the matter of their own universe to build a chaos ship to cross other parallel universes. In the end, the ship sank, and their corpses sank. They also gave the vast matter of their sages to the chaos sea. Suji glanced at him. Environmental Ambassador Giant Octopus. The giant octopus immediately shut up. Gigi continued, if this was the previous era of the universe, without the arrival of these cosmic meteor showers, even if one wanted to prove the Tao, they would not have been able to do so. Now that they have appeared, people can prove the laws of the Tao and make up for the possibility of this aspect. It's just like how without water in the universe, it would be impossible to prove the laws of water. Only with the appearance of matter in this aspect can we prove the suitable environment for the natural scenes in this aspect. This was indeed an opportunity of the era. With Gigi's understanding of this calamity of destruction, Suji's thoughts became clearer. He sighed with emotion, as expected of a great cosmic giant comparable to the ancient Zerg Queen. This was equivalent to Suji creating water himself. However, this new matter did not belong to this universe. It came from beyond the heavens and was rejected by the universe. Someone had to prove the Tao for water so that water would no longer be rejected by this universe. If one could prove the laws of this aspect, there would definitely be earth-shattering merit in the universe. He had become the main character of this era of the universe, comparable to Yimeng, Lady B, and other saints of the era. You should know that the more important and core the Tao corroboration rules are, the more exaggerated the sage's status is. Previously, I thought that the important laws of the universe had almost been completed. I didn't expect that there would still be a blank space in this area. This is an unprecedented opportunity. Exactly. Suji secretly shot a glance at Gigi and said, I wonder who was the one who managed to corroborate the laws regarding the Tao and split apart the world beyond the chaos heavens, forming the cycle of matter and opening up the immortal world? To benefit the saints? This was a great era, flourishing to the extreme. This was not inferior to the merit of the old Yimeng. Gigi did not choose to hide it. Since it was a discussion, he was a little addicted to it. He smiled and said, does anyone have a chance? He was afraid that the undercurrents were surging. There's a hidden force that knows about the birth of this era. They must have been planning for this era for a long time, wanting to prove their Tao in this universe. Takashi Ji was talking about the mastermind civilization that they speculated was hiding in the dark and plotting against them. They were probably thinking of ways to prove their Tao. As for their longevity Tao palace, they would definitely not fall behind. They also had the Tao corroboration laws of the universe. They would probably become enemies with the other party and vie for the universe's influence. However, Takashi Ji did not believe that the other party could compete with them. After all, they were too ancient and monopolized 90% of the universe's powerful nomological resources. There was no one who could fight them head-on in terms of combat strength. Suddenly, Takashi Ji smiled as he looked at the mortal in front of him who was discussing the Tao. Why? Don't you wish to corroborate the Tao? If you can corroborate the Tao and start the momentum of an era, you will be a main character. You will be comparable to the most ancient and mighty sages and become one of them. And such existences with overwhelming combat strength can become nodes of the universe. There are less than 10 of them since ancient times. Takashi Ji was still discussing the matter from before when his eyes flashed. I'm already your temporary Tao partner and can be considered one of you. There's no need for you to hide your ambitions. In fact, it's only when a person has a lofty goal that people yearn for. That's why I'm willing to follow you and seek the Tao together. We will support each other and pursue our dreams together. Seek the Tao together and pursue their dreams together, what a load of nonsense. Others did not know and thought that she was a true universe and would definitely pursue her grand ambitions. However, Suji had no such intentions at all. Of course not. Suji shook his head. He was indeed very straightforward and honest. What virtue or ability do I have? There are great sages who corroborate the Tao and patch up the universe's nomological laws, benefiting all ages and allowing those universes to completely become a part of the universe. This is already benefiting all ages. How can I think that the person who will shake the world is me? You're quite interesting. Takashi Ji looked at the other party in a higher light. This person's heart was pure and pious. He knew the importance of patching up the universe, unlike those selfish sages who always wanted to fight and prove their Tao. They had to become the main characters of the universe's era. As long as someone can corroborate the Tao and patch up the nomological laws, everyone will sincerely give their blessings. Suji's words moved Takashi Ji greatly. She felt that she was too decadent while this young man was full of vigor and vigor. He had a big heart and great ambitions, she could not help but feel ashamed. Meanwhile, Suji thought to himself, they corroborate the nomological laws for those small universes. Let them become the universe? Wouldn't that benefit me, the god of creation? Why would I want to snatch this kind of opportunity? He might not be able to compete with them. They wanted to corroborate the Tao and become the main characters of this universe's era. After all, he wanted to become the universe, and the two did not conflict. Moreover, fighting for the opportunity of the next universe's era with his head? The previous Zerg empresses could be killed with a single slap, so he would not join in the fun. In this regard, Suji was very lazy. However, the livestream room was slightly stirred up. Ha ha ha, Dizun, you're putting on a good show, but how can he not fight for it? That's right. The arrival of this catastrophe also represents the arrival of opportunities. Whoever can control this new era of the universe will control everything. Our Buddhist Huaxia civilization is here for this. It seems that the other party has already noticed our existence. We are the masterminds behind the scenes, and they are indeed testing us in secret. However, we are not afraid of them. The battle between the god of destruction and the god of creation is very cruel, and we mortals are also fighting for this opportunity. Our chances are the greatest. No matter what the other party is hiding, we are not afraid. Dizun, don't panic. Even if the entire universe is against you, we will stand on your side. All the players were very excited, waving their fists. They thought that Dizun was just being modest and pretending. This kind of opportunity was comparable to the opening of an era with the goddess of On. How could they not fight for it? Su Ji, if he was really Dizun, a super ancient god, he would definitely fight for it. However, he was the god of destruction, a higher existence. No matter who corroborates the Tao, it will be for the sake of the god of destruction. Snatch my ass, don't harm me. Su Ji's face darkened, as if he could see the deaths of the previous Zerg empresses. End of chapter 1264. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.